At the heroic spirit ceremony, everyone was scrambling to snag a noble initial trait. Yet you, as a top-tier second-generation heir, chose the lamest one, starting with a crummy bowl, drawing widespread ridicule across the internet. Just as the comments sections exploded with insults, telling you deserved to go begging, you ignored the contemptuous stares around you. A thunderous tigress roar, without warning, exploded deep within your mind. A stream of pale gold data flashed frantically across your retinas. Ding! Mythic rank hidden initial trait locked, loading epic, Emperor Hanwu. In this high martial arts world where official history has been severed, you alone possess the complete memory of Huaxia. You stared intently at the beggar holding a tattered bowl on the screen, behind whom a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and a dazzling dragon robe were emerging. No one in all of humanity could have imagined that this beggar, whose entire family had perished at the very start, would go on to sweep through the chaotic era and become the 1 in 1,000 years emperor who would slaughter his way through countless realms. No way, I stayed up late playing Three Kingdoms Kill, and now I've been transported to another world? You, who found himself inexplicably sitting in a classroom, stared in disbelief at everything before him. Surrounding him were college entrance exam students so nervous that their youthful smiles were as tight as chrysanthemums. At the lectern, a balding middle-aged man spoke with fervor and passion about exam precautions, occasionally raising an antique teacup covered in tea stains to take a big gulp. Today is the college entrance exam. It determines whether you'll soar like a dragon or slither like a snake through the grass. Once the contract is sealed, even a mortal rank will ensure you never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of your life, let alone an elite rank or a commander rank. I don't want to say much else. I've said enough over the past 3 years. I just want you to remember this: when you access the heroic spirit pool and choose your initial trait, you must select a heroic spirit with a prestigious background and lineage. Because in ancient times, not a single person who achieved great things was poor. They either benefited from their ancestors' prestige or came from wealthy families. Based on DCIS years of experience, those born into poverty with no famous ancestors are nothing but cannon fodder. In the end, they won't even qualify for mortal rank. Take our national general, Great Grandmaster Realm Dao, for example. The mythic rank by Qi he contracted, his grandfather was the son of royalty. And then there's Grandmaster Realm Ming. The epic rank Li Bai he contracted is also a descendant of the imperial family. There are far too many examples like this. I don't want to list them all. Remember this over and over and over again. When choosing your initial trait, you must select a heroic spirit with a good family background. At the very least, their ancestors must have produced someone famous. Otherwise, you'll just be wasting your college entrance exam opportunity. Do you hear me? The bald man's voice was loud and carried a hint of shrillness. The students below jumped in fright and answered in unison. You, looking completely bewildered, followed suit. But inside, a storm of emotions was already raging within him. The college entrance exam is for contracting a heroic spirit? What is the Great Grandmaster Realm? And what is an initial trait? Before he could even process it, a massive flood of memories surged into his mind. I've been reborn. No, I've been transported to another world. A moment later, you had sorted through these memories. This was a high martial arts world invaded by various abyss rifts. The only way for humans to survive was to contract a heroic spirit upon turning 18. Once recognized by a heroic spirit and the contract is successfully sealed, one becomes a spirit contractor and sets foot on the martial path. Summon a heroic spirit to fight for you and cut through the abyss rifts. The higher the rank of the contracted heroic spirit, the faster the spirit contractor's cultivation progresses. Heroic spirit ranks are divided into mortal rank, elite rank, commander rank, epic rank, and mythic rank. Epic and mythic ranks are unattainable. As long as you can form a contract even with the lowest tier mortal rank, it's enough to rise above the rest. Contracting an elite rank makes you a true elite among men. If you successfully contract a commander rank, you'll become a powerhouse ruling over a region. Moreover, heroic spirits of commander rank and above come equipped with formidable cultivation techniques that further accelerate the spirit contractor's cultivation. As for epic rank and mythic rank, they are truly rare and hard to come by. The great Xia sword god Ming, he is the one who contracted the epic rank Li Bai. Li Bai possesses the Blue Lotus sword technique, kill one in 10 steps, travel 1,000 li without a trace. Moreover, with a single utterance from his eloquent mouth, his poetry takes physical form. A single poem is enough to slay an abyss monarch. Ming once ventured deep into the rear of the abyss rift alone, armed with only a sword and a brush, and returned with the severed head of an abyss monarch. This shook the human race to its core. Even more dazzling is De Xia's general of the state Dao. He has contracted the very pinnacle of the mythic rank by qi. On the frontier, he once annihilated 1,000,000 demonic troops in a single stroke, striking terror into the hearts of both humans and demons. The stability Great Xia enjoys today is owed, above all, to the protection of its general of the realm Dao, the nation as sole possessor of a mythic heroic spirit and its only practitioner of the great Grandmaster realm. In addition, the graceful Great Xia Valkyrie, Frost, has contracted the only female hero recorded in official history, the epic rank Qin Liangyu. You slowly process these memories, his inner turmoil showing no signs of abating. Through the reflection in the classroom window, he saw that his appearance was exactly the same as in his previous life, exceptionally handsome. Only then did he begin to calm down a little. Alright, there is still some time before the college entrance exams begin. Make the most of it and study the insights our predecessors have compiled on selecting initial traits and navigating the simulation process. After all, you aren't like you. His father is contracted to Commander rank Xiaodan, the guardian deity of our city of Su. The information about heroic spirits that you has had access to since childhood is far beyond what any of you could ever compare to. The balding old man, holding a thermos, shed his earlier sternness and smiled warmly at you. After all, you was the sole son of the garrison commander, and having performed exceptionally well at school over the past 3 years, the entire faculty held him in high regard. Even if he couldn't contract his father's commander rank, contracting an elite rank would still bring prestige to the school. And what about my background? You asked with a sunny, handsome smile. In his mind, he quickly ran through the original hostess family history. His father held a top-tier commander rank contract and was in the combat tier. He was known as the garrison commander with the greatest potential in Great Xia to enter the Grandmaster realm. His mother held an elite rank contract and was in the combat tier. She was the chairwoman of Sioux City's largest weapons company. This was an era where the strong reigned supreme. Great strength meant high status and great wealth. As their only son, you was among Sioux City's elite, a second-generation powerhouse, a second-generation official, and a second-generation tycoon. With a background like this, he would rank among the elite not just in Sioux City, but across the entire Great Xia. This is awesome. U.S. reservations about crossing over to a dangerous alternate world vanished into thin air. Back on Blue Star, he'd been just an ordinary orphan who spent his days playing Three Kingdoms Kill, a workhorse in the corporate world, a social drone. To start off in this alternate world with a top-tier family background? It was absolutely thrilling. Too bad this world doesn't have TikTok or influencers shaking their hips and waists all day. Otherwise, with a background like mine, wouldn't I be able to go on 3 dates a day? You sighed inwardly. Just then, the prettiest girl in the class glanced toward the door. After making sure the hot-tempered grade director had left, she tiptoed over to Yu's side. Her expression a mix of helplessness and a hint of flattery. I heard your father's heroic spirit was a confidant of the leader of some top-tier faction. You must know a lot of secrets, right? Could you spill a little to me? Just a tiny bit. Please, please. The pretty classmate clasped her hands in front of her ample chest, crouched down in front of you, and looked at him like a pitiful little kitten. Please, please. You was a bit dumbfounded. Are people in this world really this uneducated? Xiao Dun, Xiao Chou's right-hand man, don't you even know that? Then, the original hostess memories surged in, intertwining with his own, and he suddenly realized. All the heroic spirits in this world were historical figures from Blue Star's China. They'd just been transformed into immortals and demons. Most importantly, these historical figures never actually existed in this world. Humans could only rely on the initial traits simulations of the heroic spirits' life experiences left by their predecessors in the contract pool to constantly draw conclusions. they hoped that the insights they gleaned would be of some use when simulating their own experiences. But without a complete history, what they could piece together was merely fragmented information, lacking any coherent system. This meant that you, who had traveled through time, was the only person in this world who knew the complete history. For some reason, the memories of Chinese history in Yu's mind were becoming increasingly clear. Even the history he had merely skimmed over in his past life now appeared vividly in his mind. As a hardcore player of Three Kingdoms Kill, a renowned online historian, and an owner of the Zixi Tongjin, Yu suddenly realized, in this world, I'm the only one who knows history. As the history of China grew clearer in his mind, Yu also learned from his hostess' memories what the initial trait and contract with a heroic spirit were all about. When a person turns 18, their heroic spirit pool is unlocked. Upon entering the heroic spirit pool, various initial traits associated with different heroic spirits appear at random for selection. For example, the initial trait Yu's father had chosen at the time was, "A time of chaos is approaching." You were born into a distinguished family in the Kingdom of Pei, a descendant of the Grand Steward of the Han Dynasty. From a young age, you were brave and skilled in battle. As a teenager, you gained fame in your hometown for your courage after slaying those who had dishonored your master. Once the selection is successful, a simulation of the heroic spirit's life begins. And humans must make choices at every critical juncture of the heroic spirit's life. Different choices lead to different outcomes. If the human's choices result in the heroic spirit's premature death, the simulation ends and the contract fails. If you make the right choices at every turning point, helping the heroic spirit reach the pinnacle of their career and earning their recognition, the contract succeeds. You become a spirit contractor, set foot on the martial path, and rise above the common crowd. Of course, at each choice, there is also a make-your-own decision option, allowing you to specify the heroic spirit's next actions yourself. This is a high-stakes gamble. Your choice might elevate the heroic spirit's achievements even further, leading to unexpected surprises. However, based on human experience, choosing the make-your-own decision option almost always results in the heroic spirit's untimely death and the failure of the contract. As a result, humans generally assume that the make-your-own choice option doesn't even exist. No one would gamble away their own future. Of course, it isn't necessary to see the heroic spirit through their entire life. The most crucial thing is to use your choices to help the heroic spirit reach the pinnacle of their life and earn their own recognition. And in this world without history, where one can only rely on scattered fragments of information and initial traits, the secrets known to the powerful become especially important. Yu searched his mind. Sure enough, he discovered that his father had told him quite a few historical secrets, things not found in textbooks from childhood onward. This information alone was worth its weight in gold. Of course, to Yu as he was now, these so-called secrets were simply historical records that were commonplace in his past life. This made him clearly realize that his memories were the greatest treasure in this world. This meant that during the simulation process, he could make the right choice every single time. Even with the legendary mythic rank, he could successfully form a contract. Not only that, you could also use his vast, systematic knowledge of history to guide the heroic spirit through a life even more brilliant than his own during the simulation, earning unexpected rewards. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yu looked at the several pretty female classmates who had gathered around him, and thought contemptuously to himself, "Information worth a fortune. You crouch in front of me, deliberately exposing the abyss between your breasts, just to coax it out of me? You gold-digging slut." Yu was no naive high school student. In his past life, he'd been a seasoned veteran who fought his way through the corporate world and society. He could see right through this kind of ploy at a glance. Getting something for nothing? No way. At the very least, wouldn't it make more sense to slip the room key into her own hand first? After subtly probing and discovering that not a single one of these pretty female classmates had any intention of handing over a room key, Yu, her enthusiasm waning, casually rattled off some textbook knowledge to send them on their way. Things like, for your initial trait, choose a privileged background, play it safe during simulated choices, and aligning with the right faction is the most important thing. Just then, the grade director happened to walk by, preparing to lead the students to Contract Square. Seeing that US advice matched his own years of teaching experience, excitement couldn't help but spill over his face. See? Even the greatest guardian in history taught his only son this way. How could I be wrong? In high spirits, the bald man walked into the classroom, had the students line up, and prepared to head to Contract Square. You, come on up, you stand first. This move sparked a wave of envy, jealousy, and resentment among the classmates. That's because when the heroic spirit pool opens, the initial traits that appear are random, and students compete to select them. Students standing at the front have a better chance of snagging excellent initial traits early. Even if it's just 1 second faster, it's still faster, right? Maybe they were just 1 second short themselves? Of course, the others could only look on with envy. US father was the governor of Sioux City, and his mother controlled the entire weapons supply chain in Suzhou. With a background like that, it was only natural for him to be first in line. You took his place at the front without hesitation. In this high martial arts world where the strong reign supreme, strength is the ultimate principle. Meanwhile, Shiryata, who had just approached you with a question, stood behind him. You, once the college entrance exams are over, do you want to go to the beach together? I just bought a really the pretty classmate's cherry red lips drew close to US ear, exhaling warm breath tinged with a faint fragrance. Gradually, you had grown accustomed to being the center of attention. When he first entered the playground, even the principal had made a point of standing up to greet him. While the innocent school beauty and the teacher in black stockings were secretly sending him flirtatious glances. You acted with great grace, stepping forward himself to take down their contact information and expressing his willingness to exchange cultivation techniques when the opportunity arose. This gesture earned him silent approval from the school leaders. Truly the son of the town guardian, so gracious. Afterward, accompanied by several pot-bellied, balding men, he walked to the altar in the center of the plaza, where they summoned their heroic spirits one by one, successfully activating the heroic spirit pool. A hazy white light enveloped the entire plaza, and the college entrance exam officially began. You led the way, guiding all the college entrance exam candidates from the school into the heroic spirit pool. At the same time, dozens of drones took flight around the area, broadcasting Sioux City's college entrance exam live across the nation. Since the initial traits that appeared during the students' simulations were crucial information. Who knows, perhaps a mortal rank's entire life might hinge on a tiny piece of information regarding a mythical heroic spirit. In addition, the annual college entrance exam is also the most jubilant moment in Great Xia. The more spirit contractors that emerge, the more stable Great Xia becomes. It serves as a source of inspiration. Therefore, every year, Great Xia broadcasts the college entrance exam proceedings from various cities. While specialists record the initial traits, netizens can also witness this era of prosperity. In the heroic spirit pool, once the students enter, sphere-like orbs gradually appear, drifting about and displaying their initial traits. In addition to choosing an initial trait on their own, some initial traits will actively approach certain individuals. This indicates that these initial traits are a better match for you, making it more likely to gain the heroic spirit's approval and successfully form a contract. Several orbs of light also drifted toward you. The imperial court is corrupt. Your family is the wealthiest landowner in the county seat. You were handsome from childhood, but after both your parents died, they left you an estate and a herbal medicine shop. With money to spare, you spend your days living a carefree, idle life. You were born into nobility. Because of your ancestors' meritorious service, your family was granted a title of nobility under a different imperial surname, and you are even a member of the imperial family. You were born with a Tongbao jade pendant in your mouth. You were born into a family of salt merchants. You are skilled in writing and archery, love chivalrous deeds, have a basic grasp of writing, and possess a rare poetic talent from a young age. As an adult, you did not pass the imperial examinations. The people around him were already scrambling to claim the initial traits they desired. Yu, however, stared at the initial traits before him with a slightly stunned expression. From the initial traits, he could basically identify who these heroic spirits were. However, he wasn't in a hurry to choose. Instead, he stared intently at a light orb in the corner, one that no one was interested in, and which everyone seemed to be avoiding at all costs. Written on it in bold letters were the words: "Under the imperial court's tyranny, calamities fell from the heavens. You were born to a poor peasant family. Later, your entire family perished. To survive, clutching a broken bowl, you first entered a temple as a monk, then took to the streets as a beggar. While you was lost in thought, most people had already chosen their initial traits and begun their simulations. And even those still scrambling to make a choice were deliberately avoiding this particular initial trait, which turned the area within a 10-meter radius of it into a virtual vacuum." Yu scratched his head. Wait, starting with just a bowl and no one else picked this? Yu paid no attention to the few orbs of light surrounding him. After all, at that moment, no initial trait in the entire venue could compare to this, starting with a bowl option in the corner. Without hesitation, Yu took a step forward, heading toward the neglected orb of light. Meanwhile, people outside were also buzzing with discussion about the initial traits that had appeared in this college entrance exam. Since this was the most significant event of the year, the authorities had even set up a special segment dedicated to covering the college entrance exam situation across the nation's various cities. "Hello, everyone. I'm Xiao Sa. I'm Bing Bing. It's that time of year again, the annual college entrance exam spectacle. How many students from Daxiao will succeed in becoming spirit contractors? And who will contract the highest tier heroic spirit to become this year's top scorer? These are the questions we're all most curious about. Without further ado, the college entrance exams have begun. Let us take a look at the initial trait results from various cities." Xiao Sa and Bing Bing proceeded to report on the exam results from city to city. But the atmosphere in the livestream chat grew increasingly awkward. Because in the first few cities they covered, the initial traits were pitifully poor. Some started as orphans, others as slaves, and there were hardly any from even moderately wealthy families. The chat was buzzing with comments. Each generation is worse than the last. I'd say this year's top scorer will be lucky to make it to elite rank. Poor people, slaves, or chaotic environments, why are they all just cannon fodder? This year's students have it so rough. That's actually the better ones, some even start out as eunuchs. Eunuchs are fine, too. At least people in the Imperial City still have a chance. Bro, add me on Guoliao plus V183. Need a loan? Hit up Du Xiao. Seeing the chat getting increasingly out of control, Xiao Sa quickly switched the camera feed to the college entrance exam venue in Sioux City. Hey, this handsome young guy's initial traits are impressive at the very least. He comes from a moderately wealthy family. A salt merchant isn't bad either, he has got both money and connections. Oh my goodness, he is even related to the imperial family, starting with a non-imperial noble title. The tone of the chat comments shifted rapidly. And Xiao Sa, with her years of hosting experience, immediately had the camera zoom in on you. Bing Bing reacted just as quickly. It looks like this handsome young student is incredibly lucky. All three of his initial traits are excellent, especially the second one. Born into a distinguished family with ties to the imperial clan, he is very likely a heroic spirit of commander rank or higher, maybe even epic rank. The live stream's chat exploded with excitement. Epic rank. That alone was enough to secure the top spot on the college entrance exam. Meanwhile, Xiao Sa, who had just finished coordinating with the crew, faced the camera with a look of pure excitement. We've just received confirmation. This sunny, handsome young student's father is the governor of Sioux City, Lord Xiahao, a top-tier commander rank holder and a combat tier master. As all of you viewers know, having excellent initial traits is only one aspect. What matters most are the choices made during the simulation. The contract can only be successfully formed if the heroic spirit approves. But we believe that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You is sure to succeed in forming the contract. The revelation of US background sent the livestream's excitement soaring to another peak. I looked it up. He is the son of a powerful figure, a son of a high-ranking official, and the son of a wealthy family. And the initial trait he drew in the college entrance exam is this strong it's enough to make anyone jealous. Am I the only one who thinks this guy is super handsome? He is so handsome I want to lay eggs. Voleal plus V1. Viewership in the official livestream began to rise exponentially thanks to US appearance. Xiao Sa was a seasoned pro. He stopped switching camera angles, letting everyone watch US choice. Naturally, Yu was oblivious to all this. And he didn't care in the least that some people were daring to snatch away the initial traits right from under his nose. Instead, he walked straight to the corner and picked up the glowing orb that everyone else was scrambling to avoid. Starting with a bull, ending as an emperor for the ages. He wanted to see for himself just how incredible this man was, a man so extraordinary that even the most over-the-top novels wouldn't dare portray him this way. The moment he touched the orb of light, you had a fleeting vision of the summit of a mountain range, where a man clad in a golden dragon robe and radiating an air of majesty raised a golden bowl above his head and roared in a low, thunderous voice, like a tigress cry echoing through the mountains. By the mandate of heaven, may our reign be long and prosperous. We established the great Ming dynasty, and proclaimed the era name Hongwu. Then, the surrounding crowd and the orb of light vanished. And before him appeared a thick, yellowed book, on which passages of text began to appear. In the final years of the dynasty, you were born into a peasant family. Due to your family's poverty, you could not have a proper name. Your father, Zhu Wuxi, following custom, named you Zhu Chongba. You grew up in this impoverished environment, in a house drafty on all sides, never having enough to eat each day. Because of your poverty, you were unable to attend school or learn to read and write from a young age. Your only work was herding cattle for a landlord. The imperial court ruled with tyranny, and life was harsh, but fortunately, you managed to survive, continuing to tend the landlord's cattle until you were 16. That year, when you were 17, calamity struck from the heavens, drought and plague struck simultaneously. Your father, older brother, nephew, and mother all starved to death one after another within half a month. To bury your loved ones, you asked the landlord for money but were refused. You and your second older brother had no choice but to wrap their bodies in straw mats and search for a place to bury them. Yet in this vast world, there was not a single place that belonged to you. Finally, a kind-hearted person gave you a plot of land, and only then were you able to lay your loved ones to rest. With nothing but 4 bare walls, a crop failure, and unending disasters, after burying your loved ones, you didn't even have a place to live. To survive, your next choices are: 1. Steal grain from the landlord's house. 2. Become a bandit. 3. Become a monk to scrounge for free meals. 4. Make your own decisions. You rested his chin in his hand and thought for a moment. He immediately ruled out the first 2 options. Landlords in those days had servants. As a skinny kid who couldn't even get enough to eat, going to steal grain? He'd walk in and come out lying down. As for becoming a bandit, he was so poor he didn't even have a straw mat, let alone a sword. Besides, a 17-year-old Zhu Yuanzhang, who was probably so hungry he saw stars all the time, would he even stand a chance against anyone? Furthermore, the Ming dynasty was known as the most principled dynasty in history. If he chose either of the first 2 options, not to mention the high likelihood that Zhu Yuanzhang would die young, ending the simulation. Even if he didn't die young, it would greatly reduce Zhu Yuanzhang's regard for him. As for the 4th option, making his own decisions, you couldn't even imagine how, faced with this situation, he could make a better choice than Zhu Yuanzhang. Then I'll just follow Zhu Yuanzhang's original path. He selected option 3, and the simulation continued. To get something to eat, you grab the only broken bowl left in your home and head to the nearby Huangjue temple to become a monk. The monks at Huangjue temple own land and have money. They spend their days drinking wine and eating meat, while all the chores in the temple fall on your shoulders. During your time as a monk, you not only have to do all kinds of menial labor but also endure the oppression of these wine and meat-loving monks. Your reward is living in the firewood shed, but at least you have a bowl of rice to eat, which keeps you alive. More than 50 days after entering the temple, due to a severe famine, all the monks are forced to go out begging. But with no status or standing, you're even assigned to beg in Huaishi, a region currently ravaged by famine. With corpses littering the ground in Huaishi, how could you possibly beg for alms? To survive, your choices are: 1. Strike the old monk with a club under cover of night and steal his rations. 2. Grab a bucket and run escape Huangjue Temple. 3. Go begging and become a proud beggar. 4. Do as you please. You chose option 3, as if he were taking an exam with the answers right in front of him. The first two options were extremely dangerous with unknown rewards. And as for option 4, do as you please, now wasn't the best time for that either. You grab your only possession, your tattered bowl, leave Huangjue Temple, and officially become a beggar. The simulation continued. While in the live stream outside, US Choice caused a flood of comments to pour in. Holy shit, he passed up a perfectly good noble title to become a commoner and his whole family is dead, too. First he became a monk, and now he is going straight to being a beggar. Is he out of his mind? No way, no way. And he is supposed to be the son of a garrison commander? What a good-for-nothing bum. Man, what a waste. Forget the noble title, even a salt merchant would ve been better. He is almost 20 in the simulation and he is still a beggar. He is never going to amount to anything in this life. He is handsome, sure, but his brain is a mess. He doesn't really think he can just pick someone simple and succeed with the contract, does he? He might actually think that. But he probably doesn't realize that contracting with a good-for-nothing will only make him a good-for-nothing too, and in the end, he'll be no different from an ordinary person. Is there something seriously wrong with him? Look. The principal and teachers at his school are green with rage. That is hilarious. I bet his dad, the guardian, is so furious he is in the hospital by now, His dad must be kicking himself right now, regretting not having him walled up back then. You chose to start with a single bowl, leading to the deaths of his entire family, first becoming a monk, then a beggar. In an instant, the entire internet erupted in mockery. The internet went wild, with you dominating the top 3 trending topics. Discussion quickly surpassed 10 million views, and nearly everyone in Disya knew about it. Hashtag the governor's son is a good-for-nothing, chose beggar over a noble family for his initial trait. Hashtag real-life elite second-generation heir suffers humiliation in college entrance exam mock test. Hashtag investigate. The governor's only son has extremely low educational level, can't even understand his initial trait. Renowned expert AI Dejin, ever quick to jump on a story, couldn't wait to act on the news and published a lengthy article. The ugly truth of DCIS aristocratic families: a spoiled second-generation heir makes a fool of himself on the college entrance exam. What kind of fools are running our country? You, immersed in the heroic spirit pool, was unaware of the upheaval raging outside. But his father and mother's phones were ringing off the hook. Xia Hao, the garrison commander of Sioux City, standing over 2 meters tall and more burly than a double door, watched the live broadcast of the college entrance exam while impatiently hanging up on numerous calls, answering only the most important ones. He gave only one reply: "My son is my son, I'll raise him myself." After hanging up, Xia Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose. The Great Xia Empire would naturally not investigate him, a meritorious city governor, simply because of some online backlash. But certain political rivals seized upon this opportunity to launch attacks. In a luxurious high-rise in Sioux City, the elegant and dignified Jiang Qingrong responded just as boldly: "If it comes to it, we'll simply reopen the heroic spirit pool for Xiaoyu. I'm sure my husband and I can afford the cost. Besides, hasn't the simulation ended yet?" Hanging up the phone gracefully, Jiang Qingrong turned to look at the computer screen in front of her, watching the live stream of her precious son. By now, quite a few participants had already failed the simulation. Her son was still in the middle of his run. Weren't these people being a bit too impatient? It was just as well. After staying at the top for too long, it's hard to tell friend from foe now that there is a bit of trouble. All the hyenas lurking in the shadows have come out. Ms. Jiang, Her secretary burst through the door in a panic. Ms. Jiang, the Beast King materials supplier, has suspended shipments, saying they'll only consider resuming if we accept a price hike. Plus, several smaller suppliers are holding back their shipments today. Jiang Qingron leisurely and elegantly lit a slender cigarette, exhaling a delicate, fragrant smoke. Terminate the partnership. Withhold their final payments. The young secretary's eyes widened in utter astonishment. The gentle and elegant President Jiang was actually so decisive and ruthless. The camera pans. In Daxia, nearly every household had switched their screens to US livestream. Xu Changba's life simulation continued. Take your only possession, a broken bowl, and leave Huangjue Temple to officially become a beggar. From now on, you'll sleep under the open sky and eat in the wind, enduring scornful glances, sarcasm, and insults. But to survive, you must endure these humiliations every day. Amid these insults and scornful glances, you develop a strong mental fortitude. While begging, you gradually come to understand the mountains, rivers, geography, and local customs of Huaishi, enriching your knowledge and broadening your horizons, while also meeting many fellow beggars. You find your own faith, the Ming sect. After 3 years of begging, you return to Huangjue Temple to resume your duties as the bell-ringing monk and devote yourself to reading. The corrupt dynasty forcibly conscripted 150,000 people to manage the Yellow River floods. Unable to bear the dynasty's endless oppression, the common people eventually carved a one-eyed stone figure out of the riverbed. Engraved on the back of the one-eyed stone figure were the words, "Do not say the stone figure has but one eye, it stirs the Yellow River to incite rebellion across the land." A few days later, in the very place where you had once begged, a peasant uprising broke out, and its leader became known as the Ming King. Over the next year, the dynasty, seemingly powerful but in reality corrupt, faced dozens of uprisings, with millions joining the rebel forces. Meanwhile, you continued ringing the temple bell. As the dynasty descended into chaos, officials, seeking to avoid accountability, began rounding up commoners and executing them as if they were rebels. At this time, a childhood friend sent you a letter, urging you to join the rebel forces. To survive, your choices are: 1. Burn the letter and continue as a monk. 2. Take the letter to the authorities and report it. 3. Join the rebel forces. 4. Decide for yourself. You thought for a moment and chose option 4, decide for yourself. He then wrote on a blank sheet of paper, "Consult a close friend from my hometown to have his fortune told." Option 1 was out of the question. If US memory served him correctly, Zhu Yuanzhang had already been seen reading Tang He's letter. Burning it would only lead to a report anyway. As for option 2, that was out of the question as well. These days, officials had gone mad, killing commoners and posing as rebels just to claim credit. Taking the letter to the authorities himself would be like walking into a trap to get himself killed. As for option 3, it was actually a viable option. But if you remembers correctly, at the time, Zhu Yuanzhang burned the letter, but others had already seen it and were about to expose him, so he sought advice from a close friend from his hometown. His friend cast a divination for him, and the omen indicated he should flee. This is what launched Zhu Yuanzhang's career as a rebel leader. And this friend from his hometown was none other than Zhou Dexing, who later became a renowned founding general of the Ming dynasty and one of the 24 generals of Huaishi. He had already decided to flee, but before doing so, he went to see Zhou Dexing to make a good impression, so he could recruit him later. Meanwhile, in the official livestream channel broadcasting US broadcast, after a moment of silence, the comment stream surged back like a tide. "Ha ha ha, what a total idiot. Making his own decisions? Then going to see a fortune teller? What kind of wisdom is that? That scared the hell out of me. I thought this rich kid was about to do something earth-shattering. At a life or death moment, he goes to see a fortune teller? Did the son of the garrison commander even go to school? Isn't he just a complete waste of space? Someone should look into how this idiot even took the college entrance exam. I bet he didn't even finish elementary school. And he still dares to make his own decisions? What a pig. No wonder he picked Zhu at the start. He's dumber than 8 pigs." As the malicious attacks and mockery grew more intense, The organizers, frightened, chose to cut the live stream outright even at the cost of losing viewership. Although the official broadcast was gone, the chat in the livestream still revolved around you, with his parents as the focal point. But regardless of whether anyone was watching, US simulation continued. Great Emperor Hangwu, let us start right here. You submitted the options he had filled out. On the advice of a fellow villager, you left Huangjue Temple to seek refuge with a close friend. At the same time, you promised your fellow villager that if you made something of yourself, you would never forget him. You officially joined the rebel army and began the uprising. The commander of the rebel army, seeing that you were different from ordinary people, recruited you into his personal guard. The hardships and suffering you endured over the years allowed you to excel within the rebel army. Soon, you were promoted to squad leader. You were not greedy for wealth or women. Having taught yourself to read and write and read some books, you offered advice on numerous occasions, and the commander gradually came to regard you as his trusted advisor. You chose a name for yourself, Zhu Yuanzhang. Your performance in the army continued to improve, and you were entrusted with greater responsibilities. Eventually, you started a family. The rebel army commander's adopted daughter became your wife. You loved your wife dearly when you were hungry, she cooked for you when you were cold, she wrapped you in extra clothes. You were promoted to chief administrator of the army. You watched with satisfaction as the great Emperor Hangwu finally set out to achieve his grand ambitions. Meanwhile, in the official livestream outside, some unusual comments began to appear. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go check out the Sioux City College entrance exam livestream. What's going on? Did our super smart rich kid play little Zhu to death? I knew it. Hey! Something seems off here. Damn! Wasn't he just a beggar monk a moment ago? How did he become the military commander and the marshal's son-in-law in the blink of an eye? A peasant whose entire family was wiped out at the start, first a monk, then a beggar, and now he's the military commander and the marshal's son-in-law? The sharp-eyed Xiao Sa immediately picked up on the keywords. Quickly switching the feed back to Su Cheng's college entrance exam and zooming in on you. At that moment, another choice appeared before you. You've established a firm foothold in the army, but a conflict has erupted within the rebel forces. Another commander has kidnapped your father-in-law. Your options are: 1. Seize the opportunity to take your father-in-law's position. 2. Pretend you don't know. 3. Rescue your father-in-law. 4. Do as you please. Without hesitation, you chose option 3. You led your troops into the other commander's dungeon and rescued your father-in-law. At that moment, you realized you couldn't stay long in such a chaotic army. As your performance in the army improved and you won the hearts of the troops, your father-in-law began to worry that you would take his place. Your father-in-law seized an opportunity to have you imprisoned. You went from being the army's commander to a prisoner. Outside. In an official livestream with an audience of tens of millions, the previously silent screen was reignited with heated discussion as a comment floated across the screen. Thank goodness, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I almost thought you had turned the tables. When Zhu Yuanzhang became the military commander, I almost thought you had successfully simulated the scenario and would be able to contract an elite rank. Peasant, monk, beggar, and now a prisoner. This useless move is truly amazing. Honestly, he should be chosen to take his father-in-law's position just now. Now look, he has been taken down by his father-in-law. Kicking the down and outs while propping up the up-and-comers is a hallmark trait of keyboard warriors. Just moments ago, as US simulation was going more and more smoothly, the originally fervent mockery with thousands of derisive comments flooding in every second came to an abrupt halt the moment Zhu Yuanzhang became the military commander and the marshal's son-in-law. Even AI Dejin quietly hid his own post. Now the entire internet believed you had made a mistake, and Zhu Yuanzhang had become a prisoner. The mockery resumed, growing even more vicious. Dai Dejin quickly unhid his post and, capitalizing on the buzz, rushed to publish another one. A series of mindless choices. Even the son of the strongest garrison commander ends up like this. Where does the future of DCIS education lie? But only you knew that from this point on, the true turning point for the Hangwu Emperor would begin. Otherwise, Zhu Yuanzhang would forever remain a subordinate of Guo Zixing. Simulation continues. After you were imprisoned, you took revenge on the son of your father-in-law, who had long been jealous of you. He forbade the guards from bringing you food, intending to starve you to death. Fortunately, you have a kind-hearted wife. Every time she comes to see you, she hides piping hot flatbreads against her chest, getting burned each time, yet never failing to bring them. After all, the commander-in-chief is your father-in-law. Not wanting to tarnish his own reputation by killing you with his own hands, he releases you. Because of this incident, you see through the short-sightedness of these people and decide to leave. Your father-in-law was overjoyed and sent you to attack Dingyuan, which was heavily guarded, hoping to have the imperial troops kill you. Your choices are: 1. Lead your troops to attack Dingyuan. 2. Lead your troops to flee and start anew. 3. Rebel against the righteous army. 4. Do as you please. Faced with these options, you smiled faintly. Let the Hangwu conquest begin. Option 1. Lead your troops to attack Dingyuan. You fought with unmatched bravery, not only capturing the heavily fortified Dingyuan but also consecutively taking Anfeng, Hansan, and Hongxian. For battles, for victories, you were unstoppable. Though victorious in battle, your army suffered heavy losses. After conscripting able-bodied men to replenish your ranks, you arrived at your hometown of Zhongli. There, you recruited 700 personal guards, including a close friend from your hometown who had previously cast a divination for you. You returned triumphantly to Haozhou, where your father-in-law promoted you to the rank of Jinfu. Although your rank has been elevated, you are not blinded by this honor. You understand clearly that such a force cannot last. After much deliberation, you decide to leave the righteous army and establish a force of your own. To avoid being hounded by your father-in-law, you do not take the 700 personal guards you recruited with you, but instead carefully select 24 of them. Your father-in-law saw you off with a beaming smile. You were 25 years old that year. You led these 24 men to Dingyuan. Having weathered the ups and downs of the battlefield for many years, you were well versed in the art of conscripting soldiers. Before long, you had assembled a force of 1,000 men. Desperate for troops, you heard of a nearby force of 3,000 men and captured their leader. This unit became your subordinate. With your 4,000-strong army, you launched a night raid against the 20,000-strong force at Hengjian Mountain. The enemy commander offered no resistance and surrendered immediately. After several years in the military, witnessing the chaos that permeated the rebel army from top to bottom, you resolved to reform your troops. From then on, you commanded an elite force of 24,000 soldiers. As your reputation grew, two brothers came to join you, one named Feng Guiyong and the other Feng Guosheng, and you gladly accepted them. At the age of 26, you decided to prove yourself by attacking Chuzhou. A scholar named Li Shanchang joined your ranks. You led your entire army to capture Chuzhou. 3 more people have come to seek your protection: your nephew, your brother-in-law, and your nephew by marriage. After taking control of Chuzhou, your father-in-law was ousted by other commanders of the rebel army and arrived with tens of thousands of troops to seek your protection. Your options are: 1. Refuse. 2. Pretend to accept, and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. 3. Accept gladly. 4. Decide for yourself. Here it comes, the chance to eliminate Guo Zixing and legitimately absorb his tens of thousands of elite troops. You clearly remembers that. Zhu Yuanzhang not only accepted Guo Zixing but also ceded the title of Supreme Commander to him. However, this was merely a ceremonial position. In reality, the troops still followed Zhu Yuanzhang's orders. This move not only secured Guo Zixing's tens of thousands of soldiers but also further enhanced Zhu Yuanzhang's reputation. 2 birds with 1 stone. And before long, Guo Zixing died of anger. His son, Guo Tianxiu, and his brother-in-law, Zheng Tianyu, were killed in battle. When you think about it, that has 4 or 5 benefits from a single move. Only old Zhu could pull that off. Option 3, accept gladly. You gladly accepted and ceded the position of Supreme Commander to your father-in-law. Chuzhou was too small and lacked provisions, so you captured Haozhou. Your father-in-law broke his oath, schemed to capture another rebel leader, and placed you in a position where you could be seen as both unkind and unrighteous. You and your confidant resolved this thorny issue. A month later, your narrow-minded father-in-law died of a heart condition. This had little impact on you, if anything. You breathed a sigh of relief. With a strong army and well-equipped forces, you began to set your sights on the entire realm. You recruited a naval force, led your troops across the Yangtze River, and after repeated assaults, finally captured the prosperous city of Jiqing, which you renamed Yingtian. During the assault on Qingzhou, your father-in-law's son, the commander-in-chief, was killed in action, as was your father-in-law's brother-in-law, the deputy commander-in-chief. You naturally became the supreme commander of the righteous army Grand Marshal. By this point, the official livestream had surpassed 10 million viewers. Yet the comment stream was eerily quiet. The netizens who had been viciously mocking him just moments ago had all fallen silent. Nearly the entire population of Daxia was glued to their screens, watching U.S. choices in Zhu Qiangbai's masterful moves. As the entire internet gasped in awe, a single question popped into everyone's mind simultaneously. Wait, wasn't he just a beggar a moment ago? How did he become a marshal? From beggar to marshal. If they hadn't witnessed the entire simulation process with their own eyes, the people of this world would never have believed it. After all, they'd been taught from childhood that you must choose a good starting background for your initial trait. The experience of countless simulations by previous generations had taught humanity that to become a spirit contractor and to contract a high-tier heroic spirit, choosing a good birth at the start was an ironclad rule. Look at the backgrounds of the heroic spirits contracted by all the powerful figures in this world. They all came from royal, noble, or military families, or at the very least had ancestors who did. Those from humble backgrounds couldn't even learn to read and write, let alone train in martial arts. They're all cannon fodder. They kick the bucket by the time they're a few years old or in their teens. Even if they're lucky enough to live a bit longer, they end up as refugees in their old age. Simulations show they can't even reach mortal rank. And now, U.S. series of simulations and choices has directly proven everyone wrong and even overturned this world's conventional wisdom. Everyone is astonished that U.S. simulated choices have been spot on every single time, with each move carefully calculated. They were equally astonished by this heroic spirit named Zhu Qiangbao. From beggar to field marshal, even if he were to die here, he'd at least be commander rank. And during the simulation process, gaining the heroic spirit's approval is all it takes to successfully form a contract. Logically speaking, since you had simulated Zhu Qiangbao's rise from beggar to field marshal, he should have earned approval by now. Yet the simulation log still showed no indication of the heroic spirit's approval. This meant, this heroic spirit named Zhu Qiangbao was still not satisfied with any of it. Everyone considered a terrifying possibility. If he isn't satisfied with a journey from beggar to field marshal, just how far did he actually rise in his lifetime? If you simulate a member of a distinguished noble family all the way to becoming the ruler of a nation, he'll surely be delighted to acknowledge you and form a contract with you. But if you simulate Qin Shi Huang all the way to becoming the ruler of a nation, he certainly won't react at all. I unified the 6 states. My achievements surpass even those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What's so great about being the ruler of a single nation? By the same token, even after simulating Zhu Qiangbao from a beggar to a field marshal, Zhu Yuanzhang still hasn't acknowledged you. That means he was originally destined for even greater achievements. A beggar, achieving something even greater than a field marshal, what could that possibly be? Once this terrifying thought took root, it became impossible to shake. From top to bottom, everyone in Daxia was glued to the screen, not even daring to breathe for fear of missing a single word. Xia Hao, who had spent the entire day patiently fielding calls from all sides, was also glued to the screen. Even when a string of simple numbers appeared on his phone, a call from the one who was as high as it gets, he paid it no mind. The Daxia government mobilized tens of thousands of people specifically to record and analyze the initial traits and names appearing in U.S. simulation. This beggar, Zhu Qiangbao, who initially didn't even have a name, had captured the attention of over 100 million people. But even more attention was focused on you, who was currently in the simulation. Zhu Qiangbao still hadn't approved of you. And if you made a wrong choice later on, he would lose his chance to become a commander rank hero spirit contractor. But if you made the right choice again in the upcoming simulations and gained approval, so US contract will be more than just a commander rank, it will be epic rank. Once the contract is sealed, the Great Xia will gain another God of War. And you will also claim the top spot on this year's college entrance exam. But, can he keep up this charade? Xu Chongbai's great battle seems to be upon him. You is the only one in the world who knows that the great Emperor Hangwu Zhu Yuanzhang has begun his conquest. You have seized Yingtian, and your power continues to grow. But now you must face not only a corrupt dynasty, but also two opponents Zhang Shicheng and Chen Yuliang who are several times stronger than you. After entering Yingtian, Zhang Shicheng engaged you in hundreds of battles, large and small, greatly weakening your forces. That same year, one of your generals defected to Zhang Shicheng. At this point, your choices are 1. Fight. 2. Write a letter seeking peace. 3. Surrender. 4. Decide for yourself. Xu Yuanzhang's life journey has reached a point you is all too familiar with. At the time, old Zhu wrote a letter seeking peace to lay the groundwork for future expansion, but Zhang Shicheng rejected it, leaving him no choice but to go to war. It was also during this battle that he discovered Chang Yechen, a peerless warrior who would prove to be something of a headache for him. Chang Yechen played an indispensable role in the war against Zhang Shicheng. But it was also because of him that old Zhu's subsequent war plans against Chen Yuliang were thrown into disarray. Chang Yechen executed a general from Chen Yuliang's forces who had surrendered, forcing old Zhu to engage in a decisive battle against Chen Yuliang on Poyan Lake with nothing but a few rickety boats. Fortunately, during this time, Lu Bowen stepped in and gave old Zhu a helping hand, otherwise, the situation would have been dire. However, since you already knew these events in advance, he naturally wanted to avoid them as much as possible. So he clicked on 4, make your own decisions. A calligraphy brush flew into US hand, and he wrote, enforce strict military discipline, make good use of young and valiant new commanders, and go to war against Zhang Shicheng. Pressure from Zhang Shicheng forces you to enforce strict military discipline and train elite troops, while also becoming better at recognizing and utilizing talent. A young man who recently joined the ranks approaches you, asking you to entrust him with the Vanguard's seal. You've never seen such an arrogant young man, but after a moment's thought, you appoint him as Vanguard. Before long, Zhang Shicheng led his troops to attack. Fortunately, you were well prepared, and the troops you had trained for a long time came in handy as you engaged them in battle. Chang Yechen, who had just become the Vanguard commander, fought valiantly and routed Zhang's army. The following year, outnumbered but outmaneuvered, he captured Changzhou. Your power grew ever stronger, and at the same time, the even more powerful Chen Yuliang took notice of you. Your choices are 1. Stockpile grain, fortify your walls, and postpone proclaiming yourself king. 2. Continue attacking Zhang Shicheng. 3. Attack Chen Yuliang. 4. Make your own decision. Lao Zhu has tackled this dilemma before. Zhang Shicheng is narrow-minded and lacks grand ambitions. He vacillates between supporting and opposing the Yuan dynasty. Chen Yuliang, on the other hand, is a man of great ambition, a true warlord of his generation. If we continue attacking Zhang Shicheng, Chen Yuliang will surely invade, and we'll end up fighting on two fronts. If we attack Chen Yuliang, Zhang Shicheng will most likely not come to his aid. Therefore, we must attack the more powerful Chen Yuliang. Of course, the time isn't right yet. You waved his hand, and a brush appeared. 4. Stockpile grain, build high walls, enforce strict military discipline, address shortages, recruit capable people, and delay proclaiming oneself king. You added 3 sentences to old Zhu's original plan. After all, what led to the premature showdown between old Zhu and Chen Yuliang was Chang Yechen's execution of surrendered soldiers, so military discipline must be strictly enforced to prevent such incidents. Another reason old Zhu struggled so much against Chen Yuliang was that his naval forces were simply too weak. It would be best to address the shortcoming to some extent. As for the third line, recruit talented individuals, this is because at this point, old Zhu should recruit Lu Bowen. With the enemy's forces overwhelming, you temporarily avoided the brunt of their attack. During this period, you established the strategy, stockpile grain, build high walls, enforce strict military discipline, address shortages, recruit talented individuals, and delay proclaiming yourself king. Having avoided most conflicts, you made full use of your time to vigorously develop your own army. Thanks to strict military discipline, incidents involving soldiers decreased, and their combat effectiveness grew ever stronger. With the Yangtze River serving as a natural barrier, you realized that your naval forces were your greatest weakness, so you began building warships. A talented individual skilled in observing celestial phenomena joined your ranks, and you became very interested in this man named Lu Ji. Chen Yuliang proclaimed himself emperor this year. You were 32 years old. To assert his authority, Chen Yuliang decided to go to war against you. Your options are: 1. Surrender. 2. Go to war. 3. Flee with your troops. 4. Make your own decision. Watching the lines of text scroll by, you let out a long sigh of relief. He made the right bet. After strictly enforcing military discipline, Chang Yuchen's habit of executing those who surrendered did not resurface, allowing old Zhu to hold out a little longer. It made sense. Old Zhu was the kind of man who would slay any god who stood in his way if he really put his mind to it. He could still keep Chang Yuchen in check. Moreover, old Zhu had already built warships in advance and recruited Liu Bowen. The current situation was far better than old Zhu's had been back then. You didn't hesitate. He immediately chose option 1, declare war. Chen Yuliang was a ruthless warlord. He even killed his own boss. Surrendering to him would be a death sentence. As for fleeing with his troops, where could he go with all the resources he worked so hard to build up? If he ran away, old Zhu would likely have no place in the struggle for central China. The other two options were essentially dead ends and would also lower old Zhu's regard for him. Go straight to war. Chen Yuliang swept down the Yangtze River with great ferocity, but fortunately, you were well prepared. Using a stratagem at Longwan, you dealt him a crushing defeat, and your fierce generals advanced right up to the outskirts of Chen Yuliang's capital. This battle made your name famous, and the entire province of Jiangxi rallied to your cause. An enraged Chen Yuliang mobilized his entire nation's forces to attack Hongdu, vowing to reclaim Jiangxi, but was repelled by your nephew. 3 months later, having prepared for a long time, you faced Chen Yuliang in a decisive battle at Poyan Lake. Over the years, you had expanded rapidly and built a large fleet, but your military strength still lagged far behind Chen Yuliang's. Fortunately, a favorable wind blew from the heavens, and you ordered your troops to set fire to Chen Yuliang's ships. You won a decisive victory in this battle. Chen Yuliang was killed, and you captured his capital. A year later, you proclaimed yourself king of Wu. Phew! You let out a long sigh of relief. He finally managed to kill Chen Yuliang. Things would be much simpler from here on out. It wouldn't be long before old Zhu ascended the throne. You knew the history, so he didn't react much. But the outside world was already in an uproar. You're a legend. I thought marshal was the highest rank possible, but I never imagined you'd actually become a king. Being crowned a king in such turbulent times, that's at least an epic rank. Heroic spirit. This year's top college entrance exam scorer has emerged. Am I the only one who noticed? Hasn't he been recognized by Zhu Yuanzhang yet? Whoa! Whoa! A chorus of gasps echoed across the entire internet. Could it be that this coward named Zhu Yuanzhang isn't satisfied with just becoming a king? Although you hasn't yet earned Zhu Yuanzhang's approval. His performance has already been officially recognized by the Great Xia. This is because the names and backgrounds of formidable generals and strategists such as Chang Yuchen, Feng Guosheng, and Lu Ji that appeared during U.S. simulation are a valuable asset to the Great Xia. In the imperial capital, within a heavily guarded courtyard facing south, a white-haired old man watched you on the screen. Then spoke calmly. This boy is quite promising, though the heroic spirit he chose is a bit too challenging. If the contract ultimately fails, the Great Xia will personally open a second heroic spirit pool exclusively for him. In this world, only the collective heroic spirit pool, which opens when one turns 18, comes at no cost. If the first contract fails, gaining access to the heroic spirit pool a second time is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even Xia Hao, U.S. father and the strongest garrison historian, would have to pay a tremendous price to allow you a second entry into the collective heroic spirit pool. Yet this old man, with a single sentence, decided to open a second heroic spirit pool exclusively for you. Rolling a cigarette, the old man took a match from his breast pocket and lit it. Still, we should remain optimistic about the boy. If the contract succeeds, does Xia's compensation must keep pace? The big shot stamped his foot, causing the world to tremble a few times. Everyone present knew that because of the old man's single remark, U.S. status had skyrocketed just how high? At least as high as 3 or 4 stories. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Xia Hao had witnessed his son's every move from start to finish. Each step a nail-biter, yet every time a victory. From a cowherd to a king. Defeating the odds and eliminating dissenters. Even if he had taken the field himself, he couldn't have achieved this. Just then, his cell phone rang again. Xia Hao frowned slightly, but when he saw the name on the screen, he answered immediately. He could ignore other calls, but he simply couldn't ignore this one. General, what are your instructions? Join the military? I'll pass that along to my son. Understood. Understood. In the heart of Sioux City, a luxurious high-rise. Zhang Qingrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. My precious son truly lives up to his reputation. Her personal assistant knocked on the door. Ms. Zhang, the warehouse reports that a small supplier has suddenly delivered goods to our doorstep twice the scheduled quantity. Beast King Materials called. They said it was an intern's mistake earlier, and to make amends, they're willing to reduce the price for our next collaboration by 1/10. Zhang Qingrong's beautiful eyes never left the screen as she spoke in a calm tone. Don't accept the small supplier's shipment, and make it known publicly that they've broken the rules. Tell Beast King Materials to lower the price by 1/3 from the original rate. And I mean for every single future transaction. Loyalty that isn't absolute is absolutely no loyalty at all. These small suppliers couldn't wait to stab me in the back without a second thought. They have no reason to exist. As for Beast King Materials, they'll die unless they bleed heavily. Caught in the eye of the storm, you whose actions had stirred up turmoil in the outside world had no idea that a few simple choices he'd made based on history books had already brought him to the attention of this world's most powerful figures. Old Zhu has already become the king of Wu. He is not far from proclaiming himself emperor. I wonder what it will take to earn old Zhu's approval and successfully form a contract. Become emperor? Or achieve national unification? Then let us keep going. You've dealt with your strongest opponent, but the foes you once defeated have become even more troublesome. Zhang Shicheng controls the most fertile lands of Jiangnan. Short-sighted and content to rule his own fiefdom, he has claimed the lives of many of your soldiers. Even your once brave nephew is considering defecting to him. Enraged, you continue to build your strength. 5 years after defeating Chen Yuliang, you dispatch troops to attack Zhang Shicheng and capture his capital. Zhang Shicheng took his own life. Having defeated 2 major enemies in succession, you surveyed the realm and found that the only thing left that caught your eye was this crumbling dynasty. After a year of building up your strength and making preparations, you proclaimed yourself emperor outside Yingtian City, renamed Yingtian to Jinling, established the Great Ming Dynasty, and took the reign title Hangu. That year, you were 41 years old. Thus, the Hangu Emperor was born. The game had finally reached this point, and you let out a long sigh of relief. Then he let out a wry smile. From a cowherd to the Hangu Emperor, and still not recognized by old Zhu as expected, I still need to unify the realm. If the world was surprised when Zhu Yuanzhan proclaimed himself king as if he'd been pre-selected to be the top scorer on the college entrance exam, then at this moment, with the birth of the Hangu Emperor, everyone was driven into a frenzy. Starting with nothing but a bowl, and now ascending to the throne. This was unprecedented in the history of this world. Even if you had failed to successfully form the contract, it would still be enough to go down in history. But once the contract is successful, this will be a mythic rank heroic spirit. To date, the great Xia has had only one mythic rank heroic spirit. Today, will a second one appear? An elder in the imperial capital made a single phone call. And martial path masters from around Sioux City rushed to the city in droves. Elites from the prestigious academies, high and mighty, set out overnight. And several military units also arrived quietly. Xia Hao, the strongest garrison commander, understood his son's current stature all too well. He instantly soared into the sky and headed for the college entrance exam site. Jiang Qingron, in the city center, had lost her initial composure and elegance. Get a car! Get a car! Hurry up and get this old lady a car. I'm going to the college entrance exam site. Ms. Jiang, the CEO of Beast King Materials, has come to pay you a personal visit. Tell him to get lost. Old Zhu had already proclaimed himself emperor. And now, with a powerful army at his disposal, his 24 subordinates had grown into peerless warriors. To him, the remnants of the Yuan dynasty were nothing but a bunch of nobodies. As for the warlords carving out their own fiefdoms in the south, they were nothing more than children playing house. Anyone who plays games regularly knows that the most delicate phase is the early game, when you're grinding for experience and gold, leveling up, and saving up for gear. Once you've maxed out your level and fully equipped your divine gear, you just unleash your ultimate and charge in. Plus, the momentum is on our side now, with our levels and gear giving us the upper hand. No need for words, just rack up kills and boost your score. After proclaiming yourself emperor in Jinling, you face the remnants of the dynasty to the north and warlord fiefdoms to the south. Your choices are: 1. Northern campaign. 2. March south. 3. Rule a region. 4. Do as you please. Who cares about choosing? Just do it. Northern campaign. Be the first to successfully conquer the north from the south. As long as the remnants of the dynasty remain, your heart will be restless and your throne unstable. You decide to launch a northern campaign. The crumbling dynasty is no match for your powerful army and formidable warhorses. That same year, Ming forces capture the capital of the shattered dynasty, bringing an end to the rule of this decaying regime. Thereafter, you launch several northern campaigns to eliminate the remaining forces of the dynasty while simultaneously subduing the warlord factions in the south. This year, at the age of 51, you successfully drove out the foreign invaders, reclaimed your territory, and achieved national unification. The simulation book paused. And a line of special text popped up. You have earned the recognition of the great Emperor Hangu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Your choices are: Option 1, save your progress, end this simulation, and form a contract with the great Emperor Hangu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Option 2, continue the simulation and live out Zhu Yuanzhang's entire life. Just as expected. Only by achieving national unification can one earn old Zhu's recognition. And once recognized by the heroic spirit, two options appear. 1. Form the contract first, then simulate the remainder of his life later. 2. Complete the entire simulation in one go. You made a decisive choice, to form the contract first, save the progress, and then start a new simulation. By the time he was hailed as the Hangu Emperor and achieved national unification, Zhu Yuanzhang had already reached the pinnacle of his life. What followed was the story of governing the realm. Old Zhu's later years were miserable. And you plan to alter his fate in future simulations to earn extra rewards. But there was no rush. He was still in the middle of the college entrance exam, so getting this far was enough for now. Moreover, after saving his progress, he could take the simulation count out of the heroic spirit pool and run simulations at any time without having to reopen the pool. It was much more convenient. After you made his choice, the simulation book turned to a new page. Text gradually appeared on it. Simulation summary. In the early stages of the simulation, you lived a peaceful life and were fortunate enough to survive the chaotic era. But fate had other plans. Disaster struck, pushing you to the brink of the abyss. Yet the calamity did not defeat you. You traveled the land on foot, befriended heroes, and devoted yourself to study. This broadened your horizons, enriched your knowledge, and tempered your will, all of which would benefit you in your future endeavors. Thereafter, you joined the rebel forces and led troops into battle. Though the journey was incredibly arduous, you emerged victorious time and time again. Thanks to your strategic acumen, a battle that was originally destined to result in heavy losses never took place, and your forces marched triumphantly forward. Ultimately, you annihilated a powerful enemy, overthrew a corrupt regime, drove out foreign invaders, and reclaimed your homeland. Starting with nothing but a broken bowl, you ended up as the great Emperor Hongwu. Without a doubt, you are a hero of the highest caliber, the emperor who ascended to the throne through the most righteous means, and the founder of the most principled dynasty. Your success will leave a bold and vivid mark in history. Future generations will hail you as the emperor without equal throughout the ages. You have earned the recognition of the heroic spirit Zhu Yuanzhang. Overall rating, mythic rank. Overall rating, mythic rank. The simulation summary concluded. And a golden soul drifted out from the ancient, weighty simulation book. It materialized into an elderly man clad in a golden dragon robe, with snow-white hair and an aura of dragon-like majesty. He picked up the simulation book and flipped through its pages. The more he read, the broader his smile grew. Ah, you did even better than I did. This man was none other than Zhu Yuanzhang. After watching US simulation process, Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled at you. Little one, you'll be my spirit master from now on. You'd better live up to expectations. Mythic rank, Emperor Hongwu. Zhu Yuanzhang contract successful. Zhu Yuanzhang clasped his hands and bowed slightly to you. And you quickly straightened his posture to return the gesture. Ah, very good, very good. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Then he handed you a book with a gleaming golden cover. Consider this my welcome gift. Spirit Master, cultivate diligently, and slaying a few demonic fiends will be no problem. You accepted it, and the title was clearly inscribed on the cover. The Ming Divine Martial Canon. Heroic spirits of commander rank and above come equipped with their own cultivation techniques. And since Zhu Yuanzhang was a mythic rank, the significance of this cultivation technique was self-evident. The live stream across the entire network cut off right there, and US livestream went completely dark. The footage of yet another mythic rank holder in Huaxia had vanished. But when you contracted the mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang, the news exploded across the world like a cannon blast. Despite the black screen in the official livestream, the buzz continued to rise. Of the two hosts, Bingbing was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Sai's mouth hung open in astonishment. Let us congratulate you on successfully contracting a mythic rank. What? Mythic rank? Xiao Sa suddenly snapped out of it, his expression shifting from shock to joy and then to ecstasy. He didn't care that this was the official livestream, nor did he care about his image. He leaped forward, grabbed the camera, and pressed his face right up against it. Overjoyed, he exclaimed. Mythic rank. Following General Qin, the great general who defended the nation, we now have a new mythic rank holder, and that's you. From a cowherd, a monk, and a beggar to the Hongwu Emperor. He started with just a bowl and ended up as an emperor for the ages. He drove out the invaders and reclaimed the homeland. I dare say US heroic spirit absolutely surpasses General Dao's Bai Qi on a different level within the mythic rank. He is top tier. Xiao Sa had gone wild. He snatched the camera from the cameraman and shoved it right up to his own face. What do all those stinking trolls in the livestream have to say now? Your faces must be burning with shame. If you decided to settle the score with you, you'd be dead meat. You're just a bunch of stinking idiots. You wouldn't even dare kill a single real-life demon soldier. I bet you've never even been to the abyss, have you? All you do is spew trash talk online. I've had it with you guys for a long time. As he got more excited, Xiao Sa pointed the camera at Bingbing. Bingbing, is there anything you want to say to everyone? You can even call out these keyboard warriors. Bingbing wasn't very old. And having witnessed you contract a mythic rank monster with her own eyes, she was far more excited than Xiao Sa. But being a girl, she was a bit reserved, and since this was an official event, she'd been holding back the whole time. Now, goaded by Xiao Sa, she threw caution to the wind. Closing her eyes and clenching her fists, she declared excitedly, I'm going to have your baby. The situation was spiraling out of control. And Xiao Sao was saying whatever came to mind, prompting the staff to rush forward and restrain him immediately. The screen for viewers across the country froze on a close-up of Xiao Sao's face, contorted with excitement. The synchronized subtitles read, "You bunch of stinking, crazy idiots. You ended the simulation, signed a contract with Zhu Yuanzhang, and became a spirit contractor." The Ming divine martial cannon given by Zhu Yuanzhang flew into his dantian, while the unfinished simulation book entered his mind. You finally understood what it meant to be a spirit contractor. First, he felt an incredible sense of ease throughout his entire body, as if every pore had opened, and he possessed boundless strength. Second, he could sense a hazy, indistinct space. This was the so-called heroic spirit realm. It was used to house the heroic spirit bound by the contract. Zhu Yuanzhang stretched, yawning repeatedly as he said, "There's a huge crowd outside. I hate crowds the most, so I'm going back to sleep for now. Spirit Master, call me when you go off to fight and slay the demon clan." With that, he entered the heroic spirit realm. Yu looked around. He was the only student left in the heroic spirit pool. Yu scratched his head. Old Zhu said there were a lot of people outside, probably a bunch of reporters. Having contracted a mythic rank heroic spirit, he was bound to cause a sensation. It made perfect sense that reporters would be there to interview him. Yu straightened his collar and rehearsed the scene in his mind a few times. He decided he absolutely had to emphasize in front of all the reporters that he was still single. He just had a few girlfriends he got along with. Stepping out of the heroic spirit pool, it was dead silent. There was none of the excitement he'd imagined. Instead, there was a terrifying stillness. The entire scene was guarded by heavily armed soldiers in black uniforms. And the high school students and teachers who had been there moments ago had long since been herded away to who knows where. In their place stood a group of people whose mere posture radiated terrifying power. As far as he could recall, they were all high-ranking officials who usually only appeared on state television. And leading the pack was none other than his own father. "Son." A burly man strode over and grabbed Yu's arm. But the moment their hands touched, Xiao Hao's expression changed drastically. And he looked at Yu with utter astonishment. "You've just become a spirit contractor, and yet all your acupoints are already open, truly worthy of mythic rank." In the early stages of the martial path, one uses strength to open acupoints, stores qi within them, and channels qi throughout the body. Xiao Hao knew time was of the essence. This was no time for small talk. He clasped his fists in a bow to the group of martial path masters before him. "My son has opened all his acupoints. There's no time to waste. If you have urgent matters, please forgive us for discussing them later. I apologize for any inconvenience." With that, he was about to lift Yu into the air and head for the official cultivation site to help him step onto the martial path. "Lord Xiahao, how could the official cultivation site possibly compare to all of us gathered here? Yu has just contracted a mythic rank heroic spirit. There's no time to waste in his entry into the martial path. Let us old-timers lend him a helping hand." With that, a thunderous roar rang out, and a heroic spirit wielding a sharp weapon materialized. "We are willing to assist your young master." As he spoke, a group of heroic spirits appeared one after another. Martial path masters from all corners, each accompanied by their own heroic spirit, formed a circle. Their aura soaring skyward as their vital energy surged forth, reaching a height of 100 zhang, a truly spectacular sight. Even some spirit contractors nearby who had just entered the martial path felt their own vital energy surging uncontrollably. Xiao Hao clasped his fists once more. "Thank you all." He had originally intended to take you to a cultivation site, where the energy of vital blood was dense, allowing you to step onto the martial path more steadily. But now, these prominent and influential experts before him had actually personally constructed a vital blood formation and even summoned heroic spirits to guard it. Naturally, this was far superior to the cultivation site. Xiao Hao led you to the center, where they sat cross-legged, and taught him some methods for calming the mind. Then he said, The cultivation technique inherent to your heroic spirit is far more powerful, it might even surpass General Dao's. These elders can't help you, just follow the instructions above. With that, Xia Hao moved to the outer perimeter, summoning a heroic spirit radiating a few strands of golden light to channel a powerful surge of energy into the Qi and Blood Grand Formation. Yu began his cultivation, following the guidance of the Ming Shenwu canon within his dantian. Now, he had set foot on the martial path. The sun and moon are the light. Yu successfully formed a contract with Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. And his own being became deeply attuned to the Ming Shenwu canon. As he cultivated according to its precepts, he felt completely at ease, as if he had mastered it long ago. As the cultivation technique circulated, the sunlight in the vicinity was drawn toward Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, every acupoint on his body was completely unblocked. Unblocking one acupoint marks entry into the martial path. Unblocking 52 single acupoints lays the foundation for the martial path, signifying the completion of the first stage of the martial path. Unblocking 309 paired acupoints achieve perfection in the second stage of the martial path. Opening another 50 extraordinary acupoints beyond the meridians leads to perfection in the third stage of the martial path. At this point, with all acupoints fully opened, one may be called a master of the martial path. Advancing further means transcending the lower tiers of martial arts. A spirit contractor's cultivation speed is related to the strength of the heroic spirit they have contracted. Yu's father, Xia Hao, contracted a top-tier commander rank heroic spirit and reached the combat tier in 30 years, earning the title of Great Xia's strongest guardian. Dao, the Great Xia general who contracted the mythic rank heroic spirit by Qi, attained the Great Grandmaster realm in 50 years, truly the world's greatest. Yu is bound to the mythic rank Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, who comes with his own cultivation technique. Upon emerging from the heroic spirit pool, more than a dozen martial path experts summoned heroic spirits to form a Qi and Blood Grand Array, helping him stabilize the foundations of his martial path. Reaching the first stage of the martial path was a piece of cake for Yu. Following the unique breathing techniques outlined in the Ming Divine Martial Canon. With each inhale and exhale, Yu activated a new acupoint. In less than half an hour, Yu had fully opened all 52 acupoints, achieving perfection in the first stage of the martial path. To achieve in a few breaths what would take ordinary people years of effort, how terrifying is that? The martial path masters supporting Yu were all stunned, and even his father, Xia Hao, was genuinely surprised. Just as Yu was preparing to capitalize on the momentum and advance to the second stage of the martial path, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hey, no. Your foundation is unstable, and your strikes lack ferocity. That's not how you train in martial arts. Kid, even if you break through to the third stage of the martial path like this, you'll be nothing but all show and no substance. Keep filling the 52 single acupoints to strengthen yourself. By then, even someone at the third stage of the martial path might not be able to beat you. Inside the heroic spirit realm, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had conjured a palm fan from nowhere, fanned himself, squinting as he observed the meridians and acupoints within Yu's body. Don't worry. I'm here watching over you, nothing will go wrong. A contracted heroic spirit shares life and death with its master. Yu naturally trusted him completely. So, following Zhu Yuanzhang's advice, he abandoned his attempt to break through to the second stage of the martial path and continued to strengthen the 52 acupoints he had already opened. It was now nearing dusk. The sun about to set, the moon yet to rise. Yu's rate of enhancement slowed considerably. The martial path masters standing guard for him all noticed this. One of them tossed a blood-red fruit toward Yu. On behalf of the Education Bureau, here is a snake blood fruit. May the martial path flourish. At a nod from his father, Xia Hao, Yu swallowed the snake blood fruit without hesitation. Instantly, the vital energy within him which had been waning surged, and the 52 acupoints expanded and strengthened. Seeing this, the other masters present silently cursed the Education Bureau for constantly fueling internal competition. They then proceeded to state their intentions and stances. On behalf of the military department, we present 3 top-grade Qi and blood pills. You are welcome to enlist at any time to join us in defeating the Demon Clan and protecting our homeland. After berating the Education Bureau for fostering internal competition, they went on to criticize the military department for exploiting patriotic sentiment. But since everyone had already been brought to this point, on behalf of the Academy of Civilization, we present 3 calming charms. We wish the Wisdom Path prosperity, and you are welcome to join the Academy of Civilization at any time as a senior researcher to study history together and aid the human race. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in curses. While the Education Bureau and the military department had shown some intent to recruit, they at least remained restrained. The Academy of Civilization, however, was blunt and direct, offering the title of senior researcher. Holy shit! How many senior researchers does the Academy of Civilization even have? Pick anyone at random, and they're a venerable elder of high moral standing. Yet if you were to join, he'd start right at the rank of senior researcher. In terms of rank, right after the college entrance exams ended, you was already on equal footing with his own father. But when they thought of U.S. mythic rank the Hangwu Emperor, who might even be more formidable than Bai Qi, and the fact that the entire nation had witnessed U.S. rise, advancing step by step from a cowherd to an emperor for the ages. Something even those old fossils at the Academy of Civilization couldn't achieve, you was fully qualified. The crowd instantly fell silent again. They all pulled out their phones, hunched over their messages, urging their superiors who'd been keeping things under wraps to grant them the highest possible authorization immediately. Otherwise, a mythic rank spirit contractor would be snatched away by those slutty bitches out there. Ha ha ha, how amusing, how amusing. Kid, you're doing much better than I did back in the day. If you don't end up surpassing me, I won't let you off easy. Zhu Yuanzhang was teaching you how to make the most of the treasures this group had just given him. The top-grade qi and blood pills were easier to absorb than the snake blood fruit and could replenish even more qi and blood. The calming talisman, in turn, was perfect for curbing the surging excess qi and blood, allowing you to better channel his qi and blood and enhance his cultivation. As the sun set behind the western mountains, Yu exhaled a long, heavy breath. Opening his eyes, a beam of brilliant light shot forth as the aura of a golden dragon swirled within them. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed happily. Excellent, excellent. Much better than when I was a child. Yu silently thanked Zhu Yuanzhang in his heart, then stood up. Noticing that the martial pathmasters from all directions were still guarding his formation, he bowed his fists in all directions. Thank you, esteemed elders. They'd seen their fair share of prodigies, but most were arrogant and conceited, treating others like dogs. If not for the fear of future retaliation once they grew stronger, they'd have loved to punch them in the face. But just look at you. His father is the strongest garrison commander, his mother is the chairwoman of a Fortune 500 company, and he himself is a mythic rank spirit contractor. He is undoubtedly a rare gem among men. And what a class act! All traces of fatigue vanished from the experts' faces. They even felt a surge of excitement. A mythic rank spirit contractor is thanking me? I'll be bragging about this for the rest of my life. Everyone knew that before long, you would grow to a level where they'd have to look up to him. The experts all smiled and returned the gesture. They exchanged the usual pleasantries. You're too kind, let me know if you ever need anything. But this time, there was an extra touch of sincerity. You stood up and walked over to his father's side. While you had been stabilizing his cultivation realm, his mother had also arrived. Jiang Qingrong still possessed her former charm, every gesture exuding nobility and elegance. She naturally slipped her arm through U.S. My precious son, you're amazing. You haven't eaten all day, you must be starving. Tell mom what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you myself. Having lived as an orphan for decades, Yu was newly arrived in this world and now faced a complete family, with his mother doting on him. He paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his lips. Xia Hao, meanwhile, grabbed Yu's shoulder and praised him unreservedly. Good lad. You've reached the peak of the first level of the martial path in just one training session. And you know your limits. You didn't rush headlong into the next realm but instead consolidated your strength. With that solid foundation, even someone who has just entered the third level of the martial path probably won't stand a chance against you. Once we get home, Dad will teach you some martial arts techniques, and you'll be more than capable of being called a little master. Hearing Xia Hao say this, Jiang Qingrong also took notice. She squeezed Yu's firm muscles, brimming with pride. My precious son, come to the company tomorrow. I'll have someone custom craft a Earth-grade weapon just for you. The representatives from various factions who had gathered around were all left speechless. An Earth-grade weapon, something they couldn't obtain even after a lifetime of striving, and you had already secured one right after finishing his college entrance exams? And what about the martial arts techniques Xia Hao mentioned? Could anything taught by a combat tier master possibly be just some run-of-the-mill continental stuff? They probably couldn't trade a lifetime's worth of merit points for that. Comparing oneself to others is enough to drive a person mad. An awkward atmosphere hung in the air. And the representative from the Academy of Civilization pushed up his glasses and stepped forward, steeled against the embarrassment. Minister Xia, Mrs. Jiang, it comes as no surprise that your son has topped this year's college entrance exams. Has he decided where he'll be attending? The recruitment phase began. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Qingrong with her keen business acumen stepped forward and smiled. Today's exams were exhausting. My son should get some rest now. If you have anything to discuss, please go back and deliberate, and we can talk in detail tomorrow. True to her reputation as a seasoned businesswoman, Jiang Qingrong's moves were flawless. With just a few words, she had positioned herself in the most advantageous spot. The representatives from all sides also understood the subtext of her words. You're not high-ranking enough, go fetch someone more influential to negotiate. But since Jiang Qingrong had given them ample face, they couldn't very well say anything. Though inwardly they were astounded. This is likely to spark a frenzy of competition among all parties vying for you. A mythic rank spirit contractor, that title alone was enough to make one a guest of honor among all parties. They dared not imagine what terrifying prices the bigwigs above them would pay to win her over. It looked like the show was about to begin. With the college entrance exams over, it was only natural that the students would now indulge in wild celebrations. On the way home, you looked through the black car windows at the students chasing each other down the street, laughing heartily. The scene was incredibly lively. Of course, while some rejoiced, others grieved. And many more were quietly weeping. Some went so far as to kneel on the ground, clutching their right eyes and shouting, "I'd rather die than live like this." In this world, college entrance exam scores are released on the spot. A successful contract means you've made it even at the lowest mortal rank. There are plenty of academies vying for your enrollment. This isn't just about passing the exam, it's essentially about turning your life around. Being a spirit contractor truly sets you above the rest. It's not just an empty phrase. If you fail the exam or the contract, you're doomed to spend your life toiling like a beast of burden. Though cruel, it dashes ordinary people's illusions, which is probably a good thing. After all, in his previous life, you worked hard to get into a 985 university, thinking he was about to soar to great heights. But once he graduated and entered society, he discovered he was still just a beast of burden, and an older one at that. Could you stand that? If he'd known, he'd have been better off shaking his hands, dancing the ghost step, playing beer games, partying from morning till night, and racking up quick coins. You averted his gaze. None of that mattered to him anymore. Armed with the historical knowledge in his mind, he had successfully contracted with the mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang right at the college entrance exam site. Although tomorrow was the official day for the exam results to be released, there was no doubt about it, you was definitely the top scorer. My darling son, I've transferred 500,000 to you. Treat yourself well now that the exam is over. Have you made plans with any pretty female classmates to go to the beach? Mom just bought a beachfront villa in Sanya. Why don't you invite a few female classmates over to have some fun? Beside him, his mom, Jiang Qingrong, waved her phone, looking at you with a face full of doting affection. You pulled out his phone to check. Sure enough, 500,000 had been deposited. His balance was still around 3 million. He was about to curse, damn capitalists, but then he realized he was now a capitalist in this world himself, and the thought made him feel incredibly good. He has just set foot on the martial path. This is a crucial time. We can't waste this vacation. I plan to take Xiaoyu to the abyss for some training to consolidate his cultivation realm. Dad, Xia Hao, turned his head, his expression serious. All right. Go to the abyss to consolidate his cultivation level. Our little Yu is already mythic rank. He'll be even more formidable than a national general in the future. Come to Mom's company tomorrow to have a set of weapons and gear custom made. Perform well in the abyss and let the demon clan see the true caliber of my son. Jiang Qingrong was a smart woman who never contradicted her husband. However, while she verbally agreed with Xia Hao, she secretly slipped Yu a set of keys and gave him a wink. This little gesture naturally didn't escape the notice of Xia Hao, a combat tier cultivator. He smiled helplessly. It's his own wife, might as well spoil her a bit. The luxury vehicle, with the Great Xia national flag displayed on both sides of the front, made its way discreetly through the bustling city streets and, under the bright full moon, pulled into a villa nestled halfway up the hillside. Yu appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly thought, what extravagance! In this high martial arts world, the strong possess everything. No one would find that strange. And Yu was, after all, the only person in the entire world who knew history. Power was inevitable. After a night's rest, Yu had fully come to terms with the environment of this world, as well as his own status and position. Of course, another reason was the immense confidence that came from his own power. The college entrance exam results will be released this afternoon, so I'll sleep a little longer. The results were scheduled to be released at 6 p.m. on the day after the exam ended. At that time, he could submit his college applications. At 5:30 p.m., a sleepy-eyed Yu froze on the stairs. The first-floor lobby of his home was packed with a group of people in suits, slicked-back hair, and glasses. They stood in perfect unison upon seeing Yu. They all rose to their feet, their faces bearing a hint of flattery. Up already? Come over here. His mother, Jiang Qingrong, sat beside his father and beckoned to him. Yu walked downstairs, and a crowd closed in on him. You must be young Master Yu. You're truly a strikingly handsome young man. I'm an admissions officer from the Great Xia Academy of Civilization. Here's my business card. I'm from the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy. Joining the Divine Martial Academy will undoubtedly be your best choice. I'm from Great Xia. The crowd swarmed around him, each one proudly stating their affiliation. Wow, every single one of them was affiliated with a national-level institution. His father, Xia Hao, chimed in to explain. These are admissions officers from various academies. They've been waiting here at our house since early this morning. Seeing that you were asleep, they were worried you might be exhausted from signing the mythic rank contract yesterday, so they didn't want to disturb you. Yu scratched his head. Top universities competing for students. Although he'd done well academically on Blue Star, he'd never experienced this kind of treatment before. Xia Hao continued his patient explanation. Based on your grades, you're a shoo-in for the top spot on the college entrance exam. You don't need to look at any of the others. You just need to choose between the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy, the Great Xia Academy of Civilization, and the Great Xia Academy of Slaughter. As soon as he said this, the admissions officers from the other academies laughed awkwardly and took a step back in unison. In truth, they knew full well that they stood no chance against these three institutions. But they still had to fulfill the task assigned by their schools to make their presence known in front of a mythic rank contract holder. If they could get a photo together, that would be even better. Posting it on the school's official website would be the best recruitment advertisement. The Great Xia Divine Martial Academy is the institution with the strongest overall capabilities in Great Xia. Most of Great Xia's powerful figures hail from this academy, such as the National General Dao and the Valkyrie Frost. The Great Xia Academy of Civilization is a rather unique institution. It primarily researches the history of heroic spirits and helps the human race better contract with them. In addition, poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are also their strengths. Ming, the great Xia sword god who contracted the sword saint and the poet immortal Li Bai hails from this academy. As for the Great Xia Academy of Slaughter, it was founded by General Dao, the guardian of the nation. It operates under a military-style management system, with all courses focused on enhancing combat prowess. Each exam involves entering the abyss to slay demonic beings. You thought it over carefully. To be honest, with his knowledge of Chinese history, no one in this world could teach him anything new. Therefore, he placed greater value on who could provide him with more resources. Dad, which one do you recommend I attend? His own father was, after all, known as the strongest garrison commander and the martial path expert most likely to enter the Grandmaster realm. His advice carried significant weight. Xia Hao pondered for a moment. Let me first analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the three academies. First, the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy is, without a doubt, the top institution in Great Xia, boasting top-tier resources and connections. Its martial path is formidable, unmatched anywhere in the nation. As for the wisdom path, while it may not rival the Academy of Civilization in historical research, it holds a slight edge over the Academy of Civilization in poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Upon hearing this, the admissions officer from the Divine Martial Academy wore a look of pride. The Academy of Civilization, however, seemed somewhat unconvinced. In recent years, in the wisdom path, the Academy of Civilization had already begun to surpass the Divine Martial Academy in several areas. Moreover, the people at the Academy of Civilization believed that history was the most powerful discipline of all, everything else was merely a side path. And in the field of historical research, the Academy of Civilization was in a league of its own. Xia Hao continued. As for the Academy of Civilization, its focus is quite specific. It specializes in the wisdom path and history, leaving all others far behind in the field of history, which is of great assistance to human contract heroic spirits. Moreover, once you cross the third stage of the martial path and enter the mid-stage of the martial path, you will be able to unlock soul power. The expansion of soul power will allow you to contract multiple heroic spirits. And the best way to hone your soul power is to reconstruct a complete history within your mind. This is also where the Academy of Civilization excels. Upon entering the martial path, its realms are divided into the combat tier, Grandmaster realm, Great Grandmaster realm, and Saint realm. Beyond that, no one knows what lies ahead. Within the combat tier, every 3 stages constitute one phase. Stages 1, 2, and 3 comprise the early phase. Stages 4, 5, and 6 comprise the middle stage. Stages 7, 8, and 9 comprise the late stage. Stage 10 represents the ultimate realm. There is a vast chasm between the early, middle, and late stages. Once crossed, combat power multiplies exponentially. Upon entering the middle stage of the martial path, one awakens soul power and expands the heroic spirit space. Those with powerful soul power can accommodate multiple heroic spirits. Xia Hao then introduced the third academy. The Great Xia Academy of Slaughter. Its motto is use any means necessary to cultivate the strong. It operates under a fully militarized management system, with boosting combat power as its primary goal. The entrance exam involves entering the Abyss Rift to slay monsters. To graduate, students must join the military and head to the front lines. The Academy of Slaughter has the lowest graduation rate among the 3, but every student who emerges is a powerhouse, a pillar of the human race. As you listened, he mentally ruled out the Academy of Slaughter. Don't forget, he was a seasoned veteran of the corporate world. Based on this information alone, he already figured it all out. The Academy of Slaughter was essentially the military's reserve force, sure to be filled exclusively with burly, dark-skinned men who trained all day long. He figured they probably weren't even allowed to use cell phones, let alone hang out with pretty girls. It completely went against U.S. personal philosophy. It's 6 o'clock. The college entrance exam results are out, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. 2 of the top 3 have actually contracted with epic rank entities. First place, you. Contract with mythic rank Hangwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. He has taken the top spot on the college entrance exam. You chose a bowl as his initial trait at the start, and ended up as the greatest emperor of all time. He successfully contracted with a mythic rank entity. The entire internet witnessed this. But within a minute of the college entrance exam results being released, this news quickly shot to the top 3 trending topics. #shocking. From beggar to emperor. College entrance exam top scorer you. #Disxia's second mythic rank. Emperor Hanwu Zhu Yuanzhan. #Universities are swarming the entrances, determined to recruit you. As for the controversy surrounding his own college entrance exam, you had already caught wind of last night. From the moment he chose an utterly miserable initial trait, the entire internet had been mocking and cursing him, with discussions surpassing 100 million views. But he didn't care. It was best if people in this world kept thinking that way. It would make it easier for him to snatch up other mythic rank contracts later on. After all, some emperors for the ages were still local thugs and hoodlums back in their hometowns at age 40. Some peerless generals have even suffered the humiliation of being made to crawl between someone's legs in public. How good could these people's initial traits possibly be? If no one else chooses them, all the better. You can quietly feast on them to his heart's content. However, you is still quite interested in the other news trending on the hot search list. #second place college entrance exam top scorer, contracted greatest female scholar of all time, epic rank Li Qingzhou. #breaking news. Third place on the college entrance exam, contracted eunuch and powerful minister, epic heroic spirit Zhao Gao. Their photos were posted below. The one contracted as Zhao Gao had hair covering half his eyes. He was gaunt with deep dark circles under his eyes, a classic sinister look. You glanced at it and skipped right past, instead turning his attention to the second place finisher on the college entrance exam. In the photo was a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed simply, holding a book of poetry. Sunlight filtered through her hair and fell on her face. She gave the camera a gentle smile, radiating youthful beauty. You looked closely. Isn't she way better than milk tea, sister? Unbelievable, he'd never seen such a stunning college student. A teacher from the great Xia Xinwu Academy quietly leaned over to you and whispered, "This is Lin Mei. We've confirmed she has already been admitted to our Daxia Xinwu Academy. Young Master Xia, once you enroll, having the first and second place winners of the college entrance exam as a pair will surely be the talk of the town." You exchanged a knowing glance with him. A kindred spirit. Damn it. They're stealing students from our Academy of Civilization again, the sharp-eared admissions officer from the Academy of Civilization roared in fury. They had already learned that Li Qingzhou, this heroic spirit, was a pure wisdom path heroic spirit, making her a perfect fit for the Academy of Civilization. They never expected Xinwu Academy to snatch her away again. From his use of the word again, it was clear that the two institutions had long-standing animosity. Not to be outdone, a representative from the Academy of Civilization walked over to U.S. ear and whispered, "The Academy of Civilization has a 3-to-7 male-to-female ratio, and our campus queens and beauty queens are every bit as stunning as Lin Mei." Both sides argued until their faces turned red. Teachers from other academies stepped back to watch the spectacle. After all, they'd never seen these two leading academies go to such lengths to compete for a single student. It was quite a novelty. As for the other academy on U.S. shortlist, the Academy of Slaughter, the admissions officer who arrived was a short-haired woman who looked extremely capable. She sat quietly to the side, her expression as cold as a machine. The killing intent radiating from her was almost tangible. Even an ordinary person could tell at a glance that she was someone who had spent years climbing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Her chin-length, jet black hair covered half her face, revealing only one eye. A scar ran from her forehead down to the corner of her eye. Far from being unattractive, it actually added a touch of allure. Xiaoyu, the choice is yours. No matter what you decide, Mom and Dad will support you, Jiang Qingrong said with a smile. Xia Hao looked serious. "I'd recommend the Academy of Slaughter. Although its other conditions can't compare to those of Xinwu or Civilization, it's the place that hones a person the most. Take Zhu Yuanzhang, whom you've contracted with. He rose from a cowherd in turbulent times to become the Hangwu Emperor, step by step. That journey was undoubtedly steeped in bloodshed. The Academy of Slaughter might be a better fit. Before you could say a word, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't hold back any longer. He vented his frustrations in the heroic spirit space. At first, I just wanted to eat my fill, farm a few mu of land, have kids with my girl, and live a peaceful life, but they won't let me, will they? You looked at the three of them and flashed a sincere smile. So, let us talk about the perks. No beating around the bush, since they were all pretty much the same. He'd go wherever the perks were better. Everyone looked into US clear, sincere eyes, unable to believe such a utilitarian statement had come from his mouth. His mother, Jiang Qingron, however, gave him an approving look. Just like your old mom, you've got a sharp mind. Before the other admissions offices could react, the shrewd Academy of Civilization had already laid out its terms. If young Master Xia joins the Academy of Civilization, he will immediately be granted the status of a high-ranking researcher. You'll have unrestricted access to all historical records below the university's second tier, and 2 professors will inscribe inscriptions on your weapons. Once you reach combat tier, Vice Dean Ming will compose a poem for you to mark your entry into the way. The Academy of Civilization's offer was nothing short of lavish. And everyone present gasped in astonishment. A representative from the Academy of Civilization continued. If, during your time at the university, your soul power expands enough to accommodate a second heroic spirit, the Academy of Civilization will open the heroic spirit pool exclusively for you, and 10 senior researchers will stand guard to assist you in contracting your second heroic spirit. Whoa! The crowd gasped 3 times in succession. Even the teachers from the ever-haughty Shenwu Academy had a change in their expressions. The Civilization Academy representative had lost his mind. High-level researchers receive 10,000 merit points per month. Everyone present was a prominent figure, yet 99% of them couldn't even reach that figure. Moreover, high-level researchers held administrative rank. And you was just a freshman. Right upon enrollment, he'd already attained the same rank as his father. Not to mention the Civilization Academy's historical records. They represent the very essence of the entire Great Xia Empire. For an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse of them, who knows how many merit points they'd have to spend? But you? Except for level 1 records, he gets to access them for free. And then there's the weapon inscriptions by the Civilization Academy professors. This is equivalent to enchanting. It's a tangible boost to combat power. They usually can't even beg for such favors. After all, inscribing weapons consumes a tremendous amount of soul power. More importantly, once you reaches the combat tier, the Great Xia Sword God, the Sword Saint bound by contract, and Dean Ming Li Bai, known as the Poet Immortal, will compose a poem to help him enter the Tao. That essay poem by the Poet Immortal, when materialized, a single line can slay an abyss monarch. At that time, if Xia Yu can seize this opportunity, he'll instantly enter the Grandmaster realm. That alone wouldn't be so bad. After all, the Academy of Civilization has its own prodigies, and the Academy of Divine Martial Arts has theirs. They could pull it off too. But what's most infuriating is what comes next. Opening a separate heroic spirit pool. And inviting 10 elderly scholars to safeguard the process. The cost of opening a separate heroic spirit pool alone is enough to drain an entire academy's resources. What's even more well known is, once inside the heroic spirit pool, although outsiders can see what's happening, the person inside cannot communicate with the outside world. The choice of initial trait which simulates every major decision point in a heroic spirit's life is entirely up to the individual. But those high-ranking researchers at the Academy of Civilization are all old scholars. If you sent them into battle, their combat prowess might not be all that impressive. But having spent their entire lives researching the history of heroic spirits, their soul power is absurdly powerful. They can channel that soul power through the heroic spirit pool to help the heroic spirit make better choices. This is something no one but the Academy of Civilization can do. A professor from the Academy of Civilization looked at you with a smile. We're willing to invest in you because the Academy of Civilization wants to do something for the human race. To create a spirit contractor who has successfully contracted 2 mythic rank heroic spirits. It was as if a holy light were emanating from the Civilization Academy teacher's back. And an air of grandeur, nobility, and righteousness filled the room. The crowd nearby was also deeply moved, their faces filled with reverence. You curled his lip, thinking to himself, just empty promises. Because of the Abyss Rift invasion, this world was unstable, leaving little time for people to scheme against one another, which meant their ability to make empty promises was abysmal. After a year of toiling like a beast of burden and society, you had long since stopped falling for such empty promises. Help me contract a 2nd mythic rank spirit? I know the Ziji Tongjian by heart, inside and out. Forget your Academy of Civilization, the entire world's history doesn't hold a candle to mine. Do I really need to pore over your scattered, unreliable historical records? Besides, the way to boost soul power is by continuously piecing together a complete history. Come on, that means once I unlock my soul power, I'll be ridiculously powerful. I'm the only one in the whole world who knows the complete history. Forget 2 mythic ranks. If I come across even one, I'll snatch them up and contract them. You wasn't buying this poorly drawn pie. He looked impassively at the representatives from Shinwu Academy. What about your school? The Shinwu Academy representative's eyes lit up. That's right, contracts and a 2nd mythic rank? Those are all pie in the sky, unpredictable notions. Student you, if you choose to enroll at our Great Xia Shinwu Academy, upon admission, the Dean of the College of Literature will personally inscribe all your weapons. You can choose any type you like. Plus, we'll gift you a heaven-tier martial art. You'll have unrestricted access to all historical records below Tier 2, and priority access to Tier 1 records. Once your soul power is sufficient to support a 2nd heroic spirit, the Academy will open the heroic spirit pool exclusively for you. Once you reach combat tier, the Valkyrie Frost herself will personally impart her Grandmaster realm expertise. You looked at him, then after a moment asked, "Is that all? What about merit points?" If he remembered correctly, merit points were extremely important. They could be exchanged for martial arts techniques, equipment, items, historical records, and more. The College of Civilization granted 10,000 merit points per month. The representative from the Divine Martial Academy gave an awkward smile. As for that, we really can't make that call. At the Divine Martial Academy, merit points are primarily earned by completing missions, ranking high on leaderboards, or providing accurate historical records. I'm confident that, given your skill level, you'll be able to earn plenty of merit points with ease. Besides, merit points at the Academy of Civilization aren't that easy to come by either. Senior researchers must submit at least one level 2 historical record every month, otherwise, out of 10,000 merit points, they only receive 3,000. Shinwu Academy and the Academy of Civilization are arch-rivals, constantly taking jabs at each other. You rolled his eyes. So much talk, but the bottom line is there's nothing, right? He turned his gaze back to the woman from the Academy of Slaughter. What about you guys? The woman from the Academy of Slaughter was as terse as ever. One heavenly tier martial art manual. A poem inscribed with killing intent on the Dean's weapon. 1 hour of daily access to an earth tier cultivation chamber. Merit points earned by slaying demons. Military rank earned by slaying demons. Historical records none. You paused for a moment or two. The woman was silent for a moment before speaking again. Historical records, you can trade me for them by slaying demons. I have some. You rolled his eyes skyward. The strongest in Great Xia, a national general, the founder of the only great Grandmaster realm Dao and the 3rd-ranked university in the nation, yet this place has so little prestige? It seems the Civilization Academy is the one willing to put up the stakes right now. You immediately ruled out the penniless Great Xia School of Slaughter. He turned his attention to the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy and the Great Xia Civilization Academy. Wait. Just as he was about to make his choice, someone from the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy called out. Student Yu, wait. The female war god Yi has arrived in Sioux City and is coming to meet you in person right away. As soon as this news broke, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The great Xia female war god, a Grandmaster realm level powerhouse, coming in person to recruit you? Oh my god. This is unbelievable. The great Xia female warrior god, a Grandmaster realm expert, was coming in person to recruit you? Everyone was stunned. What kind of level is the Grandmaster realm, anyway? She is the kind of figure who could shake the entire Great Xia with a single stomp. The people sent to Suzhou to recruit you were all prominent figures in their own right. Some of them even held positions no lower than U.S. Father, Xia Hao. But in the presence of this figure, they were no better than ants. Not only were the professors from the major academies stunned, even Xia Hao was taken aback. Although he was at the combat tier, which sounded like he was just a step away from the Grandmaster realm. Only those who had truly reached that realm knew the gap between them as wide as a chasm. It was possible he might never set foot on the path to the Grandmaster realm in his entire life. And the true strength of a nation is measured by the number of Grandmaster realm cultivators it possesses. It can be said that every Grandmaster realm cultivator is a national treasure. One more such cultivator brings prosperity to the nation. One less leads to turmoil or even destruction. It was a figure of such stature who had personally come to recruit you. The way everyone looked at you changed. Originally, they had been curious and envious that you had contracted a mythic rank heroic spirit. Now, it was respect. It was awe. A group of bigwigs whom people usually only saw on TV now felt a sense of awe toward the 18-year-old you. Ha ha ha, how amusing, how amusing. I'd like to see for myself just how powerful this so-called Valkyrie really is. Zhu Yuanzhan laughed heartily as he watched the changes in everyone's expressions from within the heroic spirit space. You had originally decided to choose the Great Xia Civilization Academy. After all, with his knowledge of history, contracting multiple mythic heroic spirits would be no problem. And contracting multiple heroic spirits requires expanding the heroic spirit space. After taking a look around, he concluded that the Civilization Academy would be the most helpful to him. However, since a Valkyrie of the Grandmaster realm had come all the way here, then let us see what the Valkyrie has to say. Silence. Utter silence. So quiet they could hear each other's heartbeats. The teachers, professors, and deans from all the academies were completely dumbfounded. A Valkyrie has come to see you in person, and you say you want to see what price she'll offer? Are you even human, you brat? The blood pressure of a group of Mediterranean-style powerhouses skyrocketed instantly. If it were their own student, they would VE slapped him across the face long ago. But since it was you, the Mediterranean powerhouses silently adjusted their wigs, which had nearly slipped off. You certainly had the right to do this. A mythic rank contract holder, if he develops successfully, his achievements won't be any less than those of Grandmaster Realm E. Quick, contact the college and ask Dean Ming if he can make a trip to Suzhou City. The group from the College of Civilization gathered together, frantically brainstorming solutions. If the Divine Martial Academy has a Grandmaster Realm expert, so does our Academy of Literature. And not just one but two Grandmaster Realm experts. The Sword God and the Poet Immortal. When the call reached the Academy, their hopeful gazes turned to despair. The Academy said Dean Ming has gone off to drink somewhere. They only found a single Shu He left behind at his residence. The group exchanged glances and fell silent. This certainly fit their image of Grandmaster Realm Ming. He spent his days drinking. When drunk, he'd write poetry and dance with his sword. After all, his contract partner, Li Bai, was the very poet who wrote lines like, "A horse with 5-colored mane, a fur coat worth 1,000 gold. Call the boy to bring them out and exchange them for fine wine, so we may together dispel the sorrows of the ages." He was the kind of poet who urged people to sell their possessions and take out loans just to drink. Here she comes. Grandmaster Realm Yi is here. Everyone looked out in unison. A female general clad in pure white battle armor strode in, her bearing heroic and graceful, with clear, delicate features. Her face was so stunning it could topple a kingdom, and the aura of a Grandmaster Realm powerhouse radiating from within her made anyone dare not harbor any frivolous thoughts. War God Yi. Grandmaster Realm Yi. Dean Yi. A crowd of local bigwigs rushed forward, clasping their fists in salute. A Grandmaster Realm figure was someone they'd never normally have the chance to meet. Just seeing her was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. As the host, Xiahao took the lead, clasping his fists and saying, "Grandmaster Realm Yi." Frost nodded slightly. "Did your son form a contract with the Hanwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang?" Xiahao answered in the affirmative. "And Jiang Qingrong pulled you forward." No one dared to act out of line in the presence of a Grandmaster Realm figure. Frost scrutinized you closely, then nodded. "Very good." Receiving the Grandmaster Realm's approval meant Yu's future was essentially secured. The eyes of the local power brokers turned red as they looked at you, eager to rush forward immediately to cling to his legs and kiss his feet. If they offered you more help while she was still weak, perhaps a simple word of recommendation from her in the future could propel them to new heights. As soon as Frost finished speaking, a red soul flew out from within her body, revealing a female warrior clad in armor and a robe, wielding a long sword. This was none other than Frost, the great Xia's female Valkyrie, at the epic rank Qin Liangyu. As the heroic spirit and the spirit contractor grow together, the stronger the spirit contractor becomes, the more the heroic spirit's own abilities are enhanced. As the saying goes, anyone below the Grandmaster Realm is but an ant. As soon as Qin Liangyu appeared, everyone present felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Their own heroic spirits were suppressed, leaving them so overwhelmed they could barely catch their breath. And yet, this very heroic spirit, one they usually looked up to in awe, actually rushed over to you, knelt on one knee, and spoke with sincere earnestness. "Qin Liangyu, General of the Great Ming, pays her respects to the great Emperor Hanwu." Another eerie silence fell. Present were not only deans and professors from the university, but also key figures from various government agencies. It was only then that they realized the heroic spirit of the venerable female Valkyrie was, in fact, a general under Yu's heroic spirit. At the same time, they noticed something even more significant. Frost Yi of the Grandmaster Realm, the Valkyrie Yi, Dean Yi's heroic spirit was actually kneeling before you. "Are you a general of my great Ming?" Zhu Yuanzhang drifted out from within Yu's body. Although Yu was currently only at the perfected first stage of the martial path, and Zhu Yuanzhang's spirit form was still somewhat scattered, one could still sense the regal and domineering aura emanating from him. Even though Qin Liangyu's strength at that moment exceeded Zhu Yuanzhang's by several times, she still bowed her head, respectfully clasped her hands, and nodded. This servant was a general of the Great Ming during the reign of Emperor Tianqi. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. "I know nothing of later generations, but as a general of my Ming dynasty who has attained the epic rank, your merits must be considerable." You spoke up from the side to add, "This lady is truly remarkable. She took over her husband's duties, fought against foreign invaders, quelled internal unrest, and led troops for 40 years. She is the only female general to have been enfeoffed as a marquis for her military achievements." Zhu Yuanzhang was astonished. These were all facts he had never known. Having spent his entire life fighting against foreign invaders, Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing that Qin Liangyu had a similar background and was, moreover, a general of the Great Ming, adopted a friendly demeanor and asked her about some matters of daily life. During this lull, the Valkyrie Frost looked at you with some surprise. She hadn't expected you to actually know the historical records of her own heroic spirit. Combining this with what she already knew, you had chosen the initial trait with the lowest starting status on the college entrance exam, advancing step by step from a cowherd to a great emperor. Such talent was rare indeed. And as a contracted mythic heroic spirit, she possessed immense potential. Coupled with her observations at that moment, You remained neither servile nor arrogant in the presence of Frost, a Grandmaster realm cultivator, maintaining a humble and courteous demeanor. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome. This caused Frost's favorability toward him to skyrocket. After Qin Liangyu and Zhu Yuanzhang finished catching up, they returned to their respective bodies. Frost surveyed the group gathered around him. "Are you all here to recruit you?" Those around him nodded in unison. Frost didn't beat around the bush as usual. He fixed his gaze solely on the heads of the three institutions, the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy, the Great Xia Civilization Institute, and the Great Xia Slaughter Academy. He stated bluntly, "What terms are you offering?" The three heads respectfully repeated the terms. Frost nodded slightly and looked at you. "So you're planning to choose the Academy of Civilization?" You nodded, "Right. The Academy of Civilization offers the best benefits, not only 10,000 merit points per month, but they'll also help me contract a second heroic spirit. I believe that with my own abilities, contracting another epic rank or even a mythic rank should be possible." In reality, Yu was being a bit sly. He knew that Frost, as a member of the Great Xia Xinwu Academy, had come in person. Not only because Qin Liangyu wanted to meet Zhu Yuanzhang, but also to recruit him. Otherwise, a Grandmaster realm powerhouse wouldn't ask so many questions. So he deliberately emphasized how important the Academy of Civilization was to him. That way, the Xinwu Academy would offer him better terms. Qin Liangyu quickly interjected, "I'll only be in Sioux City for an hour, so let us cut to the chase. In addition to what was just offered, the Xinwu Academy will grant you access to level 1 historical records and 2 hours of use in an Earth-tier cultivation chamber each day. When your heroic spirit space can accommodate a second heroic spirit, I will personally seek out a practitioner with powerful soul power to assist you. As for merit points as my direct disciple, you'll receive 10,000 per month without having to provide historical records. I will personally instruct you at least once a month and guide you into the Grandmaster realm. The Valkyrie is taking on a disciple. The value of this opportunity is beyond measure. Direct transmission from the Grandmaster realm. What do those 4 words mean? Even a child could tell. From now on, wherever you goes, he will be treated as a guest of honor. Furthermore, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm can command a large army. The Grandmaster realm holds the highest status, fighting against the Abyss Rift and defending the homeland. It can be said that the Grandmaster realm, towering above all, is the true authority in the entire Great Xia. And with the Grandmaster realm's direct transmission, you can mobilize an army of 10,000 soldiers anywhere within the borders of Great Xia. In special circumstances, he can even replace the commander of a military unit. With the Grandmaster realm's direct transmission, upon enlisting, one starts as a commander of 10,000 in politics, one begins as a city governor. Frost tossed a smooth piece of jade. Enroll in the Xinwu Academy. Once certified, you'll be a special grade student, receiving 10,000 merit points per month and eligible for high-tier housing. As for other privileges, after you enroll, find a third-year student named Sukeshu. She is my nominal disciple. Ask her if you have any questions. Here is this soul jade as a welcome gift. Any other questions? You took it and nodded. Frost turned away. Just call me master. Once you're enrolled, if you break through to the 4th level of the martial path, come find me at my residence. With that, he tapped his feet a few times and vanished from everyone's sight. Congratulations, you. You've become a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm, someone shouted. The stunned crowd snapped back to reality. Reaching the Grandmaster realm was beyond their wildest dreams. But right before their eyes stood a direct disciple of a Grandmaster realm. And not just any disciple, he was the top scorer on the college entrance exam and a mythic rank contract holder. A crowd rushed over to you. They were incredibly fawning. Those who valued their lives, however, made their way over to Jiang Qingrong. Mrs. Jiang, I heard that Haoyu Weapons is a company you founded? Our school's weapon procurement for next year hasn't been finalized yet. I wonder if your company could supply them? Jiang Qingrong covered her mouth in surprise. as the largest weapons company in Sioux City. She already had plenty of official procurement orders. But the people before her were all heads of top-tier universities, and their annual weapon orders were staggering. Securing just one or two of them would be enough to more than double the company's size. The heads of the other universities weren't fools either. They all stepped forward one after another. Mrs. Jiang, our school also needs to order a batch of weapons. Mrs. Jiang, can you provide equipment? Our school is expanding its training rooms. Jiang Qingrong couldn't stop smiling. Xia Hao pulled you aside. Treasure grade soul jade enough to sustain you all the way to the combat tier. It seems Grandmaster Yi has high hopes for you. Martial artists possess both physical strength and spiritual soul power. Soul jade is used for cultivating soul power. And its grades are divided into inferior, ordinary, fine, treasure, and supreme. Soul jade is extremely precious. Ordinary spirit contractors simply cannot afford it. Even Xia Hao, the strongest guardian envoy, typically uses only common grade soul jade for his daily soul power cultivation. Yet the Valkyrie, upon her first move, presented treasure grade soul jade. This is something even Grandmaster Realm cultivators find useful. Grandmaster Yi has clearly taken to heart your desire to contract a second mythic rank. With this treasure grade soul jade, combined with the extensive historical records of the Divine Martial Academy, you'll soon be able to refine your soul power to a level sufficient to support a second heroic spirit. Xia Hao returned the soul jade to you. You've unlocked soul power at the 4th stage of the martial path. During these 2 months of vacation, Dad will take you to the abyss for some training a few times. Let us aim to reach the 2nd stage of the martial path before you start school. By the way, you must have earned Zhu Yuanzhang's recognition before you even finished simulating his entire life. So for the next simulation, as long as you can surpass Zhu Yuanzhang's achievements, you'll receive an extra reward. You're now a direct disciple of Grandmaster Yi. Before you begin this simulation, feel free to ask him any questions you're unsure about. You took the soul jade. Although he hadn't yet awakened his soul power, he could still feel a faint warmth seeping from the soul jade into his body. Zhu Yuanzhang, within the heroic spirit realm, was also nourished by it. Wow, kid, this is the real deal. Get me more of this stuff. Once I'm powerful enough, I'll cut down all those demonic soldiers. Abyss Monarch, Abyss Monarch, Abyss Monarch with a single stroke. You paid no heed to Zhu Yuanzhang's words. His thoughts were still fixated on what his father, Xia Hao, had just said. In future simulations, as long as I push Zhu Yuanzhang's life achievements even further, I'll be able to earn extra rewards. Chongba the 16th Emperor of the Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang himself started with a single bowl and ended as an emperor for the ages. But for the Great Ming, it began with a bowl and ended with a noose. Xu Chongba died alongside Empress Ma, and Zhu Yuanzhang died alongside Zhu Biao, leaving only the Hangu Emperor. Our old Zhu's later years were nothing short of miserable. As a time traveler, you had the Ziji Tongjian and countless TikTok-style historical anecdotes etched into his mind. He was confident that in the simulations to come, he could avoid old Zhu's mistakes and forge a more glorious path. And earn extra rewards. My name is Zhu Zhu. If you ever come to the abyss in the future and need help, you can find me. The admissions officer from the Academy of Slaughter, a woman with short hair covering half her face, her only visible eye bearing a scar, and a unique charm, walked up to you and spoke a few words with a slightly stiff tone. You nodded. And the woman nodded back before turning and walking away, unlike the others who were fawning over you as parents. Holding the dark red card. You watched the woman's aloof figure recede into the sunset. Looks like everyone at the Academy of Slaughter is as cold as wood. He tucked the dark red card away. You said goodbye to his parents and returned to his room. He originally planned to apply to colleges. He hadn't expected that deans from all the top universities would already be waiting at his doorstep. In the end, not only did he gain direct admission to Dixia's premier academy, the Dixia Shenwu Academy, and receive a host of privileges, but he was also taken under the wing of Dixia's female war goddess, Frost, as a direct disciple in the Grandmaster realm. Being a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm carried far more weight than being the son of the strongest guardian. You was going to be a figure with real power from now on. Just wait until those little haters online find out, they'll be furious. You lay on his bed, turned on his phone, and first replied to messages from the innocent campus queen trying to curry favor with him, the teacher in black stockings, and so on. He asked how many of them were available for a drink of ice water soon. Replying to just one message per person took him a full half hour. You closed the social media app and checked the latest trending topics. He was still dominating the top spots, while the rest of the most discussed topics centered on the girl who ranked second in the college entrance exams and had a contract with Li Qingzhao. You tapped on the link. She was indeed a sight for sore eyes. But he'd been in the spotlight so much lately that while looking at her photos, he found himself inexplicably clicking into the threads about himself. Upon closer inspection, they were all bashing him. It's normal for people to be harsh online. And the criticisms were all based on wild speculation. Some were even trying to stir up gender conflict. U.S. father, Xia Hao, bought his title as the strongest guardian. U.S. mother's company manufactures shoddy weapons. After I bought one, a demon soldier chopped off my hand in the abyss. Am I really that weak against demon soldiers? It must be because the damn weapon was defective. U.S. contract partner, Zhu Changba, is just a stinking coward and a filthy beggar. He only succeeded by living off others, and in the end, he even killed his father-in-law. Men are truly terrifying. Ugh. A genius who hasn't grown isn't a genius. There have been epic heroic spirits with contracts in the past who died young. You had better be careful. I know you, he scolded my butt with liqueur cigarettes in the high school bathroom. You replied expressionlessly to the last comment. Just a little something on the side. He scanned through the thread. It was boring as hell and was about to close it to go back to chatting with the pretty girls. But one of the most popular posts nearly made him spit out his drink. Why was Zhu Changba, the one you contracted with, able to survive for 3 years by begging in Huaishi, a region suffering from a severe drought? Actually, during those 3 years of begging, he was selling guzi. One white face mask per trip. My ancestors were from Huaishi, genuine farmers, and they left behind some precious historical records. They used to work for Zhu Changba. This scandalous post went viral, even getting retweeted by the famous expert AI Dejin. The discussion count broke 10 million. And its popularity bar trailed right behind U.S. achievement of topping the college entrance exam. The people agreeing with it were pretty much the same crowd. Either those who envied, resented, and hated you, or those who had insulted you during his college entrance exams and now refused to accept the reality of being proven wrong. You also gave this post a like. He thought to himself, I wonder what kind of faces they'd make if they knew I'd become the Valkyrie's direct disciple. Just then, the innocent school beauty sent several messages in a row, saying she could eat ice cream, would take a taxi home on her own, and asking when you was free. You casually replied, let us check out the cleavage first. I just sent it. Our company signed over $1 billion in orders yesterday alone. And they're long-term contracts. We'll have a steady stream of orders from now on. The next day, at the dinner table, Zhang's mother was so excited she was gesticulating wildly, affectionately hugging Yu's head. All thanks to my precious son. This morning, I transferred another 5 million to both mom and you. Buy whatever you want. You had long since grown accustomed to his mom occasionally showering him with hundreds of thousands or even millions. After finishing dinner and wiping his mouth, you said, Dad, Mom, I won't be coming home tonight. Zhang Qingrong looked at you with affection. All right. You've topped the college entrance exams. You deserve a few days to relax. Xia Hao set down his bowl. Xiaoyu, take a week off first. An abyss rift has just appeared near Sioux City, and I need to go deal with it. I'll take you to the abyss in a week. Zhang Qingrong called out to you as he was about to walk out the door. Don't forget to stop by the company when you have time. I've already made an appointment with the master to have a Earth-tier weapon crafted for you. You didn't turn back. He just waved his hand to indicate he understood. V room. The flashy red convertible roared as it sped toward the neon-lit downtown area. You had over 8 million in cash alone, and as the son of Sioux City's governor and the top scorer on the college entrance exam, he was essentially the crown prince of Sioux City. While many bashed him online, in real life, wherever he went, people addressed him respectfully as Young Master Xia. He booked a presidential suite on the top floor of the Twin Towers, from where you looked out over the entire city of Sioux. I've already signed a contract for mythic rank. What's wrong with enjoying myself a little? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang 3 times. He opened the door, and there stood the campus beauty who'd been in frequent contact with him these past few days. She looked incredibly innocent, and her smile was sunny and charming. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Yu's neck. Young Master Xia, I brought the swimsuit I told you about earlier. Early in the morning, you checked out of the hotel alone and drove to his mom's company. He wasn't used to sleeping with someone else, so the campus beauty had taken a cab and left in the middle of the night, walking into the busiest skyscraper in Sioux City. He didn't need to show any ID. People kept calling him Young Master Xia all along the way. Young Master Xia, the chairman is currently discussing an order with the head of Shenwu Academy. Please wait a moment. Upon arriving at his own company, a sophisticated city beauty in a white stockings and bodycon skirt ensemble personally brought him hot water, bending over in front of you to pour it for him. This little trick wasn't anything new, but this city beauty had a great figure and was quite attractive, easily a 90 out of 100, so you still exchanged contact information with her. The urban beauty clutched her phone as if it were a treasure. She ran back to brag to her group of plastic surgery-enhanced friends. Next, several more women with red lips and voluminous hair came over to fawn over you. They struck all sorts of poses, practically begging to sit on Yu's lap right then and there. However, none of them managed to get Yu's contact information. The reason was simple: they weren't as attractive as the first one. Yu's standards were very high. At the very least, they had to be as pretty as last night's innocent school beauty. Son, come here quickly. Just as the group of alluring women was about to launch their second wave of advances, his mother, Jiang Qingrong, having finished her business meeting, waved at you with a look of delight. Master Morong just arrived in Suzhou last night. He'll be forging an Earth-tier weapon for you today. Human weapons are classified by basic quality from highest to lowest as Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. For an Earth-tier weapon, the forging costs alone run into the hundreds of millions, and some of the special materials required cannot be bought with money but must be exchanged for merit points. One can only imagine just how extravagant it is. Earth-tier weapons can be used all the way up to the Grandmaster realm. And you, a mere martial path, first-tier cultivator, was about to use one. Comparing oneself to others is enough to drive one mad. Jiang Qingrong chattered on non-stop. Master Morong is a renowned master smith in Great Xia. I almost didn't recognize him myself. Your reputation is still the most renowned, son. Upon learning that the weapon was being forged for you, Master Morong, who had originally turned us down, rushed straight to Sioux City without delay. He just checked into a hotel last night, and I've already sent someone to pick him up. When she mentioned that it was because of you that Master Morong had been invited, Jiang Qingrong was brimming with pride. Her son had not only been well behaved since childhood but was also incredibly handsome. As an adult, he reached the mythic rank in the contract realm, topped the college entrance exams, and was now a direct disciple in the Grandmaster realm. The company she worked so hard to build had expanded several-fold overnight, all thanks to her son. Her husband's position would likely be promoted before long as well. At this thought, Jiang Qingrong's gaze grew even more doting. If it weren't for her husband's repeated reminders that you shouldn't spoil a boy too much, she would have loved to transfer tens of millions more to US bank account and invite her group of beautiful, highly educated girlfriends along with their young, vibrant daughters to join her son on a yacht for a fun-filled day at sea. Ms. Jiang, Master Morong has arrived, her personal assistant said, hurrying over to whisper in Jiang Qingrong's ear. Immediately afterward, A man with a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding great presence and dressed in a full white suit, walked in, followed by several burly, muscular bodyguards.
Ms. Jiang.
The man with the slicked-back hair removed his sunglasses, strode quickly toward Jiang Qingrong, and bent down to shake her hand.
Then,
he couldn't help but turn his gaze to you. This must be Mr. Yu Xia, the top scorer on the college entrance exam, a mythic rank contract holder, and a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm.
You nodded casually.
This master forger's appearance was somewhat different from what he'd imagined. He'd expected someone with the ethereal air of a reclusive sage, or at the very least, someone quiet and reserved. He hadn't expected him to be so quick-witted.
My name is Morong Tua.
It is truly a once-in-a-lifetime honor to forge a weapon for a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm. I've brought my finest disciples with me, as well as a variety of materials I've treasured for many years. I am determined to forge a weapon that will fully satisfy young Master Xia. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. And someone capable of forging earth-rank weapons is certainly no small figure.
You responded with a smile of his own. After some small talk, Morong Tua said, "Let us not delay. Shall we go right now and see what kind of weapon young Master Xia prefers?" Haoyu Weapons, run by Jiang Qingrong, was the largest weapons manufacturer in Sioux City. It also held numerous government contracts. It even produced several Xian-tier weapons that were bestsellers nationwide. Therefore, the equipment at its forges was top-notch. It had every kind of material imaginable, and through years of business, Jiang Qingrong had acquired a wealth of rare materials from various sources. Combined with the treasures Morong Tua had brought, there was more than enough to forge an earth-tier weapon suitable for you. The group drove to a weapons forge on the outskirts of the city, covering an area of 10,000 ping. Upon arrival,
they headed straight for the forge chamber equipped with the most advanced machinery.
Once inside,
Morong Tua seemed like a different person. His aura grew significantly more powerful. He took off his white coat, revealing beast-like muscles beneath. Behind him, several bare-chested burly men removed their backpacks and pulled out a large pile of materials.
Morong Tua smiled and said,
"Young Master Xia, before coming here, I carefully studied the life of the heroic spirit you've contracted.
A dominant figure in turbulent times, a peerless hero. I believe a sword would suit you best. Truly a master. You had also been considering a sword."
Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang's own cultivation manual, the Mingxin Wu Dian, contained numerous techniques specific to the sword. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang, present within the heroic spirit space, spoke up.
"This man has something special.
A great sword is good one stroke to cleave through the chaos of the age.
A heroic general should have a weapon of his own." He then mused. "Generals wield cold weapons, soldiers use firearms. To sweep across the land."
U.S. heart stirred.
During Zhu Yuanzhang's era, firearms had already been deployed on the battlefield. Zhu Yuanzhang himself even commanded a formidable force of musketeers. He spoke up. "Master Morong, aside from that, I wonder if you could forge a musket for me as well?"
Morong Tua was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh. The highest grade of firearms is the Xian rank suitable for military use.
Even if young Master Xia weren't interested in this, I'd forge one for you anyway.
For true masters,
a truly peerless weapon is undoubtedly a cold weapon. Firearms are practically useless.
But you was still a novice on the martial path, at the first level.
With all this hype surrounding him,
just look at how terrifying the number of people bashing him online is. All this fear stems from a lack of firepower. It would be best to get a firearm that requires no special skills to use. At the very least, he wouldn't be afraid to face an ordinary martial path expert one-on-one. As the saying goes, good work takes time.
Mass-produced weapons can be churned out in large quantities in a single day with a forging machine.
But Morong Tua was going to forge a earth-tier weapon for you. Even with the finest forge, countless materials, and the help of several skilled craftsmen, he trained himself.
This single blade still took a full 5 days to forge. When you saw Morong Tua again,
he barely recognized him. The once muscular Morong Tua, with his booming voice, had now shrunk by a full size as if someone had literally sucked the life out of him. The same was true for the burly men standing behind him. He handed a simple, ancient-looking long sword to you. It lives up to expectations. This sword ranks as a mid-grade Earth-tier weapon, the finest I've ever forged. As the long sword was placed in U.S. hands, it looked quite ordinary, but the moment he held it, its sharpness was unmistakable. Morong Tua said listlessly. Since young Master Xia's strength is still weak, wielding an Earth-tier weapon might not necessarily be a good thing. That is why I've embedded a restriction within it. The seal on this blade will lift as your strength grows. In addition, I've left a modification port. If, in the future, young Master Xia reaches the high-tier Grandmaster realm and finds it no longer suits your style, you can come to me to have it modified. Morong Tua handed over a token shaped like a beast's head. This is the high-tier membership token for my forge. Once you arrive in the Imperial capital, young Master Xia, you're welcome to visit any time if you need anything. Afterward, Morong Tua added. The distinction between Earth-tier weapons and Xian-tier or Huang-tier weapons lies in their ability to be infused with soul power and materialized into the hands of one's heroic spirit for use. Once you unlock your soul power, young Master Xia, you'll find this blade even more comfortable to wield. With that, Morong Tua led his disciples away to rest. Yu gripped the broadsword. Since it had been custom-made, with his palm width and height measured in advance, it felt perfectly natural in his hands. Must one unlock divine-level soul power to unleash the full power of an Earth-tier weapon? Yu fell into deep thought. Since stepping onto the martial path, he had heard countless stories about divine soul power. To make a heroic spirit stronger, one must increase one's soul power. To contract a second heroic spirit, one must increase one's soul power. Soul power allows one to be stronger than spirit contractors of the same rank. Soul power grants access to the simulation book. Soul power strengthens the bond with a heroic spirit. It seems I need to break through to the fourth stage of the martial path as soon as possible. Upon reaching the fourth stage of the martial path and tearing open the mental sphere, one could awaken soul power. I'll continue simulating Zhu Yuanzhang's life. As long as I achieve greater feats than he did, I'll receive extra rewards. These rewards should help me advance my cultivation. Yu made up his mind to find an opportunity to continue simulating Zhu Yuanzhang's life. That is to say, Zhu Yuanzhang's life after he became emperor. Stowing the long sword into a specially crafted case, Yu acquired another firearm, an exquisite revolver. Firearms can reach a maximum of the Xian tier, which was child's play for Morong Tua. He had even left ample space on the gun's body for inscriptions, allowing experts from the wisdom path to engrave different characters, which would grant the revolver various effects. Even the bullets were custom-made, featuring slots for infusing soul power. This greatly enhanced the pistol's potency. Yu held the token Morong Tua had given him and chuckled. You're quite observant. You're trying to tie me to him. Since you needed to frequently visit Morong Tua's armory to restock these special bullets, the two eventually became acquaintances. Xiao Yu, Master Morong, may seem unreliable at first glance, but his ability to forge Earth-tier weapons makes him a valuable connection. His roots are in the Imperial capital, but without a Grandmaster realm expert backing him, it's hard for him to advance on his own. That is why, as soon as he learned you were a direct disciple of a Grandmaster realm expert, he couldn't wait to come knocking on your door. Since you'll be going to the Imperial capital for school later, having this connection will be a good thing. Jiang Qingrong carefully advised you, passing on her own life experiences. You tucked the revolver into his waistband and yawned. Got it, Mom. I'm heading home now. The more he learned about this world, the more he realized it was far more interesting than he previously imagined. And strength is the primary driving force. He had already set foot on the martial path and acquired 2 divine weapons. Next, he used his privilege as a transmigrator to gain a slight edge, continuing his simulation of Zhu Yuanzhang's life. The villa halfway up the mountain. Over the past few days, news of him becoming the direct disciple of the Valkyrie Frost had spread far and wide.
The trolls that had once been everywhere online seemed to have vanished overnight.
Although the internet doesn't require real name registration, which amplifies the malice in many people's hearts and encourages them to speak without restraint. You is now, in fact, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm.
The Grandmaster realm is the backbone of a kingdom.
Slandering a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm is a serious crime. Over the past few days, the Disya authorities have rounded up quite a few keyboard warriors offline. First in line was our very own teacher Dajajan, who loves to use spring and autumn annals-style allusions and is particularly fond of extolling how much better things are abroad. He was detained for 15 days, forced to delete his articles, and made to publish a public apology in the newspaper. However, no matter how fierce the online backlash, it hasn't affected you in the slightest.
He is busy chatting with pretty young ladies every day.
That urban beauty in the bodycon skirt he picked up at his own company last time has asked him out countless times.
But he has been too busy.
He promised to meet her at a nightclub in a few days. And you replied to messages from other ladies. The only one he didn't reply to was the innocent school beauty from before. Before he checked out of the hotel, no one loved her more than you.
But he checked out 5 days ago.
You cited how deeply attached he was. He even kept her WeChat contact after checking out. He gathered his patience and replied to all the messages, sorting them by appearance. You drew the curtains, locked the door tightly, sat cross-legged on the bed, and pulled the ancient simulation book from his mind.
He opened it, and the message on the screen read:
"You have successfully driven out the invading forces, reclaimed your territory, achieved national unification, and earned the title of the Great Hangwu Emperor.
Your last simulation ended at age 51. Do you wish to continue the simulation?"
At that moment, the simulation book opened once more. Zhu Yuanzhang, who was the heroic spirit himself, had vanished. This was the power of the world's rules. The heroic spirit himself must step aside while the spirit contractor simulates his life. Only when you closes the simulation book again will he reappear. 51 years old, there is still some time before old Zhu hits that major milestone.
I hope I can make it in time. After Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne,
he drew up a detailed plan for the Great Ming dynasty centered around Crown Prince Zhu Biao. But unexpectedly, Zhu Biao actually predeceased old Zhu. This chessboard, meticulously laid out over many years, suddenly collapsed. This was also the reason for old Zhu's brutality in his later years. After Empress Maya's death, old Zhu's sharp blade had no sheath.
After Zhu Biao's death, old Zhu went completely berserk. On Blue Star,
many historians suspect that Zhu Yuanzhang had gone mad in his later years. He lost his father in childhood, his wife in middle age, and his son in old age. Having endured all three of life's greatest sorrows, even the strongest person would be driven mad. You raised his hand and tapped, "Continue simulation." The simulation book turned, revealing a brand new page. And characters slowly appeared on the yellowed, blank paper. You beckoned with his hand, and a brush appeared in his grasp. Let us rewrite the tragic final years of the Hangwu Emperor, starting right here. You launched multiple northern campaigns, pacified the south, and achieved national unification. Faced with a nation in dire need of reconstruction, you implemented a policy of prioritizing agriculture over commerce and enacted laws that greatly boosted national productivity. From a cowherd to the ruler of a nation, you have mastered the art of imperial governance to perfection. You dealt with the problem of arrogant soldiers and rebellious generals, and by playing one faction off against another, you successfully neutralized the Zhejiang East faction.
But faced with the increasingly arrogant Huaishi faction and the growing influence of Chancellor Hu Weiyong, your choice is: 1. Uproot them completely and slaughter them all. 2. Leave them alone for now and deal with them gradually. 3. It's irrelevant, no need to concern yourself.
4. Decide for yourself. At this point, you paused to reflect for a moment. Old Zhu was single-mindedly determined to eliminate the Chancellor.
And Hu Weiyong's rise to power was the result of old Zhu's own neglect.
After all, to destroy him, one must first let him run amok.
Politically speaking, Hu Weiyong was no match for old Zhu.
He could simply find any excuse to have him executed later.
Moreover, old Zhu had long since planted a trap for him, the death of Liu Boyong. Historically, this was a grave crime attributed to Hu Weiyong. However, although you also intended to eliminate the rampant Hu Weiyong, he had no plans to follow old Zhu's example of dragging tens of thousands of people into the affair and directly abolishing the chancellor system. Old Zhu was a formidable figure. He abolished the chancellor system and shouldered all the work himself. But this also exhausted Crown Prince Zhu Biao, sowing the seeds of his future death. Moreover, the benefits of abolishing the chancellor system were enjoyed solely by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. The cabinet he established actually held more power than the chancellors throughout the subsequent dynasties of the Great Ming. It even had a say in when the emperor went to the bathroom or went to sleep. As the brush flew into his hand, you ignored the first three options and directly selected, for, make my own decision. If Hu Weiyong continued to make a spectacle of himself for a while longer, he'd be nothing more than a clown. The priority was to ensure Empress Ma and his legitimate grandson, Zhu Xiongning, stayed in good health. This would prevent them from both dying 3 years later. As for Crown Prince Zhu Biao, though he wouldn't pass away for another decade or so, it was essential to start reducing his stress burden now. Old Zhu had abolished the chancellor position himself, leading to a backlog of government affairs, and had also delegated authority to the crown prince. Zhu Biao was effectively an uncrowned emperor. Every matter had to pass through him first before being presented to Zhu Yuanzhang. For decades, he stayed up late working day in and day out, which had already severely depleted his vitality and left him under immense pressure. Yet old Zhu still sent him on official trips. With such vast distances and ancient transportation conditions being extremely poor, wasn't this tantamount to suicide? Upon returning from his inspection tour of Shanxi, Zhu Biao suddenly fell ill and died immediately. Old Zhu completely lost his mind. But it's understandable. The crown prince spent every day in the palace, toiling for the nation. And yet old Zhu went and pulled this stunt. Let us touch on some conspiracy theories. To consolidate imperial power, Zhu Yuanzhang launched a series of major purges that shook the ages. He carried out a bloodbath against both civilian officials and military generals. He would execute entire clans at the slightest provocation and impose collective punishment. Even the man selling fried dough sticks at his doorstep was dragged away and beheaded. He had long been hated for it. Moreover, everyone from the court to the common people knew that Zhu Yuanzhang had placed the entire weight of the Ming dynasty on the shoulders of Crown Prince Zhu Biao. Letting him out like this wasn't that just sending him to his death? He should have entrusted state affairs to Zhu Biao and left everything else to Zhu Di. After all, Zhu Di was tough as nails. As long as the crown prince was there, none of the other princes would dare to rebel. Sifting through the history in his mind and clarifying the reasons behind it all, you put pen to paper. Set Hu Weiyong aside for now. Pay constant attention to the health of my closest relatives, with particular focus on Empress Ma and the Grand Prince Zhu Xiongning. Dispatch the Imperial Guard to secretly protect the Grand Prince. Gradually reduce Crown Prince Zhu Biao's workload to improve his health. Completely disregarding Hu Weiyong, that mere clown. You wrote furiously, drafting a lengthy list of measures to prevent the historical tragedy from repeating itself. He not only considered the possibility that Empress Ma, Zhu Xiongning, and Zhu Biao might die of natural causes, but also factored in political struggles and rivalries within the harem. He went straight for old Zhu's trump card, the Imperial Guard. Putting down his brush, the simulation continued. You paid no heed to Hu Weiyong, whose influence was gradually growing, but he noticed your dissatisfaction with him and began courting court officials. Factions were forming within the court, but you turned your attention to your closest relatives. You arranged for imperial physicians to examine the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Grand Prince daily, and had the Imperial Guard inspect their daily food and drink. You gradually reduced Crown Prince Zhu Biao's official duties. With his newfound free time, he began practicing martial arts and horseback riding. Hu Weiyong had won over nearly all the court officials and was growing increasingly arrogant. During an outing, Hu Weiyong's son fell from his horse and was run over and killed by a passing carriage. Hu Weiyong then disregarded the judicial authorities and had the coachman executed. You finally had a way to bring down Hu Weiyong, whose power dominated both the court and the country. Your choices are: 1. It's understandable, let him off the hook. 2. Seize the opportunity to uproot him completely and abolish the chancellor system. 3. An eye for an eye, kill Hu Weiyong. 4. Decide for yourself. You side. Old Zhu, what can I do? I am your spirit master after all. Logically speaking, given Hu Weiyong's high rank, it would be understandable if, in a fit of rage after his son was run over and killed, he had the stable hand executed. But as bad luck would have it, Hu Weiyong was far too arrogant. And old Zhu had let him run wild for so long precisely so that one day he could uproot him completely. Now that old Zhu holds the leverage, how could Hu Weiyong possibly escape punishment? This was the world of difference between Hu Weiyong and Zhu Yuanzhang. Hu Weiyong believed that by winning over civil and military officials and wielding absolute power over the court, Zhu Yuanzhang would not dare to make an example of him. But Zhu Yuanzhang was known as the god of death. Merciless as ever, with a single stroke of his sword, he executed tens of thousands, creating the Hu Weiyong case one of the 4 great cases of the early Ming dynasty. Though there was no need to drag so many people into it. You crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood, a sovereign who had risen from the battlefield. Faced with a rebellion led by a group of civil officials, you easily crushed it. But this also gave you the opportunity to completely eliminate Hu Weiyong. Citing treason as grounds, you executed 3 generations of his family, and all his conspirators were executed as well. This major case involving the chancellor was resolved quickly, and you were not implicated in the court. With the chancellor dead, after careful consideration, you decided to retain the office for the time being. In August of the same year, Empress Ma happened to come down with a cold. Fortunately, thanks to your special attention to her health over the years and the effects of her long-term nurturing, Empress Ma recovered quickly. Upon reading this, Yu's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Thank goodness Empress Ma is all right. Otherwise, with Zhu Yuanzhang's sword unsheathed, I'm afraid my future plans would be impossible to carry out. You let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps because he had formed a contract with Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon learning that Empress Ma had fallen ill but recovered quickly, he actually felt a surge of joy in his heart, and even found himself with tears welling up in his eyes. My little sister isn't dead. On top of that, there was another piece of good news. The simulation had now reached the 8th month of the 15th year of the Hangu era. Empress Ma had fully recovered. And the simulation showed no indication that the crown prince had died. This meant that Zhu Xionying was still alive. Moreover, there wasn't even any mention of Zhu Xionying falling ill during the simulation. It seems my decision to have the Imperial Guard provide close protection has paid off. This also made you realize that power struggles within the Zhu family were still taking place, and he would need to remain vigilant from now on. However, old Zhu has already cleared this major hurdle. Moving forward, while developing the Great Ming, I must protect Crown Prince Zhu Biao. Since Empress Ma was still alive, Zhu Yuanzhang remained the Zhu Chongba he once was, not the Hangu emperor known only for slaughter. The simulation book also paused at this point. After a slight tremor, a line of text popped up. Faced with factional strife within the imperial court, you sat back and watched the tigers fight, reaping the benefits as the third party. Faced with a chancellor whose power was gradually growing, you remained confident and let him run his course, devoting more of your attention to your family and closest relatives. In the end, your closest relatives who were originally destined to die survived, while the arrogant chancellor met his end. Without a doubt, you mastered the art of imperial governance to the fullest, demonstrating benevolence and righteousness toward your people, as well as compassion and love for your family. Unlike many emperors in history, you enjoyed a harmonious family life and were blessed with numerous descendants. You earned Zhu Yuanzhang's strong approval. Simulation rating, A. You have earned an additional reward, the spirit soldiers of the Imperial Guard. The brush in his hand vanished. And the ancient simulation book before him closed its yellowed pages, returning once more to U.S. mind. The golden heroic spirit Zhu Yuanzhang had appeared before him at some point.
"Oh Spirit Master," Zhu Yuanzhang said, slapping Yu's right shoulder with his rough, calloused hand. "You did better than I did. If it had been you back then, my little sister Wen Ti have died." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was low and hoarse. "I'm counting on you, too. Just within the simulation book, let my little sister live a good life." The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. Then Zhu Yuanzhang's large hand gently tapped Yu's forehead. And a member of the Imperial Guard clad in a flying fish robe and with an embroidered spring dagger at his waist appeared in his heroic spirit space. With a single thought, the spirit soldier of the Imperial Guard materialized in the real world. "Greetings, Spirit Master." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Imperial Guard first knelt before you, then bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang. "Spirit Master, you have not yet reached the fourth stage of the martial path, nor have you unlocked your soul power. Normally, you would be unable to create or command an Imperial Guard. However, seeing that you possess a treasure-grade soul jade which is quite a valuable item, I decided to use the soul power within it to create a genie way for you. In the future, as you unlock your soul power, you'll be able to create more genie way, and their strength will continue to grow. This genie way's current strength is roughly equivalent to the peak of the third stage of the martial path." You circled the Imperial Guard with his tiger-like back, wasp waist, and mantis-like legs a few times. Peak of the third stage of the martial path. As his contracted heroic spirit, Zhu Yuanzhang's strength grew alongside his own and was roughly at the peak of the first stage of the martial path. But after all, Zhu Yuanzhang was mythic rank. So his combat power far exceeded that of the peak of the first stage of the martial path. And as a mythic rank, he possessed several other abilities as well. Still, having an additional genie way at the peak of the third stage of the martial path was a great boon. Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang explained, strong combat power was merely the genie way's least significant advantage. They were experts at handling dirty work, pulling strings behind the scenes, and gathering intelligence. Spirit Master, you can view the genie way's attributes and skills in the simulation book, Zhu Yuanzhang reminded him. You hurriedly pulled out the simulation book. And on the page following the one where he ended the simulation, there was information on the Imperial Guards. Spirit Soldier Imperial Guards. Quantity, 1. Title, The Emperor's Hounds. Strength, peak of the third stage of the martial path. Skills, direct Imperial escort, patrol and arrest, 10 great tortures, destroy bodies and cover traces. The skills certainly fit the image of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard was originally established by Zhu Yuanzhang as a position that took orders directly from the Emperor to handle the dirty work. Looking at the Imperial Guard's information, you suddenly remembered he hadn't looked up Zhu Yuanzhang yet. He quickly flipped through the simulation book. And on the page following the end of his last simulation, he found Zhu Yuanzhang's profile. Heroic Spirit, Zhu Yuanzhang. Level, Mythic Rank. Titles, Emperor Hangu, Taizu of the Great Ming, the Great Holy, Supreme Divine, Benevolent, Cultured, Righteous, Martial, Virtuous, Successful, and Exalted Emperor who opened the heavens, practiced the way, established the era, and founded the Great Dynasty. Power, peak of the first tier, martial path. Skills, valiant and skilled in battle, imperial tactics, strong fortune, true dragon. Compared to the Genie Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang's information page was much more extensive. Moreover, that string of titles was so long that even the simulation book had to wrap to the next line. After stowing the simulation book back into his mind, Zhu Yuanzhang also entered the heroic spirit realm. You looked with satisfaction at the dashing Genie Wei standing before him. As his contracted heroic spirit, old Zhu would rarely stray far from his side. But the Imperial Guards were different. You had fashioned them using his soul power. As long as he had sufficient soul power, theoretically, he could create an unlimited number of Imperial Guards. So he wouldn't feel any regret if he lost them. Moreover, the Imperial Guards specialized in gathering intelligence, disposing of bodies, carrying out assassinations, and doing the dirty work. They were simply the perfect spirit soldiers. With the Imperial Guards stationed in the shadows to protect him, you lay in bed, beginning to take stock of what he gained since his arrival in this world. First, he formed a contract with the mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang, become the sole direct disciple of the great CIS Valkyrie, and enrolled in the great CIS Premier Shenwu Academy. Next, he won over the school's most beautiful girl. Oh, I guess that shouldn't really count. Does the 8 million in cash in that account count as a gain? US wandering thoughts returned to the present. And he recalled acquiring a mid-grade Earth-tier long sword. A top-grade Xian-tier revolver powerful enough to kill a mid-stage martial path expert. Plus, a Genie Wei agent at the peak of the third stage of the martial path. His own strength had also reached the peak, ever since the last simulation, in which he saved Empress Maya's life and earned Zhu Yuanzhang's strong approval. The relationship between Zhu Yuanzhang and only by facing real enemies can you better assimilate and utilize this qi and blood. This is far more effective than you sitting around practicing all day with a straight face. Once you go to the Abyss Rift and actually kill some demons, your qi and blood will stabilize, and you'll officially enter the second stage of the martial path. Entering the martial path requires a steady, step-by-step approach. You dared say no one was as steady as he was. His stepfather, as the governor of Sioux City, had no shortage of powerful contract spirits by his side. You had seen some martial path, level 3 practitioners dubbed Little Masters, yet their qi and blood were no match for his. As for martial path, level 4. Once one martial path, level 4, tears open the mental sphere and unlocks soul power. Their power gains an extra dimension. It's quite easy for a martial path, level 4 practitioner to easily slaughter 3 or 5 martial path, level 3 practitioners. Martial path, level 4 unleash soul power. You mustered all his strength. Only by truly reaching martial path, level 4 would he have a solid foothold in this high martial arts world. And now he was accumulating soul power to expand his heroic spirit space and contract a second mythic rank entity. Once I return from the abyss, I'll be able to begin advancing to the second stage of the martial path. At dusk, US father, Xia Hao, returned home covered in blood and sweat. He was physically and mentally exhausted, yet a hint of joy shone in his eyes. This put Jiang Qingrong, who had been worried for so long, at ease. Without bothering with formalities, Xia Hao sat down and buried his face in his meal. Jiang Qingrong hurriedly called the housekeeper to prepare a few more dishes. Was the abyss rift that appeared this time very powerful? I haven't seen you like this in a long time, Jiang Qingrong said with concern. Xia Hao shoveled food into his mouth, his words muffled. The reconnaissance team determined it was an 8th level abyss rift. The strongest demons were supposed to be at the 8th Dan level, but we never expected that. As we were clearing it out, 2 10th Dan abyss monarchs burst out from the depths of the abyss rift. The garrison was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the city lord and I worked together to slay them. The status of. As for the third method, compared to the first two, it's both fast and accurate. However, it has one flaw: the bones of low-level demons do not contain historical records. And high-level demons are extremely difficult to defeat. So this time, Xia Hao not only resolved an invasion by a high-level abyss rift for Sioux City and defeated 2 abyss monarchs, but he also obtained several historical records. Naturally, he was overjoyed. You stood silently by his side, with only one question on his mind. If people found out that I know the entire history, would they have me dissected? A shiver ran down his spine for no apparent reason. And he decided to guard this secret with his life. But then another idea occurred to him. Once I enter university, I can pretend to be researching historical records and submit a couple of correct entries from time to time. That way, I'll not only earn a hefty amount of merit points, but I'll also increase my rank authorization. He remembered it clearly. Submitting correct historical records earned merit points. And once he accumulated enough, it would raise his personal rank authorization. My head is full of historical records anyway, I can't possibly use them all by myself. If I share some of it, who knows, maybe my war goddess master will even give me a special reward. Before US eyes, the image of that peerlessly beautiful war goddess master whom he met only once seemed to reappear. The next day, Xia Hao, having just slain 2 abyss monarchs, was once again brimming with energy. He roused you from bed. And after a quick breakfast, they boarded a military vehicle bound for the abyss. As a garrison commander, Xia Hao frequently traveled to the abyss. Given his high rank, he naturally rode alone. It was Yu's first time leaving Sioux City. Although he was a direct disciple of a Grandmaster realm expert, Xia Hao had tossed him into the new recruits compartment under the pretext of training. Inside the compartment, a group of fresh graduates from university eyed Yu with great curiosity. He has contracted a mythic rank. And he is the only direct disciple taken in by the divine warrior Yi. He must be incredibly strong. He was the top scorer on the college entrance exam. The prestigious Great Xia Divine Martial Academy was scrambling to recruit him. Everyone from the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy is a true prodigy. In the minds of many students, contracting a mythic rank meant one had already become a prodigy with a bright future ahead. Was especially true for these greenhorns who had never seen combat, while veterans who frequently saw the front lines looked down on them with disdain. The battlefield changes in the blink of an eye. Only those who survive are the true strong ones. Strength. That's what matters most. Ha! From a corner, a man with a crew cut let out a scornful snort. Bunch of rookies. So what if they contracted a mythic rank? If they can't grow, they're still nothing but useless trash. Over the years, I've seen plenty of so-called college entrance exam geniuses die on the battlefield. Make sure your belts are tight later. Don't let fear make you wet yourselves. What a stroke of bad luck having to lead a bunch of greenhorns like you who lived for decades hiding in the rear. From the other's earlier conversation, you realized this man was in charge of this truckload of new recruits. He wasn't very old either. He just graduated from college as well. But he was a graduate of the Academy of Slaughter. Unlike other schools, the Academy of Slaughter didn't follow a 4-year curriculum. Instead, it operated on a mission-based system. Complete a mission, and you advance to the next grade. Complete the final mission, and you graduate. With no time limit. If you failed to complete the missions, you'd keep repeating the same grade indefinitely. Students entering the Academy of Slaughter have only 2 paths. Either complete the missions and graduate, or die while trying to complete them. And those who manage to graduate from the Academy of Slaughter are top-tier elite soldiers on the battlefield. So although the man with the crew cut was about the same age as the new recruits in the truck, he was already a seasoned veteran through and through. With him speaking up, the new recruits dared not argue any further. They just kept glancing at you from time to time, wanting to get a better look at just how formidable this direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm really was. Others cast curious glances his way. They too wanted to know how you would perform on the battlefield. Would he turn out to be all talk and no action, just as the veterans claimed? After all, it had only been a week since you had contracted with his heroic spirit. So it would be understandable if he were all talk and no action. Still, seeing you get humiliated on the battlefield would probably be pretty satisfying. That's what everyone was thinking. You ignored all the stares and comments. He'd already developed a thick skin back in his previous life as a street-smart veteran. Let them say whatever they want, it's not like it's going to cost him a thing. Besides, whether he is up to the task or not, he is about to enter the abyss. Won't the outcome be clear once he hits the battlefield? Arguing about it now is just a waste of breath. He paid no mind to the glances from these new recruits, whether they were filled with envy, flattery, or jealousy. Yu closed his eyes and rested in solitude. His chi and blood circulating back and forth among the 52 acupoints within his body. It was unclear how long they'd been jostling along the rocky dirt road. But the unit crossed the sun-scorched earth, heading toward a pitch-black, eerie chasm. We're entering the abyss. Sensing the change in their surroundings, the man with the buzz cut suddenly snapped his eyes open, stood up, and shouted loudly. Everyone, open your eyes. Be on guard. Hurry, hurry. I'm talking to you. Get up and be on guard, or if you die, your dad will come after us. You had sensed it long before they entered the abyss. But the man with the crew cut, desperate to maintain his pitiful air of authority, still treated him like a troublemaker. Yu rose calmly, gave him a cold glance, and said nothing. But that single glance was enough to make the man's back bristle with a chill. He suddenly realized he'd gone too far. Yu wasn't just the top scorer on the college entrance exam, he was also the son of the strongest garrison commander and a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm. Even if you were a total noob right now, those titles alone were enough to crush him. And there was something more terrifying. The Xian grade weapon he'd bought with money he'd saved up for a long time was also manufactured by US damn company. The man with the crew cut deflated instantly. But not wanting to lose face in front of the new recruits, he had no choice but to pretend he hadn't noticed and began berating the others. What are you staring at? Be ready to summon your pathetic mortal rank at any moment, or you won't even know how you're going to die. There was still some commotion inside the vehicle, when suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt. Then came the sound of chaotic footsteps, followed by urgent shouts. Get out! Summon your heroic spirit! Prepare for battle! Damn it, I told you bringing rookies along would cause trouble, the man with the buzz cut cursed under his breath. He immediately drew the long sword from his waist, summoned his green glowing elite rank heroic spirit, and leaped out of the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, the new recruits scrambled, grabbing their weapons, summoning their heroic spirits, and leaping out after him. You took a closer look. Most of these new recruits were mortal rank, glowing white, with a few elite rank among them. Their strength was mostly around the second level of the martial path, with a few at the third level. The man with the buzz cut had just broken through to the fourth level of the martial path. The greenhorns were so panicked they didn't know which way to turn. With a mere thought, Yu summoned a dashing Imperial Guard to stand watch by his side. Old Zhu, meanwhile, lay inside the heroic spirit space. These demons are here to hunt down spirit contractors like you, so I'll stay put and avoid drawing attention. I don't want them all targeting you. Spirit contractors are the hope of the human race. And the demonic tribes know this well. That's why, every year, they set up ambushes at random times along the routes where the human race transports new recruits, aiming to eliminate inexperienced spirit contractors before they even enter battle. You had contracted a mythic rank spirit. Once he summoned Zhu Yuanzhang, he would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's attacks. Got it. In response to old Zhu's warning, Yu nodded, while his right hand reached for the revolver at his waist. This revolver was a top-tier Xian grade weapon, loaded with special bullets. Although Yu did not yet possess soul power, he owned a treasure-grade soul jade bestowed by the Valkyrie. Before setting out, he had specifically asked Zhu Yuanzhang to channel the soul power from the soul jade and imbue the bullets with it. Now, this revolver possessed enough power to kill a martial path 5th rank expert. With the Imperial Guards standing watch ahead, Yu holstered the revolver and stepped out of the car. Roar! No sooner had he stepped out than a monster, as black as tar, charged at him, claws and fangs bared. The Imperial Guard beside him flashed his Shou Chun sword, cleaving the creature in two. The tar-like monster fell to the ground, its body melting away as it died. Master Ling, watch out! A single, fatal strike. The Imperial Guardsman swiftly returned to Yu's side, holding his Shou Chun sword horizontally across his chest in a protective stance. Is this the abyss? Yu pressed himself against the green pickup truck, gazing at the hellish scene before him. In the abyss, the sky was blood red, the land charred black, and the air reeked of decay. From all directions, bizarrely shaped demonic creatures charged toward them like zombies besieging a city in a video game. In the blink of an eye, you saw several new recruits who had been sitting together just moments ago, laughing and chatting slaughtered, their dismembered limbs flying to his feet. Fortunately, he was protected by the Imperial Guard, and no demon soldier could get close to him. Damn it, it's actually a bloodline abyss monarch, someone beside him cursed angrily. Yu looked up, just in time to see his father, Xiahao, locked in combat with a fiery red abyss monarch. Bloodline abyss monarch refers to an abyss monarch among the demonic race that possesses special abilities. Its strength was on par with a combat tier master at the perfect realm, and it even held a slight advantage.
Kid, watch out. A fourth-rank demon soldier is sneaking up on your right. Xu Yuanzhang's warning caused you to instinctively take 2 steps back to the left, while simultaneously following Xu Yuanzhang's indication. He fired a spear toward the spot where the fourth-rank demon soldier was hiding. After it died, the fourth-rank demon soldier's true form was revealed. It's a shadow demon. You actually spotted a shadow demon and killed it? The crew-cut man, who had just approached, stared in disbelief. This is one of the demon clan's finest hunters, extremely tough to deal with. Kill it to earn 2,000 merit points and a third-class military merit. The man with the crew cut had initially thought he'd lost his cool and offended you. Later, after calming down, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. With the demonic tribe's ambush underway, he seized the opportunity to get close to you and make a good impression, hoping his superior would let the matter slide. The benefits of doing this were threefold. First, he could showcase his combat prowess and show off a bit in front of the green recruits. Second, he could find an opportunity to help you, earn some favor, and appease his anger. Most importantly, third, he wouldn't have to apologize to you in front of the other new recruits. It was a plan that served both practical and face-saving purposes. He never expected you to take down the shadow demon, a foe he himself couldn't defeat with a single strike. Although most shadow demons aren't particularly powerful and aren't very high level, they're masters of stealth. Even ordinary martial path 5th tier experts find them hard to track down, and their attacks are incredibly fierce, often delivering a one-hit kill. Without proper precaution, even combat tier powerhouses might not be able to handle them. Terrifying tales of shadow demons circulate throughout the abyss. There was once a 4th tier shadow demon that wiped out a 100-man human squad. The man with the buzz cut knew full well that the revolver in his hand was both valuable and powerful. But when dealing with shadow fiends, the most important thing is to spot them. In most cases where parties were hunted down by shadow fiends, the victims never even caught a glimpse of the creature until every last one of them was dead. 2,000 merit points, a third-class military merit. If you enlist now, you can become a centurion right away. The man with the buzz cut walked over to you, his long sword in hand. He prodded the shadow demon's corpse on the ground with his sword. We struck gold. There's an ancient armor. After slaying a demon, if the bones excavated bear historical markings, they are referred to as ancient armor. The man with the crew cut tossed the bone armor, still dripping with foul-smelling black blood, to you. Another few thousand merit points in the bank. Before his reincarnation, you had been around the block long enough to know exactly what someone was up to the moment they turned their back. He is here to apologize, isn't he? You nodded indifferently, pocketed the ancient armor, and said nothing. My name is Zhou Shang. I just graduated from the Academy of Slaughter and am heading to the front lines to serve as a centurion, Zhou Shang introduced himself. Though there was a hint of flattery in his tone, it was also tinged with sincerity. After all, the power you had displayed left him with no choice but to respect him. That's just how it is in this peril-filled world, only the strongest prevail. You told your dad to hold off the level 6 and above demon soldiers, now it's time for us to stretch our legs a bit. You nodded and shouted to Xia Hao, who was locked in a fierce aerial battle. Dad, hold off the level 6 and above ones, let the rest come right in. Xia Hao hesitated for a moment, then replied loudly, got it. The low-level demonic soldiers he had been blocking surged toward you and the group of new recruits in the inner circle. This greatly relieved the pressure on him, allowing him to focus fully on the bloodline abyss monarch. However, he still turned his head and whispered a reminder. Xiaodan, keep a close eye on Xiaoyu at all times. Yes, Spirit Master. Zhu Yuanzhang emerged from the heroic spirit realm. Bathed in golden light, his golden dragon robe instantly caught the attention of the demonic forces. Gazing at the demonic soldiers surging in from all directions, Zhu Yuanzhang lowered his head and coldly commanded the Imperial Guard. Always be prepared to die in the Spirit Master's place. As you command. Facing you, Zhu Yuanzhang put on a friendly smile. Little one, lend me your soul jade and weapon for a moment. The soul power within the treasure-grade soul jade was instantly drawn out, forming a silk thread in the air that surged into Zhu Yuanzhang's body.
At the same time, the sword sheath behind you opened. And an ancient, mid-tier earth-grade longsword, enveloped in soul power, flew into Zhu Yuanzhang's hand. Zhu Yuanzhang gave it a couple of swings. It felt perfectly natural in his hands.
The demon clan?
You know, what I love most is cutting down foreign races. With a swing of the long sword, the demon lord was sent flying. Even clad in his imperial yellow robe, the mighty Hangwu emperor could not conceal the murderous intent etched into his very being. The abyss monarch in the distance, upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang shimmering with golden light, immediately turned red-eyed and lunged toward you.
Xiahou Dun, clad in heavy armor, blocked its path. My spirit master has spoken. Are you ready to go now?
Xiahou turned to glance at you, his eyes brimming with relief, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily.
That's my son.
Meanwhile, the other green recruits were already too scared to watch. The scene was simply too bloody. Only Zhou Shang, the man with the crew cut, stared blankly at the scattered severed heads and limbs on the ground and muttered.
How many merit points is that? How many third-class merits?
With these battle merits, he'd be promoted to 1,000-man captain the moment he enlisted. The battle ended when Xiahou thrust his spear through the skull of the bloodline abyss monarch. The high-ranking demon soldiers were killed by the combined efforts of the Unit S elite fighters, while those below level 6 were eliminated by you, Zhu Yuanzhang, and the Imperial Guard. Though they had won the battle, the losses were devastating.
Due to the initial surprise attack, 1/3 of the new recruits had been killed outright. The army commander, still shaken by the ordeal,
approached Xiahou and clasped his fists in respect. Had Lord Xiahou not been with us, we would likely have long since become fodder for the demonic hordes.
Who could have imagined that a bloodline abyss monarch would actually appear?
The strongest member of this unit was only at the combat tier.
And against a bloodline abyss monarch, they would have been nothing more than easy prey.
Had it not been for Xiahou, a peak combat tier warrior known as the strongest guardian, they would have been slaughtered in the face of an ambush of this magnitude. He was, without a doubt, their savior. Xiahou waved his hand. Hurry up and clear the battlefield. Let us head to the Great Wall as soon as possible to avoid any complications.
Deep within the abyss,
the human race built fortresses and stationed troops within them to resist the invasion of the demon race. As time passed, more and more fortresses were erected, linking together to form a sprawling dragon. From then on, it came to be known as the Great Wall. Dao, the general of the realm, once said, "If the Great Wall falls, the nation falls." The soldiers were all veterans when it came to clearing battlefields. But when they looked at the center of the inner defensive perimeter, they saw you, a long sword in his left hand, a revolver in his right, his clothes and hair soaked through with demon blood. Beside him stood a cold, handsome member of the Imperial Guard, blood dripping ceaselessly from his Xiao Chun sword. With the two of them as the center, within a 10-meter radius, the ground was littered with the severed limbs of demon soldiers, blood covering the ground and flowing together like a stream. The military commander solemnly clasped his fists in a salute to thank you. The surviving, clumsy yet endearing new recruits, led by the crew-cut man Zhou Shang, clasped their fists and bowed deeply to you. This was the highest form of respect for a martial artist. You wiped the demonic blood from his long sword with the corner of his robe, sheathed it, nodded faintly, and stepped aside. The commander's eyes lit up, and he silently praised. This young man has a formidable spirit. On his first time on the battlefield, he remained calm and resourceful in the face of dire straits, showing no mercy toward the enemy. And he is a mythic rank holder, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm. If he joins our military headquarters, given time, he could rival Marshal Qin. People fear comparisons most of all, just as Qiu Xiang seemed quite ordinary on her own, but stood out remarkably when placed alongside others. Seeing you decisive, sharp-witted, and fearless in battle, he turned to look at his own group of green recruits. Some were vomiting uncontrollably, others were crying in fear, and some had even wet their pants. The officer's expression changed abruptly, and he barked an order, telling those who wet their pants to clean up the battlefield.
Xiao Yu, are you okay?
Xiahou looked at you with satisfaction.
I'm fine.
It was mainly thanks to my heroic spirit and my spirit weapon. Back in the inner circle of the battlefield just moments ago, old Zhu, wielding his long sword, had been slicing through demon lords one by one as if they were watermelons, with blood spattering everywhere. The Imperial Guardsman, gripping his Xiao Chun sword, executed his swordplay with such ferocity and precision that the demon soldiers couldn't even get close to you. Meanwhile, you, holding his revolver, fired in the direction old Zhu indicated. Every shot took down a level 5 demon, without a single miss. Your heroic spirit is mythic rank, truly extraordinary. You've only had the contract for a short while, yet you've already managed to use Soul Jade to forcibly boost your combat power. Though you did burn through quite a bit of the soul power stored in the Soul Jade. You smiled helplessly. It's a matter of life and death, bro. If I don't use it, I'm just waiting to die. But don't worry. The demons you've slain all count as battle achievements, earning you merit points. Useful materials can also be exchanged for merit points, which you can then redeem for the resources you want through the Great Xia government. Plus, for resolving such a major problem, you'll receive a merit bonus. That's enough to exchange for about 10 pieces of common grade soul jade, more than enough to make up for what you just used. His father's reassuring words made you feel a little better. After all, the soul jade was the most important thing to him right now. Once he reached the 4th level of the martial path, he could construct a complete history in his mind combined with the soul jade. This would allow him to rapidly expand his heroic spirit space and contract a second heroic spirit. The rest of the journey was surprisingly quiet. No further incidents occurred. And the group arrived at the Great Wall. The Great Wall earned its name from the series of fortresses strung along its length. The fortress they entered was called Jubai Fortress. First, they passed through a heavily guarded, 100-meter-long passageway. Entering the inner city, a bustling atmosphere drifted in from outside. You, sitting on the outermost seat of the carriage, reached out and pulled back the army green tarpaulin. The human fortress in the abyss came into view. A stark, massive fortress built from gleaming black boulders. The scars on the walls spoke of countless brutal battles over the past century, demons breaching the walls only to be driven back, burying both demonic soldiers and countless humans. You looked up. The colossal fortress boasted walls 100 meters high. Standing within it, one felt as if in a deep well. Unlike the outer city's layered defenses, the inner city was a residential district. Small taverns dotted the area, their warm, golden light spilling out and bringing life to the city built upon fire and blood. You curiously watched the people on the street, clad in various types of armor and wielding different weapons. While passers-by on the sidewalk likewise eyed the people inside their carriage with amused smiles. The most eye-catching figure was a stunning redhead outside the tavern, dressed in a red leather jacket, leaning against the outer wall, and smoking a lady's cigarette. Noticing you staring at her, the woman elegantly removed the slender cigarette from her lips with her right hand, and blew a kiss to you with her left. The greenhorns around you all lowered their heads, their faces flushing crimson. Only you remained unfazed. He shook the cell phone in his hand, clearly signaling that he wanted her contact information. The woman was amused. And as the military vehicle drove further and further away, the alluring redhead vanished from everyone's sight. Kid, you're pretty bold. That woman's strength is no weaker than your dad's. The bold get their fill. You put away his phone, mentally making a mental note of that woman. There weren't many in Xia who could hold their own against his dad. She must be a big shot. Get off the bus. Get off the bus. Recruits, get off and assemble. Each platoon sergeant will lead you to your barracks. They entered a heavily guarded camp, where the bus came to a stop, and the metal body of the vehicle clanged loudly. The new recruits immediately jumped out of the vehicle and assembled. But Yuan a new recruit, so he got out at a leisurely pace. He followed his father, Xia Hao, into a row of buildings nearby. The Lord of Jubai City is an old friend of mine. Remember to call him Uncle Li later, Xia Hao instructed. The Lord of Jubai City looked every bit the soldier. Broad-shouldered with thick hands, his chin and cheeks covered in stubble, and a rough, hearty voice. Ha ha ha. Old Xia, I've been waiting for you. This must be your talented nephew. He has found a mythic heroic spirit, topped the college entrance exams, and is even a direct disciple of Grandmaster Yi. Such a promising young man, truly remarkable. I've heard the marshal speak of you many times these past few days. You smiled and greeted Uncle Li. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Hu, the city lord of Jubei, led the two of them into a row of connected rooms on the other side. I knew you were coming today, so I already ordered my men to prepare a banquet. The journey here wasn't exactly peaceful, was it? The demon clan has been growing increasingly brazen these past 2 years. It's perfect that you're here. Commander Liu of the Slaughter Army is also present. The three of us should join forces and pull off a major operation. Let us wipe out some of the demon clan. As they spoke, the three arrived at the banquet hall, where someone had already been waiting. It was none other than the red-haired woman from earlier. Commander Liu. Xia Hao and Lu Ji shook hands. After everyone took their seats, Lu Ji looked at you with an amused smile. Just then, a soldier carrying a file hurried over to City Lord Li Hu, leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear, and handed him the file. Li Hu looked up, casting a somewhat incredulous glance at you, and exclaimed in surprise as he flipped through the file. Old Xia, my nephew is off the charts. In a single battle, he killed 36 level 1 demon soldiers, 29 level 2 demon soldiers, 18 level 3 demon soldiers, 9 level 4 demon soldiers, 4 level 5 demon soldiers, and even 1 level 6 demon soldier. My goodness, is the mythic rank really that powerful? Each level of the demon race corresponds to a segment of the human martial path. To be able to slaughter a level 6 demon soldier at the first segment of the U stage, meaning even combat tier experts wouldn't stand a chance against him, was naturally shocking. Xia Hao explained that this was made possible by a top-tier Xian grade firearm and the Soul Jade, a treasure bestowed by the Valkyrie. But this did nothing to lessen City Lord Li Hu's astonishment. Even Lu Ji, standing nearby, looked surprised. Calm in the face of danger, turning a small advantage into a big win. You're truly a promising candidate for a general. Not only do you possess mythic rank, but you also have such a powerful spirit weapon. Lu Ji exhaled a puff of smoke. Her gaze toward you filled with tenderness. It's truly disappointing that the representatives sent by my Slaughter Academy failed to recruit little brother you. But you haven't enrolled yet. How about it, little brother you, would you be interested in joining our Slaughter Academy? There are plenty of perks, you know. Lu Ji's expression was alluring, and Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that beneath the dining table, it felt as though a pair of jade-like feet had wrapped around his calf. You had originally assumed that people from the Slaughter Academy would either be like Zhu Zhu, who had come to his home earlier to recruit him a stiff, or like Zhou Shang, the crew-cut guy who accompanied them earlier, a rough-and-tumble soldier. He never expected there'd actually be a stunner like Lu Ji. Xia Hao spoke up to save the day. My son has already become a disciple of Grandmaster Realm Yi. Lu Ji giggled, indicating it was just a joke. But her movements under the table didn't stop. You wasn't exactly an innocent college boy either, though he pretended to sit upright and proper on the surface. In reality, the hand he placed beside his thigh had already grabbed Lu Ji. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow, not expecting you to be so bold. My dear nephew, I've calculated it carefully. The demon soldiers you killed are worth just over 30,000 merit points. Of course, the ancient armor among them will be handed over to you separately. As for this ambush, it was an unexpected situation. The primary credit goes to your father, but your contribution was no small feat either. So, Uncle will round it up for you 40,000 merit points and a second-class merit award. Li Hu set down the file and finalized the decision on the spot. You raised his teacup. Thank you, Uncle Li. Li Hu waved his hand and picked up the wine jug to fill Yu's cup to the brim. You're all adults now. Why drink tea? We're men, let us drink liquor. Come on, let us all drink up to celebrate my dear nephew's great achievement, and to celebrate that our great Xia has gained another god-tier heroic spirit. Everyone raised their cups and drank in unison. Lu Ji's long, wavy red hair swayed gently as she batted her eyes at you. You're really something, little brother. If you ever think about joining the Academy of Slaughter, be sure to get in touch with me. Next, the three combat tier masters began discussing how to deal a major blow to the demon clan. After all, since they dared to dispatch a bloodline abyss monarch at any cost to ambush a squad of new recruits, the human clan certainly couldn't just let this slide. The demon clan is tough, but the human clan has to be tougher. That was the human race's law of survival in this world. Meanwhile, you kept his head down, eating away. For one thing, the three were discussing classified matters he wasn't technically authorized to listen. Although his elders trusted him enough not to exclude him, he still needed to be tactful. For another, the food at the Great Wall was actually quite delicious, full of exotic flavors. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 3 combat tier heavyweights had finalized the specific arrangements. They showered you with a few more words of praise, and as night fell, they dispersed. As the city lord, Li Hu had his own residence. Xia Hao and Yu, who were visiting, were also temporarily housed at the city lord's mansion, while Lu Ji stayed at the Slaughter Army's headquarters. Stepping out of the private room, Xia Hao and Li Hu, feeling a bit tipsy, walked arm in arm in front, with Yu following in the middle, and Lu Ji bringing up the rear, her red lips brushing against Yu's ear. If you don't get used to it, come find your big sister. Her words faded as she walked away, her fragrance carried off by the wind. By the time Yu realized what had happened, Lu Ji had already walked away in her knee-high leather boots, leaving him with a business card in his hand. It bore Lu Ji's name, a brief introduction of her status, and her contact information. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yu's mouth, and he immediately pulled out his phone. There was no signal on the Great Wall, only special military radios could connect to the outside world. Yu had been brought here by Xia Hao for training. On top of that, as a direct disciple of the Grandmaster Realm who had just been awarded a second-class merit today, he was quite rightly assigned a private room. This was a rare privilege at the Great Wall. Apart from a few exceptional powerhouses, everyone else slept in large dormitories. Even more remarkable was that this room had cell service. Though, of course, he could only access specific official platforms. However, this suited you just fine. Opening the official app called Great Xia Spirit Contractors, which he had installed not long ago, you looked at his profile page. Name, Yu. Gender, male. Status, direct disciple of the Grandmaster Realm, student at the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy. Strength, peak of the first tier of the martial path. Military merit, second class merit 1. Merit points, 40,000. This app was designed specifically for spirit contractors. Under official oversight. Primarily responsible for tracking Grand Xia's spirit contractors, releasing information on local emergencies, and issuing official missions. It also included a spirit contractor forum. Of course, for you, the most important feature was the merit point exchange store. He now holds a massive 40,000 merit points, enough to exchange for quite a few cultivation supplies. Immediately, he typed Soul Jade, the item most important to him, into the search bar. Low quality Soul Jade, 1,000. Common Soul Jade, 4,000. Fine Soul Jade, 50,000. Precious Soul Jade, 800,000. Soul Jade, 2 million out of stock. You just wanted to hug his treasured master and give him a kiss or two. Giving away something worth 800,000 merit points just like that? But right now, he could only afford common Soul Jade. After a moment's hesitation, you still didn't place an order. Once the demon weapons are dismantled and the ancient armor is returned, I should be able to get some money from that. If I save up a bit, I should be able to buy a piece of fine Soul Jade by then. She wasn't even at the 4th rank of the martial path yet, so she didn't need that much Soul Jade for the time being. Although old Zhu could temporarily draw upon the soul power within the Soul Jade to defeat mid-stage martial path experts despite being a lower rank, there were still limits to this. Zhu Yuanjiang was still relatively weak. Forcibly boosting his combat power with external aids would damage his spirit body. And he has been motionless in the heroic spirit realm for quite some time now. You could only press the treasure-grade soul jade against his chest, allowing Zhu Yuanzhang to recover slowly. Let us exchange for some items the heroic spirit can use. Although heroic spirits behave no differently from ordinary people, they do not need to eat, drink, or relieve themselves. However, there are still some items in the world that can satisfy a heroic spirit's appetite. These are specially crafted from soul power, and not only satisfy their appetite but also benefit their spiritual bodies. You browsed for a while, then ordered 10 casks of soul wine, a small token of appreciation for old Zhu's valiant efforts today. Address confirmed. Your order will be delivered to Jubai City tomorrow along with the supply shipment. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't exorbitant either. It cost 3,000 merit points. Actually, I know the complete history. I can earn merit points by helping the Great Xia fill in the gaps in their historical records. Contributing a few pieces of true history every now and then amounts to a tidy sum. But once or twice is fine. If I do it too often, I'll arouse suspicion. So it's best to choose some particularly valuable historical records, that way, they'll fetch a higher price. While I'm at the Great Wall these next 2 months, I can slay more demons and claim I obtained them from ancient armor. Lying on the hardwood plank bed, listening to the occasional beast roars from outside the city walls, and breathing in the ever-shifting stench of decay and blood from the abyss, you pondered his next moves and, before he knew it, drifted off to sleep. Today was also his first battle since arriving in this world. Though it was heart-pounding, thankfully his heroic spirit and spirit weapon were powerful enough. Ha, kid, it's rare that you're thinking of old Zhu. This wine is excellent. It's quite strong. The next day, Zhu Yuanzhang, having recovered somewhat, held the soul wine you had given him and drank it down in one gulp. You watched him with a faint smile. This wine was something a heroic spirit could drink, but not an ordinary person. Beside him, a member of the Imperial Guard stood ramrod straight, gripping his Shouchun sword, on high alert and ready for battle at a moment's notice. You poured a bowl for him. Take it. Seeing the Imperial Guard bow with hands clasped, not daring to make a sound, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but shout. You handed it to him again. Imperial Guard, you did well protecting me yesterday. Consider this a reward. Since they had to face the demon clan head-on, you was forbidden from summoning the mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang, as doing so would surely cause a stir among the demon clan and draw their attention. Besides, this mission was primarily for training. What's the point of summoning the Hanwu Emperor every day just to slaughter demon soldiers? Although you lacked a heroic spirit. Fortunately, he had broken through to the second level of the martial path half a month earlier. And Zhu Yuanzhang had once again used Soul Jade to create 2 more Imperial Guards. At this point, you had 3 Imperial Guards by his side, all of whom possessed peak 3rd level martial path strength. Moreover, their combat prowess was formidable. The 3 Imperial Guards were already highly skilled at surrounding and eliminating a level 4 demon soldier in minor skirmishes. With 3 Imperial Guards protecting him, U.S. surroundings were virtually impenetrable. Within a 3-meter radius of him, even a fly that flew in would be split in 2. All you had to do was grip his top-grade Shin tier revolver and, with Zhu Yuanzhang's covert assistance, fire indiscriminately. With this setup, you was able to take down level 5 demon soldiers in every battle, earning him top honors in the squad. Brother you, with your current combat achievements, you could be promoted to commander of 10,000 men right away, couldn't you? Zhou Sheng smiled obsequiously beside you. After you joined the Slaughter Army, Zhou Sheng was assigned to serve under him. But now he acted as if he were U.S. lackey, constantly calling him brother you this and brother you that. The battle had just ended, and they hadn't been off the battlefield for long. You holstered his still warm revolver and said nonchalantly, "Merit?" I haven't counted carefully, but probably 1 second-class merit and a bunch of third-class merits. With that, he walked straight toward the Slaughter Army's mess hall. Zhou Sheng immediately rushed forward, eager to please. Brother you, I'll go get you some food. You must be exhausted from the battlefield. You should rest first. Zhou Shang happily dashed into the mess hall. Yu was now officially one of his men. And with Yu earning merits day after day, it was like adding a valuable asset to his own resume. All he could do was flirt with the naturally alluring Lu Ji. But Lu Ji was a combat tier powerhouse, there was no way he'd stand a chance with her. Yu gave a casual, evasive reply. Tossed his empty bowl to Zhou Shang, stretched lazily, and left the Slaughter Army's camp. As soon as he entered the city lord's mansion, he sought his father, Xiaohao, and city lord Li Hu discussing important matters. And Lu Ji. How dare she play games with me? Good thing I didn't go to her place to find her. You can't be too honest with a woman like that. After greeting his father and the city lord, and giving Lu Ji a cheerful nod, Yu returned to his own room. Judging by the look on Dad and the others' faces, the operation against the demon clan must be about to begin. Normally, a city would have at most one combat tier powerhouse stationed there. This time, Lu Ji was on a mission, and Xiaohao brought Yu along for training. Zhubai City suddenly had 3 combat tier powerhouses. Combat power of this caliber is rarely gathered in one place. So naturally, they're going to stage a major operation to send a strong message to the demon clan. I need to hurry up and make more preparations so I can perform well in the upcoming battle. After all, opportunities like this to earn merit points don't come around often. Also, if we can get our hands on more ancient armor, once I enroll, I can use that as a pretext to submit accurate historical records in exchange for merit points. Right then. You didn't even think twice about the cost. He immediately spent 20,000 merit points to order 5 pieces of common grade soul jade. The next day, once the soul jade arrived, Yu pulled a suitcase from under his wooden bed, filled to the brim with custom-made bullets. If anyone saw it, they'd surely call him an arms dealer. He asked Zhu Yuanzhang to use the soul jade to infuse the custom bullets with soul power. Considering that his father specialized mainly in defense, though he was quite aggressive, that aspect wasn't his strongest suit. Yu went to see Lu Ji again and asked her to inscribe a poem of killing intent onto his revolver. After all, the killing army was full of madmen, from top to bottom, whose bloodlust had driven them to madness. With everything in place, Yu finally felt that his fear of insufficient firepower had been cured. An Abyss Monarch is equivalent to a combat tier powerhouse among the human race. A Bloodline Abyss Monarch, on the other hand, is a peak combat tier powerhouse with special abilities. Yet Zhubai City is normally defended. Little brother, don't forget your big sister, okay? When you come to the imperial capital, you must come find me. Yu embraced Lu Ji with great generosity, constantly saying things like, "Thank you, Commander Lu, for taking care of me these past 2 months, the Slaughter Army is truly a..." Yu was just looking for an excuse to leave. These past 2 months in Zhubai City had really been driving him crazy. Especially with that temptress Lu Ji, who was a feast for the eyes but not for the stomach, teasing him every day. That's why the military department and the Shenwu Academy have sent a joint escort team to take you to school. Now that you're leaving home to study, you mustn't get carried away with fun and neglect your martial path. Practice the valiant shield technique I taught you at the Great Wall diligently. I'll be testing you when you return from break. Mom packed a huge pile of luggage for him, while Dad gave him earnest advice. The imperial capital is far away. And this world is far from peaceful. Abyss rifts pop up out of nowhere from time to time, wreaking havoc on the mortal realm. Moreover, there were no high-speed trains or airplanes. Any long-distance infrastructure of a permanent nature would inevitably be destroyed by the demon clan once built. Therefore, long-distance travel currently relied mainly on carriages and horses. Those with great power could transform their vital energy into a horse, traveling 1,000 li in a single day. In Great Xia, basically any student admitted to a spirit contractor academy would be escorted to school by dedicated personnel. As for Yu, he has contracted a mythic rank entity. So for a super genius like him who hasn't yet reached his full potential, the level of protection is even greater. By the way, you already know the head of the military department, it's Commander Lu Ji. As for the representative sent by the Shenwu Academy, he is also a combat tier powerhouse. When you're out in the world, you must never be arrogant or complacent. Remember, a genius who hasn't yet reached his full potential is nothing. His father, Xia Hao, kept reminding you of the rules for conducting himself. You nodded listlessly. And after waiting for a short while, the escort team assigned specifically to him arrived at the front door. They had arrived in Sioux City yesterday and had been accommodated by the authorities at a nearby hotel. You immediately spotted Lu Ji in the group, wearing a black leather jacket with bold red waves. Lu Ji took off her sunglasses and raised an eyebrow at him. She then exchanged friendly pleasantries with Xia Hao. The academy had sent a female instructor. Dressed conservatively in a black top and black pants that covered her from head to toe, not even revealing her ankles. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. No wonder you're someone capable of contracting a mythic rank entity. US smile widened. That's right, this is bringing us closer. Glasses-wearing girl with the striking contrast, I'm definitely going to win you over. Not far away, Lu Ji's lips twitched. After 2 months of back and forth, didn't she already know what you was like? This kid wants to be a rebellious disciple who defies his master. The escort team for you was nothing short of heavyweight. The military department dispatched combat tier Lu Ji, along with 9 military experts comprising combat tier and martial path 9th Dan practitioners, as well as a fully armed elite unit from the military department. The Xinwu Academy sent combat tier Li Baitao, 5 combat tier and 9th Dan experts, and 5 wisdom pathmasters with powerful soul power to provide support. Within the borders of Great Xia, abyss rifts would pop up from time to time in various locations. And once you left the city and ventured into the wilderness, it became even more dangerous. Because the wilderness was uninhabited. And often, abyss rifts that appeared couldn't be cleared immediately, so they gradually grew larger. Therefore, ordinary people wishing to travel long distances had no choice but to use officially designated routes. Even spirit contractors had to tread very carefully when venturing into the wilderness. However, you didn't have to worry about this at the moment. The team protecting him was powerful and fully armed. Even if they encountered an abyss monarch comparable to the Grandmaster Realm, they could hold out long enough to wait for Grandmaster Realm experts from Great Xia to arrive and rescue them. That said, it was virtually impossible for an abyss monarch to appear within Great Xia's borders. For an abyss monarch to enter Great Xia's territory would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against the empire. Consequently, the group's journey proceeded very smoothly. What was originally a 10-day journey was completed in just 7 days. On a sweltering summer day, the entrances to the various academies in the imperial capital were packed with people. All of them new students registering. Outside, they were high and mighty spirit contractors. But once inside the academy, they were just ordinary freshmen. The official escort brought the students into the imperial capital, dumped them off at the academies, and quickly made their exit. Forget about being a spirit contractor, they were on their own. Damn it, I'm a contracted elite rank, and yet no one was assigned to handle my arrangements. Now I have to stand in line under this blazing sun myself? Don't they know I'm the city's top scholar? Stop whining. I'm the provincial top scorer with a commander rank contract, and I haven't even said a word yet. If you're not going to line up, get lost. That's hilarious. What's an elite rank student even doing here? I'm speechless. How dare an elite rank student complain? Haven't you seen Lin Mei, the National College entrance exam runner-up with an epic rank contract standing in line too? Enough already. I don't know how many elite rank students die every day at this academy. Let him brag a little more, who knows, he might not have a chance to brag next year. The chubby-faced elite rank student who'd just been complaining suddenly flushed red. Accustomed to acting cocky in his small hometown, he couldn't adjust to this environment right away. He never imagined that the people around him would outclass him in both talent and family background. He buried his head like a quail, only occasionally glancing at Lin Mei, who was standing in the other line. She is so beautiful. On this sweltering summer day, Lin Mei's fair cheeks were slightly flushed from the heat, and a crystal-clear bead of sweat hung from her lovely chin, swaying for a moment before falling to the ground. Among the hundreds of students, more than half were secretly glancing at this talented young woman who had ranked second in the college entrance exam.
I heard her family isn't well off. I wonder if I have a chance, hee hee. Hey! Why does he get to cut in line? The spoiled rich kid, who had just failed to show off, suddenly shouted. Hundreds of people in line turned their heads in unison toward the other side. And you, who had originally planned to enter the school discreetly, was suddenly exposed to everyone's view. Not bothering to pay attention to the fool's outburst. You raised her hand and signed the form presented to her by the school teacher. She walked straight out of the scene. Before the rich kid could even process what was happening, a vacuum formed around him no one dared to approach. You'd better stay away from people like that. If lightning strikes him, you might get dragged down with him. I really don't know how someone with a brain like that even got into our school. He doesn't even recognize the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Cutting in line? Didn't you see the school arranged an entire team just to serve him? What a moron. So this is you? He is so handsome. I heard he has not only contracted a mythic rank, but he is also a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm, and he even earned a first-class merit at the Great Wall over one summer. First-class merit, oh my god. I heard that even at the most demanding academy for the art of killing, the graduation requirement is just a second-class merit, right? Whispers of contempt and laughter kept reaching the young rich kid's ears. He felt as if the world were spinning. What was going on? At home, he'd always been treated like a little emperor. At school, he'd always been number one. Wasn't he an elite rank spirit contractor, standing high above everyone else? Before he passed out, only one sentence echoed endlessly in his mind. Where did you even cut in line? The school even assigned a whole team of teachers just to handle US admission. Thud. The rich kid, whose sense of superiority had been utterly shattered, staggered a few times before crashing to the ground. A teacher in charge of maintaining order calmly arranged for someone to carry him away. This year's freshmen have pretty good mental toughness. Only one has passed out so far. It happened every year that geniuses from small counties would lose their composure upon seeing the towering trees of the academy. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Hello, you. I'm Sukeshu, a junior. Over the next few days, I'll help you get familiar with the campus quickly. Sukeshu, dressed in a black training uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail, stood gracefully and extended her delicate hand toward you. Yu's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward to take her hand. Oh, senior sister Sue. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm just my master's nominal disciple. You're a direct disciple. Technically, I should be calling you senior brother. No. Whether nominal or direct, we're fellow disciples. You joined the sect before me, so I'll call you senior sister. Fine, call me whatever you like. Sukeshu decided to let the matter drop. By the way, where is your dorm assigned? I'll take you there. You scratched his head and held up a key. They didn't say where. They just gave me a key. Sukeshu gasped and took the key. Building 36 in the Heaven District. Junior, you actually live in the Heaven District. Only the 36 strongest students in the academy are allowed to live in the Heaven District. You're already living there just after enrolling. Never mind. I can barely even afford the rent for my shared apartment in the residential district every month. I'll just call you senior brother after all. After the college entrance exams, you had been swamped with things to do and hadn't taken the time to learn about the Shinwoo Academy's residential zones. So naturally, he had no idea what Sukeshu was talking about at that moment. He could only follow behind her as they headed to her residence. Along the way, Sukeshu explained the layout of the Shinwoo Academy to him. Accommodations within the academy are divided into 3 tiers: Heaven, Earth, and Human. The Human Zone is just like any ordinary academy 8-person dorms with no private bathrooms, a place that offers little benefit for cultivation. The Earth Zone has 72 buildings. Only those who have appeared on the Academy's Earth Fiend ranking within the past year are eligible to live there.
The monthly cost is 1,800 merit points. Since the Earth Fiend rankings have high turnover, you might be on it this month, but not next. You can share a room. As for the Heaven Zone, there are 36 buildings, and only the 36 people on the Heaven Star rankings that month are eligible to live there. The monthly rent is 3,000 merit points. Once you drop off the Heavenly Guardian rankings next month, you must move out of the Heavenly Zone. The two walked, one in front of the other, one speaking, the other listening. Passing through the bustling residential district, then through a sparsely populated area, until they finally reached the Heavenly Zone, a place of utter stillness and an eerie atmosphere. Sukeshu took a deep breath, a look of pure enjoyment spreading across her face. The air in the Heavenly Zone is so sweet. Shadows moved within the windows of several villas. Oh? A newcomer? In the celestial district of the Shinwoo Academy. Corresponding to the number 36 of the celestial stars, there are 36 detached villas. And only the 36 most powerful students in the academy are permitted to reside there. Hey, Sukeshu, is this little guy really a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm? The door and window on the second floor of one villa swung open, and a woman with pink hair, big eyes, and a lollipop in her mouth poked her head out. Sukeshu gave an expressionless mm. Ignoring the woman, he led you to his residence. That woman ranks 35th on the Academy's celestial rankings. She's got no real strength. She'll graduate and be out of here next year. Don't bother with her. Sukeshu introduced her to you without mincing words. You. The woman, whose expression had been one of amusement, immediately changed her tone, glaring angrily. Why aren't you on the Heaven rankings? You're just a loser who has to share a room in the district. Sukeshu didn't even turn around. Ignore her. She enrolled 2 years before me, pulled strings to take a year off, and didn't make it onto the Heaven rankings until her senior year. No, her 5th year. She's a total waste of space. The Heaven rankings, Earth rankings, and Human rankings. These are the combat power rankings for students at Shinwoo Academy, where only those with lower rankings can challenge those with higher ones. A successful challenge allows the challenger to take the higher ranked spot and claim the resources previously enjoyed by the opponent. The pink-haired woman raged from the viewing window. But Sukeshu didn't even turn around. She raised her hand and flipped her the bird. Just wait until I kick you out this semester, loser. As the pink-haired woman continued her tirade, Sukeshu led you into the detached house marked 36. Sukeshu took another deep breath. Ah, the Heavenly District really lives up to its reputation. I've only been here a short while, but I already feel my cultivation has improved. She turned her head and saw you looking at her with a hint of a smile. What? You didn't expect me to curse like that? You nodded. He had originally thought his senior sister was a calm, reserved, and honest person. He never expected her combat prowess to be this strong. It didn't quite match her refreshing demeanor. Sukeshu led you on a tour of the house's layout. As our master taught us, the path of cultivation is all about competition. If you give her an inch today, she'll slap you in the face tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, she'll dare to desecrate your ancestral graves. Remember this, little junior brother, once you enter the Shinwoo Academy, you're no longer a high school student under constant supervision. You're a spirit contractor dedicated to exterminating demons for the human race. The school teaches us, never give an inch. If someone insults you, hack them down. If someone attacks you, kill them. Once you've stepped onto the path of cultivation, no one will think it's wrong. On the contrary, they'll cheer you on. When your mindset is clear, your cultivation will advance even further. The two walked up to the second floor, one in front and one behind. Lee Kesher turned around. Her pretty face filled with a serious expression, as if she were about to impart some profound truth to you. Junior brother, remember this, starting today, when facing a spirit contractor, you are only allowed to use 3 forms of address. Those stronger than you, call senior. Those on par with you, call Taoist friend. Those weaker than you, call ants or useless trash. You scratched his head. Senior sister, wasn't that pink-haired girl just now stronger than you? That doesn't count, Su Kesha waved her hand dismissively. We're still at school, aren't we? There's no way she'd actually charge at me and punch me in the face. Besides, even though she is stronger than me right now, who knows how things will be in 2 months? And she is 2 classes ahead of me, that means she is just a step ahead in strength. How dare she? Of course, if we were out in the wild or at the Great Wall, I definitely wouldn't call her a useless waste. But this is in Disya. Our master is a top-tier Grandmaster Realm Cultivator. Her family background isn't bad, but what is that worth in the face of a top-tier Grandmaster Realm Cultivator? Li Shushu looked down on him, his tone full of self-importance. Junior brother, remember this: once you've joined our Master's door, wherever we go, we represent our Master's reputation. You must never show weakness. It's no big deal for me, I'm just a nominal disciple. I won't bring any shame upon him. But you're our Master's direct disciple. He tossed the key back to you. You're at the 2nd level of the martial path now? Right, peak 2nd level of the martial path. I just finished tempering 309 dual orifice acupoints. Su Kesha lay on the sofa in the 2nd floor living room. Mythic rank, what a fast cultivation pace. I'm really envious. Within the school, competition among classmates prohibits the use of firearms. You can only use mythic rank abilities and spirit weapons. So, if someone below martial path level 3 bullies you, and you can't beat them, you'll just have to take it. If anyone at martial path stage 4 or above dares to lay a finger on you, I'll beat them up. Within the combat tier, stages 1, 2, and 3 constitute the early stages, involving the tempering of 52 single acupoints, 309 paired acupoints, and 50 extra acupoints outside the meridians. Breaking through stage 3 tiers open the mental sphere, awakens soul power, and leads to martial path stage 4. The combat power of martial path level 4 far surpasses that of level 3. It's a qualitative leap. Once you successfully reach martial path level 4, if anyone below level 7 attacks you, you'll just have to take it. If it's someone above that, I'll beat them up for you. You nodded. This request was no big deal. After all, he was a mythic rank contract holder, so remaining undefeated among peers was no problem. If senior sister found out that Zhu Yuanzhan could forcibly mobilize the soul power from Soul Jade to kill a combat tier powerhouse, I wonder how surprised she'd be. Su Keshu was fairly familiar with his situation. She knew not only that he possessed a firearm but also a spirit weapon. But clearly, she didn't know everything. Even without the firearm. In a life or death battle, with a treasure-grade Soul Jade by his side, he was invincible against anyone below the 6th Dan. Against those above the 6th Dan, it was a 1-for-1 exchange. After staying a while longer and touring every room in the detached house a few times, Su Kesha bid him a reluctant farewell. Heaven rank: once I break through to the 7th Dan of the martial path this semester, I'm going to challenge Jai Shui and take her spot. Jai Shui, that was the name of the girl with pink hair, ranked 35th on the heaven rankings. Li Shushu ranked 1st on the earth rankings. Oh, wait, actually 2nd now. He had originally been 36th on the heaven rankings but was pushed down to 1st on the earth rankings by you. By the way, little junior brother, since you're a direct disciple of the Grandmaster Realm, you've been granted residency at the Celestial rank for 1 semester. During that time, you won't have to pay any fees, you'll enjoy the same privileges as Celestial rank students, and you won't have to accept challenges from others. But since you're taking up one of the original 36 spots on the Celestial rank, there might be people who want to take you on. As I've said before, don't come to me if you're below the 4th tier if you can't beat me. It'll bring shame on both you and my master. If anyone above the 4th tier dares to mess with you, I'll cut them down from top to bottom. You thanked her. His senior sister was actually a really nice person. She made him feel a bit of warmth in this unfamiliar environment. So can I challenge others? By now, you had pretty much figured out the student system at Shinwu Academy. The higher your ranking on the list, the better your treatment. Li Shushu gave him a satisfied look, her expression saying, this youngster is teachable. Of course you can. If you can break through to the 4th rank of the martial path within this semester, you'll probably make it onto the earth rankings next semester. By then, even if you drop off the heaven rankings, you won't face the embarrassment of having to move to the human district. You looked pensive, thinking to himself. If I can make it onto the heavenly rankings this semester on my own merits, then I won't even have to move. He was the only person in the world who knew history. And the Divine Martial Academy had also promised that as long as he honed his soul power to the point where he could contract a second heroic spirit, they would open a private heroic spirit pool just for him. You knew the Ziji Tongjian and the Shiji by heart, and was completely confident he could contract another mythic rank heroic spirit. By then, with 2 mythic rank heroic spirits supporting him, breaking into the celestial rankings won't be impossible. Alright, you get some rest. I'm off to earn some merit points to pay my district rent. Sukeshu waved her hand, stood up, and was about to leave. You'd better hurry up and break through to the 4th level of the martial path, otherwise, you'll be wasting all this dense soul power in the celestial district. Those words gave you pause. Hey, senior sister, I don't need this soul power right now. How about you move in with me? Sukeshu's face lit up with surprise. Really? No, junior brother, I can't take advantage of you. Here's the deal, I'll pay you 2,000 merit points every month. Once you break through to the 4th level of the martial path and can use the soul power for cultivation, I'll move out. Sukeshu was ranked 2nd on the Earth list and lived in the Earth district, where the monthly fee was 1,800 merit points. The monthly housing fee in the Heaven district, however, was 3,000 merit points. As a direct disciple of a Grandmaster Realm cultivator, you was exempt from housing fees for his first semester and enjoyed the same privileges as Heaven list students. Now that Sukeshu was moving in and giving you 2,000 merit points, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, you doesn't need to use the dense soul power in the Heavenly district for cultivation just yet. Now, not only can he share a room with a beautiful senior sister, but he can also get 2,000 merit points for free every month. You held out his hand and smiled, deal. Little junior brother, you're a straight shooter. Of course. I won't take advantage of you either. You don't need soul power right now, instead, you have high demands for chi and blood. I'll give you 1 top-grade vitality pill every week. That's my reward for ranking 2nd on the Earth list. Senior sister Sukeshu was a fair person. And by this calculation, you would gain over 3,000 merit points from her each month. You did indeed need a large amount of vitality to consolidate his 309 dual acupoints, push toward the 50 extraordinary acupoints, and break through to the 3rd stage of the martial path. All things considered, it was definitely a good deal. And since there was no need to let the benefits go to outsiders, it amounted to a direct exchange of useless resources. Li Shushu pulled out her phone and held it up to Yu's face. Contract Spirit is sending you a friend request. Accept it, and I'll transfer this month's merit points to you first. The phone beeped, and 2,000 merit points were credited to his account. Here you go, a top-grade chi and blood pill. I just picked it up today. He tossed a red box toward you. You caught it, opened it, and saw a deep red pill inside. Back when he finished the college entrance exams and first stepped onto the martial path, a master from the military department had given him a top-grade chi and blood pill. He recognized this as exactly that. With the transaction complete, Sukeshu wasted no time in taking his leave. I'm going to move my stuff first. I just paid the rent for the apartment today, so I'm thinking of finding someone to sublet it to. I'll treat you to a meal when I get back. By the way, you now enjoy the benefits of a Heaven rank student, 1 top-grade soul pill and 3 supreme-grade chi and blood pills every month. If you plan to sell any top-grade soul pills, please consider me first. I don't run up a tab, I transfer payments quickly, and I'll buy them at 10% above market price. The Shinwu Academy rankings consist of the Heavenly rankings, Earthly rankings, and Human rankings. Depending on the specific ranking list and their position, students receive different rewards. As the 2nd-ranked student on the Earthly rankings, Sukeshu receives 1 low-grade soul pill, 4 high-grade vitality pills, and various other cultivation resources each month. As the 36th ranked student on the heavenly rankings, you receives 1 high-grade soul pill, 3 top-grade vitality pills, and various other cultivation resources each month. The rankings are determined by the student's strength, and the rewards they receive are naturally allocated according to that strength. Those who make it onto the heaven rank are generally students at Martial Path 7th Dan or above. For these students, soul power is more important than vitality, which is why their rewards include high-grade soul pills. Students on the Earth rank are mostly below Martial Path 7th Dan, for whom vitality remains the priority. Only the top 3 students at the peak of the combat tier receive soul pills. As for the human rankings, the rewards consist entirely of vitality pills and other cultivation supplies. At present, you had not yet broken through to the 4th rank of the martial path and was unable to cultivate soul power. So he chose to share an apartment with Su Keshu. Exchanging resources he wouldn't need immediately for merit points and vitality pills. As for soul pills, you doesn't need them right now. But this type of resource can be stockpiled for use once he unlocks soul power. Moreover, soul pills are in short supply and hard to come by. If you runs out later, he might not be able to buy them. I'll think it over first. He didn't immediately agree to Su Keshu's proposal, because the Great Ming simulation was still ongoing. In the previous simulation, he had saved Empress Ma and Zhu Xiaoning, thereby calming Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. So next, it was time for the Great Ming to truly take off. Yu was confident that in the upcoming Great Ming simulations, he would earn extra rewards, which he could use to quickly break through to the 4th stage of the martial path and utilize the soul pills. This wouldn't take long. Once he reached the 4th stage of the martial path and unlocked soul power, he would be able to construct a complete history in his mind, refine his soul power, expand his heroic spirit space, and contract a second heroic spirit. Constructing a complete history was as difficult as climbing to the heavens for others. But for you, as a time traveler, it was incredibly simple. Contracting a second heroic spirit was also a foregone conclusion. To quickly contract a second heroic spirit, items like soul jade and soul pills are crucial to me. I won't trade them away. Seeing that you had no intention of selling the soul pills, Su Keshu didn't press the matter further. He waved goodbye and left the Sky District, heading to the local area to pack his belongings and sublet his apartment. After a busy day, the sun had already sunk halfway down the mountainside. A sense of tranquility filled every corner of the Sky District. U.S. luggage had already been delivered to his home by the Academy staff in advance. After a quick tidy-up, Yu lay down on the bed in the master bedroom. His college life was about to begin. Judging by the various rankings, the school actively encourages competition among students. Only by surpassing enough people can one secure more cultivation resources. With my martial path 2nd rank strength, I've secured the 36th spot on the heaven rankings. I'm bound to be targeted. Cultivation resources are extremely important. For every spot you occupies, one less spot is available for others. This affects far more than just one person. For example, the student who was originally 36th on the heaven rankings is now 1st on the earth rankings. And the one who was originally 72nd on the earth rankings has now become 1st on the human rankings. The implications are terrifying when you think about it. My lovely master is setting me up. Now Yu has made enemies with quite a few people. I guess quite a few people will be coming to pick a fight with me soon. Rubbing his temples, Yu stopped dwelling on the prospect of others coming after him. He was enjoying the privileges of a heavenly rank student, so it made sense that he'd become a thorn in others' sides. I'd better boost my strength as soon as possible. Might makes right. Yu pulled out his phone, launched Great Xia Spirit Bound, and found that after 2 months of hard work at the Great Wall and surviving a major battle, he managed to build up quite a little nest egg. Name, Yu. Gender, male. Status, direct disciple of the Grandmaster Realm student at the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy. 1 treasure grade soul jade, 2 premium grade soul jades. 1 earth tier mid-grade longsword, 1 mystic tier top-grade firearm, and less than 200 custom-made bullets remaining. 1 high-grade vitality pill. Tomorrow, I can go to the resource room to claim 1 high-grade soul pill and 3 top-grade vitality pills. About 15 million in cash. Having been here for only 3 months, the resources he acquired were still quite substantial. I've contracted with. You didn't he open his eyes until the top-grade chi and blood pill in his hand was completely depleted. The surrounding moonlight gathered around him, casting a cold glow. But you only felt the chi and blood surging within him, his blood running hot. Of the 52 single acupoints and 309 paired acupoints, a total of 670 acupoints all were filled to bursting with chi and blood. The 309 paired acupoints referred to 309 pairs of identical acupoints, with one on each side of the body, totaling 618. He stood up and unclenched his fists. The chi and blood pill, which had been a deep, translucent red, had turned to ashes and drifted away on a gentle breeze. Old Zhu, is this refinement good enough? At Zhu Yuanzhang's request, you had to meticulously refine each stage multiple times not only to reach perfection, but to surpass it. As early as the peak of the first stage of the martial path. His chi and blood were already more abundant than those of an ordinary practitioner at the third stage of the martial path. And he had broken through to the second stage of the martial path over a month ago. Expanding the acupoints posed no difficulty for you. Just 3 days after breaking through to the second stage of the martial path, you had already expanded all 309 pairs of acupoints. And spent the next month and a half continuously refining and polishing his cultivation. He had circulated the Mingshan martial canon countless times. U.S. temples were constantly swollen, and the chi and blood in his body had almost solidified into a tangible substance. Even an ordinary person standing close enough could feel the intense heat. That's about right. You'll be able to break through to the third stage of the martial path in the next few days. The golden figure of Zhu Yuanzhang drifted out of the heroic spirit realm, looking at you with great satisfaction. When improving one's strength, there is no need to chase the speed of a single breakthrough. Lay a solid foundation. Only through perseverance can one reach the pinnacle. These chi and blood pills are excellent. If you can obtain more of them, they'll help you save time in the early stages. You refined each stage to its absolute limit. Yet his overall progress was by no means slow. Just 3 months after becoming a spirit contractor, he had already reached the peak of the second stage of the martial path. The credit for this went entirely to the chi and blood pills. With the chi and blood pills at his disposal, he didn't need to repeatedly transform his chi and blood through the Mingshan martial canon and then circulate it throughout his body. Instead, he could directly extract the essence of chi and blood from the pills for use. It all comes down to money. For most practitioners in the early stages of the martial path, digesting a single, and just as he was drying his hair, Li Keshu arrived carrying her belongings. Although she was a girl, she didn't have particularly much luggage, just 2 large suitcases. Little junior brother, come open the door. Once I've put my things away, I'll treat you to a meal. Su Keshu was overjoyed. After all, being able to enter the celestial zone and enjoy the rich soul power for cultivation meant she could reach the 7th rank of the martial path even faster. Then she could go and beat the crap out of Zhai Shui. This was cause for great celebration. It was September, and the imperial capital was sweltering. You, fresh out of the shower and wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt, baggy black shorts, and flip-flops, helped Sukesha carry her luggage into the guest bedroom. If it weren't for Zhu Yuanzhang's guidance, he would have rushed headlong into the realm of bravery long ago. Sukesha felt a pang of envy. Mythic rank is truly impressive. You even have your own cultivation technique? And I hear the school has even promised that once you've refined yourself enough to contract a second heroic spirit, they'll open a dedicated heroic spirit pool just for you. Will your master also find someone with powerful soul power to assist you? That's wonderful. By then, even if you contract an elite rank, a commander rank with the boost of 2 heroic spirits, you'll likely become the greatest figure of our great Xia in this generation. You laughed it off, saying who could be sure of such far-fetched things. But deep down, he knew he was aiming for mythic rank. The thousands of years of Chinese history played clearly before his eyes. If he couldn't contract a mythic heroic spirit, wouldn't that be a disgrace to all time travelers? He was just a little curious who would be the second mythic ranker. Sukesha sighed, realizing she probably wouldn't hold on to her status as senior sister for much longer. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll need you, little junior brother, to look out for me. Never mind, never mind. Let us not talk about it. I've already taken such a big advantage of you today, senior sister. Come on. I'll treat you to some magic fish. 200 merit points. Senior sister is splurging. Sukesha quickly changed her clothes. Then, knowing her way around like the back of her hand, led you to a lavishly decorated small cafeteria on campus. The food here is prepared by non-toxic magical beings. It boosts a spirit contractor's vitality, and the entire cafeteria accepts only merit points as payment. Come on, I reserved a table in advance. A single meal for 200 merit points, it was indeed a luxury. This was also why Yu was willing to rent out his villa in the Sky District to his senior sister. One reason was that they were fellow disciples. Another was that Sukeshu was beautiful. And yet another was that Sukeshu was powerful. She served as a small safety net. Plus, Sukeshu was genuinely a nice person, generous and polite. This was unlike those seductive sluts out there who only knew how to sleep with him. Following Sukeshu, the two arrived at a restaurant specializing in various grilled fish dishes. As soon as they walked in, they spotted an acquaintance they'd seen. The man named Su Zhua turned around, sized you up for a moment, then set down his bowl and chopsticks, pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and stood up to walk toward you. This made the light in Jai Shui's eyes shine even brighter. Since Sukesha had dared to stand up to her at lunch, she was naturally delighted to see him about to be humiliated. After all, Su Zhua was known for being ruthless and uncompromising. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Su Zhua, and I'm a senior this year. To everyone's surprise, Su Zhua actually extended his hand to you in greeting. You took his hand in a calm, measured manner. You, freshman. Su Zhua laughed twice and said, I know who you are, the top scorer on the college entrance exam. I watched your entire live stream of the exam. To be honest, your mock exam was really intense, going from a cowherd to an emperor for the ages. That was awesome. The two exchanged a few more words. And finally, Su Zhua smiled as she sat back down and said, I come here often. They give me a discount, so order whatever you want, charge it to my tab. Sukesha shot Su Zhua a meaningful glance and replied, No need, I'm treating my own junior disciple to dinner today. With that, he led you over to sit in another section. Su Zhua smiled, turned back, and continued eating. Jai Shui, who had been looking forward to some drama, was a bit dazed. It took her a while to snap out of it. Wait, bro, he snatched the 36th spot on the celestial rankings from you, forced you to move down to the regional tier, and makes you lose one high-grade soul pill every month, and you're just letting it slide? And you're still going to treat him to a meal? Su Zhua didn't seem to care at all. How many heads do I have to go pick a fight with him? But Jai Shui wanted to scold Su Zhua for being too opportunistic and a coward, but she couldn't come up with a rebuttal. After all, what he said made perfect sense. All he wanted was to contract as many god-tier heroic spirits as possible, although you was currently only at the peak of martial path level 2. The next day, the sun rose unusually early. And you took advantage of the morning light to channel the Mingxian martial cannon, breaking through his now stabilized realm. He successfully reached the third stage of the martial path. As he walked down from the top floor balcony, he happened to run into Sukeshu, who had spent the entire night in the training room and was now emerging in high spirits, humming a tune. Sukeshu wasn't wearing her hair in a ponytail. Instead, it fell loosely around her face. She wore loose, leg-hugging black training pants and a white tank top. A night of cultivation had left her hair, chin, and snow-white neck glistening with a thin layer of sweat. Sunlight streamed in through the window, bathing her in a unique kind of beauty. Good morning, little junior brother. Sukeshu was in a great mood. Whoa! You've broken through to martial path level 3. That's impressive progress. Although you hadn't yet awakened his soul power. He sensed that Sukeshu was radiating some additional energy elements. Su Kesha tilted her head back, looking both proud and a little smug. Ha ha! As expected of a training room in the heavenly zone, the concentrated soul power here is so abundant. As long as I stay in the celestial zone, I feel like I can break through to the 7th level of the martial path at least 2 months ahead of schedule. He never expected that his senior sister, who was aloof in front of outsiders and domineering in front of rivals, could actually have such a cute side. You couldn't help but take a few extra glances. When they met yesterday, his senior sister had been wearing loose training clothes from head to toe. But today, the white tank top she wore highlighted her stunning figure. Come on, little junior brother, I'll treat you to breakfast. Su Kesha didn't seem to mind at all. She grabbed a black shirt, slipped it on, and cheerfully led you to the cafeteria. On the way, Su Kesha felt that, as his senior sister and with their master absent, the responsibility of guiding U.S. cultivation fell on her shoulders. She explained in detail that breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level of the martial path was a major hurdle, one so significant that many mediocre practitioners remain stuck at this level for their entire lives, and told you not to rush, but to let things take their natural course. Besides, you had reached the 3rd level of the martial path right after enrolling, which was more than enough to make him the top freshman. You listened quietly, saying little. He was thinking he could complete the tempering of 50 extraordinary acupoints in a week or so, and reaching the 4th stage of the martial path would be a matter of this month. So next month, would he have to ask his senior sister to move out? Watching his senior sister skip along with joy, you pushed that question to the back of his mind. He'd deal with it later. Then, another thought occurred to him. Since refining soul power involved constructing history in his mind, could he perhaps help his senior sister? But he wouldn't know the answer to that until he reached the 4th stage of the martial path. With these thoughts in mind, the two entered the cafeteria. Although his senior sister said she'd treat him, you took the initiative to pay the bill. After all, in relationships, it's all about give and take. After finishing breakfast, he said goodbye to his senior sister and headed to the classroom mentioned in the class group chat. Only to realize he was late. But as a seasoned veteran in his 30s from his previous life, how could he possibly panic over being late? He called out present, in a confident and straightforward manner. The advisor, Li Baitao, nodded and motioned for him to find a seat. You immediately caught everyone's attention. Starting with Lin Mei, the top scorer on the college entrance exam, and the contract Li Qingzhao sitting in the front row. She looked at you with curiosity in her eyes. You glanced back at her. She was even prettier than in her photos, radiating a youthful, student-like charm, a true innocent type goddess. On the school forum, a group of energetic yet bored college students had already crowned her the freshman class beauty queen, with her vote count far surpassing that of the runner-up. However, you only glanced at her briefly. Then walked straight to the back row and found a seat by the window. Li Baitao continued explaining various precautions for the start of the semester. Next up is a month-long military training session. Once military training is over, you'll form teams of up to 4 members. To pass, each team must defeat 4 level 1 magic soldiers or 1 level 2 magic soldier. As soon as this announcement was made, the previously quiet classroom instantly filled with whispers. Although this class brought together the top 30 students in this year's intake at Shinwu Academy, it had only been a little over 2 months since the college entrance exams. So virtually everyone's cultivation level was still at the 1st stage of the martial path. And more importantly, they had no real combat experience. How dare the academy make them face the demon clan head on just 1 month into the semester? Li Baitao continued. On the day military training ends, the freshman rankings will be tallied. The more demons you slay, the higher your ranking and the better your rewards. In cultivation, talent comes first, resources second. Everyone sitting in this classroom possessed extraordinary talent. What they needed most were resources. This was also the original purpose behind Shinwu Academy's various rankings. Want cultivation resources? Fight for them yourselves? After her quick and concise introduction, Li Baitao added. By the way, since you spent 2 months training at the Great Wall over the summer, you're exempt from military training, you've already met the requirements. But you're still eligible to participate in the freshman ranking competition in a month. As soon as she said this, it caused another small stir in the classroom. After all, in their minds, the Great Wall was a very dangerous place. Sunlight streaming through the window bathed Yu's face, making him look every bit the vibrant, sunny young man. Coupled with Yu's friendly greeting, Li Baito's heart skipped a beat, and her fair cheeks flushed slightly, though everyone's attention was focused on Yu at the moment, so no one noticed this detail. Li Baitao flipped through the file in her hands. You also earned 1 first-class merit, 2 second-class merits, and 2 third-class merits at the Great Wall. The Academy also offers rewards for meritorious service. I'll give the resources department a call in a moment. You can go there directly to claim your reward. Li Baitao nodded slightly, the blush on her face deepening a bit. Once the briefing was over, she left, and an assigned instructor would take over the class next. With no teacher supervising for a moment, the once quiet classroom immediately erupted into chaos. As the boys swarmed toward Lin Mei. Lin Mei, can we team up? I've contracted a commander rank. Lin Mei, pick me. He has contracted a regular commander rank, but I've contracted a top-tier commander rank. Lin Mei, I added you as a friend in the class group chat. Why didn't it go through? Did you miss it? I'll add you again. Meanwhile, the girls gathered around you. You've already achieved so much at the Great Wall right after finishing your college entrance exams, you're so amazing. Hey, can I get your contact info? I'm curious, what level are you at in the martial path right now? Can you tell us? Do you have a girlfriend? It seemed that people in this world were much more open-minded than those on Blue Star. You smiled and said, it's fine if you add me through the class group chat. A group of female classmates immediately pulled out their phones and began typing. Meanwhile, Lin Mei, who had been sitting all the way in the front row, pushed her way through the circle of male classmates surrounding you and walked up to him. Hello. I'm Lin Mei. Can I get your contact info? Lin Mei was beautiful and graceful. Her arrival prompted the girls who had been gathered around you to instinctively step back, creating a space for her. You nodded. Once military training is over, can I team up with you? Lin Mei asked with a smile. People, after all, are drawn to beautiful women. You was no exception. And besides, the newcomer rankings coming up in a month would feature not only individual rankings but also team rankings. U.S. cultivation progress was so rapid that he was consuming far more resources than anyone else, so he had no intention of passing up the rewards from both of these rankings. So he gladly agreed. Lin Mei chuckled softly, as if she expected this all along. Ever since she was a child, no one had ever turned her down. A mythic rank contract holder was no exception, after all. Bam! The door that the students had just locked was kicked open from the outside with a loud crash. It startled the group of freshmen so much they held their breath. A drill instructor in camouflage fatigues, his face grim, strode in. Everyone, sit down. What's all the noise about? You're the rowdiest class in the entire building. A class like yours claims to be number 1 at Shinwu? Zhou Sheng's face was dark with displeasure. He knew exactly how to handle students. Start with a show of force. If you're not back in your seats within 3 seconds, you won't be getting any dinner today. After all, Zhou Sheng was a graduate of the Academy of Slaughter, and having spent so many years fighting on the Great Wall front lines, the killing intent he accumulated was more than enough to intimidate a few freshmen. The previously chaotic students scattered in a frenzy, running back to their seats and sitting down. Lin Mei was making her way from the front row to the back to find you. Knowing she wouldn't make it back in 3 seconds, she quickly came up with a plan and sat down in the empty seat next to you. Zhou Sheng's gaze was dark and menacing as he swept his eyes over the class with extraordinary authority. Lin Mei let out a sigh of relief. She shielded her head with her hand, turned her pretty face to the side, and quietly stuck her tongue out at you. The instructor is so scary. Who's talking? Zhou Sheng shouted abruptly. Everyone jumped in surprise, lowering their heads and daring not to speak. But Zhou Sheng had already zeroed in on Lin Mei. You stand up. Are you deaf? Shieling Academy is a place to train powerful human warriors, not for you to be flirting around. Zhou Sheng's words were harsh and booming enough to make an ordinary little girl burst into tears. He glared intently at Lin Mei, not even glancing to the side, and continued to roar. The boy who was talking to her stand up. You propped his chin in his hand. Stand up if you've spoken to Lin Mei? But he hadn't said a word. Zhou Sheng strode quickly over to you. His gaze fierce, ready to take on the troublemaker. When he locked eyes with you, his long tightened face instantly broke into a bright smile. Brother you're here too? You didn't see it that drill sergeant was all high and mighty at first, super mean, but then he started calling you big brother right away. I heard it's because you did a lot of good work leading the drill sergeant at the Great Wall over summer break. Hey, let us go talk to you and ask him to tell the drill sergeant to ease up on us a bit. Who do you think you are? You're so full of yourself, do you really think you will listen to you? He doesn't have a girlfriend yet, does he? If I become his girlfriend, that'll do the trick. Give it a rest. Didn't you see how Lin Mei's eyes lit up when she saw you? Do you really think you would go for you? If he doesn't want me as his girlfriend, I'll settle for being his mistress. I'm this attractive. A group of girls chattered away as they headed to the assembly area on the field, unaware that you and Zhou Sheng were walking right behind them. Zhou Sheng's face was beaming with a smile, a complete contrast to the stern instructor he'd been just moments ago, and he paid no attention whatsoever to the gossip swirling around him. Brother I really didn't realize it was you just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to scold you. During his time at the Great Wall, thanks to U.S. constant achievements, Zhou Sheng had managed to ride his coattails and earn quite a few collective merits. On top of that, after breaking through to the 5th rank of the martial path, he caught the attention of higher-ups, who sent him here to pad his resume. He never expected that the class he'd end up leading would be the very one you was in. This made Zhou Sheng even happier. Leading students was the most boring thing ever. And besides, military regulations forbade him from collecting female students' contact information. He'd originally been prepared to just tough it out for a month. But now that brother was there too, he could really boost his likability and continue riding on U.S. coattails. However, you told him he wouldn't be participating in military training. This made Zhou Sheng sigh a little. But after a quick glance around, he added, well then, brother I'll take good care of your wife. Why not give her some extra time off? To go hang out with brother Zhou Sheng clearly thought of Lin Mei as U.S. girlfriend. But you bluntly told him they were just ordinary classmates. Zhou Sheng sighed again and said, well then, brother if you ever need anything later, just give your little brother a shout. You nodded. And then they parted ways at the fork in the road. Zhou Sheng headed to the playground for roll call, while you went to the resource building to pick up supplies. Hey, hold on to this, it's the reward for ranking 36th on the heavenly rankings. This is the reward for your meritorious service at the Great Wall. Your instructors specifically instructed us to have it ready for you first thing this morning. The teacher from the resources department handed you the cloth bag filled with rewards with both hands. The students were still relatively innocent at most. They envied you for having such a powerful heroic spirit and for having the Valkyrie as his mentor. But the school's teachers didn't see it that way at all. You was one of only 2 mythic rank contractors in the country, a direct disciple of a top-tier Grandmaster Realm Valkyrie, and on top of that, he came from a distinguished family. All of this combined meant his future was limitless. Moreover, as teachers in the imperial capital, they were even more attuned to the slightest shifts in the political winds. Some secret rumors suggested that several elders within the Sea of Talents held you in very high regard. Once he came of age, he would surely be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Consequently, the teachers at this premier institution of Dixia treated you with great courtesy. Although they didn't go as far as Zhou Sheng in fawning over her, they were indeed respectful in every way. This made it much easier for you to get things done on campus. After picking up his reward from the resources department, following the campus map, he headed to the area where the cultivation rooms were located. After you swiped his ID card, a young and attractive female teacher personally escorted him to an Earth-tier cultivation room. This was what his beautiful master had promised him: 2 hours of Earth-tier cultivation room usage time every day. At Shinwoo Academy, the hourly fee for an Earth-tier cultivation room is 300 merit points. By that calculation, you was getting 18,000 merit points for free every month. His beautiful master really came through. This training room has been reserved exclusively for you today. Just let me know a time, and I'll make sure to reserve it for you every day from now on. Although the training rooms were expensive, they were well worth the price. Sometimes if you arrive late, you simply can't snag a spot. As for this kind of preferential treatment with reserved spots, you is probably the only one in the entire school who enjoys it. You thought about his own schedule. The Ming Shinwoo Canon allows for the fastest cultivation progress at sunrise and when the moon is full. Then let us make it noon. Oh, sure, I'll reserve a spot for you every day from 2 to 4 p.m. Why don't you give me your contact info? If you have something to do at noon and want to reschedule, just send me a message, and I'll save a spot for you. You thought about it, that would indeed be more convenient. The two exchanged contact information. And the female teacher beamed as she told you to let her know if he needed any help, or if there was anything he didn't understand at school. You nodded in thanks and entered the cultivation chamber. There were 2 options in the Earth-tier cultivation chamber. One was to supply only chi and blood. And the other was to supply 2/3 chi and blood and 1/3 soul power. Since you didn't need soul power right now, he chose the option to supply only chi and blood. Immediately, the dark, ancient Earth-tier cultivation chamber filled with a crimson mist. And as you stood within it, the chi and blood coursing through his body began to surge. He immediately sat cross-legged on the central meditation cushion and began circulating the bright god martial cannon. The blood-red mist that had been drifting in all directions converged toward you. It formed a massive vortex around him. And his chi and blood surged frantically into his body, accompanied by crisp, snapping sounds of bang, bang, bang. One extraordinary acupoint after another outside the meridians was forced open. What is going on? Why is the flow of chi and blood so fast? Outside, the teacher who had just guided you to the training room sat in her office, utterly astonished, seeing how rapidly US chi and blood were being consumed in the training room. The female teacher furrowed her brow slightly, then made a decision. Fully open the flow of chi and blood. In the school's training rooms, the supply of chi, blood, and soul power is subject to quotas. It is not supplied endlessly. However, these limits are more than sufficient for the vast majority of students. As for prodigies whose consumption of chi, blood, and soul power exceeds the limits, the instructors in charge will increase the supply rate accordingly. But a case like US, where the supply was fully opened, was a first. Teacher Liu, is this in compliance with regulations? Asked the staff member operating the control panel. Lu Qian, the director of the Shinwoo Academy's cultivation chambers, had just gone out of her way to welcome you. She waved her hand dismissively. Whatever happens, I'll take full responsibility. The very first time you entered the training chamber, he activated all 50 extraordinary acupoints. According to official doctrine, this was the hallmark of reaching the peak of martial path, 3rd stage. Next, he could directly shatter the mental sphere, awaken his soul power, and advance to martial path, 4th stage. On the very first day of school, stepping into the 4th stage of the martial path? This was undoubtedly sensational news. However, you did not do that. He had formed a contract with the mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang. The early stages of the martial path posed virtually no challenge to him. Opening all the extra meridian acupoints in a single day was to be expected. He still followed Zhu Yuanzhang's teachings and carefully refined his acupoints. With a solid foundation laid, he would be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm without a hitch in the future. And so, you opened all his acupoints on the first day. and spent the following week continuously refining and tempering them. While his classmates were all participating in military training, Su Kesha spent his days practicing in the meditation room at the Tianju Villa. U.S. daily routine consisted of just 2 stops, home and the meditation room. The effectiveness of the meditation rooms at Shinwoo Academy far exceeded U.S. expectations. The chi and blood he gained each day in the Earth Tier meditation room exceeded that of even a single top-grade chi and blood pill. At 300 merit points, it was definitely worth every penny. Until one day, when Yu and Lu Qian, the head of the meditation rooms, were chatting about this. Lu Qian said with a wry smile that U.S. rate of absorbing vital energy was simply too fast. Originally, Lu Qian had taken it upon herself to supply it at full capacity. But in the end, the shortfall was simply too great, it was beyond her ability to handle. Yet, not wanting to cut off the supply outright for fear of disrupting U.S. cultivation, she reported the matter to the school for resolution. Without a moment's hesitation, the academy replied, "Open up the entire chi and blood reserve and supply U.S. cultivation to the fullest." It must have been your Valkyrie master who gave the order. The academy has been taking a huge hit these past few days, Lu Qian remarked. She's grown quite close to you recently, so she sometimes lets slip a bit of playful banter. Lu Qian was just 30 years old and at combat tier. As a teacher at the Divine Martial Academy who had been cultivating and training in martial arts since adulthood, Lu Qian's face scored an 80 on the beauty scale, but her figure was definitely a 99. At first, she'd been nice to you mainly to get in on the connections behind him. But now, it had turned into genuine respect and a desire to curry favor with you himself. Over the past few days, she'd witnessed U.S. terrifying cultivation speed, and she'd seen that he was neither arrogant nor impatient. She realized that before long, this top college entrance exam scorer who had just enrolled would surpass her. She estimated that in a few years, background wouldn't even be a factor, you alone would be a figure she'd have to look up to. Lu Qian felt as though a supernova were rising from right beside her, shooting straight into the heavens. Women are naturally drawn to strength. Lu Qian found herself unconsciously drawing closer to you. It's a good thing you're only at the 3rd level of the martial path right now. If you reached the 4th level of the martial path, awakened your soul power, and still had such a huge demand for it, the school would really be losing out big time. Lu Qian playfully slapped you on the shoulder, giving off a bit of a flirtatious vibe. You just smiled without saying a word. Reaching the 3rd level of the martial path requires tempering 50 extra acupoints. And for most people, tempering each one requires the utmost care. But with Zhu Yuanzhang's assistance, you faced no bottlenecks at all. Over the past week, he had already fully tempered all 50 acupoints throughout his body. Tomorrow, he'll be able to advance to the 4th stage of the martial path and awaken his soul power. But before advancing to the 4th stage of the martial path, you had already decided to run Zhu Yuanzhang's life simulation again tonight. In the previous simulation, he had eliminated Hu Weiyong and saved Empress Ma and the imperial grandson Zhu Xiaoming. With the internal situation of the Great Ming stabilized, next, you would marshal the full national strength of the Great Ming and set his sights overseas. He would lead this legendary dynasty to its pinnacle. Rise, Great Ming. Leaving the school's cultivation room, you returned to Building 36 in the Tian district. Upon his return, Su Keshu was in the midst of his cultivation practice. You rested in the living room and logged into Great Xia Spirit Bound to review the latest news from all corners of Great Xia. As he waited for the moon to rise and its bright, pure light to first bathe the ground, you walked out onto the rooftop. Under the moonlight, he performed the Mingshan martial canon to further solidify his cultivation. Once the 720 acupoints throughout his body were connected by chi and blood, circulating repeatedly in an endless cycle, you opened his eyes, stood up, left the balcony, and headed to the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, he saw water stains on the floor, along with a few long strands of hair clinging to the slippery surface. Mist still lingered in the air. You knew that Su Keshu must have just finished her shower and gone to bed. Lately, both had been busy with their respective cultivation progress. Su Keshu was determined to break through to the 7th rank of the martial path so he could soundly defeat Jai Shui and claim the 35th spot on the celestial rankings. Yu, meanwhile, had been refining his acupoints in preparation for another simulation. As a result, although they lived together, they rarely saw each other. He first rinsed off with hot water to relax his muscles, then with cold water to stimulate his brain. Yu slipped into the master bedroom wearing comfortable pajamas and closed the door and windows tightly. With a mere thought, the ancient, yellowed simulation book appeared before him. Yu reached out and opened it. At that moment, the simulation book's contents were frozen at the 15th year of the Hangu era. Originally, Empress Ma had died of illness that year. However, due to U.S. intervention, things had changed. Empress Ma was still alive. You used decisive measures to remove Chancellor Hu Weiyong and saved Empress Ma. At this point, your family life is harmonious, but the position of Chancellor remains vacant, so Crown Prince Zhu Biao has had to take over. Your options are: 1. Abolish the Chancellor system and establish other positions. 2. Leave everything to the Crown Prince. 3. Appoint a new Chancellor. 4. Make the decision yourself. Line after line of black text appeared on the new pages. And right from the start, Yu was faced with another choice. The position of Chancellor must be retained. In his previous choice, Yu had specifically stated that he would not abolish the Chancellor system. For one thing, Zhu Yuanzhang had abolished the Chancellor position only to establish the cabinet, a move that did more harm than good. This measure had pushed the power of the Ming dynasty's civil officials to its absolute peak. As for entrusting matters to Zhu Biao had far too much on his plate. You even suspected that one of the main causes of Zhu Biao's death was illness brought on by overwork. Zhu Yuanzhang had staked the entire future of the Great Ming on Zhu Biao, so Yu was determined to ensure his survival. Of course, there was another important reason. In the 15th year of the Han Wu era, the enigmatic monk Yao Guangxiu, later known to posterity as the Chancellor in Black, arrived in the capital. Originally, following the death of Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang had selected eminent monks to attend to the princes and recite sutras to pray for the repose of the late Empress Ma's soul. Yao Guangxiu was selected for this role. And by a twist of fate, he grew close to Prince Yan, Zhu Di. Later, when Zhu Di was heading to Beiping to take up his fiefdom, Yao Guangxiu stopped his horse and said, "I want to give you a white hat." To test his dragon-slaying technique, Yao Guangxiu assisted Zhu Di in launching the Jingnan campaign. In the end, he truly did present Zhu Di with a white hat. Prince Yan Zhu Di became Emperor Zhu Di. Now that the position of Chancellor of the Great Ming was vacant, and you knew of such a talented individual, he naturally could not let the opportunity pass. After all, only he was aware of the current simulation process. So he directly activated his time traveler cheat code and picked up his brush to write. The Empress has recovered from her illness. Select a high-ranking monk to offer blessings, and appoint the monk Yao Guangxiu as Chancellor. After boldly finishing his entry, text began to appear in segments on the simulation book. The Empress has recovered from her illness. You are overjoyed and select a high-ranking monk to offer blessings for her. At the same time, you decided to choose one of the selected monks to serve as Chancellor. However, you did not publicize this matter. Instead, you instructed the Imperial Guard to locate the high monks who had come to the capital and arrange for them to secretly audience with the Emperor. You summoned each of the monks who had come to the capital to offer blessings for the Empress. You were particularly intrigued by a monk with slanted eyes and a gaunt, sickly appearance, resembling a sick tiger. You said to him, "You have the face of a killer, yet you are a monk, how intriguing." Later, you met with this monk on numerous occasions. From time to time, he would voice some startling views, and you began to look at him with new respect. After the blessings for the Empress were concluded, you decided to appoint him as Chancellor. At this time, the previous Chancellor, Hu Weiyong, had just had his entire family executed. Everyone in the court was living in fear. Though they were somewhat dissatisfied with your decision, they dared not speak out. The monk Yao Guangxiu became your new Chancellor. Reading this, you smiled. Thanks to his prophetic perspective, he had avoided many of the missteps in the history of the Great Ming. At this point, the Shu family was secure, with a successor in place, and he had also recruited the Chancellor in Black. Now it was time for you to take action. Just then, a new option appeared on the yellowed pages. The 15th year of the Hangwu era has ended. This year, you sent troops to pacify Yunnan, established the Imperial Guard, treated Empress Ma, and appointed the monk Yao Guangxiu as the new chancellor. At this time, the Great Ming is at the height of its power, and the people are enjoying a period of peace and prosperity. Although internal stability has been achieved, chaos still persists externally. Remnants of the Golden family have established a new regime north of the Gobi Desert, constantly attacking and harassing the people along the Ming border, and you are fed up with it. The Ming coastline is being plundered and harassed by Japanese pirates. Although you banned maritime trade with foreign nations last year, the effect has been minimal. Your choices are: 1. Launch a northern campaign to attack the northern desert. 2. March south to wipe out the Japanese pirates. 3. Allow the people to rest and recover. 4. Decide for yourself. You, of course, chose option 4. But once he picked up the brush, he hesitated, unable to put pen to paper, and fell deep in thought. It's almost the 16th year of the Hangwu era, that is, 1383, and there are still 15 years until old Zhu passes away. That means I only have 15 years to take action and lead the Great Ming to even greater heights. Moreover, the simulation book doesn't cover every minute detail, it merely presents me with key turning points in old Zhu's life for me to decide. Words danced through Yu's mind as historical information about the Ming dynasty kept surfacing. In the remaining 15 years, he had to chart a sound general course for the Ming dynasty, one that would elevate it to greater heights and enable Zhu Yuanzhang to achieve even more dazzling feats. Only then could he earn the extra rewards. As for the Golden Clan in the north, I can rely on Lan Yu and the Japanese pirates along the coast. From the very beginning, U.S. attention was fixed on maritime affairs. In the 13th century, the Ming dynasty's shipbuilding technology was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the world. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, various shipbuilding techniques such as watertight compartments, keels, and multi-layered planking had already reached a high level of maturity. Not to mention the Ming dynasty, which had inherited all the craftsmanship from those two dynasties. A dozen or so years later, Zheng He would lead the Great Ming fleet to intimidate the western seas. According to the history of the Ming dynasty, the warships commanded by Zheng He were lined with red-coated cannons stretching for dozens of li. The deterrent power of the Great Ming fleet he led in that era was comparable to that of an aircraft carrier in later times. With such a fleet, conquering other territories would be as easy as swatting a dog. Unfortunately, at that time, Zheng He's fleet was primarily intended to demonstrate national prestige, yielding more symbolic gains than tangible ones. It completely missed out on the benefits of the Age of Discovery. But Yu, hailing from a later era of China, naturally possessed a vision that transcended his time. After some reflection, he picked up his pen and wrote: Dispatch Lan Yu on a northern campaign against the Yuan court in the northern steppes, lift the maritime ban, and order Mingzhou, Xuanzhou, Guangzhou, and other regions to mass-produce warships. The Yuan court in the northern steppes was no match for the valiant Ming army led by Lan Yu. And Yu, of course, would not stand idly by. He brought forward the event of Lan Yu's conquest of the Yuan, while simultaneously mass-producing warships. This was to prepare for the upcoming plunder of maritime wealth. The maritime dividends that had originally been reaped by the West. This time, they would belong to the Great Ming, propelling the Great Ming into the age of great voyages. Dispatch Lan Yu on a northern campaign against the Yuan court in the far north, lift the maritime ban, and call upon Mingzhou, Xuanzhou, Guangzhou, and other regions to mass-produce warships. On the yellowed, dog-eared pages, new words kept appearing. The Yuan court in the northern desert harasses the people along the Ming border day in and day out. You understand clearly that before you pass away, you must wipe out the remnants of the Yuan court. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, you place 150,000 elite Ming troops under Lan Yu's command to launch a northern campaign against the northern desert. You personally see him off, saying, march at double speed, straight to the enemy court, and purge the desert. This is our decisive moment. 150,000 Ming troops advance into the northern desert. At the same time, you realize that enforcing the maritime ban cannot stop the Wokou from raiding the Ming coastline. For a people like this, the only solution is to make them pay a bloody price to force them into submission. You lift the maritime ban, not only strengthening trade between the government and foreign powers but also allowing private trade to flourish. Truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. Before opening the coast, you anticipated a massive wave of Woko raids. You mobilized the entire nation's resources, ordering Mingzhou, Xuanzhou, Guangzhou, and other regions to mass-produce warships and equip them with red-coated cannons. Your judgment of character has never been wrong. Lan Yu annihilated the remnants of the northern Yuan in the Fishing Sea, capturing the emperor's son, concubines from the palace, princes, dukes, generals, and ministers, a total of over 3,100 people along with more than 70,000 soldiers and over 100,000 head of cattle and sheep. The remnants of the northern Yuan were completely eradicated, and the Ming army returned victorious. At the same time, with the lifting of the maritime ban, the government gained considerable wealth through maritime trade, and the coastal populace gradually grew prosperous. However, raids by the Wokou also became increasingly frequent. Just as you were worrying about the scourge of the Wokou, another piece of news sent you into a rage. While Lan Yu was on his triumphant return, his principal consort, Yuanfei, committed suicide out of shame. Although Lan Yu had just achieved a great victory, his actions ran counter to the ethnic policies you advocated. Your choices are: 1. His merits outweigh his faults, do not pursue the matter. 2. Fly into a rage and deal with him according to the law. 3. Keep it under wraps, gather further evidence of disloyalty, and exterminate 3 generations of his family. 4. Decide for yourself. You gripped his brush and smiled wryly. He had originally thought that by bringing forward the conquest of the Yuan, Lan Yu would not repeat the mistakes of history. He never expected that the last great general of the Ming dynasty would turn out to be such a thoughtless brute. In the end, history followed its inevitable course. The final major scandal of the early Ming dynasty was the Lan Yu case. It implicated more than 15,000 people and resulted in a river of blood. However, this matter must be viewed in the context of the historical background at the time. According to the original course of history, Lan Yu grew arrogant due to his military achievements, repeatedly violated the law, and even appointed his confidants within the army to build his own power base. Xu Yuanzhang had tolerated him for a long time, but as the army's renowned generals grew old or passed away, Lan Yu was a man of great use, a treasure to be passed down to his descendants. But later, Crown Prince Zhu Biao died of illness. And Zhu Yunwen was not yet of age. Under such circumstances, how could Zhu Yuanzhang possibly tolerate Lan Yu any longer? So the first blow was struck directly at Lan Yu. And he even buried the entire Huaishi faction of meritorious officials in their graves. All of this was done solely to clear obstacles for Zhu Yunwen and consolidate imperial power. But now the situation is different. Yu has brought forward the event of Lan Yu's attempt to overthrow the Yuan dynasty. So it is still early in the timeline before Zhu Biao's death. And Yu has already taken a series of precautionary measures to prevent Zhu Biao's death. Now not only is Zhu Biao alive, but Empress Mai is as well. There are very few of the founding generals of the Great Ming left now. And a renowned general like Lan Yu is a major asset that Zhu Yuanzhang left for Zhu Biao. Setting aside the fact that you would not kill Lan Yu at this time. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang were placed in such a situation, he would not have killed him either. Therefore, 4. Make your own decision. With the hidden threats in the northern wastes now resolved, Yu had already shifted his focus to the maritime Silk Road. It would be a waste not to utilize a renowned general like Lan Yu in the expansion of maritime routes. His brush danced across the paper. And Yu rewrote history. To atone for his crimes through meritorious service, order Lan Yu to lead troops to resolve the coastal pirate menace. After submitting, the simulation continued. Lan Yu, arrogant in the face of his achievements, repeatedly broke the law. Yu flew into a rage, changed his title from Duke of Liang to Duke of Liang, and ordered him to lead troops to the coast to resolve the Woko menace. If he wins, his crimes will be pardoned. If he loses, his punishment will be increased by 1 degree. To ensure the Great Ming's first major naval battle is a complete success, Yu secretly order Fengsheng to lead troops and support behind Lan Yu's lines. By this time, numerous warships have been built across the Great Ming, and its naval power is formidable. The renowned General Lan Yu is at the height of his influence. He leads 50,000 Ming troops and utterly annihilates all Japanese pirate forces along the coast. Lan Yu was a general with a fierce competitive spirit. How could the Wokou with their ragged equipment and lax discipline compare to the Golden Clan of the northern steppes? With the Golden Clan already vanquished, what are these mere Wokou? Lan Yu, seizing the momentum, mobilized all the newly built warships along the coast and pursued the Wokou to their lair. Seeing this, Feng Shang, stationed in the rear, led his troops to garrison the coast to prevent roving Japanese pirates from causing further disturbances. In the 17th year of the Hangwu era, Lan Yu led over 100 Ming warships in pursuit to the Japanese pirate stronghold, annihilating both their northern and southern factions and capturing Shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu. The Ming army returned victorious, putting an end to the Wokou menace once and for all. With the north pacified and the coast secure, you assembled fleet after fleet. Next, your course of action is 1. Build up strength and continue constructing warships. 2. Seize the momentum and order Lan Yu to lead troops in an attack along the coast. 3. Defend the Great Ming and allow the people to rest and recover. 4. Decide for yourself. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Everything is proceeding exactly as I had planned. In the early years of the Great Ming, the nation's power was at its peak. Yu, with a vision far ahead of his time, ushered in the age of exploration, setting his sights on the entire world. By now, the north had been pacified, and the Japanese pirate threat had been eliminated. The entire Ming dynasty was mobilizing its national resources to build warships. Everything was ready. The next issue to address was population. The rapid rise in national strength was inseparable from a population boom. And in ancient times, the foundation of a population boom was grain. Yu had long set his sights on crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. They were highly adaptable, easy to grow, and yielded high harvests. According to historical records, potatoes played a role behind several population booms throughout history. However, potatoes were not introduced to the Ming dynasty until the mid-Ming period. Yu intended to bring this event forward. This was also one of the benefits of the Age of Discovery, introducing potatoes, triggering a population boom, and boosting national strength. Bring the brush. Continue building warships, and simultaneously dispatch 3 fleets to sail southward to the western seas to establish maritime trade with other nations and gather crops not found in the Ming dynasty. After picking up the brush, Yu's fingers trembled slightly. For he knew that from this moment onward, the fate of the Ming dynasty would take a truly momentous turn. This moment was also the moment he had been waiting for, having laid out his plans. The Ming dynasty embarks on the Age of Discovery. In early Hangwu 18, the north and coastal regions had been pacified, and the wealth the Great Ming gained from maritime trade reached half of its tax revenue. Yu gradually began to taste the benefits of maritime trade, but fully aware of its difficulties, Yu did not act rashly. Instead, Yu dispatched only 3 fleets comprising 50 ships and 30,000 soldiers southward to the western seas to engage in trade and collect crops not found in the Great Ming. The Great Ming fleet set sail in grand procession. Yu personally saw them off. The 3 fleets carried not only your ambitions but also the future of the Great Ming. At the end of the 20th year of the Hangwu era, after nearly 3 years, the first Great Ming fleet returned triumphantly to the capital. This fleet helped the Great Ming establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Malabar in the western seas, subdued the pirates in the old port of Srivijaya, and brought back a variety of rare crops. In the summer of the 21st year of the Hangwu era, the second Great Ming fleet returned to court. Upon arriving in Malacca, the fleet bestowed upon its chieftain 2 silver seals, ceremonial headgear, sashes, and robes, erected a stele, and established the Kingdom of Malacca. It brought back various plants, the most precious of which were 6 trees of agar wood and yellow ripe incense, each measuring 8 to 9 feet in diameter and 8 to 9 jang in length. In the spring of the 22nd year of the Hangwu era, the third Great Ming fleet returned to the capital. While passing through the Kingdom of Ceylon, this fleet was blocked by its king, who dispatched 50,000 troops to besiege the Ming fleet and felled trees to block its return route. The Ming army launched a surprise night attack on the royal capital, breached the city walls, captured the king's family alive, and beheaded the king. This fleet traveled the farthest and brought back a large quantity of agricultural crops. Yu ordered the kingdom of Ceylon to install a new king and submit to the Great Ming. The three fleets focused primarily on maritime trade and secondarily on demonstrating the nation's might, bringing back vast quantities of gold, silver, and jewels, thereby replenishing the state treasury. Among the rare crops brought back, a round, tuberous food piqued your curiosity because its shape closely resembled a horsebell. It was named potato. Got it. The ancient population explosion artifact, the potato. At this point, the simulation has reached the 22nd year of the Hangwu era, or 1389. The Great Ming has opened up parts of the maritime Silk Road, established diplomatic relations with many nations, and engaged in maritime trade. This move not only accumulated vast wealth for the Great Ming, but also brought back numerous exotic crops, enriching the lives of the common people. Most importantly, the potato was obtained. And it is entirely up to you to push the Great Ming to its peak and earn the extra rewards. There are still 9 years left until old Zhu's final hour. Historical records state, in the 31st year of the Hangwu era, the emperor passed away. You didn't know if Zhu Yuanzhang's lifespan would be extended in the simulation book. After all, this time he had saved Empress Ma and Zhu Xiongning, and prevented a series of tragic incidents in the Great Ming. He had saved old Zhu from a miserable twilight years. Logically speaking, a peaceful old age does indeed lead to a longer life. However, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, you still needed to proceed cautiously and plan according to Zhu Yuanzhang's original date of death. Time is running out. In 3 years, the historical Zhu Biao is set to pass away. While preventing this tragedy, I must let the Ming fleet show its true potential. Yu hadn't forgotten his original goal to help Zhu Yuanzhang achieve greater accomplishments and earn additional rewards. At the same time, a choice appeared once again in the simulation book. 3 fleets have returned laden with cargo. You've mapped out most of the routes to the western seas and tasted the benefits of maritime trade. In accordance with your previous edict, over the years, the Ming dynasty has mobilized the entire nation to build warships, train marines, and cast red-coated cannons. At this point, the number of Ming warships has surpassed 3,000, and the naval force stands at 800,000. Next, your choices are: 1. Launch a full-scale offensive, send the Ming fleet to the western seas. 2. Stop here and settle for the status quo. 3. Dispatch fleets to explore the world. 4. Decide for yourself. U.S. greatest ambition is undoubtedly to dispatch fleets to explore the world, ushering the entire world into the age of discovery, allowing the mighty Ming dynasty to reap immense rewards, and enabling Zhu Yuanzhang to achieve feats surpassing even those of Genghis Khan. But old Zhu now has only 9 years left. So a gradual approach is no longer an option. Since that is the case, there is only one course of action left: go all out. Bring me my brush. Yu is about to make the Hangwu Emperor's final, all-out push. Great Ming, let the world witness your glory. Deploy the entire 800,000-strong navy, set a 9-year deadline, follow the Western Ocean sea routes to conquer cities and territories. Promote the cultivation of potatoes among the common people. Prohibit the crown prince from leaving the imperial city. 3 strategic plans. First plan, the 800,000-strong navy embarks on a great maritime expedition to reap the full benefits of the oceans. Second strategy, cultivate potatoes to increase grain production and trigger a population boom. Third strategy, confine Crown Prince Zhu Biao to prevent him from contracting a deadly disease and dying. In the Great Ming of today, the heir absolutely cannot be allowed to falter. 3 strategies submitted. Simulation continues. 3 fleets set sail for the western seas, taking 4.5 years. Not only did they open up maritime trade and showcase the Great Ming's might, but they also brought back maps of the western sea routes. The wealth brought by these voyages ushered the Ming dynasty into a period of prosperity, and your horizons are no longer limited to your homeland but extend to the seas beyond. At this point, you are 62 years old and feel the inevitability of fate. You wish to accomplish one final great feat in your life, to carve out a vast empire for the Ming dynasty. At your command, 3,000 Ming warships and 800,000 naval troops set sail for the western seas to conquer cities and expand the realm. A nation's prosperity depends on its people, and the people depend on grain. You promoted the cultivation of potatoes brought back from your previous voyage among the common people. In the 23rd year of the Hangwu era, the potatoes cultivated across the land began to yield harvests. The imperial court received joyful reports that yields were exceptionally high, greatly alleviating the grain shortage. In the 24th year of the Hangwu era, you ordered a nationwide census, which revealed a population of over 65 million, an increase of 10 million compared to the 14th year of the Hangwu era. Upon your accession to the throne, you encouraged the reclamation of wasteland for farming. This policy greatly accelerated the spread of potatoes, with 2/3 of the land in various regions being used for potato cultivation. The people no longer suffered from food shortages, the economy began to grow, tax revenues flourished, and the nation prospered. In the 26th year of the Hangwu era, 4 years after the introduction of the potato, the population of the Great Ming experienced explosive growth, successfully surpassing 100 million. The people at home lived in peace and prosperity, while good news continued to arrive from overseas. The 800,000-strong Ming Navy conquered cities and territories. Their red-coated cannons fired solid-core cannonballs that ravaged the land for 1,000 li, and wherever they passed, all submitted to the Ming. By the 29th year of the Hangwu era, the Ming fleets began returning to the capital in succession, bringing with them letters of surrender from a total of 36 nations including Java, Siam, Sumatra, Mogadishu, Saravani, and Burma, all expressing their willingness to become vassals of the Ming. The first fleet to return brought back over 100 million taels of silver and over 30 million taels of gold, greatly replenishing the state treasury. In addition, you took a great liking to the crops brought back, such as corn and chili peppers. In the 30th year of the Hangwu era, as the 9-year deadline approached, the Great Ming Navy began returning to the capital in succession. All those returning to court carried letters of surrender from various nations, along with untold quantities of silver and gold. By this time, you had lost interest in wealth and instead frequently visited the exhibits of rare treasures and exotic animals presented by the various nations. Among them, 2 types of giant beasts, one with a long nose and tusks, the other with a long neck and spots, were your favorites. In the spring of the 31st year of the Hangwu era, the final fleet of the Ming Navy returned to court. Its journey had taken it the farthest, setting foot on a previously unknown continent. But under heaven, all lands belong to the sovereign. All people under the heavens are the sovereign's subjects. The Great Ming fleet lived up to expectations, bringing back letters of surrender from the Sanghe Empire, the Mali Empire, Jingbuba, and other nations. 3,000 warships and 800,000 sailors spent 9 years carrying the prestige of the Great Ming to another continent, returning with countless rare treasures and exotic birds and beasts. According to statistics from the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Ming Navy brought back a total of over 970 million taels of silver and over 380 million taels of gold. In the 31st year of the Hangwu era, on the day of Bingshu of this month, the emperor and empress passed away at the age of 67. In the spring of the 32nd year of the Hangwu era, you once again organized the Great Ming fleet, advancing simultaneously along 3 routes north, south, and central to expand maritime routes. In the winter of the 33rd year of the Hangwu era, the emperor passed away and was buried alongside the empress at the Shaoling Mausoleum at the age of 73, passing the throne to Crown Prince Xu Biao. You have completed the simulation of the life of mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang. You have earned Zhu Yuanzhang's strong approval. Starting with nothing but a bowl, he ended his life as an emperor for the ages. He drove out foreign invaders and restored the Central Plains. From cowherd, monk, beggar, and leader of the rebel army to the emperor who unified the realm. After more than 70 years of a life filled with anxiety, Zhu Yuanzhang had lived out his life. The text on the simulation book froze at the emperor's death. You let out a long sigh, feeling both joy and a touch of melancholy. I saved Empress Ma, Zhu Xiongning, and Zhu Biao. I prevented several major scandals from occurring during the early Republican era. Later, I expanded the Ming dynasty's horizons overseas, ushered in the age of great voyages, introduced potatoes, and reaped the full benefits of maritime exploration. I forged the Ming dynasty into the ruler of all nations, with a territory spanning the Asian and African continents. Though it was most difficult to match the number of those with the mandate of heaven, I still received an extra reward. Zhu Yuanzhang, born a coward, ascended to the throne and spent most of his life stabilizing the Great Ming. You planned ahead, utilizing the final 11 years of Zhu Yuanzhang's life to forge an empire without a god. This could certainly be considered a monumental achievement. Whether in the Han, Tang, Song, or Yuan dynasties, he was the only one to have connected Asia and Africa. U.S. first heroic spirit, the mythic rank Zhu Yuanzhang, came to an end at this moment. Zhu Yuanzhang's life simulation has ended. Please open the simulation summary to claim your additional rewards. Old Zhu was the person you had spent the most time with since his arrival in this world. He was also the heroic spirit who had shared life and death with him, and had even altered his original destiny. Having suddenly lived through old Zhu's entire life like this, you actually felt a bit reluctant to let him go. Pushing aside a touch of melancholy, you turned to the next page of the simulation book. Simulation Summary. From a coward to an emperor for the ages, you achieved feats unprecedented in history, yet you did not stop there. Facing the remnants of the previous dynasty, you knew how to recognize and utilize talent, dispatching the renowned General Lan Yu to utterly crush them. Facing a famous general who grew arrogant due to his achievements, you employed imperial tactics to permanently confine his activities to the battlefield. Facing the Japanese pirates, you unleashed the fury of a conqueror, sending troops to attack their capital, capturing their pirate king, and making that nation pay a bloody price. With domestic stability secured and external threats resolved, you turned your vision ahead of your time toward the seas. You mass-produced warships, expanded the navy, and opened the maritime Silk Road, reaping endless wealth and acquiring countless rare treasures, thereby greatly enhancing the Ming dynasty's national strength and the people's quality of life. Without a doubt, the great voyages surpassed all your earlier achievements. The Ming Navy not only brought back highly productive potatoes, which helped trigger a population boom and ushered the Ming dynasty into its golden age, but also conquered cities and territories, expanding the Ming Empire across 2 continents and drawing tribute from nations far and wide. While focusing on the age of discovery, you never forgot to care for your family. The heir to the Great Ming, who was destined to die, survived under your protection. Ultimately, you forged the Great Ming into the most powerful empire of its time, far surpassing the achievements of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Taizu of Song. You also ensured a smooth transition of power to the rightful heir. Congratulations! You have become the strongest carbon-based lifeform of the 14th century, the ruler of the Eastern Hemisphere. You have earned the recognition of the heroic spirit Zhu Yuanzhang. Overall evaluation, Mythic Rank. You have received an additional reward, the Mythic Rank Soul Artifact, the red-coated cannon. Line after line of text appeared. And ultimately receiving the Mythic Rank evaluation was, more or less, what you had expected. After all, armed with the perspective of a man from a later era, he had capitalized on the opportunities of the Age of Discovery to transform the Great Ming into the most powerful secular empire in the Eastern Hemisphere. However, the additional reward, the Mythic Rank Soul Artifact, caught his attention. This was the first time he ever encountered the term Soul Artifact. He closed his eyes and sensed, faintly, a magnificent cannon shimmering with golden light standing within his as yet unlocked mental sphere. It had a bedrock-solid base and a straight, thick black gold barrel engraved with ancient runes. But this massive cannon, clad in red, was shrouded in mist, and you could not see it clearly. It seems I must still reach the 4th stage of the martial path, tear open my mental sphere, and awaken my soul power before I can harness this Mythic Rank soul weapon. You opened his eyes and saw Zhu Yuanzhang, who had appeared at some point, holding the simulation book as if it were a treasure, flipping through its pages with great care. Every single character he studied with extraordinary care. After a long while, Zhu Yuanzhang closed the simulation book. This incredibly resolute, iron-willed emperor tilted his head back. His eyes, as large as an ox's, were bloodshot and veiled with a layer of mist. Protecting my little sister, safeguarding Biao, spirit master, you truly are so much stronger than I am. I originally thought the maritime ban would benefit the people, but I never imagined maritime trade would play such a vital role. I've held back the Great Ming and the common people. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a pang of sadness. Ever since his youth, he had devoted his life to the people and resented the officials. He had implemented numerous policies for the people's benefit. But never did he expect that the maritime ban originally enacted to protect the coastal populace would actually become an obstacle to the Great Ming's development. Looking at the results of U.S. simulation. Thanks to the Age of Discovery, the population had exploded, and everyone lived in peace and prosperity. Wasn't this exactly what he had dreamed of? However, you understood clearly that this was only possible because he had utilized insights beyond his time, combined with the experience of globalization from later eras. Some of Zhu Yuanzhang's policies were entirely sound and beyond reproach. The only thing that could be criticized was the series of major purges carried out to consolidate imperial power. But if you were to place every emperor in the history of China, in the history of humankind in Zhu Yuanzhang's position at that time, who could have done better? You offered Zhu Yuanzhang a few words of comfort. And Zhu Yuanzhang let out a long sigh. I'll never reach the Spirit Lord's level of greatness. I just wonder if, after I'm gone, Yunwan will govern diligently and care for the people, and if the feudal princes across the land will faithfully defend our territory. You spoke too hastily. And nearly blurted out the story of Zhu Di, the fourth princess campaign to suppress the rebellion. But fortunately managed to stop himself just in time. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply distressed at the moment. If he were to tell him that, not long after your death, your fourth son rebelled and even hunted down your beloved great-grandson whom you personally had stepped down until he vanished without a trace. Who knows how old Zhu would react? Although you managed to hold his tongue for the moment, another thought popped into his head. If Zhu Di's initial trait ever appears in the future, and I successfully contract him, just imagine the scene when the two of them meet. Hey, that'd be quite a sight. With 5,000 years of history swirling in his mind. You wasn't about to limit himself to just one or two heroic spirits. Who knows, maybe one day he'd actually contract Zhu Di. And when the two of them met, wouldn't Zhu Yuanzhang whip Zhu Di across the face with his belt? You mused with such dark humor. But he still offered a few more words of comfort. Zhu Yuanzhang's mood stabilized. After all, he was an emperor for the ages, a ruler of iron and blood. He couldn't possibly keep weeping and wailing forever. Earlier, he'd nearly been feeling a bit down. He handed the simulation book back to you and said, Soulmaster, now that you possess a mythic rank soul artifact, your next goal is to quickly awaken your soul power. As long as you keep refining your soul power and pair it with the red-robed cannon, you'll be unbeatable even when fighting opponents of higher ranks. Once you enter the Grandmaster realm, even that great Grandmaster realm expert from Great Xia will likely fear you. If you were to step into the great Grandmaster realm one day, everyone else in the world would be nothing more than a couple of ants. That is the power of a mythic rank soul artifact. You firmly believed what Zhu Yuanzhang had said. After all, anything worthy of the title mythic could not possibly be ordinary. Moreover, he had never even heard the term soul artifact before. It must be exceedingly rare. If brought into the outside world, it would certainly cause quite a sensation. Zhu Yuanzhang stood to one side, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. Spirit Lord, now that your reputation as a direct disciple of the Valkyrie has once again come to the attention of those in power in Great Xia, if you were to reveal that you've obtained a mythic rank soul artifact, you would undoubtedly receive even higher level cultivation support. You had been thinking along those lines as well. After all, his consumption of resources was simply staggering. Storing the book of contracts in his mind, you lay down on the bed, feeling somewhat exhausted. I'll worry about all that after I head to the training chamber tomorrow to break through to the fourth stage of the martial path. Setting aside the mythic rank soul artifact for now. The mere fact that he broke through to the fourth stage of the martial path within a week of enrollment was enough to significantly raise the regard in which those elders in Heise, the imperial capital, held him. Having completed the simulation of Zhu Yuanzhang's life the previous night, Yu was completely drained. And the next day, he slept until noon before getting up. Stumbling down the stairs with sleepy eyes, he happened to run into his senior classmate Su Keshu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Su Kesho had just finished her morning practice, taken a shower, and emerged from the bathroom. Her porcelain white face was flushed crimson from the steam, and tiny droplets of water clung to her hair, sparkling like crystals. At that moment, Su Kesho was wearing a white spaghetti strap top, revealing arms as smooth as jade lotus roots. Instead of loose practice clothes, she wore black hot pants with white trim that were so short they barely reached the top of her thighs, her long legs gleaming alluringly. She tilted her head to wipe her hair and, upon seeing you, broke into a delighted smile. "Little junior brother, I've finally seen you. You've been practicing so hard. Were you trying to awaken your soul power as soon as possible so you could kick your senior sister out?" Seeing such a radiant and charming senior sister for the first time, you couldn't help but take a few extra glances at her. After all, the girls on his phone were all from Sioux City. He hadn't added many from the imperial capital yet, so having his senior sister to feast his eyes on and quench his thirst was a welcome treat. He then walked down the stairs, laughing and explaining that he'd simply stayed up too late last night simulating. "Hasn't your heroic spirit simulation ended yet?" "It just ended last night." "That long? Well then, it looks like you must have earned an extra reward, little junior brother." Su Kesho dried her hair, walked over to you, and placed her hand on his shoulder. But the moment their skin touched, her pupils dilated, and she gasped, "Did you awaken your soul power last night?" "No, why do you ask?" "You was a bit curious." That's strange. If you didn't awaken your soul power, how come you have such overwhelming soul power?" "Wait a minute." Su Kesho suddenly remembered something. "Did you receive an extra reward after finishing your heroic spirit simulation last night?" You truthfully admitted that he had. After all, he hadn't intended to hide the fact that he'd obtained a soul artifact from the start. As Zhu Yuanzhang had said, he was now a true disciple of the Valkyries. And his father was the strongest guardian commander, while his mother's company controlled a significant portion of DCIS weapons supply chains. Even the general of the state and several elders in the imperial capital Shi were paying close attention to him. With such a formidable background, there was absolutely no need to hold back. His top priority was to increase his strength. However, the resources required for U.S. cultivation were several times that of others at his level. Therefore, only by demonstrating his immense potential could he persuade Xia to invest massive resources in him. A soul artifact. Li Kesha lost her composure. Not even noticing that the strap on her left shoulder had slipped, exposing her delicate shoulder. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Little junior brother, you've made it big. Every spirit contractor with a soul artifact is an elite 1 in 10,000. I'm reporting this to the school right now so they can report it to the Education Bureau and raise your talent rating. By the way, what rank is your soul artifact? Elite rank? Commander rank? It's fine. Even mortal rank is already pretty strong. We can still get some cultivation resources from the Department of Education. It's not epic rank, is it?" Seeing that you hadn't spoken for a while, Su Kesho's pink little mouth dropped open in disbelief. Soul artifact ranks are the same as heroic spirit ranks, divided into mortal rank, elite rank, commander rank, epic rank, and mythic rank. You said calmly, mythic rank. Hello? Academic Affairs Office of Shinwu Academy. How may I assist you? Just then, the phone Su Kesho had dialed rang, but she couldn't bring herself to speak for a long time. Hello? Hello? Student, using school resources without authorization is subject to disciplinary action. If you don't speak up, I'm going to look up your student ID. Hello? Can you hear me? Beep. Kesho ended the call. Looked at you, remained silent for a long time, and then, still silent, dialed another number. Speak. A cold yet noble female voice came from the other end. You recognized it as his Valkyrie master. Su Kesha held the phone in one hand, pressing it close to her ear. Her eyes fixed on you, countless emotions bursting forth from their depths. Master. My junior brother has obtained a soul weapon. A mythic rank soul weapon. Mythic rank. Su Kesho looked like a bag of popcorn at that moment. Just moments ago she had been utterly silent, but the instant the call connected, her whole being exploded with excitement, every fiber of her body brimming with joy. Master? Can you hear me? A mythic rank soul artifact. Su Kesha kept repeating this phrase, as if obtaining a mythic rank soul artifact were even more thrilling than an all-out war breaking out between the human and demon races. Alright, I got it. You two go to my residence now and wait for me to return. Frost, the Valkyrie who was usually as sparing with her words as gold, spoke a few more words this time. Su Keshu wanted to say something else, but realized the other party had already hung up. Let us go, let us go. Little junior brother, hurry to Master S place and wait, this is huge. A mythic rank soul artifact. Why didn't you tell me last night? You stinky junior brother. Su Kesho grabbed Yu's hand and started heading toward Master S residence. It was only thanks to Yu's kind reminder that she noticed she was still wearing a sheer white tank top and ultra-short hot pants. Blushing, she threw on a jacket. Then continued dragging Yu toward their Master S residence. She said, little junior brother, you're the human race's treasure now. We can't afford even the slightest slip-up. Oh, a romance between fellow disciples? Just as they stepped out of Building 36 in the Heavenly District, Jai Shui poked her pink-cheeked head out from Building 35 next door. Not bad, Su Keshu. After all these years, I finally see you dressed like a woman. Look at those long white legs, tisk. What's this? Have you fallen in love with your little junior brother? Not only are you living together, but you're even holding hands. Keep it down at night, okay? You'll disturb your neighbor here. Little junior brother, if you get tired of your senior sister, you can always come find your big sister here. Jai Shui flashed you a seductive wink. Su Keshe usually exchanged a few jabs with Jai Shui. But today she couldn't be bothered to respond. She simply flipped her the bird without even turning around. Useless piece of trash. Starting today, you're not even good enough to lick my junior brother's shoes. You! Jai Shui glared furiously. Just as she was about to hurl a few more insults, she saw Su Kesha dragging you away, her long, gleaming white legs striding swiftly out of sight. All she could do was mutter under her breath. What the hell is wrong with her? Did she eat gunpowder or something? Not even good enough to lick Yu's shoes? Jai Shui looked down at her own impressive assets. Humph. Since you care so much about your little junior brother, I'll just seduce him away. I don't believe there is a single man who can resist the temptation of a stunner like me. Li Shushu, just wait until you're crying your eyes out. Right then. Jai Shui tapped into her network, found Yu's WeChat ID, and sent a friend request. At the same time, she changed into a form-fitting skirt paired with black stockings, struck a few poses in front of the mirror, adjusted her cleavage, snapped 9 seductive photos, and posted them to her moments. Caption: I'm a senior in college and still don't have a boyfriend. Being alone is so pitiful, boo-hoo. Half an hour earlier. The Great Wall. Valkyrie Frost, clad in blood-stained white armor, ended her call with Su Li. She immediately dialed another 3-digit number. Yes, mobilize the Great Xia Blood Guards to my residence at Shinwu Academy to protect my 2 disciples. Mission level, Dragon. Valkyrie Frost. Grandmaster Realm, Great Perfection level contracted with epic rank Qin Liangyu. Not only did she hold a very high military rank second only to the State General Dao and on par with another Grandmaster Realm cultivator, Ming, but she was also the honorary vice-chancellor of the Shinwu Academy and dean of the War College. Her residence was situated by a small artificial lake within the academy grounds. Secluded and tranquil. And counted among the academy's restricted areas. Ordinary people, whether students or faculty, were strictly barred from entering. Even Keshu, a registered disciple, was unable to enter. She was only granted access thanks to the jade token marking her as US direct disciple. Sigh, when will I ever become Master S direct disciple? Su Keshu said wistfully. US status and standing truly made her feel a bit envious. Senior sister works so hard and diligently at 1TB long before you become Master's direct disciple. Walking alongside the guide on the blue stone slabs, you turned her head and offered a few words of encouragement to Sukeshu. Sukeshe clenched her fist. Since moving into the Celestial District, her cultivation progress had been rapid. She had originally planned to break through to the 7th rank of the martial path by the end of the year. But now it looked like she could achieve it before the end of this semester. By then, she'd give Zhai Shui a thorough beating, claim the 35th spot on the heavenly rankings, and then ask the Grandmaster to accept her as a direct disciple. Direct disciple Xia, this is Grandmaster Yi's residence. Please make yourself at home. The guide turned around, a smile on his face. You offered a word of thanks. Then stepped inside. And instantly, a wave of lush greenery washed over her. The Valkyrie's residence was situated by the lake. A 1.5-story detached house, half on the shore and half suspended over the water, supported only by a few solid wooden pillars. Willow trees lined the shore, and fine willow leaves were scattered across the black soil, some withered and yellow, others a tender green. Water flowed beneath the house, while the willow leaves on the roof rustled in the breeze. Yu and Sukesha crunched through the fallen leaves, startling a few white birds that flew away along the eaves. What a picturesque scene of the Jiangnan region. Yu took a deep breath. The environment here is so much better than in the Celestial District. The soul power is even more abundant than in the meditation chamber. Although he hadn't yet awakened his soul power, he was particularly sensitive to it due to having obtained a mythic rank soul weapon. Under normal circumstances, Sukeshu would have chimed in with a few words. But this time, she remained silent for a long while. What's wrong, senior sister? You seem distracted. Sukeshu furrowed his brow. You've contracted a mythic rank, you have a spirit weapon, and you even have a mythic rank soul artifact. A super genius like you is the one truly worthy of being the Master's direct disciple. I've only contracted a commander rank spirit. I still haven't dared to proceed with the follow-up simulations for the heroic spirit. Even if I break through to the 7th level of the martial path this year, the Master 1T take me on as a direct disciple. That's true. The Master only accepted me as a registered disciple because my family had sponsored her in the past. She's just repaying a personal favor. Yu was quick-witted. She immediately realized that it was because the guide from earlier had been too preoccupied with himself to pay attention to Sukeshu, which had made her feel somewhat ashamed. But her senior sister hadn't even completed the entire heroic spirit simulation yet? A thought crossed Yu's mind. Perhaps she could help her senior sister earn rewards in the subsequent simulations? After all, this senior sister of hers had always been genuinely kind to her. And, not only was she beautiful, but judging by today's appearance, her figure was also top-notch. Senior sister, who is your heroic spirit? Princess Pingyang Zhao of the Tang dynasty, Li Xiaoning, Li Keshe replied without hesitation. Yu feigned surprise. Isn't she the third daughter of a Tang emperor? Yu's mind raced through 5,000 years of history, and the moment Sukesha spoke, he zeroed in on the answer. Li Xiaoning, the third daughter of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan. Sure enough, Sukeshu exclaimed in surprise, junior brother, how did you know? Sukeshe came from a distinguished background. When she awakened her heroic spirit years ago, it was through a special heroic spirit pool initiated by several super clans in the imperial capital, approved by the Ministry of Education, and funded with massive investments specifically for their clan disciples. As a result, her awakening process was not broadcast live. For all these years, virtually no one knew the details of her heroic spirit. She never expected you to mention it now. You continued to feign surprise. A few of the ancient armor pieces I acquired at the Great Wall during summer break seem to have records of her. Really? Sukeshu's eyes lit up. Junior brother, could you sell those ancient armor pieces to me? I'll pay a fortune. Li Shushu's voice faltered slightly. To come across historical records of ancient armor related to her own heroic spirit was truly a stroke of luck. Oh, they've already been sold. Who did you sell it to? Su Keshu was extremely nervous. I forgot. Someone from the Great Wall Garrison wanted it at the time, so I sold it to them. I don't remember who it was. Su Keshu was momentarily dazed and muttered to herself. You're from Sioux City. The section of the Great Wall near Sioux City is Jubai City. I'll go right now and beg my dad to use our family's influence to investigate Jubai City. We have to find it. From their recent conversation, Su Kesha knew that her family was incredibly powerful. You grabbed her arm as she reached for her phone to dial. Hey, senior sister, I remember all the historical records on the ancient armor. You don't need to go to all that trouble. When I get back, I'll think it over carefully and write it all down for you. Su Kesha clutched Yu's hand. Really? Of course. You're my senior sister, why would I lie to you? That's great. Little junior brother, you're my lucky charm. Su Keshu perked up and excitedly wrapped her arms around Yu's neck. This gesture gave you an even clearer sense of her impressive assets. Don't worry, little junior brother, I'll definitely make it worth your while. I paid a fortune for this. Yu thought to himself that he didn't yet know if these historical records would be of any use to her. If she could earn rewards in future simulations using the materials he provided, then they could talk about repayment later. If they weren't helpful, he'd just consider it a gift to his senior sister. For a moment, Su Keshu was overwhelmed with emotion. Junior brother, you're so kind to me. Never mind the rest. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, I know. My Su family will do everything in our power to help. Laughing and playfully bantering, the two walked into the lakeside villa. US Jade token could also unlock the security gate. This time, however, Su Keshu didn't react at all. She was currently lost in the joy of soon obtaining the historical records related to her own heroic spirit. Watching her silly grin, Yu shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he hadn't obtained any historical records or ancient armor related to Princess Pingyang Zhao of the Tang dynasty. But as a time traveler, he knew all about her deeds. He just told a little white lie earlier, using the ancient armor as a cover. Otherwise, pulling out a large amount of historical records out of the blue would have aroused suspicion. Kid, your master treats you pretty well, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice echoed from within the heroic spirit space. A large number of martial path experts have arrived from the shadows nearby. They're well trained, with steady auras, every single one is a skilled killer. They're even stronger than our own brocade guard. Yu understood immediately his master had sent them to protect him. It seems this mythic rank soul artifact is even more important than I thought. A single soul artifact had actually caused such a stir. At the same time, in the imperial capital, a heavily guarded courtyard facing south. The Valkyrie Frost, still clad in her armor, walked inside. In a simple quadrangle courtyard, several elderly men dressed in plain robes with their hair slicked back had been waiting for quite some time. What's going on? Why did they summon a bunch of old-timers like us? One of the elders asked. Yeah, when the guards came to our homes to notify us, I thought the demon clan was storming the city. I was just about to grab my greatsword, another, full of vigor, joked. Ha ha ha. We'll find out everything once Xiaoyi arrives. That day, a meeting lasting several hours was held in Haizi, the imperial capital. No one knew what the Valkyrie had discussed with the elders. Only a few high-ranking officials were aware that when Frost left, she was holding a piece of red jade in her hand. As for the direct disciple she had recently taken on, her talent level was classified as top secret, and her training program was set at the highest standard the Great Xia Empire had seen in a century. Training codename, Demon Slayer. Yu and Luo Kursen passed through the security gate one after the other and entered Valkyrie Frost's home. The interior was spacious and rustic, with light gray walls and wooden floors. The vast living room contained only a long wooden table paired with a few light-colored chairs. What caught the eye most was a small sunken pond at the edge of the living room, from which the gentle murmur of flowing water could be heard. The pond was home to a few small fish, and in the center stood a small tree whose branches extended above the water, adorned with tender green buds. This little scene infused the spacious, quiet home with a rich vitality. "I want to have a little pond like this in my own home someday," Sukesha said suddenly, crouching by the pond. The two watched silently as the fish swam back and forth in the pond. Sukesha tilted her head and asked, "Little junior brother, what is your soul weapon? A knife? A sword? A dagger? A spear?" "It's okay if you don't want to say, I'm just curious." "It's a fire weapon," you replied without looking up. "A fire weapon?" "A fire weapon can actually become a mythic rank soul weapon." This answer completely overturned Sukeshu's understanding. In this world, while fire could indeed be used against demons, they were only effective against weaker ones. Once demons reached the commander rank, many became immune to firearms. And now, Yu was actually claiming that his mythic rank soul weapon was a firearm? Oh my god, this is unbelievable. If word of this got out, it would absolutely cause an uproar. A gun? Sukesha moved closer to Yu and mimed a pistol with her fingers. A cannon. Sukeshu froze, staring at Yu in utter shock. A cannon? A cannon capable of indiscriminate area of effect damage? Yu nodded. Sukeshu was so stunned she didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she managed to blurt out, "You absolutely must not let my dad see you." "Why? Does your dad like guys?" "Get lost. It's just that you're too amazing. If my dad sees you, he'll definitely want to make you his son-in-law." "Well, isn't that great? Or is it that you, senior sister, don't want me to be your dad's son-in-law?" Between his past life and this one, Yu was definitely a seasoned veteran of the dating scene. With just a couple of casual remarks, he made the inexperienced Sukeshu blush bright red. Creak. Just as the two were bantering, someone pushed open the door. It was the Valkyrie Frost, who had just returned from the lake. "Master." Sukeshu jumped to her feet. Yu, unhurried, followed suit and greeted her. Frost nodded at Sukeshu, then tossed a red jade token to Yu. "Wait here for a moment. I need to take off my armor." Only then did the two notice that Frost was wearing battle armor, soaked in dried blood. "Master, my junior brother's mythic rank soul weapon is a cannon." Boom. A cannon capable of area of effect attacks. The end of the demon clan is nigh. Sukeshi couldn't help but blurt it out. Frost paused, and a slight flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise impassive face. After a moment, his expression settled again, and he nodded. "All right." Then he headed straight for the bathhouse. "Junior brother, do you think Master wasn't surprised? Your mythic rank soul weapon is an area of effect cannon, after all. Once you reach the Grandmaster realm, head to the Great Wall Boom. Fire a shot across, and blow away a whole swath of Abyss Monarchs. Under your leadership, Great Xiao will crush the Demon Clan, and you'll rise to become a national general surpassing even Marshal Dao." Sukesha spoke excitedly, gesturing wildly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yu shrugged. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Those things were still too far off. It was unwise to pop the champagne before the game was even halfway over. You just wanted to focus on the task at hand, unlocking his soul power and contracting his second heroic spirit. The Great Xia is now training you to the highest standards, codenamed Demon Slayer. Specific training details will be revealed to you as your strength grows. The resources you'll have access to now are 2 hours daily in a Heaven Tier cultivation chamber, 2 Heaven Tier martial arts techniques, 1 piece of Heaven Tier equipment, 30,000 merit points per month, and full access to Xia's historical archives. You're currently at the 3rd rank of the martial path, so you'll receive 10 top-grade vitality pills per month. At this point, Frost paused and placed his hand on Yu's shoulder. It looks like you'll be able to reach the 4th rank of the martial path very soon. After you awaken your soul power, your resource allocation will change to 5 top-grade vitality pills and 5 top-grade soul pills per month. Before you awaken your soul power, Go claim those 10 top-grade vitality pills first. These resources are essentially free. This blood jade in your hand is a symbol of your status. With it, you can directly become the supreme commander of a city. Of course, you're still a student for now. At this stage, its purpose is to allow you to command 10 blood guards. After Frost finished speaking, he looked at you. Do you have any questions? You shook his head to indicate he didn't. He thought to himself that this mythic rank soul artifact was far more important than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Sukeshu, standing nearby, was so astonished she was nearly paralyzed. Every single one of these privileges was something she could only dream of. Even though her family was considered one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, they still couldn't just take direct control of an entire city. And as for the blood guards, if her memory served her correctly, even her own elders had always been tight-lipped about them. And now, you could command them? Good heavens! What on earth had she just heard? She had always thought her family was powerful, that she was a prodigy, and that she worked hard. She'd even been a bit arrogant. But now, compared to you, what was she but an ant? I hope the historical records and ancient armor my junior brother has will be useful to me. Maybe I can earn extra rewards and become even stronger. Li Shushu comforted herself as she stood there. Frost then went on to discuss the various arrangements for US training. You won't need to take the school's regular classes anymore. Your martial path training will be taken over by the military department, and your history studies will be jointly supervised by the Great Xia Academy of Literature and the Divine Martial Academy. As for your martial arts, well, leave that to me. You nodded, okay. Frost stood up. I'll be staying in the imperial capital for a while. Once you've awakened your soul power, be sure to come find me. You can figure out the other details on your own. I'll send you the specific arrangements via spirit binder shortly. Seeing that Frost was ready to see them off, the two were tactful enough to find an excuse and leave. Junior brother, why did our master let us leave? Didn't she just take a series of measures to protect you? That was when our master wasn't in the imperial capital. Now that she is stationed at the Divine Martial Academy, who could possibly hurt me? It's the same whether I'm here or back home. Oh. That makes sense. Come on, senior sister, I'll treat you to grilled fish. Yay! Let us treat ourselves. Frost stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching you and Sukeshu playfully bicker through the glass, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Then, she dialed a number. Marshal, yes, it's me. My disciple's mythic rank soul weapon is a fire weapon. Not a gun, it's a cannon. A cannon capable of indiscriminate area of effect attacks. After a series of ups and downs, the day came to an end. After finishing the grilled demon fish with Sukeshu, you went to the resources department to pick up 10 top-grade vitality pills. He planned to awaken his soul power tomorrow and advance to the 4th stage of the martial path. This would not only allow him to make quick use of the resources he acquired but also free up more time to refine his soul power and contract his second heroic spirit as soon as possible. Back at Building 36 in the Celestial District. After he and Sukeshu each took a shower, you lay on the bed and pulled out his phone. He opened, Great Xia Spirit Bound. Name, you. Gender, male. Identity, codename, Demon Slayer, direct disciple of the Grandmaster Realm, student at the Great Xia Divine Martial Academy. Strength, Martial Path, 3rd Dan Peak. The second message was an invitation to join a private section. After you tapped it, a special section appeared in his Great Xia contracted spirit app. It was named Great Wall Guardians. Great Wall Guardians? You tapped it out of curiosity. Immediately, the entire phone screen turned black, and green scanning lines shot out from the front-facing camera, scanning US face. Authentication successful. Welcome to the Great Wall Guardians. Let us fight for the human race together. A melodious female voice with rhythmic intonation came through the speaker, followed by a blood moon lighting up the pitch-black phone screen. Beneath the blood moon, the great wall, like a crouching dragon, wound its way for 10,000 li. Beneath the blood moon, atop the great wall, a figure stood with a sword in hand, casting a dashing silhouette. Below this figure, a dense throng of people, another vast group of sword-wielding figures filled the scene. Great Wall Guards. The screen remained like this for a few seconds. And the Great Xia contract spirit's appearance shifted to a predominantly black and red palette. As a stream of previously unseen information filled his vision. Assassination mission, locate the Demon Shadow Clan's settlement. Guard mission, disguise yourself as a passerby to protect the return of a certain celestial tier city lord. Infiltration mission, go undercover among the Demon Clan requirement, Martial Path, 9th Dan. A vast amount of hidden information was reorganized. And Yu, suppressing the shock within his heart, examined each entry carefully. His current access level was still low, he could only glimpse a small portion of the content, while most of it remained off limits. But even this limited information alone would be enough to cause a massive uproar if leaked to the outside world. Take, for example, the discovery of the Shadow Demon Clan's settlement. Shadow demons typically operate alone, they are assassin-type demons with exceptional mobility and stealth. In the human world, tales have long circulated of a single shadow demon slaughtering over 100 elite human warriors. Within demonic forces, shadow demons are even regarded as secret weapons, the key to turning the tide of battle. Throughout history, shadow demons have carried out numerous decapitation operations, slaying human generals and assassinating human prodigies. And now, the Great Wall Guards have actually discovered a shadow demon colony? If they succeed in eradicating this colony of shadow demons, the human race will see its pressure on the Great Wall battlefield greatly reduced and gain the upper hand. Not only is this news shocking. Guard mission, disguise yourself as a passerby to protect the lord of a certain heaven-tier city on his return. You has only just learned that. The Great Wall Guards classify the human cities of Great Xia into 4 tiers, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. With the rating primarily based on strategic location, resource reserves, talent pool, and cultural depth. Should major upheaval occur in Great Xia, the military and the Great Wall Guards will prioritize protecting each city according to this rating system. Classifying cities by tier. This means that in the event of war, Heaven-tier cities will be supported first. If this information were made public, it would certainly cause unrest among the common people of Great Xia. But there's no other way. The Great Wall Guardians face the Demon Clan's elite forces every day, forces capable of destroying the world. And their perspective is this: to preserve the flame of humanity. As long as we're alive, there is hope. Infiltration mission, undercover among the Demon Clan requirement, Martial Path, 9th Dan. There are actually humans going undercover among the Demon Clan. This piece of news shocked you the most. He couldn't imagine what kind of person with such unwavering resolve would take on this mission. Those who become Great Wall Guardians are very elite of the human race. To ask one of these elite to give up everything they possess in the human world and go undercover among a hostile race? Upon reading this, you felt a deep sense of respect for the Great Wall Guardians. Behind the stability of Great Xia lies a group of people carrying such a heavy burden as they press forward. With a somewhat heavy heart, he logged out of Great Wall Guardians. And Great Xia contract spirit returned to its normal state, resuming the curation of ordinary news. You turned off his phone and lay down on his bed, but he simply couldn't fall asleep. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the blood-stained missions from Great Wall Guardians. It seems I was too optimistic before. He had originally thought that contracting a mythic rank and reaching Martial Path, Level 3 after 3 months of cultivation was remarkably fast. But after reading the news from Great Wall Guardians today, he suddenly realized that this world is, after all, one fraught with danger. You had always prided himself on being able to take on combat tier opponents at Martial Path Level 3. But looking at it now, what is the point of being able to fight combat tier opponents? Even if he were to fight at Martial Path Levels 9 or 10, what difference would it make? Unless he enters the Grandmaster realm, he'll always be nothing more than an ant. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll break through to martial path level 4, hone my soul power as quickly as possible, and contract a second heroic spirit. You could only rely on the very foundation of his existence in this world, the 5,000 years of history stored in his mind. For humans to resist the demon race, they must contract heroic spirits. For ordinary people, contracting even a single heroic spirit is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But Yu was different. He possessed 5,000 years of history in his mind. As long as he kept refining his soul power and expanding his heroic spirit space, he could continuously contract heroic spirits. This was his greatest asset. And tomorrow would be the day Yu reached the 4th rank of the martial path, awakened his soul power, and prepared to contract his second heroic spirit. With his mind a jumble of chaotic, bizarre thoughts, Yu drifted into a deep sleep without realizing it. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, before Su Kesho had even woken up, Yu grabbed his ID card and headed to the school's Heaven Tier training room. The Heaven Tier training room cost twice as much as the Earth Tier 1, 600 merit points per hour. Although the Earth Tier training rooms were often fully booked, there were always a few openings in the Heaven Tier rooms every day. After all, given the high cost, students would only splurge on the Heaven Tier training rooms when they were on the verge of a breakthrough, had gained new insights into their martial arts, or had suddenly come into a large sum of merit points. The manager of the Heaven Tier training room was still an old acquaintance, Lu Qian. "You? What are you doing in the Heaven Tier training room?" It was still early in the morning. Lu Qian must have just finished her morning workout. She wore a black sports tank top, pink yoga pants, and a gray sun protective jacket tied around her waist. This outfit perfectly highlighted her peach-like figure, and combined with the healthy glow on her face from exercising, she exuded the allure of a mature woman. Yu smiled as he looked at her and handed her his ID card. Lu Qian swiped it through the scanner with curiosity. "Hey! Your level has gone up. You used to get 2 hours a day in the Earth Tier training room, but now it's 2 hours a day in the Heaven Tier." Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with surprise. How had this young man's level suddenly risen so high? Had he had some kind of extraordinary encounter? Lu Qian's mind was filled with curiosity. But she knew that although she could exchange a few words with you, they weren't yet close enough for her to casually ask about his private life. Okay, Yu, I'll set up a Heaven Tier training room for you right away." Lu Qian jogged into the control room, then personally guided Yu there. "Thanks, Sister Qian." Yu took back his ID card and walked into the Heaven Tier cultivation room. No problem. If you have any questions, just come ask me." Lu Qian kept her tone very humble. She watched Yu walk inside the whole time, and only snapped back to reality once the stone door of the cultivation room closed. But now, she suddenly thought of Yu, and instantly felt a pang of sadness. What's there to look at? I'm old. Not old at all. Sister Qian, you look so good. There's a long line of guys chasing after you out there, tons of people like you. Really? Do you young guys actually like old women like us? Old? Not at all. Sister Qian, you've got that mature older sister vibe. Young guys these days love older women the most. My 18-year-old cousin started dating a 26-year-old last year, and they got married this year. The male colleague was a bit excited after bringing breakfast for her for several months. He finally managed to strike up a conversation about romance with Lu Qian. The older sister looked that young guys love so much? Lu Qian looked down at her impressive assets, and Yu popped into her mind for no apparent reason. After all, Yu came from such a prestigious family, was a direct disciple of the Grandmaster realm, and was so outstanding a mythic rank contract holder whose rank was skyrocketing. He was the most exceptional man she'd ever met. Wasn't he the reason she'd remained single all this time simply because she wanted to find someone exceptional? Does you like that style too? Lu Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lower lip. She realized that the way Yu had been looking at her today seemed not exactly proper. For a moment, the mature beauty's mind was thrown into chaos. No matter what her male colleague beside her said, she didn't react at all. Inside the heaven rank cultivation chamber, Yu, with practiced ease, switched all the infused resources to soul power. He then sat down on the central meditation cushion. Zhu Yuanzhang, radiating a golden glow, emerged from the heroic spirit space. Spirit Master, your vital energy is incredibly powerful and deeply refined. Shattering the mental sphere will be a breeze. Go ahead and practice the Mingshan martial canon with confidence, give it your all. I'll be right here watching over you to ensure everything goes smoothly. You nodded, alright. As a mythic rank cultivator, Zhu Yuanzhang's expertise in the cultivation path was as towering as a 3 or 4 story building, so you naturally felt completely at ease. He immediately closed his eyes, began channeling the Mingshan martial canon, mobilized his entire body's vital energy, and charged at the mental sphere. Martial path, 4th stage, awaken the soul power. Ah! Yes. Focus your mind, channel your chi and blood, tear open the Naiwen, and awaken the divine soul. Zhu Yuanzhang stood with his back arched, watching you sitting cross-legged, his face beaming with satisfaction. Truly worthy of being our spirit master. Sister Qian, look. Why is the flow of soul power in this heaven-tier cultivation room so strange? Could it be that a student is using some special method to collect soul power in the practice room? The school has made this clear time and again. Who is so bold as to come to the practice room to steal soul power? I'm going to drag them out right now, they must be expelled. The four-eyed male colleague, who had been chatting happily with Lu Qian, wanted to assert his authority as a teacher. Don't move. Set the soul power flow rate to maximum. Lu Qian suddenly dropped her smile, her face turning serious. But the four-eyed colleague was a bit bewildered. Why, Sister Qian? That's against the rules. Stop blabbering. Open the soul power flow fully. I'm going to activate the soul power reservoir. Lu Qian's gaze was cold, tinged with a hint of menace. Anyone who dared to delay US training was going against her. Okay. The male colleague, terrified, immediately bowed his head and began operating the control panel. Sis Qian, I'm putting my own future on the line for you here. If anything goes wrong, I'll get a disciplinary record. The male colleague looked at her with adoring eyes. Sis Qian, for you, I'm willing to take that disciplinary record. Lu Qian had already used her access privileges to open the soul power warehouse. She looked at her four-eyed colleague with utter disgust. You'd better pray that your delay just now didn't affect US cultivation. Otherwise, forget about a disciplinary warning, I'll be the first to fire you. Ha! The four-eyed colleague was completely dumbfounded. It worked. Inside the cultivation chamber, you opened his eyes. He was now capable of inner vision. And could clearly see a tiny golden figure sitting within his mental sphere. This golden figure, which looked exactly like you, was his soul power. I've reached the 4th rank of the martial path. You clenched his fist as a surge of power coursed through his body. He could clearly feel his strength had multiplied. And even more amazingly, his connection with Zhu Yuanzhang and the Imperial Guard had grown even closer. In fact, he could even alter the layout within the heroic spirit space. One moment shaping a bed for old Zhu, the next a rocking chair, and he never grew tired of it. Spirit Master, would you like to try shaping the Imperial Guard? US very first bonus reward was, Spirit Soldiers the Imperial Guard. Alright. With a mere thought. As if commanding his own limbs. He skillfully used his soul power to shape an Imperial Guard. We pay our respects to the Spirit Lord. We pay our respects to His Majesty. With their familiar flying fish robes and Shou Chun swords, the first Imperial Guard entirely shaped by you was successfully brought into being. That took a lot of soul power. You had only just awakened his soul power. And his reserves were still limited, shaping a single genie Wei had already consumed more than half of it. Soul Master, while the soul power in this cultivation chamber is abundant, you should make the most of this time to quickly refine your soul power. Zhu Yuanzhang reminded him from the side. Only then did you notice that. In the heaven-tier cultivation chamber, the soul power he had previously depleted had fully replenished and was even more concentrated than before. It must be Lu Qian. This wasn't the first time Lu Qian had helped him replenish his soul power. After all, in this society, no one owes you anything. Helping you is a favor, and not helping is their right. Lu Qian had helped him many times, and Yuan Ti the heartless type. Then I'll seize this opportunity to construct a complete history and refine my soul power. Refining soul power involves constructing a complete history in one's mind. A task as difficult as climbing to the heavens for most people. Since this is a world with a historical gap, where obtaining historical records is extremely difficult. Most people can't even form a contract with a heroic spirit. And even among spirit contractors, the vast majority are unable to construct a complete history. But you, as a fine young man from Blue Star Huaxia, upholding the 5 principles and 4 virtues. Constructing history? He has 5,000 years of history in his mind. Generally, when constructing history and refining soul power, people start with their own heroic spirit and gradually expand to other areas. But I don't have to do that. Ordinary people construct history and refine soul power by following the simulation data in their simulation books, starting with their own heroic spirit and slowly filling in the gaps. But you had a bold idea in mind. 5,000 years of Chinese history, even in this world, should not be buried in obscurity. Let me be the one to give the history of these heroic spirits a beginning. Having made up his mind, Yu once again sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and gazed inward at his mental sphere. The mental sphere had only just been opened and was still in a state of chaos. Only a large red cannon and a small golden figure with closed eyes who looked exactly like you stood within it. You shut off his 5 senses, focused on the mental sphere, and channeled his soul power, infusing his consciousness into the little golden figure. Instantly, the little golden figure within the mental sphere opened its eyes. It bit its finger, causing a golden liquid to flow out, and used its finger as a brush. Let us build history. Let us start with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You controlled the little golden figure as it began to write within the mental sphere. The yellow emperor was the son of Shao Dian, of the Gongsun clan, named Xian Yuan. Boom! In the outside world, unknown to you, a thunderclap that shook the heavens rang out of nowhere in broad daylight. The heaven-tier cultivation chamber, which had been filled with dense soul power, was instantly drained of all its soul power. Shu Yuanzhang, standing guard beside you, was startled by the unusual thunderclap, his heart skipping a beat. The next moment, he saw golden light streaming from between Yu's eyebrows, enveloping his entire body. This our spirit master is a great creator. He immediately stepped forward, patted Yu on the waist, and a top-grade soul pill, 1 treasure-grade soul jade, and 2 fine-grade soul jades flew out, landing around you. The soul power within them was instantly drawn out and continued to nourish Yu's body. Zhu Yuanzhang then tore the blood jade pendant from Yu's waist and handed it to a member of the Imperial Guard. Go find the spirit master's master and tell her what happened. The turn of events had exceeded Zhu Yuanzhang's expectations. He was now merely a heroic spirit and had to seek out a person of high rank and influence in the real world to resolve the matter. Yes, sir. The Imperial Guard accepted the blood jade with both hands and swiftly passed through the wall to leave. Shu Yuanzhang stared at Yu, who was gradually being enveloped by golden light. This world is about to undergo a major upheaval. He still seemed to be reeling from the earth-shattering thunder of moments ago. Qian, Sister Qian. He has drained the soul power from the soul power reservoir. In the control room, the male colleague was so startled that his glasses fell off. At this moment, Lu Qian, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm, displaying the decisiveness of a mature woman. Report this immediately to the school and the Department of Education. Right. Report it to the Department of Education. This is a major incident. It's beyond our capacity to handle. Don't worry, Sister Qian, I'll stand by you through thick and thin. When the time comes, I'll pin the whole mess on that kid and say we knew nothing about it. The male colleague frantically adjusted his glasses, quickly logged into the school's intranet, and reported the incident to both the school and the Department of Education. Beep. 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 Red lights flashed in the control room, alarms blared, and red warning symbols kept appearing on the screen.
Lu Qian. How could you divert all the soul power from the heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow cultivation rooms to you? The male colleague's eyes widened. No, that's not all. You also unlocked the reserve soul power. That's a strategic resource. Lu Qian. Damn it, you crazy woman. You lunatic. If the soul power warehouse is gone, we'll just get fired at most. But if the reserve soul power is gone, we're going before a court-martial. Damn it, if you're going to die, don't drag me down with you.
As he spoke, the male colleague's expression twisted in horror. Lu Qian, however, showed no reaction. Instead, she pulled a cigarette from her drawer and lit it.
Damn it. You filthy bitch, I'm going to tell the Department of Education it was all you. You threatened me. I had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Lu Qian didn't respond to his insults at all. She merely let a mocking smile play at the corner of her mouth.
Shinwu Academy, by the artificial lake, at the Valkyrie family's residence. Frost had already retrieved the blood jade from the Imperial Guards. What's going on? Where's the soul power? Where's the vital energy? I was about to break through, damn it. Why is there no soul power left in this Earth rank training chamber? Shit. Forget about soul power.
The vital energy is gone in the mystic rank training chamber. I was just one step away from perfecting my martial technique.
I almost lost control and went mad.
I was about to break through to the Grandmaster realm.
It's all because the vitality suddenly vanished. Aren't you only at the second level of the martial path? That's none of your business. Fuck, give me my money back. Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow.
From these 4 types of training rooms, hundreds of students poured out all at once, cursing like mad.
They were shouting, fuck, give us our money back.
The commotion was so intense that it not only drew thousands of students who had come to gawk, but even the school's department heads and deans rushed to the scene to restore order.
However, as a military unit entered, the academy fell silent once more. War God Yi, you finally arrived.
The director of the law enforcement department was drenched in sweat.
Frost nodded without a word and walked alone into the area housing the Heaven-tier cultivation chambers.
The military unit cordoned off the rowdy students,
and the directors and deans of all levels followed Frost inside. Warrior God Yi. Grandmaster Realm Yi. Dean Yi. I don't know anything. I didn't do anything. It's her.
It's Lu Qian. That slut threatened me. She is the one who secretly diverted the Academy's reserve soul power and vital energy resources. It's all her doing, all that stinking bitch's doing.
It's got nothing to do with me, really. It's got nothing to do with me.
The male colleague had already lost control of his bowels and bladder the moment he saw the military surround the cultivation center. Now slumped on the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face, he pointed at Lu Qian and cursed her. He'd worked so hard to climb to this position, originally planning to latch onto Lu Qian's coattails, live off her, settle down in the imperial capital, change his fate, and rise above everyone else.
Little did he know. This slut was a crazy woman.
Watching the man crawling toward her, Frost furrowed her brow slightly.
The fully armed taxi soldiers beside her immediately dragged him away. Frost turned to Lu Qian, give me the details. In this world, those in the Grandmaster realm possess absolute martial might and power. So Lu Qian dared not withhold anything. She laid out everything that had happened in full. Frost nodded, you are very good.
With that, he walked toward the room where Yu was staying.
War God Yi said I'm very good.
Lu Qian, frozen in place, was stunned at first, then overjoyed. The Grandmaster realm are the true rulers of Great Xia, the guardian deities of the human race. And Frost, in particular, was a top-tier Grandmaster realm figure known as the female Valkyrie. A single sentence from her was enough to change Lu Qian's life.
Lu Qian, once this is over, write a report. The school will commend you highly, said the school official in charge of personnel promotions, smiling warmly at her. Lu Qian's face flushed with excitement as she nodded.
She clenched her fists in front of her chest, looked toward where Yu was standing, and a sudden gleam flashed in her eyes. You're such a lucky charm. I'll definitely have to thank him properly later. As she thought this, Lu Qian's cheeks flushed even deeper. At the entrance to U.S. meditation chamber, golden light seeped through the cracks in the stone door. As soon as Frost drew near, she sensed a power of unprecedented magnitude. She, a valiant Valkyrie, who remained unflappable even in the face of thunder, now saw her expression change. Shaping history, why is it making such a commotion? She looked up and saw a golden pillar rising, though it was struggling to ascend, appearing weak and feeble. Frost raised her hand, and a precious jade stone shot forth. In an instant, the golden pillar surged 1,000 meters high, shooting straight toward the sky. It's Soul Jade. Someone with a keen eye recognized the object. Soul Jade, the highest grade Soul Jade, with an official value of 2 million merit points. But even for those in the Great Grandmaster realm, this item was useful. It was perpetually in short supply, a treasure that money alone couldn't buy. The soul power contained within this single Soul Jade was roughly equivalent to the entire soul power reserve of the cultivation center. Before long, you had depleted it entirely. And the golden pillar soaring into the sky came to a halt once more. Frost furrowed his brow and reached for his waist. I'll just have to put the marshal through a bit of hardship. As soon as the words left his mouth, 9 more Soul Jades flew from his fingers. The golden pillar, which had previously stalled, shot skyward. Inside the cultivation chamber, without the support of soul power, you found it extremely difficult to write history. The little figure in the mental sphere felt immense resistance with every stroke of the pen. But as a massive influx of high-quality soul power poured in, his writing became as if guided by a divine hand. The little golden figure within the mental sphere wrote the final paragraph of the opening chapter of the Annals of the Five Emperors with fluid, effortless strokes. From the Yellow Emperor to Shun and Yu, all shared the same surname but had different national titles, and through their virtuous rule. At this point, he set down his brush. A thunderclap rang out in Yu's mind. The golden characters of the opening passage he had just written flew one by one and attached themselves to the mental sphere. The mist within the once chaotic mental sphere dissipated. It expanded 100-fold, radiating golden light, revealing its entirety. The little golden figure grew slightly larger, its form becoming more solid and its gaze more lively. Yu withdrew his consciousness, opened his eyes, and saw that his original physical body had actually transformed into a golden form. Beside him, Zhu Yuanzhang's presence grew increasingly distinct. His face was radiant with a smile. Spirit Master, as you wished, your heroic spirit space is now large enough to contract a second heroic spirit. I'm going to have a neighbor. Yu hurriedly looked inward at his heroic spirit realm, which had expanded more than tenfold. It was large enough to contract a second heroic spirit. Just as Yu finished the final passage, the changes in the outside world became even more astonishing. A massive pillar of golden light shot skyward from the Shenwu Academy, piercing through heaven and earth and dyeing the entire sky gold. This extraordinary phenomenon even reached the abyss. Dao, the Grand General of the Great Xia Empire stationed in White Emperor City, was the first to notice this change. He suddenly opened his eyes, walked to the city wall, and looked up at the sky. The Chosen One. It must be Xiao Yi's disciple. This celestial phenomenon did not affect only the Great Xia imperial capital. It extended to both the human and demon realms, reaching deep into the abyss. Ordinary people merely noticed that the sky had suddenly turned a beautiful golden yellow, while spirit contractors sensed that their soul power had suddenly become more abundant, and their heroic spirits seemed to have grown slightly stronger. Only the mightiest among them perceived something on a deeper level. The first to sense it was the Dao of Bai Qi, the great Xia's general of the state and contracted god of slaughter. The second to sense it was the empress of the neighboring Great Zhou. She stepped out of the palace, gazed up at the sky, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she lost herself in thought. Is it coming from the direction of the Great Xia imperial capital? Go investigate what's happening. By the way, didn't a legendary spirit contractor emerge in Great Xia a while back? His name is Yu.
Invite this person to Great Joe on any terms. The person at her side accepted the order and departed, while the Empress continued to gaze at the sky, completely absorbed. A new era is coming. Great Xia's imperial capital, Shinwu Academy. That golden pillar piercing through heaven and earth had not only astonished the entire world, but also sent shockwaves through the hearts of the Shinwu students who witnessed it firsthand. But the cultivation center was now surrounded by the elite troops brought by Frost. Apart from high-ranking academy leaders who were permitted entry, many teachers were not authorized to go inside, let alone the students. Sukeshu, what is going on? I think I saw Yi Wuxian go in. Has your junior brother you caused another big stir? Standing in the front row, Sukesha caught a whiff of perfume, and immediately afterward, the voice of someone she detested rang in her ears. She turned her head and sure enough, it was Zhai Shui, the person she couldn't stand. Zhai Shui was wearing a form-fitting black strapless pencil skirt, the kind typically reserved for nightclub vixens. She had even gone out of her way to buy it a size smaller, further accentuating her alluring figure. The skirt was exceptionally short, barely covering her crotch, and while it concealed her private parts, every step she took seemed on the verge of revealing something alluring, yet it never quite did, leaving everyone's imagination running wild. The straps draped over her shoulders were extremely thin. With her voluptuous figure, they dug into her skin almost imperceptibly, exposing her swan-like neck and snow-white shoulders in all their glory. Sukeshu, I added you last night, but he hasn't accepted my friend request yet. Could you ask him for me later? Sukeshu, who had originally intended to ignore her, suddenly grew wary upon hearing this. Why did you add my junior classmate? Oh, come on, Zhai Shui gave her that look that all women understand. My junior classmate and I are neighbors, after all. We can help each other out with things from time to time, it's just more convenient to have a way to get in touch. Sukeshu turned her head away, too lazy to deal with her. I'm not helping. If you want to ask, go ask him yourself. Really? Can I go see junior brother you on my own? Zhai Shui actually seemed a bit surprised and delighted. Sukeshu's frown deepened as she eyed Zhai Shui up and down with utter disdain. I'm warning you, you'd better not go bother my junior brother. In our sect, we have to practice the virgin cultivation technique. Don't ruin him. Sukesha spun a clumsy lie. So does that mean you're still a virgin? Zhai Shui leaned in close, grinning slyly. What? Aren't you? Sukeshu fired back. I am. You don't talk nonsense. This, in turn, made Zhai Shui's face turn bright red. Seeing that her teasing had backfired, Zhai Shui turned her gaze to the towering pillar of golden light not far away. Aren't you a probationary disciple of the Valkyries? Show your ID badge. Let us go over together and see what kind of commotion junior brother you has caused this time. These words made Sukeshu's eyes light up. Me? I'm a disciple of the war god, Yi let me through. Likesha held up her ID card and pushed her way forward, with Zhai Shui following close behind. The military officer inspected it, waved her through, but stopped Zhai Shui. Me? We're together. Zhai Shui pointed at Likeshu, who was already walking inside. The military officer looked at Likeshu, who shook her head. I don't know her. Zhai Shui's expression darkened. You. Step back, step back. Don't just push your way through. A soldier pulled the security line to separate Zhai Shui. Officer, I suggest you check this person out. How dare she just claim to be a friend of a Grandmaster Realm disciple? Sukesha stuck her tongue out at Zhai Shui, turned, and walked away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Sukeshu! You bastard! Zhai Shui stomped her foot in anger. Don't walk away. How dare you pretend to be a friend of a Grandmaster Realm disciple? Show me your ID card. Heavenly Realm Training Chamber. Only after you had stabilized his cultivation realm and his golden body had returned to its normal form did he step out. Ma! Master? As soon as he stepped out, his Valkyrie master, who was usually as elusive as a dragon, was standing right in front of him, with his junior sister standing beside her,
followed by a group of bald-headed school powerhouses. The golden pillar that had pierced through heaven and earth had vanished long before you stepped out. And he still had no idea that he had just caused an earth-shattering event. Sukeshe gathered around him and recounted what had happened. Little junior brother, you're something else. You've shaken both the human and demon realms. You suddenly realized. Never imagining that simply recreating the opening chapter of the annals of the 5 emperors from the historical records would cause such a sensation. I thought it would take you at least 10 years to reach the Grandmaster realm, but it seems it won't take that long after all, Frost said with a faint smile. This was the first time you had ever seen his master smile. Your heroic spirit space is now fully capable of accommodating a second heroic spirit, isn't it? Yes, it is, you replied honestly. Good. Tomorrow, I'll open the heroic spirit pool just for you. Tonight, I'll go find those with powerful soul power to help you contract a heroic spirit. These words filled you with joy. He couldn't wait to contract a second heroic spirit and become even stronger. By the way, this has caused quite a stir. I'm afraid the Demon Clan will start paying attention to you. Once your contract is complete, I'll assemble a small squad for you, under your command. You thanked him again. There was no doubt about how kind his master had been to him. However, with the Demon Clan setting their sights on him, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Master, will this be a lot of trouble? Trouble? Frost laughed. I can't wait for them to send more of those Abyss Monarchs. I'll cut them all down. It'd be best if they sent all the Abyss Monarchs. Frost flashed his white teeth. It'd be perfect for Marshal Qin to cut them all down. In their conflict with the Demon Clan, the Human Clan wasn't at a disadvantage. On the contrary, they gained the upper hand in numerous large-scale battles. Naturally, there was no need to fear the Demon Clan all that much. Hearing this, you felt reassured. Alright, go back and rest. Get ready to contract your second heroic spirit tomorrow. After checking U.S. condition and finding nothing amiss, Frost had his men escort him and Sukeshu away. Little junior brother, Jai Shui added you on WeChat. Don't pay her any mind. On the way, Sukeshu, who had been agonizing over this for a long time, clenched her fists and spoke up. Ha? What's wrong? Does she want something from me? What could she possibly want? She spends all day flirting with men instead of practicing properly? Just mentioning Jai Shui made Sukesha furious. The two were arch enemies. I heard her lifestyle isn't exactly proper. After holding back for a while, Sukesha decided to be a little mean and tarnish Jai Shui's reputation. After all, why was she getting close to her junior brother? Anyway, just stay away from her. She's a bad woman. If you're at the academy and have any questions, just come find me. I know everything. I can help my little junior brother with anything. Today, I reached the 4th level of the martial path and successfully awakened my soul power. I also constructed history within the mental sphere, writing the opening chapter of the Annals of the 5 Emperors in the records of the Grand Historian, which shook the world. It had taken too much mental energy. So after returning to Building 36 in the Heavenly District, you exchanged a few words with the sulky Sukeshu before taking a shower and heading back to his room. Lying in bed, he turned on his phone and discovered a barrage of messages. First and foremost were messages from the girls in Sioux City saying they missed him, followed by greetings from his parents, and messages from the girls in his class led by Lin Mei asking what had happened that day. You glanced through them casually and replied only to his parents. Then, in his pending friend requests, he accepted the friend requests from Jai Shui and Lu Qian. Wow! Little junior you finally accepted. I've been waiting so long, crying my eyes out. Jai Shui messaged him right away. You didn't reply immediately. Instead, he clicked into her moments and saw the grid of photos she just posted that afternoon, a series of delicate, tearful shots with the caption, "Got bullied by Sukeshu again. Wah, my sincerity is always taken for granted." Below was Sukeshu's reply, "Loser, disdain, disdain." You casually gave it a like, not realizing that these two arch rivals actually had each other on WeChat. You, little junior, my senior is bullying me, crying my eyes out. Seeing that you had liked her post, Jai Shui immediately sent another message. Going to sleep. You replied. Then closed the chat window. Jai Shui sent a few more messages, and Lu Qian also sent one. There? Smile. You was extremely sleepy, so he didn't reply and simply turned off his phone to go to sleep. As night deepened, in the faculty dormitory. After taking a shower, Lu Qian, wearing a light nightgown, sat on the bed hugging her knees, endlessly scrolling through her phone. The moment you accepted her friend, she sent a message, but got no reply. She thought you must be asleep, but then she saw you had liked one of Jai Shui's posts. Now she wasn't sure if you was asleep or not, but she herself couldn't sleep. She kept looking at the photos in Jai Shui's moments, comparing them to herself. And Lu Qian felt a pang of sadness. Sure enough, you still prefers younger girls. 2 p.m., History Museum. When you woke up at noon, she saw the message sent by her beautiful mentor. That must be where the heroic spirit pool is activated. You had long been eager to contract a second heroic spirit, hoping to maximize her advantage as a time traveler. So she immediately hopped out of bed and washed up. Downstairs, Su Kesho looked listless, her eyes ringed with dark circles. Good morning, senior sister, you greeted her, grabbing her coat and preparing to grab a bite at the cafeteria before heading to the historical archives. Little junior, where are you going? To eat. I'm coming with you. The two set off together. On the way, Su Keshu opened her mouth several times but still couldn't bring herself to voice the question on her mind. Little junior, why did you add Jai Shui as a friend? And why did you even like her post slandering me on my moments? I didn't bully her. Last night, when you had liked Jai Shui's post, her world had come crashing down. My junior classmate accepted Jai Shui's friend request. Oh my god, he is going to be seduced by that wicked woman, Jai Shui. What should I do? What should I do? Should I seduce him first? Last night, Lu Qian couldn't sleep, and Li Shushu, as usual, couldn't sleep either. With dark circles under her eyes, she followed you, eating lunch in a daze, until she reached the historical archives and finally snapped back to reality. Junior, what are you doing at the historical archives? The school announced today that the historical archives is closed. You, who had already climbed the steps, chuckled, the second heroic spirit in the contract. As he spoke, staff from the historical archives came out to escort you. Senior sister, see you tonight. Today, the academy was opening the heroic spirit pool exclusively for him. His beautiful master was personally presiding over the event, and they had invited highly respected figures with formidable soul power, along with some veteran scholars and officials from the Education Bureau. At an event of this caliber, even at Shinwu Academy, only figures at the Dean's level were permitted entry, so naturally, Su Kesha couldn't get in. Contract the second heroic spirit. Su Kesha stared blankly at U.S. retreating figure. Just a short while ago, her junior brother had been a complete novice at the second level of the martial path who needed her help. How could the gap between them have suddenly grown so vast? With dark circles under his eyes, Su Keshu felt even more dejected. Will I even be able to look my junior brother in the face from now on? No way. I have to work hard. I have to keep up with him. Su Keshu psyched himself up. With a goal to strive for, he felt energized and immediately pulled out his phone to send a message. Dad. Send me some money. I'm going to train seriously this time. Inside the historical archives, a circle of materials needed to activate the heroic spirit pool had already been arranged in the spacious hall. The bald school administrator and the kind-faced, elderly scholars had long since arrived. The beautiful master was conversing with a man in white who wore a long sword and a wine flask at his waist. Upon seeing you arrive, she beckoned him over. This is Ming, Dean Zhang of the Great Xia Academy of Civilization. Ming, a contractedly by, known as the poetic immortal and sword god of the human race, a top-tier grandmaster realm master in both paths. Had the beautiful master actually managed to invite such a prominent figure to support her? Stunned, you hurriedly greeted him. Burp. So you're you, the young student who contracted a mythic rank heroic spirit? Ming began with a drunken burp. At first, you noticed the man was standing a bit unsteadily and assumed it was just the carefree nature of a Grandmaster Realm cultivator, but he hadn't expected him to be drunk.
What a talented young man!
You contracted a mythic rank heroic spirit just 3 months ago, pulled off a world-shaking feat yesterday, and are about to contract a second heroic spirit today.
The younger generation is always pushing the older one aside. Once you've grown up, we old-timers can finally retire, right? Do you drink?
Grandmaster Realm Ming was clearly a bit tipsy. His words didn't make much sense, and he even held out a gourd of liquor to you.
You smiled and declined. Boring, just like your master. This is the nectar of the heavens.
With that, he tilted his head back and took 2 big swigs of the strong liquor, swished it around his mouth, then swallowed it down. The beautiful Master Frost stood to the side, her expression impassive.
Fine wine. I often get drunk, but it never gets in the way of business, rest assured. Leaning Ming against the wall, Frost walked to the designated heroic spirit pool. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Let us begin.
The elderly scholars Frost had invited stepped forward with smiles, 8 of them in total. Counting Ming and Frost himself, that made 10 people in all.
Indeed. Grandmaster Realm practitioners are powerful soul power users in their own right.
With 2 Grandmaster Realm practitioners assisting the contracted heroic spirits, you would have plenty to brag about for a while.
Activate the array. At the command, the 10 supporters summoned their respective heroic spirits and, using the precious materials that had been prepared in advance, activated the heroic spirit pool. Once the heroic spirit pool was activated, the 10 sat in a circle around it.
Once you enter the heroic spirit pool, the 10 of us will be able to communicate with you through soul power, help you analyze the situation, and make more advantageous decisions.
Frost addressed you. You nodded and stepped into the pool.
Remember, at the critical moment, trust yourself.
Frost reminded him just as you was about to enter. This is the second time he has entered the heroic spirit pool. The heroic spirit pool was shrouded in mist, with glowing orbs suspended within it. Each orb represented the initial trait of a heroic spirit.
Perhaps it was because you had contracted the mythic rank Zhu Yuan Zhang, or perhaps because he established the opening chapter of the Chronicles of the 5 Emperors. The orbs, which had been dormant, suddenly all flew toward you. One by one, the initial traits unfolded before his eyes.
The imperial court is corrupt. You are a constable in a county magistrate's office.
Known for your chivalrous spirit, you befriend heroes from all walks of life, are generous and righteous, and are called the Timely Reign. In the final years of the dynasty, you were born as the illegitimate son of a scholar official family, whose ancestors had held the rank of 3 ministers for 4 generations. In your youth, you recruited talent widely, actively participated in political activities, and openly expressed dissatisfaction with the corrupt court and the eunuch's tyranny, garnering numerous supporters.
With corrupt officials mismanaging the government, you were born in a small county town.
You're short and stocky, having lost both parents at a young age. You raised your younger brother by selling flatbreads, and as an adult, you married the most beautiful woman in the county. Dozens of light orbs swarmed toward you all at once.
With just a quick glance, he knew exactly which specific figures these initial traits corresponded to. Should he choose Song Jiang and, in the later stages, refuse the imperial amnesty to build his own legacy? Or should he choose Yuan Shao, leveraging his early life family wealth and prestige combined with his own forward-thinking vision to make a name for himself in the Three Kingdoms era?
Wu Dalan was definitely out of the question. Aside from sleeping with Pan Jinlian, there was absolutely no benefit to him.
Just as he was agonizing over his choice,
he noticed one light orb that seemed to be avoiding him at all costs. Even though all the other orbs were swarming around him,
this one was hiding in the corner,
even going so far as to block US line of sight on purpose, preventing him from seeing it.
Something's off. 10 out of 10 something's definitely off.
For the first time, you saw a light orb acting suspiciously. You first pretended not to notice it, then lunged forward in a single bound to grab it.
This heroic spirit's initial trait unfolded.
In the twilight of a dynasty, You were born into a time of chaos as the fourth son of a rebel army commander. From a young age, you endured the cruelties of the battlefield. As an adult, you faced the treacherous intrigues of the imperial court. Your entire life has been like walking on thin ice. Yu's eyes widened as he read this initial trait over and over, making sure he hadn't misread it. No wonder it was running away and hiding from him. It's you! The fourth son of Zhu Yuanzhang. The Yanla Emperor, Zhu Di. New book by your humble author. Please send a gift. Love you. The heroic spirit who Di been hiding from him all this time was actually Emperor Yanla, Zhu Di. Could it be that Zhu Di was afraid because the first heroic spirit he Di contracted was Zhu Yuanzhang? You clutched the Zhu Di initial trait, which kept struggling. He grabbed Song Jiang and Yuan Shao in one go, while Wu Dalan was kicked far away. Holding the three initial traits, you fell into deep thought. A moment later, he let go of Song Jiang's initial trait. Although Song Jiang offered great strategic flexibility if he made the right moves at key junctures, combined with Yu's own foresight, he might even be able to become emperor. At the very least, by following the established path, he could eventually proclaim himself king, right? But to form a contract with a heroic spirit, the most important thing is to gain the heroic spirit's approval. Would Song Jiang, who had declared himself king and was solely focused on securing a stable, well-paid position, acknowledge him? Most likely not. After all, Song Jiang, who could have become a king in his own right, chose to accept imperial amnesty. But that was merely amnesty, joining the imperial court as an official. Even if he were acknowledged, what good would it do? Having accepted imperial amnesty, what rank of heroic spirit could he possibly be at most? Epic? You estimated he'd be rated at commander rank at best. Not to mention that Yu usually looks down on him. Now that he holds Yuan Shao in his left hand and Zhu Di in his right, he truly looks down on that puny Song Jiang. Is that a choice between a descendant of the 4 generations of 3 high ministers or the fourth son of the Han Wu emperor? After all, Yuan Shao's background is too impressive. The Three Kingdoms era was teeming with fierce generals, and early game Yuan Shao was genuinely powerful. In the imperial court, he went head-to-head with Dong Zhuo, who was accompanied by Lu Bu. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my sword? My sword is no less sharp. At that moment, even Boss Chow was tempted to serve Yuan Shao as a dog. With such a massive early game advantage, coupled with his foresight into the future, unifying the Three Kingdoms would be no problem. But Zhu Di isn't a bad choice either. If he plays it by the book, he can still become the Yangla Emperor, though the path might be a bit bumpier. U.S. dilemma also left the 10 advisors outside in a state of turmoil. This child truly lives up to the Marshall's description as the chosen one. The heroic spirit pool has actually simultaneously produced the descendant of 4 generations of 3 high ministers and the Marshall's fourth son. Still, we must carefully weigh our options before deciding whom to choose. An elderly man with a long white beard nodded to himself. I say we choose the descendant of the 4 generations of 3 high ministers. Judging by his initial trait, not only does he come from a distinguished background, but he also has numerous supporters. In times of chaos, talent is the most valuable resource. His advantages are overwhelming. As for the Marshall's fourth son, his life like walking on thin ice trait suggests his path will be anything but smooth, another elderly scholar interjected. Not so, not so. The descendant of 4 generations of 3 dukes is, after all, a son of a concubine. The other, however, is worth closer scrutiny. Facing a brutal battlefield in his youth, and a treacherous and ever-shifting court as an adult, this indicates his father's rebellion succeeded. He is, after all, a prince. Another elder spoke with absolute certainty. What if his father accepted the imperial amnesty? That scenario would still align with the information in this initial trait. Those who accept an imperial pardon rarely need a good end afterward. Several elderly scholars with powerful soul power began to argue. And the 10 of them channeled their soul power to transmit the information into the heroic spirit pool for you. This process was extremely taxing on their soul power. And since they still needed to provide guidance to you during the simulation, their words were kept very brief. Choose the 4th generation as 3 highest officials. A voice of an old man suddenly echoed in U.S. mind. He raised his left hand, which bore the Yuan Shao initial trait. The three kingdoms were in turmoil, with heroes as numerous as fish crossing the river. Dealing with so many entangled factions drained all my energy. Ascending to the throne was already the absolute limit. As for the Great Ming, I'm already very familiar with it from my simulation of Zhu Yuanzhang. The West has potatoes that can trigger a population boom, and vast quantities of gold and silver. Moreover, if I choose Zhu Di, with a little maneuvering, I can nip the oirat which consumed most of the young La Emperoress life in the bud. The rest of the time would be spent stationing troops, forging weapons, launching maritime expeditions, biding my time, and then taking off in one fell swoop. Comparing Yuan Shao and Zhu Di, Yu was currently leaning more toward the latter. After all, he had already become very familiar with the situation in the Great Ming through Zhu Yuanzhang's simulation, and he had also verified that his two strategies, population explosion and launching the Age of Exploration, were correct. It took Zhu Yuanzhang most of his life to establish the Great Ming. He left Yu only a dozen or so years to prove himself, yet ultimately achieved the status of the dominant power in the Eastern Hemisphere. Zhu Di, on the other hand, would give Yu much more time. Early on, he'd say, "Father, I'll never vie for the throne with my eldest nephew. I'll be content to live the life of a wealthy gentleman." Then he'd quietly build his power, crush the oirats, and swiftly unify the Great Ming. Then, as soon as old Zhu passed away, "Hey, big nephew. Don't run. Let your fourth uncle get a little closer." He ascended the throne directly and launched a global campaign. Zhu Yuanzhang became the ruler of the Eastern Hemisphere in just over a decade. With Zhu Di's lifetime of scheming, just how far could he go? Yu was already itching with curiosity. Ignoring the voice in his head, he tossed aside the initial trait representing Yuan Shao. Yu clasped the Zhu Di initial trait, which was darting about wildly in both hands, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ha ha ha, hey there, my great nephew. Choose Emperor Yangla, Zhu Di, and speed through the Great Ming." The mist around him gradually dissipated, and Yu's very own simulation book flew out. Opening to the page following Emperor Hanwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, the life of Emperor Yangla, Zhu Di. In a time of chaos, you were born amid the flames of war, the fourth son of the righteous army as commander-in-chief. At the time, your father was facing a major enemy. He didn't even have time to glance at you before rushing out of the city to meet the enemy. Although you were the son of a commander-in-chief, war raged across the land, and the righteous army was constantly caught in a cycle of capturing cities, defending cities, losing cities, and reclaiming cities. Amid such a life of displacement and constant fear for your life, you were unable to receive a proper education. However, you had no interest in book learning anyway. Instead, you spent every day mingling with the generals in the army, constantly absorbing the ways of war through osmosis. Having been exposed to bloody slaughter since childhood, you were not afraid. On the contrary, you felt a faint sense of excitement. Your father spent most of his time on the battlefield. He would occasionally return home, but he seemed to care only about your eldest brother. "They're both your sons, why does he only care about my older brother?" The young Yu wondered. After years of campaigning, your father's rebellion succeeded, and he ascended the throne. You became a prince. You were 8 years old that year. Your father finally stopped spending all his time plotting rebellion and found the time to name you and your brothers. You were given your own name, Zhu Di. But after becoming a prince, you realized the gap between you and your eldest brother was growing wider and wider. Your father established the Eastern Palace specifically for your eldest brother and hired the most renowned scholar of the time, Song Lian, as his tutor. He also appointed Li Shanchang, a grand guardian of the state, as grand tutor to the crown prince, and Su De, the foremost general, as junior tutor to the crown prince. The most distinguished civil and military officials in the entire realm served as your eldest brother as teachers. You, however, did not receive such treatment. You can only receive instruction from prominent Confucian scholars alongside the other princes. Your eldest brother was the crown prince, while you were a prince. He spent his days in the Eastern Palace being taught by the most accomplished people in the realm, while you spent your days in the army brandishing a gleaming broadsword. We grew up together, wearing open crotch pants from childhood. Why are my brother and I drifting further and further apart, you wondered. In a life where you shared the same fate but different fortunes as your older brother, you gained something else. You became very close to your cousin Li Wenzhong, whom you considered very capable. But since there was such a large age gap between you, you had to settle for becoming friends with his son, Li Jinglong. As you spent time with him, however, you found Li Jinglong a bit dim. He didn't seem like your cousin's son at all. However, you didn't let it show. Instead, you silently labeled him a fool. And so you grew to the age of 11, when your father bestowed upon you the title of Prince of Yen. You finally received your father's guidance. The imperial throne belongs to your eldest brother. You are a feudal prince. When you come of age, you must go to your fiefdom, defend the borders, and content yourself with being a wealthy nobleman. Civil and military officials kowtowed to your eldest brother with trembling reverence. Yet they treated you as if you weren't there, and you grew up in such an environment until you turned 17. That year, without giving you any prior notice, your father arranged a marriage between you and the eldest daughter of Su De, the foremost general. Your choices are: 1. Accept gladly. 2. Refuse. 3. Go to your father and tell him you want to choose your own wife. 4. Make your own decision. The first half of Zhu De's life was relatively uneventful. After all, with the Hanguo Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang holding sway and Crown Prince Xu Biao also present, he had no say in political affairs. Moreover, the founding generals of the Ming dynasty were still alive, so in military matters, it wasn't yet time for a greenhorn like him to take the reins. Zhu De would have to wait for his opportunity. It was difficult to get things done within the imperial city walls, under the emperor's watchful eye. It would be best to head to his fiefdom far from the capital and the emperor's reach, where he could build his own power base and truly realize his ambitions. At this point in the simulation, at age 17, he faced his first choice. You decided to follow historical precedent. After all, Zhu De's wife Madame Su was a capable woman who played a major role in his later rebellion. Even if you avoids the rebellion in this simulation, this woman is Zhu De's first wife, so he must take her in. After all, one should marry for virtue no matter the time. It's not easy to find a virtuous wife. Marry for virtue. Option 1, accept with joy. You marry the eldest daughter of Su De, the greatest general of the Great Ming, who becomes your father-in-law. 2 years later, your first son was born, and you named him Zhu Gaoqi. Though you were overjoyed, you noticed that your eldest son seemed rather frail. Another 2 years passed, and your second son was born. You named him Zhu Gaoxiu. Unlike his frail older brother, your second son was healthy and even somewhat robust. You were very fond of this son. That same year, your father sent you to your fiefdom in Beiping. According to the regulations, each prince assigned to a fiefdom was allowed to bring only a small number of bodyguards. Your choices are: 1. Obey and go to your fiefdom. 2. Find an excuse to stay in the imperial city and bide your time. 3. Openly defy the imperial decree. 4. Do as you please. Here it comes. The chance to carve out some room to maneuver has arrived. You has been itching to head to his fiefdom, pretending to be a contented wealthy gentleman on the surface, while secretly stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Plus, his own strategist, Yao Guangxiao, is about to make his entrance. In the last simulation, Yao Guangxiu was assigned to old Zhu. But this time, Yu is keeping him for himself. Yao Guangxiu has a plan to slay the dragon, and it's highly likely that Zhu De will need to slay the dragon later on. After all, his eldest nephew isn't exactly obedient. It's almost my turn to take control. For now, I'll follow the historical course of events. Since I can't afford to provoke the bloodthirsty old Zhu just yet, the next two options would be a direct invitation for him to test his blade on me. 1. Obediently take up my fief. You obey your father's orders, taking a small contingent of troops and your entire family to take up your fief in the northern frontier. Is the rule that princes may not command troops meant to protect my eldest brother's throne? Now a mature man, you formed your own clear judgment. 2 years later, your birth mother, the reigning empress, dies of illness, and you rush from Beiping to the imperial city to pay your respects. For the first time, you see your iron-willed father shed tears. Having grown up on the battlefield, you keenly sense the change in him. Without your mother, the sword sheath, your father's thirst for blood has grown even stronger. During your stay in the imperial city to pay your respects, you become close with a blessing monk named Dao Yan. The two of you hit it off immediately and converse happily. He visits your residence frequently. On your way back to Beiping after leaving the imperial city, Daodian stopped your horse and said to you, "Your Highness, I wish to present you with a white hat." Your choices are: 1. Accept. 2. Refuse. 3. Report this matter to your father. 4. Decide for yourself. With Empress Maya's death. When simulating Zhu Yuanzhang's life, you can alter the course of events. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang was the emperor of the Ming dynasty. But the Zhu Di you're simulating now is merely a disfavored feudal prince. How could he possibly influence matters within the imperial palace? Given Zhu Yuanzhang's suspicious nature, fourth brother, why would a feudal prince like you meddle in imperial affairs? My throne is meant for Biaoer. Are you looking to get yourself killed? There is simply no way. Back to this choice. Should I give a white hat to a prince who has been sent to his fiefdom? What is the point of giving a prince a white hat? Old Zhu isn't dead yet. That is treason. But then again, I, the fourth prince, want to be a wealthy man, but my big nephew won't let me. Rebellion? My father is the emperor, how could I possibly be considered a rebel? Option 1, accept. The monk Daoyan has joined your faction and become your advisor. You bestow upon him the name Yao Guangxiao. He also recruited his close friend the sorcerer Yuan Gong to serve under you as a strategist, and they journeyed north together. After returning to Beiping, your mindset shifted. Whenever your father's murderous gaze, you felt a chill run down your spine. Will the emperor's blade one day fall upon me, you wondered with some trepidation. Finally. The chance to prove yourself has finally arrived. Beiping lies on the frontier, and the Prince of Yen's mansion is secluded and quiet. In history, even when Emperor Jiangwen sent men to keep him under watch in his later years, Zhu Di was still able to rely on the seclusion of his mansion to train troops, forge weapons, and raise an army to rebel. Doesn't that mean I have even more room to make my mark now? Bring me a brush. The simple, antique brush fell into his hand. And you wrote fluently on the simulation book. Find ways to win over local civil and military officials and build up my own power. Secretly forge and stockpile weapons within the mansion, and recruit mansion troops. Send trusted confidants to Guangzhou to build warships, preparing for trade during the voyages to the western seas. 3 more strategies. Build connections, grow my power, and reap the benefits of the age of discovery ahead of time. If old Zhu loves to kill his meritorious ministers, let him kill them. If Zhu Biao cares about state affairs, hand them over to him. If Zhu Yunwen wants to curtail the power of the feudal princes, let him do it. Let them fight it out, I'm done playing this game. I'll just unlock the Western Seas scenario away and reap all the maritime benefits ahead of time. I'll wait until the internal strife in the Ming dynasty is over. Then I'll bare my fangs. Speedrun through the Ming dynasty, and unlock the global scenario. Here is a 4,000 character chapter. It took a while to write since I had to keep looking up historical facts, and different historical texts offer differing perspectives. If there are any errors, please point them out. I'd be immensely grateful. You chose Zhu Di's simulation. From the start of the simulation to now, bringing Yao Guangxiao back to Beiping to plan for expansion. He has made every decision at key junctures without hesitation, essentially speed-running through the game. After all, you possesses 5,000 years of historical knowledge in his mind. Coupled with his previous experience simulating Zhu Yuanzhang. So there is nothing wrong with speeding through the early stages. However, this terrified the 10 people outside the heroic spirit pool who had been preparing to assist him. Among them, 2 were the era's top Grandmaster realm practitioners. The other 8 were old scholars who pored over historical records day in and day out. It could be said that, in Great Xia, among those below the Grandmaster realm, these 8 possessed the most powerful soul power. And when it came to historical knowledge and simulation skills, even Grandmaster realm practitioners likely couldn't match them. Frost had thickened his skin and gone into their debt just to invite them. But at this moment, the 8 exchanged glances. In their understanding, from the initial trait to every subsequent choice in the simulation, they had to proceed with the utmost caution and rack their brains. After all, one wrong move, and they would be cut off from the heroic spirit. Moreover, fate is not in one's own hands. In many heroic spirit simulations, even if you choose an option that seems a sure thing, you might die the very next second. Some options, though seemingly fraught with danger, the most perilous of all, often hold a sliver of hope. Take, for example, the choice you just made, accept the whitehead offered by Yao Guangxiu. If this were left to the old scholars, they wouldn't dare choose it. This single option alone could have them agonizing and arguing for half a day. These old scholars from Daxia had all come prepared to wage a grueling battle here for days, carefully analyzing every option and doing their utmost to help you successfully contract a second powerful heroic spirit. But now, you had just pulled off the feat. They staked their hair on hair that stretched from one side of the Mediterranean to the other in just 10 or so minutes? This boy, 18 years old? It's simply unbelievable. An elderly man wearing thick reading glasses who was usually taciturn couldn't help but speak up. What a strong mindset! He cut through the chaos with a swift stroke truly worthy of contracting a god-tier heroic spirit. And to be a super genius who has also obtained a spirit weapon and a soul artifact, it seems Great Xia has a successor, said an influential elder with satisfaction. Hey, old Zhang, what are you scribbling away so frantically for? Recording historical data. Haven T, you noticed? A huge number of historical figures' names have appeared in US simulation this time. This is a treasure trove. Old Zhang spoke slowly, but his hand moved faster and faster. You're only saying this now, when the simulation is about to turn the page? Quick, quick, quick! Notify the Education Bureau to bring in recording equipment and dispatch 50 high-level historical researchers to document this. At the same time, order local historical records administrators to enter the names that appear here, along with related battles and events, into the database, cross-reference them, and archive them. The history of heroic spirits has always been fragmented and unsystematic. After all, how incredibly difficult is it to contract a heroic spirit? Moreover, most spirit contractors have heroic spirits of such low rank that they simply cannot access information about other heroic spirits during simulations. Yet US simulation involved the fourth son of the founding emperor. The names that emerged during the process can be confirmed as belonging to the most formidable figures of that era. For Great Xia, this is a tremendous treasure. Grandmaster Yi, we owe you a huge favor, said the leader of the eight. Originally, Frost had to use a major favor to persuade them to come. But now, not only had you spared them any trouble whatsoever, but he had also allowed them to witness the creation of countless precious historical records. They had come out ahead and were now the ones in debt. Frost shook his head and pointed at you in the heroic spirit pool. It's all thanks to my disciple. Yes, yes, yes. Having you is a blessing for our Great Xia. Once the simulation ends, this old man will certainly report it to Emperor Heizi. Great Xia will not treat you unfairly. Amidst their joy, the group looked once more at you in the heroic spirit pool. At that moment, you had just finished writing 3 strategies for Zhu Di to pursue low-key development. Find ways to win over local civil and military officials and build up one's own power. Secretly forge and stockpile weapons in the mansion, and recruit militia troops. Send trusted confidants to Guangzhou to build warships, preparing for trade expeditions to the western seas. This wasn't something you had written on a whim, but was based on verifiable historical records and solid evidence. First, the first strategy, find ways to win over local civil and military officials and build up your own power. Zhu Yuanzhang established the Imperial Guard Jinhui to monitor all officials. The Imperial Guard was omnipresent. Officials in the early Ming dynasty lived in constant fear. Daring to collude with one another was a death sentence. They even chop down the man selling fried dough sticks at your doorstep. They shake the yolks out of your eggs at home. They split earthworms lengthwise. But the Jin Yi Wei targeted officials. Old Zhu was a man who placed great importance on family ties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instituted the policy that members of the imperial family must not engage in manual labor. They need only live at home on their stipends, with the court providing for all their needs: birth, aging, sickness, and death. Of course, history has shown that while this policy worked well in the early days, By the later period, the imperial family suffered terribly. By the end of the Ming dynasty, the imperial treasury was empty and simply couldn't support the Zhou royal family, which had swelled to over 100,000 members. Yet Zhou Yuanzhang forbade his descendants from working or toiling. So the court couldn't provide funds, and they weren't allowed to work for a living. With absolutely no income, a large number of royal family members starved to death in the late Ming period. Starving to death was bad enough. But old Zhu also said, the court will take care of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Great! Now when a member of the imperial family died, they couldn't even bury their own dead, they had to wait for the imperial court to do it. The imperial court was already broke and short-staffed, and there were so many of you Zhu descendants. Want a burial? Get in line. Right now, it's your uncle's third aunt's cousin's great-grandfather's grandfather's father's turn. In another 5 years, it'll be your dad's turn. Crying? If you cry, it won't count toward your place in line, you know? Old Zhu meant well but ended up doing a disservice, though it certainly proved how much he valued family ties. Although he restricted the feudal princes, he didn't go to extremes. In the end, old Zhu probably realized the princes might rebel, but a rebellion by the princes was surely better than one by outsiders, right? If the princes rebelled, his descendants would still sit on the imperial throne. The Great Ming, even if it were to rot, it would rot within the Zhu family's own pot. Of course, there was another important reason. Beiping was Zhu Di's fiefdom, so it was only natural for him to interact frequently with local officials, wasn't it? Otherwise, would you have sent your own nephew to Beiping to interact with the officials in person? Next comes the second strategy. Second strategy, secretly forge and stockpile weapons within the mansion, and recruit a personal guard. According to the rules established by Zhou Yuanzhang, each prince was allowed to maintain 3 guard units, each ranging from 3,000 to 19,000 men. Theoretically speaking, even if each unit were at full strength, a feudal prince could have at most a little over 50,000 men. A number that, in the eyes of the imperial court, was not particularly large. But this was merely theoretical. Zhou Yuanzhang had established the 9 great frontier princes to defend the borders. And Zhu Di was one of these 9 frontier princes. His fiefdom, Beiping, required defense against the Mongols in the north. Since I'm tasked with defending the frontier, won't there be wars? Can I fight without troops? If I have no troops, I'll have to recruit them, right? You've assigned me to guard the frontier, isn't it reasonable for me to replenish my ranks with new recruits during wartime? As for exactly how many I recruit, that's none of your business. Otherwise, would you have your own nephew come and defend it himself? And so it went. Before long, most of the feudal princes had armies numbering around 100,000. Among them, the Prince of Ning was the most formidable in battle, 80,000 armored troops and 6,000 leather-covered chariots. The legendary Doyen 3 guards were originally under the Prince of Ning's command. Since Zhu Di had no intention of rebelling at first, he did not deliberately stockpile troops or armor. It was only after Zhu Yunwen began curtailing the powers of the feudal princes and drove many of his own brothers to their deaths that Zhu Di began amassing troops and armor in preparation for a rebellion. But you knew in advance that Zhu Yunwen, that little bastard, was ruthless and cruel, so he moved up this plan. As for the final strategy, send trusted confidants to Guangzhou to build warships, in preparation for trade expeditions to the western seas. This was U.S. most crucial move. As mentioned earlier, although the 9 great frontier princes each had some troops, Zhou Yuanzhang could tolerate this. But it could only be within the limits of old Zhu's tolerance. Large-scale expansion was certainly out of the question. It was now 1382, the 15th year of the Hangwu era. According to official history, Zhu Di ascended the throne in 1402. That's still 20 years away. Last time, you spent over a decade securing Zhou Yuanzhang's position as the leader of the Eastern Hemisphere. This time, although Zhu Di's power is still weak, developing his forces 20 years in advance should yield some achievements, right? Moreover, you plans to have the Yangla Emperor launch the global dungeon, so laying the groundwork 20 years ahead is absolutely essential.
US plan is this. Zhu Di will lie low in Beiping, secretly building up his strength while occasionally boosting his reputation. Then he'll focus more of his energy overseas, launching the Western Seas campaign. He'll grow potatoes, gather wealth, recruit troops, and establish his own power base far from the Ming Empire. When the time is right, he'll coordinate his forces from both ends and launch a full-scale assault. Let the world know that the true dragon resides in Beiping. Moreover, the maritime ban issued by Zhu Yuanzhang was initially intended mainly to restrict civilians. Government officials were still permitted to sail. Zhu Di's status as a feudal prince could play a significant role. After all, old Forju as a prince by birth, it's way more satisfying than starting from scratch with just a bull, like old Zhu did. Submit your moves. And Zhu Di's Sim's adventure continues. With his father gone and his mother, that sword sheath, no longer there, his murderous intent grew even stronger. He even began to punish Lan Yu, who had rendered great service at the Battle of Fishing Lake, and many in the court were implicated. The chill in your heart deepened. You realized all too clearly that you could not place the lives of yourself and your family in the hands of others. After much deliberation, you decided to build your own power base. You find ways to befriend local civil and military officials, cultivating your own power within the court. Under the pretext of defending against the Mongols in the north who are raiding the borderlands and harassing the people, you begin to expand your military forces. From among the recruits, you carefully select the elite, and gradually replace the garrison troops and servants in your mansion with these elite soldiers. Soldiers cannot do without armor. Noting that your residence is secluded and difficult for outsiders to inspect, you begin training troops and stockpiling armor within the compound to prepare for any contingencies. The coastal regions are frequently plagued by Japanese pirate raids. Although your father had previously imposed a maritime ban, you keenly sense that there is great potential in seafaring. Having made up your mind, you send one of your closest confidants to Guangzhou with gold and silver to purchase and build ships in preparation for overseas trade. You specifically designated your young attendant, Zhang He, to accompany him to observe and learn. That same year, your third son was born, and you named him Zhu Gaosui. 2 years later, your 3 guard units had grown to 70,000 men, and your estate held 3,000 sets of armor. At this time, your trusted aide Zhang Yi, who was stationed far away in Guangzhou, reported to you that the team you had sent there 2 years earlier had bribed the officials in charge of maritime affairs and recruited many skilled seafarers, making it possible to set sail under the guise of official trade. Your options are: 1. Set sail to demonstrate our nation's might. 2. Plan carefully before acting. Continue developing. 3. The timing isn't right. Abandon the plan for now. 4. Decide for yourself. Phew. The opportunity to sail to the Western Seas has finally arrived. It's true, unless you're the emperor, you do as you please. Waiting for this chance to set sail has cost a fortune, and I've waited a full 2 years. You could hardly wait to head to the Western Seas to rake in gold coins and expand his own influence. He simply couldn't wait for the next opportunity. The best course of action would be to have Zhang He lead his forces out to sea under official auspices, then make a U-turn and set sail for the Western Seas. The might of the Great Ming is formidable. The small nations of the Western Seas would be too intimidated to make a move just upon hearing the name Great Ming. Do you have any idea how much clout the rulers of ancient China and Southeast Asia held? The surrounding small nations would surely submit. As for the 2 problems that had long plagued the Great Ming, one was the nomadic tribes in the north, and the other was the Japanese pirates along the coast. But it wasn't that they couldn't defeat them. It was that they couldn't pin them down. The Mongols in the north would flee the moment they heard the Ming army was coming. Marching through the desert was difficult, and the supply lines were a massive burden. The biggest obstacle to defeating the Mongols was simply finding them. As for the Wokou, they too would harass the coastal villagers day after day before fleeing. They were nothing but a couple of barefoot thugs. But the small western nations were firmly established in their territories. They were settled, established entities that were easy to deal with. Now, having Zhang He go there under the official banner of the Great Ming is more than enough. There's absolutely no need to wait any longer. Pen, please. You selected option 4, make my own decision.
he began to write out his strategy at length. Have Zheng He and all his trusted confidants lead troops out to sea, set sail for the western seas, engage in maritime trade, search for rare crops, amass gold and silver, and recruit soldiers and horses to build up our influence. Submit. Setting sail for the western seas more than 20 years ahead of schedule was the trump card you had left for Zhu Di. In the Ming dynasty of today, old Zhu is still here, as is Zhu Biao. The feudal princes dare not raise their heads, they can only carve out their own battlefields, manage their affairs diligently, and wait for the right moment. Simulation continues. After years of planning, this moment has finally arrived. You order Zheng He to take all the confidants you previously sent to Guangzhou, along with the talented individuals recruited there over the past 2 years, and set sail on official warships for the western seas. There, they are to establish a foothold, search for rare crops, amass gold and silver, recruit troops and build your influence. That night, after dispatching the secret letter, you stood alone by the window, gazing at the full moon in the sky, lost in thought, as something called ambition swelled rapidly within you. Zheng He set sail for the western seas under your orders, while your father was busy settling accounts with the founding heroes, implicating countless court officials. But you, far away in Beiping, had no interest in any of this. Your primary concern now was the Mongols in the north, who frequently harassed the people along the frontier you were tasked with defending. You witnessed the brutality and ruthlessness of these foreign invaders and the plight of the suffering frontier people. As a result, your loathing for the northern tribes deepens, and you frequently go to war against them. When facing enemies that are too powerful, you submit memorials to the imperial court requesting reinforcements. Your father is very pleased with your diligent defense of the frontier. He has praised you repeatedly in his letters and holds you in high regard. 3 years later, Zheng He, who had set sail for the western seas, contacted you again to inform you that they had subdued the pirate Chen Zui at the old port of Srivijaya in the western seas, established a firm foothold there, and now commanded a fleet of 50 ships and a force of over 6,000 men. Zheng He sent gold and silver back to Beiping in successive shipments, and your treasury gradually grew wealthy. The stockpile of weapons and armor reached 5,000 pieces. The following year, the 22nd year of the Hangu era, your father reorganized the Grand House of Imperial Ancestry into the House of Imperial Ancestry and appointed you as right director of the House of Imperial Ancestry. In the first month of the year after that, your father, having lost trust in the military generals, ordered you and the Prince of Jin to lead 2 separate armies on a campaign to the northern steppes. Your choices are: 1. Accept and march to the northern steppes. 2. Pretend to be ill and decline, remaining to defend Beiping. 3. Tell your father you want to command both armies yourself. 4. Make your own decision. Here it comes. The chance to nip the oirat in the bud has arrived. The timeline now shifts to 1390, the 23rd year of the Hanwu era. In this year, the most powerful force in the northern steppes was still the remnants of the Yuan dynasty, the northern Yuan. As for the oirat at this time, they were still a small nomadic tribe suffering defeat after defeat. Throughout his life, Zhu Di launched 5 campaigns against the northern steppes. He was born amid the roar of cannon fire and died in the saddle. Had it not been for the entanglements with the steppe tribes in his later years, this emperor would not have died so soon. U.S. ambition this time is to have the Yongle Emperor launch a global campaign the moment he ascends the throne. There is no time to waste on lengthy negotiations with the steppe peoples. He intended to nip the oirat who were poised to rise in the bud. Moreover, once you launched Zhu Di's simulation, he couldn't help but identify with him. The thought that Zhu Di had spent his entire life campaigning in the northern steppes, securing decades of peace for the Ming dynasty, only to have a god of war at Tomo Fort emerge from his own household so soon afterward. If Shu Yuanzhang had known Zhu Di was rebelling, he would definitely whipped him with a shoehorn. But if Zhu Di had known Zhu Qizhan had done something like this, he would definitely slapped him to death. But since you can only run simulations in the simulation book, if he actually traveled back to the Ming dynasty, he have wanted to beat Zhu Qizhan to death. I beat the oirats to a pulp, and you, as the emperor of the Ming dynasty, went off to study abroad? You even caused the deaths of over 50 high-ranking court officials. More than half of the 500,000 Ming troops were killed or wounded. Not only do you have the nerve to come back, but you even dared to kill Yu Qian? According to history, Zhu Di died in 1420 for the 22nd year of the Yongle era while returning from a northern campaign. As for Zhu Qizhen, the god of war at Tumu Fort, he was born in 1427, the second year of the Xuande era. Since the grandfather and grandson would never meet, and even if he couldn't strangle him to death, he might as well take advantage of this northern campaign to wipe out the Oirats. This would not only spare the future Zhu some trouble but also eliminate the god of war at Tumu. First, we'll wipe out the Oirats, then, when the opportunity arises, we'll take out the Jurchen. Although the Jurchen weren't much of an obstacle during the Yanla era, if it can be done conveniently, why not eliminate them early? U.S. wandering thoughts returned to the options at hand. In the first month of the following year, your father, no longer trusting the generals in the army, orders you and the Prince of Jin to lead two separate armies into the northern desert. Your choices are: 1. Accept and march to the northern desert. 2. Pretend to be ill and decline, remaining to defend Beiping. 3. Tell your father you will serve as commander-in-chief of both armies. 4. Make your own decision. If U.S. memory served him correctly, this was Zhu Di's first time serving as commander-in-chief, and he won a resounding victory. Without losing a single soldier, he captured the northern Yuan Grand Marshal Na Erbu Hua. This battle allowed Zhu Di, who had previously been out of favor, to make a strong impression on Zhu Yuanzhang and earn prestige within the army. This was a good thing. He absolutely had to accept the mission. 4. Make your own decision. Accept my father's appointment, march to the northern desert, and defeat the Oirat tribe in one fell swoop. Submit. Simulation continues. This is your first time serving as commander-in-chief of an army. You're pleasantly surprised and accept your father's appointment without hesitation. On a fine steed, wielding a long sword, you gallop across the battlefield. It's as if you were born to ride, wield a sword, and slay enemies in battle. The northern desert stretches endlessly, yet you are full of vigor. Having grown up in the military since childhood, you've been immersed in the ways of war. During your years defending Beiping, you've also had plenty of dealings with Mongol cavalry. You understand that fighting in the desert requires strategic thinking, not reckless charges. You first stabilize your army to minimize attrition, then dispatch several light cavalry units to scout the location of the northern Yuan tribes. Before long, you successfully pinpoint the position of the northern Yuan's main force, but a heavy snowstorm strikes, making the march difficult. Grievances spread throughout the ranks, and your generals urge you to wait until the snow stops before advancing. Your choice is: 1. Halt the march and wait for the snowstorm to end. 2. Press forward with the main force and charge through the blizzard. 3. Advance slowly, creeping forward under cover of the snow, then launch a charge once it stops. 4. Decide for yourself. Faced with this choice, if left to the people of this world, most would not dare to march. Venturing deep into the desert, encountering a blizzard, and with morale already low. One wrong move could mean the annihilation of the entire army, death on the spot. The 8 old scholars outside the heroic spirit pool also had their hearts in their throats at this moment. But U.S. series of moves had been so brilliant that they didn't dare to interfere with their own opinions anymore. Sure enough, Yu was as decisive as ever this time. After all, he already had the answer in his mind. Option 2, with the enemy army bearing down on us, charge through the blizzard. The opportunity is fleeting. Your extraordinary talent on the battlefield shines through at this moment. You override the objections of others and order the army to advance at full speed while the wind and snow rage. As you ride out of the blizzard and lead your troops to surround the Yuan army's camp, the Yuan soldiers look utterly stunned. They haven't even had time to grab their weapons. No one expected you to launch a surprise attack in the middle of a snowstorm. As the two sides clash with swords and spears, you have the upper hand. Your choices are: 1. Launch a full-scale attack and wipe them out completely. 2. Send someone to negotiate a truce. 3. Play cat and mouse and rest your troops for now. 4. Decide for yourself. You made his choice without hesitation. 2. Send someone to negotiate a truce. You've marched through the desert for months, enduring immense hardships, and finally tracked down this elusive force. Your surprise attack succeeded, giving you the upper hand. At this moment, your generals urge you to seize the opportunity and wipe them out in one fell swoop, but your extraordinary military genius shines through once again. Rather than rushing to claim glory, you set up camp outside the Yuan Army's encampment and sent Guantong, a close friend of the Yuan commander Nerbu, to negotiate a truce. Guantong lived up to the trust placed in him, successfully bringing Nerbu back to the Ming camp to discuss terms of surrender. You treated this defector with the honors due a distinguished guest. Nerbu was both humbled and deeply moved. He immediately returned to his camp, gathered his men, and led them in a formal surrender. Without losing a single soldier, you successfully brought the main force of the northern Yuan under your control and secured a large supply of cattle and sheep. After winning this battle, you did not immediately return to the capital to accept your rewards. Instead, you asked Nerbu if he knew the location of the Oirat tribe. At this point, Nerbu not only held you in the highest regard but, as a defected general, was eager to prove his loyalty. After carefully questioning his subordinates, he determined the approximate location of the Oirat tribe, and then dispatched his former northern Yuan cavalry to conduct a reconnaissance mission. Before long, you pinpointed the exact location of the Oirat tribe. By accepting Nerbu's surrender, you obtained a large quantity of supplies, which you used to bring the Ming army's combat readiness to its peak. At this point, the Ming army was formidable and brimming with morale. After pinpointing the Oirat tribe's location, you personally led your troops there. How could the tiny Oirat tribe possibly be a match for the mighty Ming army? You annihilated the Oirat tribe with ease. Finally settled. This battle not only greatly increased Zhu Yuanzhang's favor toward Zhu Di but also earned Zhu Di immense prestige within the Ming army. Most importantly, it nipped the Oirat in the bud. Not only making the latter half of Zhu Di's life a bit easier but also preventing the god of war at Tumu Pass from ever emerging. Now he could focus on stockpiling troops and provisions, expanding overseas, and quietly await old Zhu's passing. Of course, if there were a chance to wipe out the Jurchen early on, that would be even better. Excellent. Excellent. What a brilliant simulation. Absolutely brilliant. I haven't seen such a brilliant, decisive simulation in decades, one with such foresight and meticulous planning, advancing step by step. Outside the heroic spirit chamber. It was so quiet, but it wasn't until today, upon seeing you, that he realized he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well compared to you. He looked at his many colleagues beside him. I've been following you longer than any of you. I once heard from his advisor, Li Bitao, that you had said, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can be my teacher. It sounded astonishing at first, but it wasn't until today that I truly grasped its meaning. He then turned to the Valkyrie Frost. Once this simulation is over, I shall definitely ask you to take me as his disciple. The crowd was stunned. The director of the Great Xia Historical Archives is going to ask you to take him as a disciple? After all, even Xia Haoyu's father, known as the strongest guardian, addressed him as Director Zhang when they met. Even someone like Frost, a top-tier Grandmaster realm expert, had to owe him a favor just to get him to participate. For such a highly respected and influential academic giant to seek out the fledgling you as his master? If this news got out, it would surely cause a massive uproar. The others tried to dissuade him. But old Zhang's gaze was unwavering as he stared intently at US simulation. The accomplished are our teachers. He was certain that US simulation skills far surpassed those of any human. Having won a decisive victory and nipped the threat in the bud, Yu was naturally overjoyed. But he also took note of the current timeline, the year 1390, the 23rd year of the Hanwu era. This meant that in 2 years' time, Crown Prince Zhu Biao would die, and immediately afterward, Zhu Yuanzhang would launch the Lanyu affair. After all, Zhu Di was not Zhu Yuanzhang. He was essentially powerless to alter the fate of Zhu Biao's death. Moreover, due to the Prince of Jin's instigation, the relationship between Zhu Biao and Zhu Di was strained at this time. Every time Zhu Di entered the capital, Zhu Biao would hurl insults at him. Whenever the Prince of Yin entered court, the Crown Prince would repeatedly attack him with harsh words. Prevent Zhu Biao from leaving the palace to inspect the realm? That would be tantamount to wishing Zhu Yuanzhang's blade were not sharp enough. Any feudal prince who meddles with the crown princess affairs would find himself in the imperial prison the very next moment, subjected to the 10 great tortures. And to be blunt, Xu Biao's death actually benefited Zhu Di. Otherwise, how could Zhu Di possibly dare to compete with Zhu Biao for the throne? Never mind, never mind. In Zhu Yuanzhang's The Sims, I've already ensured your safety and secured your ascension to the throne. As for Zhu Di's life, you'll just have to leave it to fate. You decided to let fate take its course for the other characters. He was no longer Zhu Yuanzhang, but Zhu Di, and he had to do what was in Zhu Di's best interest. The simulation book turned a page, and new paragraphs kept appearing. Accept the surrender of the Northern Yuan's main forces and annihilate the Oirats. Compared to the Prince of Jin's fruitless campaign, your complete victory shines even brighter. The soldiers in your army revere you, and the common people regard you as a new military hero. Not only has your fame spread far and wide, but even your father praises you effusively. It is the Prince of Yen who has purged the desert. He also rewards you with 1 million ingots of treasure notes. From then on, your reputation soared, and you were held in even higher esteem. Your father repeatedly entrusted you with military campaigns in the north, placing you in command of the troops. Gradually, you grew to become one of the most powerful feudal princes, commanding an army of over 100,000 soldiers. In the 25th year of the Hangwu era, Crown Prince Zhu Biao was ordered to inspect Shanxi. He caught a cold along the way and, shortly after returning to the capital, suddenly passed away, shocking the court and the nation. Your elder brother's sudden death was beyond anything you could have imagined. Having been treated so differently from him since childhood, you understood all too well that your father had staked the entire Ming dynasty on your elder brother. Your father was a blade that cut down lives without mercy. After your mother's death, that blade revealed its true sharpness. Now, with your elder brother's passing, you were once again reminded of the fierce glint in your father's eyes when your mother died. Although you were afraid, your eldest brother was dead, and the dynasty needed a new crown prince. As one of the most powerful feudal princes, you couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. Your choices are: 1. Relying on the prestige you've built over the years, ask your father to name you the new crown prince. 2. Undermine the other feudal princes to make yourself your father's top choice. 3. Lead your troops into the capital and force a palace coup. 4. Take matters into your own hands. With the crown princess' death, the feudal princes who had not originally planned to rebel began to stir once more. But clearly, this group of feudal princes had underestimated Zhu Biao's standing in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Old Zhu did not even consider his other sons. Instead, he directly named his grandson Xu Biao's second son, Zhu Yunwan, as the imperial great-grandson. You understood the course of history. No matter how Zhu Di behaved, Zhu Yuanzhang would never name him crown prince. As for forcing the emperor's hand, Zhu Yuanzhang was the founding emperor. Although Zhu Di's power had skyrocketed under US guidance, rebelling against Zhu Yuanzhang was simply impossible. Moreover, the purpose of simulating a heroic spirit's life was to gain the heroic spirit's recognition. The moment he chose to rebel against Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di would absolutely turn on him and flee immediately. Even when rebelling against Zhu Yunwan, who was destined to die, Zhu Di spent his entire life working diligently to ensure future generations wouldn't condemn him. If he were to rebel against Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di would likely appear and slap him a couple of times. Great chaos is coming. The best choice is still to hold fast to Beiping, build up strength, expand overseas, and secretly amass power. Let us wait for Zhu Yunwan to ascend the throne. 4. Take charge. Keep a low profile, quietly stockpile troops, grain, and armor to strengthen our forces. Order Zhang He in the western seas to continue expanding our influence. From the very beginning, you did not focus his efforts on the Great Ming. On one hand, he quietly developed his power within the Great Ming, waiting for Zhu Yunwan to ascend the throne. On the other hand, he allowed Zhang He to grow his influence in the western seas, establishing maritime routes in advance. After your elder brother's death, the various feudal princes began openly and covertly vying for the position of crown prince, hoping to become the new heir. But you knew all too well how much your father cherished your elder brother, so you chose not to get involved. Instead, you contented yourself with being a feudal prince, quietly building your power, and waiting for the day the emperor's sword would fall. Over the years, your confidant Zheng He has grown in strength in the western seas, sending you a letter every year. Now 21 years old, Zheng He has conquered the kingdom of Malabar and is recruiting troops and amassing resources, gradually growing in strength. In this year's letter, you ordered Zheng He to use the kingdom of Malabar as a starting point and begin his campaigns in the western seas. After erasing all traces of your contact with Zheng He, you went into hiding in Beiping, staying out of public affairs and obeying only your father's commands. As one of the most powerful feudal princes, you faced constant provocations from other princes vying for the position of crown prince, but you paid them no mind. As you had expected, your father designated Zhu Yunwen, the second son of your eldest brother, as the imperial great-grandson. This move sparked discontent among many feudal princes, but they could do nothing about it. However, none of this concerned you from the very beginning. You had never intended to compete for the position of crown prince. After your father confirmed the grand imperial grandson, you had a large underground warehouse dug in your residence to accelerate the training of troops and stockpiling of grain. At the same time, you planted trees around the area and built a chicken coop to throw people off the scent. Your father had staked the entire Ming dynasty on your eldest brother. Now that your brother was dead, you were certain that your father's sword would resurface to consolidate imperial power for your grandnephew and eliminate any obstacles. Sure enough, the following year, your father ordered the execution of Lan Yu, then the foremost general, and the extermination of his 3 clans, dragging countless officials into the purge. Father's blade once again left a trail of blood in its wake. Civil and military officials lived in constant fear, and feudal princes across the land fell silent as if frozen by terror. You watched all this unfold with cold detachment. Although you still harbored fear of father in your heart, you were no longer as terrified as before. Because you understood your own strength after so many years of strategic planning and development, your outward power was only a fraction of who you truly were. Recruiting troops, stockpiling heavy armor, training soldiers, amassing grain, and expanding overseas, you have long since become the strongest feudal prince. On the surface, Zhu Di was one of the 9 great frontier princes and one of the more powerful feudal princes. Publicly, the strongest military force still belonged to Prince Ning, Zhu Quan, who commanded 80,000 armored soldiers, 6,000 war chariots, and the 3 Doyen guards. Zhu Di's military strength appears to be on par with that of the Prince of Jin. Not so strong as to become a target for everyone's attacks, nor so weak as to be looked down upon by others. By revealing only a portion of his military strength, he is concealing his true capabilities. However, in terms of reputation, Zhu Di stands head and shoulders above all other feudal princes. Not only had Zhu Di repeatedly distinguished himself on the battlefield, earning the respect of his officers and soldiers and the reverence of the common people, but he also frequently intervened personally to uphold justice for the people, earning a reputation for benevolence. This alone set Zhu Di far above the other feudal princes. And should he ever stage a rebellion, this would prove crucial. By this time, Zhu Biao had died, Zhu Yuanzhang was advanced in age, and Zhu Yunwen was too young to command the respect of the people. Yu's mind began to race. It's time to start building more power within the Great Ming. Over the years, Yu had always instructed Zhu Di to operate covertly within the Great Ming, daring not to reveal too much, cultivating confidants, recruiting garrison troops, and stockpiling heavy armor in his home. Publicly, the most he had done was to use the pretext of garrisoning Beiping and defending against the Mongols to expand the 3 royal guard units assigned to the feudal princes to over 100,000 men. As for the rest, he had secretly arranged for confidants like Zheng He to make their mark in the western seas. But now it was the 26th year of the Hongwu era. After Zhu Biao's death, Zhu Yuanzhang launched the last major political purge of the early Ming dynasty. The following year, the Lan Yu case. After massacring Lan Yu's entire clan, old Zhu disbanded the Imperial Guard. With the Imperial Guard gone, old Zhu used Lan Yu's name as a pretext to purge the court, leaving him no time to attend to other matters. Moreover, over the years, Zhu Di had made his presence known to old Zhu, clearly projecting the image of a reliable feudal prince on the frontier and a valiant general on the battlefield, which earned him old Zhu's deep trust. This was the perfect opportunity for Zhu Di to expand his influence within the Great Ming. Moreover, in less than 5 years, old Zhu would pass away. That little brat Zhu Yunwen was about to start purging the feudal princes with the help of 3 scholars who'd been read to the point of stupidity. You certainly didn't want to see Zhu Di feigning madness or stupidity again just to buy time and build his power. He quietly watched the passages continuously appear in the simulation book, waiting for the right moment to arrive. When you had already secretly become the strongest feudal prince, your father, after massacring the Lanyu clan, disbanded the imperial guard. Deprived of the emperor's eyes and ears, you were overjoyed and began selecting strong men to bolster your personal guard, while also widely recruiting talented and extraordinary individuals under the pretext of luring deserters. In the 27th year of the Hangwu era, in order to clear obstacles for the imperial great-grandson and consolidate the imperial throne, your father, who had already carried out a purge of the court officials, showed no mercy and ordered the execution of Fu Yud, the Duke of Ing. That same year, Zheng Yi brought you a chest of rare crops from the western seas. You were particularly curious about one that closely resembled a horsebell and ordered it to be cultivated in Beiping. In the 28th year of the Hangwu era, your father ordered the execution of Fengshang, a founding hero, grand tutor to the crown prince, and Duke of Song. You knew full well that your father intended to eliminate all court officials who might pose a threat to your eldest nephew. With a storm brewing, you accelerated your efforts to stockpile grain, troops, and armor. First, you exchanged the 1 million de Ming Bao notes your father had previously bestowed upon you for grain and gold and silver at a low price. You then dispatched a trusted confidant to pose as a wealthy merchant. He built a restaurant in Beiping to throw people off the scent, but it actually served as a grain warehouse. Military training at your estate also continued unabated. By this time, you had stockpiled 8,000 sets of heavy armor. In the 3rd month, Prince Qin Zhuchang, one of the 9 great frontier princes, passed away. At year's end, Zheng Yi reported good news from the western seas. Your forces there had successfully captured Kampa and Siam. The following year, the 29th year of the Hangwu era, your father sensed that his time was drawing near. He formulated his final plan for a northern campaign against the steppes. As a decorated general with immense influence within the army, you became his first choice. Your father once again appointed you as the commander-in-chief of the northern campaign. Your choice is: 1. Accept and campaign in the northern steppes once more. 2. Given the chaotic situation, refuse. 3. Politely decline on the pretext of illness and continue to build your own power base in Beiping. 4. Decide for yourself. It must be said that Zhu Di was not only an outstanding emperor but also a valiant general. He was not only brave and skilled in battle but also possessed exceptional military acumen. Historically, in this battle, Zhu Di achieved another resounding victory, sweeping across hundreds of li in the northern wastes. 4. Decide for yourself. Accept march north once more and deal a crushing blow to the Jurchen. As soon as old Zhu passes away, you will let Zhu Di run the show. By then, there won't be time to worry about the Jurchen anymore. Although the Jurchen held little influence at this time, some Jurchen tribes were still serving the Ming dynasty. But Zhu Di had already obtained the ancient population explosion artifact, the potato, many years before Zhu Yuanzhan, which, once again, you flawlessly completed the mission your father had entrusted to you, but you did not stop there. Instead, you continued to pursue the northern Yuan army for hundreds of li, all the way to Tuching in the Yulianga region, where you defeated the northern Yuan general Halawu. And during the pursuit of the northern Yuan army, you carried out a massive massacre of the Jurchen tribes that had not submitted to the Ming dynasty. Having completed all your missions, you returned to court in triumph, and your father once again lavished praise upon you. However, you did not react much to this. Instead, you were overjoyed by the exceptionally high yield of potatoes and began to promote the widespread cultivation of this crop. At the end of the year, a letter arrived from Zheng He, reporting that your Western expeditionary forces had successfully conquered Java and northern Sumatra that year. In the 30th year of the Hangwu era, you focused on expanding your influence in Beiping. Several granaries had already been secretly established within the city, stockpiling large quantities of potatoes. You instantly became the most powerful of all the feudal princes. My father issued an imperial edict to you, regarding you as a pillar of the Great Ming. In the intercalary 5th month of that same year, your father passed away. The grand imperial grandson, Zhu Yunwen, ascended the throne and placed great trust in Huang Zicheng, Shi Tai, and Fang Xiaoru. You set out from Beiping for the capital to attend the funeral, but Zhu Yunwen barred your entry, citing the late emperor's posthumous edict, which stipulated that the princes must remain in their fiefdoms and were not permitted to enter the capital for a funeral. Your choice is 1. Obey the late emperor's will and return to Beiping. 2. Insist on entering the capital to attend the funeral. 3. Raise an army and rebel. 4. Make your own decision. What did the ancients value most when taking action? A just cause. When Chen Shang and Wu Guang launched their uprising, they had to hide a note inside a fish's belly. The rebel forces at the end of the Yuan dynasty had to unearth a stone statue inscribed with a message. Even Zhu Yuanzhang, when he rebelled, had to raise the banner of expelling the Tartars and restoring China. Now that Zhu Yunwen has brought up Zhu Yuanzhang's posthumous edict, Zhu Di has no choice but to return. That's not how you stage a rebellion. A rebellion must be presented to the world as, my great-nephew has driven me to the brink of death, I had no choice but to rebel. You decided to let Zhu Yunwen run wild a little longer, dragging those 3 foolish scholars along to stir up more public outrage. Only then would the princes dissatisfied with him come to Zhu Di's aid. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang had issued an order: the 9 great frontier princes were to mutually protect one another. If one rebelled, the other 8 could send troops to suppress him. Right now, Zhu Yunwen hasn't yet provoked widespread anger. If Zhu Di were to raise an army, the other feudal princes would immediately march against him. That wouldn't be good. After all, you still had his eye on the Doyen 3 guards under Prince Ning. He couldn't let this special force turn its blades against him first. Moreover, the Ponzi D placed in the western seas had now come of age. So this was the perfect opportunity to use this option to chart a course for the western seas military. 4. Take charge. Reroute back to Beiping and write to Zhang He, instructing him to cease military campaigns, rest and recuperate, and build a large fleet of warships. Using the western seas as a starting point, he is to comprehensively expand the maritime routes. The Great Ming is about to fall into Zhu Di's hands. Before that happens, let the great navigator Zhang He lead his fleet to chart the world's sea routes during the Ming dynasty. So that when the time comes, we can mobilize the full might of the Great Ming to launch a global maritime expedition. During Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, the main battlefields were on the Asian and African continents. In November of the same year, Zhu Yunwen appointed Zheng Bing, Vice Minister of Works, as governor of Beiping, and placed Xie Gui and Zhang Exayan in charge of the Beiping military command. You knew this was your nephew's way of sending people to keep tabs on you. Although you were wary, you did not take it to heart. After years of development, officials of all ranks in Beiping had long been loyal to you. Your 3 princely guard units had grown to 200,000 troops, with 30,000 wagons. You had 20,000 personal guards, 20,000 sets of heavy armor in storage, and 10 underground granaries capable of supplying a 300,000-strong army for half a year. In December, Zhu Yunwen relocated Prince Dai, Zhu Gui, to Shu. The following year, Zhu Yunwen changed the era name to Jiangwen. This year marked the first year of the Jiangwen era. In March, your eldest legitimate grandson was born and named Zhu Zhanji. Although you did not care for your eldest son, you were deeply fond of this grandson. In the 5th month of the first year of Jiangwen, Emperor Jiangwen arrested Prince Min, Zhu Yan, on charges of unlawful acts. Immediately afterward, under the pretext of illegally printing banknotes, he sent men to Prince Xiang's fiefdom to arrest him. Unwilling to suffer humiliation, Prince Xiang, Zhubai, gathered all his wives, concubines, and children, sealed the palace gates, and set the palace ablaze, burning himself to death. Prince Xiang Zhubai's self-immolation had no effect on Emperor Jiangwen, who went on to arrest Prince Qizhu Shu and Prince Dai Zhu Gui, stripping both of their titles and reducing them to commoners. The events of that year exceeded your expectations. Although you had always known that the Emperor's blade would one day fall, you never imagined it would be so ruthless. Your eldest nephew's blade was in no way inferior to his father's. On the night Prince Xiang and his entire family set themselves ablaze, you once again stood at the window, staring blankly at the full moon. Your power had grown to unimaginable proportions, yet the chill emanating from Emperor Jiangwen still froze your very heart. In June, the Emperor's blade finally fell upon you, Emperor Jiangwen ordered a reduction in your military forces. In your youth, you had suspected that this sword would be your father or your eldest brother. Back then, you didn't know how to face the sword that was your father or your eldest brother. But now, the sword swinging down at you is your eldest nephew, Zhu Yunwen. You feel much less hesitation in your heart. To protect yourself, your choice is 1. Push back too hard and rise in rebellion. 2. Avoid the sharp edge and continue to secretly build up your strength. 3. Obey the Emperor's orders to protect yourself. 4. Make your own decisions. In history, Zhu Di had no men, no troops, and no provisions. Even if Zhu Yunwen had pushed him to the point where his own brothers were forced to burn their families alive, he would have already had a legitimate pretext for rebellion. But to buy time for his preparation, he still had to feign madness and play the fool to lull Zhu Yunwen into a false sense of security, while secretly training troops in his residence. However, you possessed foresight and had already set this plan in motion decades in advance. Not only did he have Zhu Di recruit soldiers and horses early on, and widely gathered talented and extraordinary individuals, but he also had him stockpile troops, armor, and provisions. Do you have any idea what it meant to hide 20,000 sets of heavy armor in a household back then? Hiding weapons was merely a banishment. Hiding armor meant certain death. 20,000 personal guards, 20,000 suits of armor, 300,000 troops plus enough provisions to fully sustain a massive army. Under these circumstances, you expect me to avoid his onslaught? Forget about listening to him. Bring me my sword. For taking matters into my own hands. Under the pretext of cleansing the Emperor's inner circle, I will unite with other feudal princes to carry out the heavenly Jingnan campaign. At the same time, order Zhang He to travel to the western seas to contact the Prince of Zhou and Yunnan and raise an army simultaneously. Historically, Zhu Di's Jingnan campaign occurred later, but you had been laying the groundwork for years and brought it forward. The 3 Doyen guards will be in our hands shortly. Zhu Yunwen's methods for curtailing the power of the feudal princes were too ruthless. The other feudal princes had long been dissatisfied. Zhu Di could ally with the Prince of Ning to borrow the 3 Doyen guards. And then there was the Prince of Zhou, whom Zhu Yunwen had previously exiled to Yunnan. Emperor Jiangwen feared that the Prince of Zhou and Zhu Di brothers from the same mother might collude, so he exiled him to Yunnan. But my dear nephew, I, your 4th uncle, am now the one calling the shots in the western seas. Exiling Zhu Di's own brother to Yunnan wouldn't that play right into his hands? I'll simply have Zhang He dispatch troops from the western seas to Yunnan to join forces with the Prince of Zhou, launching an attack from both ends that'll scare the living daylights out of Emperor Jiangwen. Historically, Zhu Di wasn't very powerful. But now, Zhu Di, what Jing crisis? I just miss my great nephew. In the first year of Jiangwen's reign, I'll lead an army of 300,000 men, including 20,000 heavily armored soldiers, to the capital to bring my great-nephew some local specialties as a congratulatory gift. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Before Zhu Yuanzhang died, he took all of the great Ming's renowned generals, the ones skilled in conquering cities and territories, with him, leaving behind only Gung Bingwen, who excels at defending cities. According to history textbooks, it would have been truly difficult for Zhu Di to defeat Gung Bingwen, who refused to leave the city. Just as Zhu Di was racking his brains in frustration, hey! Jiangwen replaced Gung Bingwen with the great Ming's god of war, Li Jinglong. Commanding a massive army of 500,000, he couldn't take a single city defended only by Zhu Gaoqi, and he left behind countless supplies, fattening up the Yan army. What a fine nephew of the 4th uncle! It was fate. You had been laying the groundwork for decades, waiting for this very moment. Now that old Zhu had just passed away and Zhu Yunwen had repeatedly provoked public outrage. Zhu Di, having built up his power through his own efforts, no longer needed to follow the historical script. He struck directly at the very moment Zhu Yunwen was about to reduce his troops. Kill. Your father is dead, your eldest brother died young, and now a greenhorn with no political or military achievements has repeatedly persecuted your brothers, even causing the death of the entire family of the Prince of Xiang. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold, and now this greenhorn has turned his blade against you. Since Emperor Jiangwen has disregarded the bond between uncle and nephew, you can't be blamed for this. After consulting with Yao Guangxiao, you invoke the late emperor's decree which states, if the court lacks upright ministers and is plagued by treachery within, then the princes shall train their troops and await orders. The Son of Heaven shall issue a secret edict to the princes to lead the garrison troops and quell the rebellion to launch the Jingnan campaign in the name of heaven. You also submitted a memorial to the court, requesting that it dispatch troops to assist you in entering the capital to purge the emperor's inner circle. Emperor Jiangwen was terrified. On the advice of his close minister Huang Zicheng, he secretly ordered Zhang Bing, Xie Gui, and Zhang Xian, who had previously been sent to Beiping, to come and arrest you. Zhang Xian, the commander of Beiping, was a former subordinate of yours, so he tipped you off about this in advance. You held your forces in check. When Zhang Bing and Xie Gui arrived with their troops to arrest you, you first lured the two of them into your residence, beheaded them in public, and then ordered the personal guards you had cultivated over the years to capture all the soldiers outside the residence. Once the deed is done, hold the two men as severed heads in one hand and the imperial edict the late emperor granted you on his deathbed in the other. Citing treacherous ministers in the court who have disrupted governance and unjustly executed meritorious officials as grounds, claim to be acting on imperial orders to quell the rebellion and launch a full-scale assault. The young monk Daoyan, who once stopped your horse to present you with a white hat, is now 65 years old. He will say to you, Your Highness, I have waited my entire life for this. Thanks to more than a decade of careful planning, officials of all ranks in Beiping have long been your loyal followers. At your command, the entire city of Beiping falls into your hands. Because you had repeatedly distinguished yourself in battle in the northern wastes over the years, your prestige was immense, and since most of the northern generals were your former subordinates, they surrendered to you one after another. However, in Huailai, not far from Beiping, the garrison commander Song Zhong, a loyal minister of the Jiangwen emperor, quickly rallied scattered troops, held the city firmly, and spread the rumor among his soldiers, the Prince of Yan has killed your families in Beiping. However, such petty tricks had little effect on you, a veteran of many years on the battlefield. You had the parents of the Huailai soldiers come out onto the battlefield and call out their sons' names one by one. Realizing Song Zhong's lies, the Huailai soldiers ceased their resistance. Song Zhong was defeated and taken alive, but he refused to surrender to you. The Jingnan campaign was a matter of life and death. You could not afford any missteps. Those who did not submit to you were doomed. You had him beheaded. Seizing the momentum, you went on to capture Zhuanhua and Yangping. When this news reached the imperial court, it sent shockwaves through the government and the country. But this did not halt your advance. You marched south with your army. At the same time, your full brother, the Prince of Zhou, allied with Zheng He in Yunnan and raised an army there under the pretext of responding to the Prince of Yan and carrying out the imperial mandate to quell the rebellion. On the advice of Huang Zicheng and Shi Tai, Emperor Jiangwen dispatched the veteran General Geng Bingwen to lead an army of 300,000 against you. He also sent envoys to pacify the Prince of Zhou. Geng Bingwen was a general from the previous emperor's reign, renowned for his skill in defending cities. This reputation was once again confirmed in your campaign. Geng Bingwen suffered major defeats at your hands in both Xiong County and Jining. He then fortified Jining and refused to emerge. You launched repeated attacks but failed to capture the city immediately. Although your supplies were ample enough to sustain a protracted siege, this situation caused you great distress. But before long, upon Huang Zicheng's advice, Jiangwen replaced Geng Bingwen with Li Jinglong and dispatched an additional force of 500,000 troops to campaign against you. Upon learning of the enemy's change of commander, you were overjoyed. Li Jinglong was a childhood playmate of yours, and you knew full well that his military capabilities left much to be desired. Moreover, you commanded 300,000 elite troops and 20,000 heavily armored personal guards. How could the imperial troops, who had not seen combat for years, compare to your elite forces, seasoned on the battlefield? At your command, you marched out of the city to meet them in battle. As you had expected, Li Jinglong possessed no tactical ability whatsoever. He suffered a crushing defeat at Zhengkunba and retreated to Dezhou. You seized the opportunity to attack Weizhou and Datong. Li Jinglong sent troops to relieve them, but they returned empty-handed. By this point, 2 months had passed since you raised your banner to quell the rebellion, and you had successfully captured most of the northern cities. Having drawn close to Prince Ning's fiefdom and having long coveted the Doyen 3 guards under his command, you led 200,000 elite troops and 10,000 heavily armored personal guards to besiege Daning. Seeing that the tide of battle was against him, Prince Ning submitted to you. You successfully subdued the Doyen 3 guards, greatly increasing your military strength. With your momentum unstoppable, Emperor Jiangwen, Zhu Yunwen, was terrified. To appease you, he dismissed Qi Tai, Minister of War, and Huang Zicheng, Grand Master of the Imperial Rites. But having already taken up arms, how could you possibly stop now? You had witnessed Jiangwen's ruthlessness firsthand. The memory of Prince Xiang setting himself and his entire family ablaze lingered constantly in your mind. He says he is afraid? Too late, bring me my sword. Capitalizing on your victory, you pressed the attack and engaged Li Jinglong in a decisive battle at the Baigo River in the 9th month of the first year of the Jiangwen era. Seeing the extraordinary ferocity of the Yan army, Li Jinglong abandoned his troops and fled. You ordered your troops to charge toward the enemy camp, shouting, "The enemy general has fled! The enemy general has fled!" The soldiers in the enemy camp fell into chaos and scattered in all directions. You achieved a resounding victory, capturing over 200,000 imperial soldiers and countless supplies. You pressed forward and laid siege to Jinan. Tai Xian, the deputy governor of Shandong, was quite astute and managed to hold off your first few assaults. Zhu Yunwen immediately ordered his promotion to governor of Shandong and replaced Li Jinglong with Sheng Yong. However, all resistance proved futile in the face of your ever-growing army. You mustered 400,000 troops, deploying all your heavily armored personal guards, with the 3 Doyen guards joining the battle. In this final assault, you captured Jinan and killed Tai Xian. Meanwhile, the Prince of Zhou and Zhang He joined forces with Zhu Gui, the Prince of Shu, to launch a northern campaign against the Jingnan rebellion. The Jiangwen court, thrown into chaos, diverted 100,000 troops to suppress the uprising. In November, you clashed with Sheng Yang at Dongchang. The Yan army was unstoppable and secured another decisive victory. Immediately afterward, you defeated court generals such as Wu Jia at Gaochang. Faced with enemies from both the north and south and suffering repeated defeats, Emperor Jiangwen dispatched Huang Zicheng and Qi Tai to travel abroad to recruit troops to come to the capital's aid. You have always been on good terms with the eunuchs in the palace, and one of them informed you that the capital was defenseless. Your options are: 1. Abandon your current opponent and march on the capital. 2. Continue your campaign as planned. 3. Order Emperor Jiangwen to surrender. 4. Decide for yourself. You watched as long passages of text appeared in the simulation book. Yet the choices were few and far between. This made him realize that the plan he had laid out more than a decade ago was finally taking effect. It was precisely because he had instructed Zhu Di to build up his power and strengthen himself long ago that Zhu Di was now invincible in battle, swiftly quelling the Jingnan rebellion. It required hardly any choices at all. Put simply, a rebellion is a war fought under a just cause. Zhu Di had ample justification. 1. The rules established by Zhu Yuanzhang: if treacherous ministers caused chaos in the court, feudal princes from across the realm could lead troops into the capital to execute the traitors. 2. Zhu Yunwen's ruthless measures to curtail the power of the feudal princes. He had already eliminated Zhu Di's own brothers. With Zhu Di next in line to be targeted, how could he not rise up to quell the rebellion? 3. A month before his death, Zhu Yuanzhang had issued an imperial edict to Zhu Di. Its general gist was that, as his eldest son who had distinguished himself in military service and performed exceptionally well in defending the frontiers, Zhu Di was a pillar of the Ming dynasty. He was to faithfully assist Zhu Yunwen and safeguard the empire's territory for him and so on. But who can say for sure now? Since it was an imperial edict from Zhu Yuanzhang to Zhu Di, doesn't that mean whatever Zhu Di says goes? With these 3 justifications, he directly transformed the Jingnan in the name of heaven into the Jingnan by imperial decree. With ample justification. And thanks to Zhu Yu's strategic preparations, Zhu Di's power had become immense. The early Dingnan campaign and several battles that were originally destined to fail ended in resounding victories. He didn't leave his eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, to defend the city alone. Instead, Zhu Di personally led his troops to defeat Li Jinglong. Nor did he rely on stratagems to secure the 3 Doyen guards. Instead, he directly surrounded the Prince of Ning and resolved the matter by force. Similarly, he defeated Tai Xian. Zhang Yu, a general under Zhu Di's command, did not die either. Thanks to U.S. advance planning, Zhu Di's situation at this point was far better than it had been in actual history. Within a few months, he rapidly annexed the north. Zheng He, in turn, allied with the Prince of Zhou and the Prince of Dai, who had been exiled by Zhu Yunwen to Yunnan and Shu, and raised an army in the south. Faced with a pincer movement from the north and south, how could Zhu Yunwen possibly respond? Now he had also sent Huang Zicheng and Shi Tai away, leaving the capital defenseless. All right. You couldn't help but wonder for a moment, what exactly was Zhu Yunwen pinning between his ears? From raising the banner of rebellion to the success of the Jingnan campaign, it took only about half a year, truly a swift rise to the Ming throne. Looking at the options, at that moment, a eunuch in the capital tipped off Zhu Di was definitely planning a surprise attack on the capital. But you couldn't help but think of his first heroic spirit, Zhu Yuanzhang. When old Zhu was on the throne, he hated eunuchs the most and issued strict edicts forbidding their appointment to high office. Zhu Di not only befriended the eunuchs early on, but later even established the Eastern Factory. If I were to summon him and old Zhu were to see my simulation book again, old Zhu wouldn't just drain my second heroic spirit dry, would he? Yu's mouth twitched slightly. But since it was a matter between those two, he chose not to dwell on it for now. He'd better focus on the simulation. There was simply too much for Zhu Di to do. And he'd already flipped through several pages of the simulation book. You could clearly feel his soul power rapidly depleting. Is this the side effect of contracting the second heroic spirit? When he contracted his first heroic spirit, you wasn't even a spirit contractor yet, so he hadn't felt much of anything. Now, the process of contracting his second heroic spirit was actually rapidly depleting his soul power. You had no choice but to speed up the simulation. 1. Abandon the opponent in front of me and march on the capital. Hurry up and finish this. Jiang Wen is so foolish, he should have abdicated long ago. Allowing him to reign for half a year is already an act of mercy. Yu is still waiting to unlock the global dungeon. He can't afford to get bogged down any longer. Upon learning that the capital was defenseless and ripe for conquest, you immediately changed your direction of attack, marching southward and consecutively defeating the armies of Ping and Hufu. In December, you captured Xizhou and Shui, and your forces advanced toward Yangzhou. Emperor Jiangwen, terrified and realizing that the imperial forces could not stand against you, sent Princess Qingqing to your camp to beg for peace in exchange for ceding territory. Your choices are: 1. Agree I never intended to rebel. 2. Refuse the tide of history has turned, neither you nor I can control it. 3. Negotiate other terms with Emperor Jiangwen. 4. Decide for yourself. 2. Refuse. The tide of history has turned, neither you nor I can control it. You think you can just ask for peace whenever you want? What if you grow stronger in the future and turn against me? What am I supposed to do then? You will never forget Emperor Jiangwen's ruthlessness, nor do you want to end up like Prince Xiang with your entire family burning themselves to death. You flatly rejected your cousin, Princess Qingqing's, peace proposal. Before turning to leave the banquet, you flashed her a terrifying smile. When you return to the capital, tell all my brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nieces to stay hidden in their homes and not come out. I'm afraid the bloody scenes will frighten you. You stationed your troops at Puziku, preparing to lead your army across the Yangtze River once more to strike directly at the capital, Nanjing. However, you encountered fierce resistance from Shangyong. As the battle raged, your favorite second son, Zhu Gaoshu, arrived with reinforcements and defeated Shangyong in a single decisive blow. Compared to your eldest son, who had a disability, you favored this second son, who was as strong as you. After the great victory, you patted him on the shoulder and said, "The crown prince is often ill, you must encourage him." In the first month of the second year of the Jiangwen era, Chen Xian, the commander of the Yangtze River defenses, surrendered his naval forces to you. Having secured the ferries, you led your army across the river, captured Zhenjiang, and advanced directly on Nanjing. In February, Prince Guizhou Su and his defeated General Li Jinglong opened the Jinchuan Gate to surrender, and Nanjing fell. Upon entering the capital, without even taking the time to remove your armor, you rushed toward the imperial palace wielding your bloodstained long sword. By the time you arrived, a massive fire had already engulfed the palace. Zhu Yunwan's whereabouts were unknown. Only a few charred bodies, burned beyond recognition, remained. A eunuch identified one of them as Zhu Yunwan. You frowned and examined the body closely, but could not discern the features of your eldest nephew. However, you did not make a fuss. Instead, you calmly said to those around you, by favoring treacherous ministers, heaven's wrath has been unleashed, burning Jiang Wen to death. In the third month of the second year of the Jiang Wen era, you paid your respects at the Shaoling Mausoleum, then ascended the throne as emperor in the Fengtian Hall in Nanjing. On the first day of the fourth month, you offered sacrifices to heaven and earth, announcing that the Jiang Wen era name would be abolished, replaced by the 34th year of the Hangu era, with the following year designated as the first year of the Yunla era. You became the Yunla emperor. From that point on, the simulation book paused. And a line of glowing text popped up. Congratulations! You have successfully gained the recognition of Emperor Yunla, Zhu Di. Your options are: 1. Save your progress, end this simulation, and form a contract with Emperor Yunla, Zhu Di. 2. Continue the simulation and live out Zhu Di's entire life. This was truly a speed run. Originally, Zhu Di had feigned madness until the end of the year when Emperor Jiangwen ascended the throne before preparing for the Jingnan campaign. But this time, by August, he had nearly conquered the entire north. Originally, Zhu Di's Jingnan campaign, which lasted over 3 years, was a grueling struggle. Not only did he leave his son and wife to defend the city alone, but he also suffered several major defeats later on, resulting in the death of his top general, Zhang Yu. But now, he had conquered the Great Ming in half a month. There was no situation where his wife and children were left to defend the city alone. And General Zhang Yu was still alive. You let out a long sigh. Staring at the constantly flickering text before him, he pondered briefly. Should he first form a contract with Zhu Di, then continue running simulations later to help him make up for his regrets, reach greater heights, and earn rewards? Or should he press on and continue simulating within the heroic spirit pool? After all, once he successfully contracted a heroic spirit, future simulations wouldn't require opening the heroic spirit pool. He could simply use the simulation book. Moreover, every time a new emperor ascends the throne, a purge is inevitable. Next, he'd have to purge Jiang Wen's former ministers and reward the heroes of the Jingnan campaign. You rubbed the bridge of his nose, weighing his options carefully. Which of them should he spare, and which should he eliminate? This was crucial. He would need manpower once the global dungeon was launched. The details required careful consideration. You had just expended a large amount of soul power. So he decided to contract Zhu Di first, and only begin simulations once he determined the specific development path for the global dungeon. After all, once a heroic spirit was contracted, he could resume simulations anytime, anywhere. However, another question immediately popped into US mind. If I contract Zhu Di, does that mean Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di are about to meet? Ugh. After some thought, you decided to contract the Yunla Emperor, Zhu Di, first, and to launch the subsequent global dungeon only after he recovered his soul power and carefully mapped out the development strategy. It wouldn't take long. Besides, the subsequent simulations could be launched anytime, anywhere. Back when he had contracted Zhu Yuanzhang, it took Zhu Yuanzhang most of his life to build a kingdom from a single broken bowl, leaving few opportunities for further development. Over the course of more than a decade, just the early stages, finding potatoes to trigger a population boom, exploring maritime routes, and building warships, took quite a few years. But all of these issues had already been resolved during US simulation of Zhu Di. Even the wars were fought several years earlier than in history. They now nearly reached East Africa. Moreover, the Jingnan campaign was completed in just over half a year. And the timeline is currently frozen at the beginning of 1401. Historically, Zhu Di died of illness in August 1424 while returning from his fifth northern campaign into the desert. even if we go by the date of his death. There are still more than 23 years left until the end of his mandate of heaven, enough time to lead a life even more glorious than that of Zhu Yuanzhang. Moreover, Yu estimates that this time around, he has spared Zhu Di from many detours and ensured he has never suffered a defeat. He had swiftly quelled the Jingnan rebellion. Old Zhu had passed away just half a year after putting him on the throne, and had even allowed him to carry out a preemptive massacre of the Oirat, thereby reducing the number of battles to be fought later on. Moreover, potatoes had been planted in Beiping several years ahead of schedule. So when the Ming dynasty's population later surged, wouldn't he subduing those tribes in the desert be a piece of cake? 23 years, more than enough time for the Ming dynasty to produce several generations of formidable soldiers and warhorses. Pulling his thoughts back, you reviewed Zhu Di's life over the previous 40-odd years. It was proceeding largely according to his own plan, with only two minor potential pitfalls: 1. Jiang Wen's escape. 2. His second brother, Zhu Gaoxiu, coveting the throne. However, these two issues weren't major concerns. It was actually better for Jiang Wen to flee now. After all, Zhu Di couldn't very well be allowed to commit regicide, could he? Besides, where could Jiang Wen possibly flee to? It would have to be the Xiyang region of Yunnan. And as luck would have it, that area is full of Zhu Di's men. Jiang Wen running there would be nothing more than walking into a trap. For now, using the pretext that Jiang Wen was incompetent, indulged treacherous ministers who disrupted governance, a massive fire fell from the heavens and burned Jiang Wen to death to help Zhu Di solidify his grip on the throne. Once Zhu Di has purged Jiang Wen's former strongholds, stripped the feudal princes of their military power, and installed his own confidants throughout the realm, he can then track down Jiang Wen, arrest the eunuch who previously claimed Jiang Wen was dead, convict him of a crime, and ensure Zhu Di's ascension is completely beyond reproach. They then had Zhu Yunwen issue an edict of self-reproach to bolster the legitimacy of Zhu Di's throne, leaving Jiang Wen's former ministers with no grounds for objection. As for Jiang Wen's literati, being confined until death was considered good luck. If they were unlucky, they would suddenly fall ill next month, beyond the reach of medicine. If you aren't ruthless, your throne won't be secure. As for the second son, Zhu Gaoxiu, he is an easy case. He is a natural at warfare. All thanks to Zhu Di's words, the crown prince is often ill, you must encourage him. Zhu Gaoxiu fought every battle as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, treating each one as if he were carving out his own empire. In the original history of the Ming dynasty, however, this was not a good thing. It led to Zhu Gaoxiu vying for the throne once the Ming dynasty had stabilized. He rebelled day after day, was arrested, admitted his mistakes, was released, and then rebelled again day after day. But Yu was about to embark on a global campaign. Second son, I'm going to teach you a lesson. If you're willing to fight, there will be no end to the battles. Go ahead and expand my empire for me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. And you decided to first contract the second mythic rank, the young Le Emperor, Zhu Di. 2 mythic ranks. I must be the only one in the history of Great Xia, past and present. Once the selection was complete, the ancient simulation book turned to a new page, and text gradually appeared on it. Simulation summary. In the early stages of the simulation, you proceeded steadily and methodically, learning excellent military strategies in the army, which laid the foundation for your path to the throne. As an adult, you remained humble and level-headed. You married, had children, defended the borders, and loved your people as if they were your own children. This earned you a good reputation both in the military and among the common people. Though you held the noble rank of a prince, you deeply understood the truth that adversity breeds strength, while complacency leads to ruin, and that true strength comes only from self-reliance. After arriving at your fiefdom, you did not grow complacent. Instead, you vigorously built up your own power, stationing troops, stockpiling grain, and manufacturing armor to prepare for any eventuality. You employed a visionary outlook to pioneer maritime exploration. This not only cultivated a powerful force for you but also provided an endless supply of wealth for your future rebellion. Your military genius brought you boundless glory, and your ability to win people over ensured that eunuchs who had fallen out of favor at court provided you with immense assistance later in life. You were destined to become an emperor. Your eldest brother died young, and your father passed away from illness. Faced with your eldest nephew, who ruthlessly wielded his sword against the feudal princes, you did not sit idly by and await your doom like your other brothers. You had laid out your plans well in advance and worked behind the scenes for decades, anticipating this very moment. Thanks to your foresight, the humiliation you would otherwise have suffered never materialized. The Yin army swept southward like a sickle cutting through wheat. You averted the inevitable crisis of life and death, and the general who should have perished remains your right-hand man. Moving steadily and methodically, strategizing across 1,000 li, and holding high the banner of suppressing the rebellion by imperial decree, you personally led your troops, transforming yourself from a feudal prince destined to have no claim to the throne into the current emperor. Without a doubt, you are the undisputed emperor on horseback. You will usher in yet another golden age in history. Congratulations! You have earned the recognition of the heroic spirit Zhu Di. Overall rating, Mythic rank. The second one, Mythic rank. As the simulation evaluation concluded, Zhu Di, clad in a crimson robe, radiating a golden glow, with black hair streaked with a touch of gray at the temples, commanding respect without raising his voice, and standing tall and straight, emerged from the simulation book and appeared before you. Hey, kid! Zhu Di looked down at you from above, placing a hand on his shoulder. Being able to form a contract with me, Yanla, is the greatest honor of your life. A smile brimming with confidence played at the corners of Zhu Di's mouth. He picked up the simulation book and flipped through US simulation of him. Every now and then, he burst into loud laughter. Very good, very good. You're definitely someone this old man approves of. Not bad at all. You did a brilliant job. But you've been laying the groundwork for so many years. How did you let Jiangwen slip away? If he were to rally his old followers in the future and plunge the Yanla era into chaos again, what would you do? This isn't the right place. Zhu Di didn't have US foresight. He didn't know that you was about to start the dungeon run, where capturing Jiangwen would be a piece of cake. Holding the simulation book, he nodded and shook his head from time to time, offering a few comments. This old man here had to feign madness and play the fool to buy time, and it took me over 3 years fighting countless battles and losing countless lives to finally complete the Jingnan campaign. You may have done it in just half a year, but that doesn't mean I'm any worse than you. Just look at you, you've barely become a feudal prince and you're already busy preparing for a rebellion. I didn't set out to rebel at first. Zhu Di was getting a bit cocky. You spent 20 years laying the groundwork in advance, yet you're only slightly better than this old man. Don't get too full of yourself. I'm still a bit better than you. Hey, aside from my sim life, why is there such a thick stack at the front of your simulation book? Don't tell me you've contracted other heroic spirits too, kid? It's not about the number of heroic spirits, but their quality. This old man here wants to see if the heroic spirits you've contracted so far can measure up to me, the great Emperor Yanla. As Zhu Di spoke, he began flipping through the pages. Thud. He had barely turned one page when the simulation book slipped from his hands and fell heavily to the ground. He looked up in a panic. He noticed that, at some point, an old man had appeared beside you clad in a yellow dragon robe, his hand resting on a jade rui, his face dark with anger. Zhu Di, who had been so full of himself just moments before, turned pale. His eyes widened, yet his pupils rapidly contracted. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound for a long moment. His legs went weak for no apparent reason. And with a thud, he fell to his knees. Father, father! Father, father! Zhu Di was completely terrified and collapsed to his knees, unable to control himself. He dared to rebel against his nephew, but he would never dare to rebel against his eldest brother. This was precisely because of the status his eldest brother held in their father Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Even after Zhu Biao's death, when the other feudal princes were all vying for the throne, Zhu Di, one of the 9 great frontier princes, commanding one of the largest armies and enjoying the highest prestige, did not even attempt to join the fray. In the end, Zhu Yunwen ascended the throne. He went too far in curtailing the power of the feudal princes, driving Zhu Di to the brink of death, and then turned his sights on Zhu Di. Only then did Zhu Di rebel. It can be said that Zhu Yuanzhang's upbringing of Zhu Di from childhood was a success. The imperial throne belonged to his eldest brother. He was to serve faithfully as a feudal prince and defend the frontiers. This clearly demonstrates the supreme paternal authority Zhu Yuanzhang held in Zhu Di's heart. Even after rebelling against his own nephew, he lived in constant fear for the rest of his life. He moved the capital to Beijing, establishing the Ming tradition of the emperor personally guarding the nation's borders, and later led 5 campaigns into the northern steppes, advancing as far as the Dalan Namor River. Born in turbulent times, he died on the battlefield. He was the horse-riding emperor who sealed his victory at Langjutsu. He also compiled the Yongle Encyclopedia, dredged the Grand Canal, and led 6 voyages to the western seas. Zhu Di spent his entire life atoning for his sins, also that future generations would criticize him less, and so that after his death, he might have the courage to face his father, Zhu Yuanzhang. Just think, even after Zhu Yuanzhang's death, he still cast such a deep psychological shadow over Zhu Di. But now here in Daxia, having just successfully staged a rebellion, my father is alive. Fourth son, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a forced smile as he walked up to Zhu Di and crouched down, patting his own back with a jade rui. His eyes narrowed in a chilling, smug grin as he looked at Zhu Di. Fourth son, I hear you've staged a rebellion? Zhu Di's expression froze in shock, his eyes filled with terror as he looked up at Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, no, I didn't. His words came out haltingly, and he was at a loss. Zhu Yuanzhang was just like the proverbial smiling tiger on the surface. He wore a cheerful smile, yet he gave off an eerie, chilling aura. He picked up the simulation book that Zhu Di had dropped on the ground and flipped it open. I've heard you're the Yongle Emperor? Without waiting for Zhu Di to answer, Zhu Yuanzhang began reading it on his own. The more he read, the more sinister his smile became. By this point, Zhu Di had regained his composure somewhat, and looked at you with the eyes of someone clutching at a lifeline. You looked up, clasped his hands, and whistled all in one fluid motion. Suppressing the rebellion by imperial decree? Zhu Yuanzhang flipped directly to the section where Zhu Di had raised his army. Fourth son, what did the imperial edict I left you before I died say? Command the princes, assess the situation as it unfolds, defend the borders, and protect the people. Zhu Di would never forget the last words his father had left him, even if it cost him his life. Then how did it turn into suppressing the rebellion by imperial decree in your hands? Zhu Yuanzhang's smile turned completely icy. Fourth son, why didn't I see how brave you were while I was alive? You ascended the throne just half a year after my death? You're far more remarkable than I ever was. Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze once more on the passage describing Zhu Di's ascension to the throne and his adoption of the era name Yongle. He stood up, tucked the jade rui into the back of his waistband, and, with great solemnity and impeccable form, bowed to Zhu Di. This humble subject, Zhu Changba, pays homage to the great Emperor Yongle. As he spoke, he was about to kneel. But Zhu Di, already kneeling on the ground, hurriedly pushed himself backward with his hands and scrambled frantically across the floor. Zhu Yuanzhang straightened up again, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and reached for the jade rui at his waist. Zhu Di, thinking on his feet, pointed at you. Father, it's this little spirit master who is more powerful than I am, which is why I ascended the throne in just half a year. I never intended to rebel, it was Jiang Wen who forced my hand. He killed the Prince of Xiang and demoted the other feudal princes to commoners, exiling them. It was Jiang Wen wanted to kill me. I pretended to be mad and foolish for over half a year, raised an army with just a few hundred men, and fought for a full 3 years. Your favorite grandson, Gao Qi, was the one who wore himself out in that great war. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't respond, but flipped through the simulation book, studying with intense scrutiny the passages where Jiang Wen, accompanied by his 3 fools, had employed brutal tactics against the regional princes. It wasn't until he read, unwilling to suffer humiliation, the Prince of Xiang gathered his wives, concubines, and children, sealed the palace gates, and burned himself to death, that even the iron-willed Zhu Yuanzhang was slightly moved. Zhu Yuanzhang placed great importance on family ties. Though he had conceived and implemented various measures to restrain the feudal princes, he had never once considered killing them. Not only the Prince of Xiang, but also the Prince of Zhou, the Prince of Dai, and others. He had used thunderous measures to curtail their power with almost no regard for the consequences. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't understand it. During his lifetime, Zhu Yunwen had clearly been an exceptionally intelligent and virtuous grandson. And he had even specifically tested Zhu Yunwen on the topic of what to do if a feudal prince plotted a rebellion. He had been very satisfied with Zhu Yunwen's answer. First, appeal to my uncle's sense of compassion. If that doesn't resolve the issue, implement policies to curtail their power. If that still doesn't work, send troops to suppress the rebellion. This three-step approach was as compassionate and just as one could be utterly beyond reproach. How could this good grandson of mine, Zhu Yunwen, have skipped the first two steps and gone straight to the last one the moment I left? Didn't I even bring in 3 great talents to assist Yunwen? With a heavy heart, Zhu Yuanzhang sought out the 3 great talents. Zhang Wen, following Huang Zicheng's advice, demoted the entire family of the Prince of Zhou to commoners and exiled them to Yunnan. Could it be that this tactic of curtailing the power of the feudal princes was taught to Yunwen by the 3 great talents I left behind? Zhu Yuanzhang felt his blood boil. His previously deathly pale face began to flush red. Zhang Wen, heeding Huang Zicheng's advice, replaced the veteran General Geng Bingwen with Li Jinglong. The more Zhu Yuanzhang read, the more his anger flared. The 3 brilliant talents he had hand-picked himself, were they really just a bunch of bookworms who'd been read into stupidity? Scholars ruin the country. Zhu Di had lived his entire life in the shadow of Zhu Yuanzhang. So naturally, he understood Zhu Yuanzhang better than anyone. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased somewhat, he poked his head out from behind you. Father, it really isn't my fault. Zhu Yuanzhang had already turned to the section describing Zhu Di's Jingnan campaign as it reached Nanjing. You've always been close to the eunuchs in the palace. They tipped you off that the capital was vulnerable and ripe for conquest. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, which had begun to soften, immediately turned cold again. Didn't I issue an edict forbidding you from befriending eunuchs or entrusting them with important roles? Fourth son, you've always been close to the eunuchs, and by always, how long has this been going on? Have you been treating my words as if they were just wind passing by your ears while I'm still alive? Zhu Di's face turned pale. Zhu Yuanzhang had repeatedly and emphatically forbidden him from befriending eunuchs. But, when he was a feudal prince, not only had he befriended eunuchs, he had later promoted them to high positions and established the Eastern Factory. He was done for now. His father had found a pretext to take it out on him. Little Lingzhu, step aside. Whoosh. Yu was quick on his feet and darted out of the way. It wasn't his place to interfere while father and son were talking. Zhu Yuanzhang tapped his jade rui and strode toward Zhu Di. Fourth son, I'm warning you, you'd better not try to hide. Zhu Di hurriedly followed suit, hiding behind you. Old Zhu gave the order. Imperial Guard. Bind this rebellious son for me. Old Zhu's bloodthirsty nature hadn't diminished even after becoming a heroic spirit. He lashed Zhu Di with the jade rui until his head was bloodied. Then, with a sweep of his sleeve and a cold glance at Zhu Di, returned to the heroic spirit realm. Zhu Di stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yu stood beside him and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhu Di looked at the blood on his hands and actually laughed. My father can actually hit me. I'm overjoyed. What I fear most is when he says nothing and just stares at me with that gloomy expression. Now, on the contrary, it actually makes this old man feel a little better inside. Zhu Di looked at Yu. Spirit Master, I've lived my whole life in the shadow of rebellion, forced to work tirelessly without a moment's rest, all out of fear of facing my father after death. But now that I've seen him and even taken a beating, that sense of dread has actually vanished. Yu nodded and asked innocently, then why don't you head back to the heroic spirit realm first? My contract is complete, and I need to leave the heroic spirit pool. Those words left Zhu Di speechless. Although he no longer felt the fear he had when he first saw Zhu Yuanzhang, he still felt a bit guilty. Was he really supposed to go live right next to Zhu Yuanzhang now? He still didn't quite have the guts for that. Kid, hurry up and simulate the rest of my life for me. I've worked diligently for the Great Ming my entire life. Not a single day went by without me working. Once father sees the rest of my life, he'll forgive me. Zhu Di was quite satisfied with the latter half of his life. After all, he had ushered in the Yunle Golden Age. Yuan Ti finished simulating the latter half of his life yet. And due to the rules of the Tao, he couldn't reveal historical information unknown to you. Otherwise, Zhu Di would have immediately clung to Zhu Yuanzhang's leg and begun listing his achievements one by one. Father, I led 5 campaigns against the northern steppes, made 6 voyages to the western seas, dredged the Grand Canal, and compiled the Yongle Encyclopedia, the greatest book under heaven. Do you think my eldest nephew could accomplish all these things? I also have a fine imperial grandson who is guaranteed to be a wise ruler. And I've left behind a great talent, Yu Qian, capable of sustaining the Great Ming for 100 years. The Great Ming. I've arranged everything clearly and securely. Could my eldest nephew ever match my success? Zhu Di was still very proud of his own achievements. But for now, he could only keep these thoughts to himself. He'd have to wait until you finished simulating his entire life. Then take the results to old Zhu to explain everything. That's why he was urging you to hurry up with the simulation. Couldn't it all be done at once? Why drag it out? He wanted to return to the heroic spirit realm after he'd explained everything to old Zhu. After all, he was a heroic spirit now. Being out in the outside world was nowhere near as comfortable as being in the heroic spirit realm. You watched his smug expression and twitched the corner of his mouth. Once I tell you that your great-grandson is the great Ming war god, you'll settle down. My great-grandson? The great Ming war god? Zhu Di was completely baffled by this statement. Shu Qizhen hadn't even been born yet when he died. Did this spirit master kid know some secret? The great Ming war god? Could it be that my great-grandson is even more formidable than I was during my 5 campaigns in the northern desert? Zhu Di's eyes lit up. And he immediately urged you to tell him just how formidable his great-grandson was. Not only was his grandson formidable, but his great-grandson was the great Ming war god. With that in his bloodline, his family would ensure the great Ming's stability and glory for many years to come. Once he told his father, it would surely quell the old man's anger. You ignored him. He didn't know what would happen if other powerful figures contracted 2 heroic spirits. In any case, his soul power was severely depleted right now. And he still needed to carefully consider the global development strategy following Zhu Di's ascension to the throne. He simply had no mind to continue the simulation at this moment. He walked straight out of the heroic spirit pool, thinking to himself, I've contracted 2 mythic rank heroic spirits. The Great Xia must surely reward me with something, right? Outside, 2 Grandmaster Realm cultivators, 8 leading historians, and dozens of high-ranking researchers from the historical archives stood dumbfounded as they witnessed a scene of tender fatherly affection. 1 mythic rank had soundly beaten up another mythic rank? Grandmaster Yi, should we record this? The recording equipment operator standing beside Frost looked somewhat flustered. Don't record this part. During US simulation this time, numerous proper names, people, places, various battles, and events had appeared. It wasn't just the Great Ming, even the names of many foreign tribes from the northern deserts and the western seas to the south were clearly labeled. This was a tremendous treasure trove of information. So Frost immediately had the most advanced recording equipment brought in from the Department of Education to document US simulation process. In fact, nearly every member of DCIS upper echelons had carefully studied US simulation process during the college entrance exams. After all, he was one of only 2 mythic rank holders in DCIA. So when the term Hangwu appeared, many present immediately realized that US second heroic spirit was the son of his first heroic spirit. They just never expected that it would ultimately play out as a scene of the father stabs, the son laughs. Of course, this couldn't be recorded. The entire upper echelon of DCIA has been grooming you to be the next generation S leader. And those keyboard warriors who previously thought they could slander you with impunity online have all had a visit from this time. You had opened the heroic spirit pool on his own. Although Shinwu Academy had promised him this from the start.
It was undoubtedly thanks to Frost's help that it went so smoothly and quickly. Plus, his master had gone so far as to ask so many people for help, well, even though they didn't really make much of a difference. But it was enough to show just how much his beautiful master valued him. Your soul power is severely depleted. Frost immediately noticed US condition. Right. After reaching the latter half of the simulation, I felt my soul power had been depleted significantly, so I had no choice but to form the contract first and save Judy's later life for a future simulation. You explained his reasoning. The process of your simulation this time is extremely valuable. It's equivalent to a major historical relic. I'll submit a request to the higher-ups to convert it into merit points for you. US eyes lit up. His beautiful master certainly never disappointed him. Because he had formed contracts with two mythic rank beings. Even Ming, another top-tier Grandmaster Realm cultivator whom he was meeting for the first time, now looked at you with new respect. Having witnessed a breathtaking, exhilarating mythic rank simulation. The drunken haze in Ming's eyes faded, replaced by a piercing intensity. Hey, you, I heard from your master that you have an Earth-tier longsword? Come see me after you've rested up. I'll compose a poem for you to channel your killing intent. Consider it compensation for freeloading on your simulation. Ming's contracted heroic spirit was none other than Li Bai, a Grandmaster Realm master of both swordsmanship and poetry, known as the Sword Immortal and the Poetry Immortal. In fact, his mastery of poetry far surpassed his skill with the sword. Not just in Great Xia, but across the entire human race, countless nobles sought to commission him to inscribe poems on their weapons every day. Yet few ever managed to obtain his calligraphy. And now, he was actually offering to compose a poem for you of his own accord. A poem by the poet immortal. You respectfully clasped his fists. Thank you, Grandmaster Zhang. Ming waved his hand with a smile. No problem, no problem. This time, your master came to ask me personally. Not only did I fail to be of any help, but I also freeloaded a few jars of fine wine from your master. All things considered, I actually came out ahead. After setting a time with Ming, Frost nodded at you again. You've now reached the 4th level of the martial path, and your soul power is unique. I had intended to finish today and teach you how to cultivate. But your soul power is depleted, so go back and rest for now. Find Ming tomorrow, and come see me the day after. As he spoke, he raised his fair arm and tossed a piece of soul jade to you. A treasure-grade soul jade. You was overjoyed. What he lacked most right now were soul jade and soul pills, the very items needed to cultivate soul power. But all the soul jade and soul pills he had on him had been completely depleted when his soul power was activated. Now his beautiful master had actually given him another piece. It was worth hundreds of thousands of merit points. Thank you, master. You clasped his hands in a bow. Ahem. Just then, an untimely cough rang out from behind you. It was Zhu Di, who was unwilling, or rather, too afraid to enter the heroic spirit realm. In truth, Zhu Di was exceptionally heroic and imposing. Clad in a striking red dragon robe, his eyes blazed with the majesty of a dragon. When he glared, it was hard not to notice him. However, Frost, eager to guide his disciple, had his full attention on you and had completely forgotten about this third mythic rank figure of the Great Xia. Zhu Di, maintaining the dignified bearing befitting the emperor, merely coughed twice without saying a word. You understood the implication and handed him the treasure-grade soul jade. Zhu Di nodded in satisfaction. As he held the soul jade, a massive surge of its energy flooded into his body. And his form, which had been somewhat blurred after being beaten by Zhu Yuanzhang, gradually solidified once more. It seems to have made this old man look quite a few years younger. After absorbing the energy, he boosted his own strength to match the 4th rank of the martial path. Only then did Zhu Di return the soul jade to you. He turned his gaze to Ming and Frost. Looking at Ming, he shook his head. Scholars ruin the country. When he looked at Frost, his eyes lit up. Remarkable. A female general? And a female general of my great Ming dynasty, no less. Frost's heart stirred. And Qin Liangyu flew out from within her. This servant, Qin Liangyu, pays her respects to the great Yanle Emperor.
Zhu Di was slightly surprised. I see you are clad in full battle armor, and having been rated epic rank, you must have achieved remarkable military exploits for our great Ming. It's no easy feat for a female general. If this were during my reign as the Yunle Emperor, I would certainly reward you handsomely. Let those Mongols see that the women of the great Ming are no less remarkable, haha. Although Zhu Di had been put in his place by Zhu Yuanzhang, he still exuded a strong imperial presence in front of others. After all, this was the horse-riding emperor who had conquered Langjuxu. Only the Hongwu emperor could truly keep him in check. In front of Qin Liangyu, Zhu Di regained the grandeur of his reign as the Yunle emperor. And several veteran scholars from the academic world gathered around him. Frost introduced them one by one. These are all leading scholars who have come to assist you in contracting a heroic spirit. Yu, naturally well versed in etiquette, bowed his hands in gratitude to each one. However, this caused the faces of the academic heavyweights to turn bright red with embarrassment. No, we old men are unworthy of such a gesture. Not only did we fail to be of any help, but we also got to witness such a spectacular simulation and gain insight into so many precious historical records. As the ancients said, if one hears the way in the morning, one may die content in the evening. The 8 of us owe you and Yi Wuxian a huge favor. Led by old Zhang, the 9 academic heavyweights whose mere footsteps outside could trigger an earthquake returned U.S. bow. But Yu was quick on his feet and immediately stepped aside. These old men taken individually were older than U.S. combined ages across his 2 lifetimes. He couldn't possibly accept such deference. However, Zhu Di didn't see it that way. With Yu having slipped away, the 8 academic titans were now at his mercy. He folded his arms and looked down on them with a cold, condescending gaze. You old geezers are quite fortunate, aren't you? So many people want to pay their respects to me but can't even get the chance. Although Zhu Di was telling the truth. Having just witnessed Zhu Di get beaten up by Zhu Yuanzhang, the old men couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy hearing those words. Still, they didn't make a big deal out of it. Old Zhang found Yu and spoke earnestly. Young friend Yu, I have a small favor to ask of you. Yu had inherited the memories of his past life and, after all, had been raised within a prominent family. These academic luminaries, while not particularly powerful, wielded immense influence in their circles. Moreover, the men standing before him were figures who could come and go freely in the imperial palace as High Z. Cultivating a good relationship with them could only bring benefits, not harm. I beg you, old Zhang said, then suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud before you. I beg you to take me as your humble disciple. All my life, I've claimed to study historical records, but today, witnessing your simulation process, I've finally understood what truth truly is. The ancients practiced 3 bows and 9 prostrations. I too will perform 3 bows and 9 prostrations. I beg you to accept me. Old Zhang's gesture took Yu by surprise. The man was older than his own father, and he was also the director of the Great Xia Historical Archives. How could he possibly bear such a weighty gesture of respect? Yu hurried to help him up. But old Zhang was, after all, combat tier, while Yu was merely at the 4th level of the martial path. Even with 2 mythic rank contract partners, he couldn't lift him right away. In the end, he could only turn his gaze toward his master, Frost. As soon as Frost raised a hand, old Zhang stood up of his own accord. Old Zhang, my disciple is still young and unworthy of such a great honor. The other elderly scholars immediately stepped forward to support old Zhang and began to advise him. They knew old Zhang admired you and wished to become his disciple. But they never expected it to happen this way. The director of the Great Xia Historical Archives performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations before a student. If word of this got out, it would be a scandal. You also understood what had happened from the words of the elderly scholars. It turned out that he had orchestrated the entire process himself, planning it from afar with such seamless precision that it was virtually flawless. Old Zhang had spent his entire life researching historical records and helping many people form contracts with heroic spirits. But it could also aid the rise of the human race, while allowing him to acquire cultivation resources. You had pondered this for a long time, and now old Master Zhang had directly solved the problem.
killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not? When you announced his intention to provide historical records to the Great Xia Historical Archives, it sent several academic luminaries into a frenzy. The 3 most well-known methods of obtaining history are 1. Simulating historical events, 2. Excavating ancient ruins, 3. Slaying high-tier demonic beings, obtaining ancient armor, and extracting history from it. These 3 are the most widely known. But in fact, there is another contract. Spirits at the 4th level or higher on the martial path can construct history in their minds, allowing them to draw analogies from one thing to another. History has never been disjointed. After all, humans are social creatures, and there are always traces of others in a person's life. Take Lu Jizu, for example, the man who gave young Zhu Yuanzhang land and allowed him to bury his parents, though he achieved little in his own right. Through him, we learn that a refugee named Zhu Chongba grew up to found the Great Ming Dynasty. But in the process of constructing history, they can bring him to light through others, unlocking new historical figures. This is the principle of extrapolating from one example to another. As for the heroic spirits Yu has contracted, the first is Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor, surrounded by all manner of peerless generals and civil officials. The second is Zhu Di, the founding emperor's 4th son, who waged countless battles to secure the throne, interacted with many renowned generals, and even expanded the empire's borders to the northern desert and the western seas. Combined, these 2 are extremely valuable. If you were to simply and diligently use these 2 as a starting point to reconstruct history, cross-referencing the Hanwu and Yonla eras, he could unearth a wealth of primary historical sources. Something no one else could match. Come to think of it, not even Bai Qi, whom Great Grandmaster Realm Dao has contracted, can compare to this. After all, Yu has contracted 2 emperors of extraordinary achievement, and the 2 dynasties are directly linked. It can be said that Yu is now practically a walking treasure trove of historical records. Yu, old Master Zhang snapped out of his reverie, but felt that calling Yu by his name sounded too formal. While calling him Xia didn't quite feel right. After all, he still intended to ask him to be his master. After much deliberation, he finally settled on Yu, which sounded more cordial. After all, old Master Zhang was not only the director of the Great Xia Historical Archives but also the honorary director of the Xinwu Academy Historical Archives. This old man had been at the Great Xia Historical Archives day and night, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Rest assured, I will certainly convert your historical materials into merit points according to the highest standards. Scholars are traditionally proud. And old Master Zhang, as a leading figure in academia, was no exception. But a true master is one who can teach. And in front of you, he adopted a very humble demeanor, even wearing a slightly ingratiating smile. And the simulation you just performed, it was simply breathtaking. The names of people, places, and battles mentioned in it are all extremely valuable historical records. Their value is no less than that of a historical site. I'll submit a report tonight without delay and ensure these are converted into merit points for you. These words gave you a surge of delight. After all, he hadn't initially expected his simulation process to be exchangeable for merit points. But old Master Zhang had given him a new idea, exchanging historical information about the dynasties he simulated for merit points. This way, he could account for the source of the information without revealing his own identity, while also helping the Great Xia build its history in a legitimate and open manner. After all, Chinese history is rich, and heroes abound like fish crossing a river. He couldn't possibly have contracted them all, could he? His current heroic spirit space wasn't even large enough to accommodate a 3rd heroic spirit. If he could monetize all this information, that would be nothing short of perfect. You isn't some kind of hoarder who would cling to these historical records at all costs. Since he has traveled here with a happy family, a mentor who treats him well, and the entire Great Xia showing him friendship, he has developed a sense of belonging. So naturally, he is not reluctant to share some historical records to help Great Xia grow stronger. After all, this is the country where he lives. And only when Great Xia is strong can his own life be guaranteed to remain unaffected. Moreover, he had visited the Great Wall and participated in battles.
And through the Great Wall Guardians, he had witnessed the bloodshed of the conflict between the human race and the demon race. He understood clearly that with every additional spirit contractor, the Great Xia would become a little more secure. He was willing to contribute historical records, and doing so would also allow him to obtain the resources he needed, truly killing two birds with one stone. Of course, he was also curious to see what kind of presence Huaxia's heroic spirit would make in this world. You fixed his gaze on old Zhang, an elderly man whose childlike enthusiasm still burned brightly, and, folding his arms, smiled. Then I'd like to thank you in advance, old Zhang. Old Zhang, with his salt and pepper hair, quickly waved his hand, saying it was no need to be so formal, but the smile on his face was deep, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. With that, he immediately took his leave of you and the others and headed for the door. A colleague asked, "Old Zhang, where are you rushing off to? Aren't you going to look at these historical records?" Old Zhang was obsessed with history in the past. Whenever he came across new historical records, he would inevitably lose sleep and forget to eat as he pored over them for a while, until he had fully grasped their contents. Today, with such a huge pile of top-tier historical materials, why on earth did he suddenly lose his mind and leave? And hadn't he just been clamoring to have you as his mentor? As old Zhang walked farther and farther away, he waved his gaunt arm. Off to the lake to exchange merit points for you. Old Zhang had left, while the other academic luminaries remained there, still mesmerized by US simulation process from moments ago. After you, Frost, and Ming took their leave, they departed as well. His soul power was severely depleted, so he took a treasure-grade soul jade and headed to the meditation chamber to replenish it. After you left, Frost also parted ways with Ming. Hey, you use people when you need them and then ditch them afterward, huh? Since we're on your turf, you should at least show us some hospitality, right? Ming was a bit dissatisfied. Last night, Frost had called him, and he rushed straight to Shenwu Academy. Why was he being left here now? Frost's expression was serious. You has contracted another myth. Little junior brother, you've successfully contracted a second heroic spirit after all. She looked at Zhu Di clad in a red dragon robe behind you with great joy. Zhu Di still didn't dare strike that, was unwilling to enter the heroic spirit space. However, she dared only to glance at him. As an emperor, Zhu Di's aura was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Just one glance was enough to make Su Keshu's heart race. She felt that the Zhu Di before her was far more terrifying than any heroic spirit she had ever seen. Only General Bai Qi of the Tao could compare to him. Su Keshu lowered her voice. Little junior brother, what rank of heroic spirit did you contract this time? He looks so imposing, and the sense of oppression is overwhelming. Mythic rank. You made no attempt to hide it. That old rascal Zhu Di wouldn't even enter the heroic spirit realm. He insisted that you quickly simulate the rest of his life and show Zhu Yuanzhang the great achievements he made for the great Ming before he agreed to enter. On top of that, he was wearing a dazzling red dragon robe. Having been emperor for so long, he exuded the aura of a ruler from head to toe. Even a fool could tell his rank was anything but low. Mythic rank. Su Keshe gasped, covering her mouth. So, little junior brother, you're now a dual mythic contract spirit user. Su Keshu was so excited she was practically dancing with joy. This was explosive news for the entire human race. And this person was the junior brother from her sect with whom she lived. How could she not be thrilled? Junior brother. Let us go, let us go. Let us eat some magic fish to celebrate. Su Keshu nudged you in the back. Compared to the composed you, Su Keshu's excited demeanor made it seem as if she were the one who had contracted two mythic rank spirits. However, you gave a wry smile and waved his hand. Contracting a second heroic spirit has drained my soul power. I need to go to the celestial tier cultivation chamber to replenish it. Oh, right. Go ahead, hurry up. A soul power deficit is really unpleasant. Then I'll treat you next time, senior sister. Okay. Su Keshu watched Yu's receding figure, her eyes which had been shining gradually growing dim. She stood there for a long time, and only when you had vanished from sight did she slowly snap back to reality. 2 mythic rankers, Sukesha bit her lower lip. Thinking about how the gap between herself and you was growing wider and wider, her nose uncontrollably stung with emotion. It won't be long before my junior brother surpasses me. I'll never be his senior sister again. Her nose stung, and her eyes slowly misted over. Her junior brother had contracted 2 mythic rankers. It should have been a cause for celebration. But Sukesha simply couldn't bring herself to feel happy. She came from one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital and was a registered disciple of the Valkyries. Last year, as a sophomore, she had topped the Earth rankings. She was incredibly proud, and ordinary people rarely caught her eye. Even Jai Shui, ranked 35th on the heavenly rankings, was looked down upon by her for repeating her senior year twice, and she called her a good-for-nothing every day. She considered herself a child of the heavens. Not only because of her family background, but also her talent and her looks. But now, she couldn't help but feel that she and you were from completely different worlds. You was the only non-bloodline male she'd ever spent so much time with since childhood. And she didn't know why her emotions were being torn apart so much because of him. Was it a sense of camaraderie among fellow disciples? Perhaps she didn't understand. Before she knew it, she had walked to the entrance of Building 36 in the Heaven District. Looking at the place where she used to live with her junior brother, she smiled, but the smile immediately turned somewhat bitter. My junior brother has awakened his soul power and contracted 2 mythic rank spirits. He must have a huge demand for soul power. I should probably move out, too. At this thought, Sukeshu's eyes grew even more somber. Hey! Are you going to the party the young spirit contractors in the imperial capital are throwing tonight? From next door, Jai Shui, who was applying false eyelashes, poked her head out from the second floor and called out to Sukeshu. Jai Shui was an ordinary member of the Jai family, one of the imperial capital's 4 great families. She particularly enjoyed attending the parties hosted by the city's young aristocrats, a chance to mingle, become a face, and build connections. If only she could drag Sukeshu along too. After all, she was the sole daughter of the Su family patriarch and held a high status. Jai Shui could certainly benefit from her influence. Get lost! Bang! Sukeshu yelled at her, then shut the door and walked away without looking back. You! Jai Shui was so furious her false eyelashes were crooked. You bastard! Although she usually bickered with Sukeshu, she'd never been this heated before. Phew! Once inside, Sukesha let out a long sigh, cursing at Jai Shui had made her feel much better. Even if my junior brother and I are from 2 different worlds, I'm going to work my hardest. Even if I can only catch a glimpse of his back. Sukeshu fell silent for a moment, but after cursing Jai Shui, she was brimming with determination again. She resolved to reach the Grandmaster realm. As long as she reached the Grandmaster realm, she would definitely be able to stand side by side with her junior brother. Jai Shui, who was still sticking her head out the door, had intended to trade insults with Sukeshu, but when she saw Sukesha close the door, she could only turn her head back in, fuming with rage. You bastard! Tomboy! Don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely yank your hair. She hurled a few vicious curses. Then another brilliant idea popped into her head. She immediately applied her makeup, slipped into a strapless evening gown, and struck a few eye-catching poses in front of the full-length mirror, pushing her chest out. Then sent the photos to you. Cute little junior brother, so he certainly won't stop contracting heroic spirits. 2 mythic rank spirits simply won't satisfy him. Those emperors and peerless generals from China's ancient history, he was determined to bring them into the world. You understood his most important task, to continue refining his soul power and expanding his heroic spirit space. Of course. Before that, he had one small task to complete, writing up important historical records about Princess Ping Yang Zhao, Li Xiaoning, to help his senior sister earn an extra reward. The supply of soul power in the heaven rank cultivation chamber was extremely abundant. No wonder it sells for 600 merit points per hour. It's definitely worth every penny. Although you hadn't spent any money, he still felt it was well worth it. This was likely one of the advantages of being a student at Shinwu Academy. For students at other ordinary academies, or spirit contractors already out in the workforce, cultivating in a chamber like this would cost far more than 600 merit points. In just over an hour, U.S. mental sphere was once again filled with a pale golden mist, leaving him brimming with vitality, as comfortable as someone suffering from hypoglycemia after eating a piece of chocolate. For the remaining few tens of minutes, you didn't idle. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, channeling his consciousness into the golden figure within his mental sphere, continuing to write the history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Last time he wrote the opening chapter, the Annals of the 5 Emperors. The next chapter would be the Annals of the Xia Dynasty. You of the Xia Dynasty, whose name was Wen Ming. This writing session wasn't as earth-shattering as his attempt to construct the very first day of history. But you still found it difficult to put pen to paper, even though the flow rate of his soul power was set to maximum. After several tens of minutes, he had only managed to write the last 2 paragraphs, diligent and solemn, serving as the framework and the code. The 2-hour limit for the day had been reached, and an alert sounded in the celestial realm cultivation chamber. You withdrew his consciousness and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Although he had only constructed 3 paragraphs of the Annals of the Xia today, it had already left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. His soul power had increased, and the miniature figure within his mental sphere had become slightly more solid. He looked inward at his heroic spirit space and found that it had expanded as well, though only by a few inches. It was still far from large enough to accommodate a 3rd heroic spirit. But at least there was hope. As long as he continued to construct history, his heroic spirit space would keep expanding. Are you really not going into the heroic spirit space? It's pretty spacious in there. You asked Zhu Di, who was sitting beside him. His regal demeanor as the emperor was truly striking. Everyone along the way couldn't help but glance at him a few times. Although you didn't mind, he couldn't exactly be so ostentatious, could he? At the thought of sharing a room with Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di shook his head like a rattle. No way, unless you hurry up and simulate the second half of my life. U.S. mouth twitched. He'd already become a heroic spirit, yet he was still so afraid of old Zhu? I should ve chosen Yuan Shao back then, you muttered. Fine. I'll simulate it tonight when we get back. It wasn't a viable solution to keep bringing him along like this, and it was inconvenient for entering certain places. So he'd start the simulation tonight. His soul power was at its peak right now, after all. My strength has now reached the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. At the 4th stage of the martial path, the most important thing is to solidify the soul power that has just been forged. For ordinary spirit contractors, upon breaking through to the 4th stage of the martial path, their soul power is like fire in the rain or a lamp in the wind, unstable and flickering. They can only start from their own heroic spirit to begin constructing history, stabilizing their soul power, and gradually growing stronger. But you began building directly from the recorded historical origins of Huaxia, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, making him the very first in this world since the dawn of time. Not only did this trigger celestial and terrestrial phenomena, but his own soul power also underwent a transformation, becoming a golden statue cast in gold, incredibly powerful. Satisfied with his current state, you stood up and left the celestial tier cultivation chamber. Sister Qian? What are you doing here? As soon as he stepped out of the heroic spirit pool, you saw Lu Qian standing at the entrance. Lu Qian was dressed rather simply today. Tight jeans accentuated her figure, and she wore a gray off-the-shoulder short-sleeved top with a black strap draped over her exposed shoulder. Her black hair was parted in the front with 2 strands framing her face on either side, while the rest fell loosely down her back. She wore a pair of wide, clear lens glasses. At first glance, one might mistake her for a campus beauty. Why are you out already? I was just about to extend your session, Lu Qian said, looking both surprised and pleased to see you. She stayed up too late last night, so she taken the morning off. She hadn't arrived yet when you first came in. Later, after hearing from a colleague that you was in this meditation room, she been keeping an eye out for him. As the meditation room's administrator, She saw that US session had ended but he hadn't come out yet. So she was planning to swipe her admin card to extend his time. Unexpectedly, just as she walked over, she ran right into you as he was coming out. No need. I'm ready to head back, you said with a smile. Sister Qian, do you have a date today? Lu Qian was taken aback. Huh, why would you say that? You replied, you're dressed so beautifully I thought you were one of the campus queens. No woman can resist sweet talk. Lu Qian's cheeks flushed at the compliment, and she hurriedly explained, No, I'm not going on a date. I don't have a boyfriend, I'm just dressing up for fun. Last night, she'd seen you like Zhai Shui's post but hadn't to hers. This left her feeling anxious and uncertain, and she hadn't slept a wink all night. When she woke up this morning, as if by some strange impulse, she dressed up to look like a college girl. She never expected to run into you today, let alone have him compliment her outfit. They chatted for a few more minutes, then you took his leave. As for Lu Qian, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She even forgot to ask you why he hadn't replied to her message last night. It wasn't until after you had left, as she watched his retreating figure, that she noticed a heroic spirit of extraordinary presence standing behind him. Is that US mythic rank heroic spirit? He really is extraordinary. Lu Qian had never met Zhu Yuanzhang before, and since she had woken up late, she hadn't realized that you had already become a contract holder of 2 mythic rank heroic spirits. Plus, her mind was completely focused on the part where you had just complimented her. So she immediately found a few spots with good sunlight and took some artsy, innocent-looking photos. She captioned them, "Youth it feels like it's back." As soon as she posted them, she immediately received dozens of comments. Wow! Sister Qian is so beautiful. Heart. Teacher Qian is both alluring and innocent. I'm in love. Moi moi mua. Did Sister Qian just turn 18 today? Her hand already reached her belly button. Lu Qian usually goes for a sexy look, but today she went for an innocent schoolgirl vibe. Not only did she get a bunch of comments from fawning guys, but she also received praise from some female students and teachers who added her contact info. She chuckled to herself, how could I not win you over with this? All day at work, she kept pulling out her phone every now and then to check the likes section for that long-awaited profile picture. When you returned to Building 36 in the Sky District, he saw Su Keshu packing up 2 large suitcases. Senior sister, what's going on? You was slightly taken aback. Su Keshu waved her hand nonchalantly. Since you, brother, have already broken through to the 4th level of the martial path and awakened your soul power, you'll need the soul power training room. So I'm moving out. After all, that's what we agreed on when we first moved in together. Once you awaken your soul power, I'd leave. You don't need to return the merit points to me either. Consider them a welcome gift from your senior sister. I'm heading back to my region, but it won't be long before I defeat Zhai Shui and return. We'll meet again at the summit. Su Keshu, wearing blue jeans and a pure white crop top, looked incredibly poised with her tall, slender figure. As she dragged 2 massive suitcases in preparation to leave, her carefree demeanor carried a certain chivalrous air of a martial artist. You was about to speak. But Su Keshu immediately cut him off. Little junior brother, please don't try to keep me here. Not only would it hinder your cultivation, but it would also cloud my mind, slowing down my own progress. Senior sister, I was just going to say. Junior brother, don't say those sentimental things, Su Keshu interrupted him once more. I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Even if I don't, I won't hold you back. At the very least, I'll be on the same level as you. As I said before, see you at the summit. You turned his head and muttered, you said you'd write down Li Shioning's historical records for you. What? What did you say, junior brother? Li Shushu took long strides, rushing over in 2 strides instead of 3. Her big, watery eyes sparkled like stars, her expression resembling that of an adorable stray kitten that had just been born. Clasping her hands in front of her chest, she pleaded. Please, little junior brother, write it for me please, please. I still prefer the defiant look you had just now. Could you go back to that?
Sukeshu proceeded to massage Yu's legs and shoulders, then leaned in close to his ear.
Once my simulation is successful, I'll treat you to a feast at a restaurant that specializes in monster meat. Yu thoroughly enjoyed this comfortable treatment. Then pulled out a sheet of paper. After a moment's thought, he began to write. Li Xiaoning, Princess Pingyang Zhao, was the third daughter of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan, and shared the same mother as Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. As she was, after all, the first princess in history to be buried with military honors. Yu recalled her story in his mind and quickly grasped the details of her life. He pretended to be deep in thought, delaying putting pen to paper. But in reality, he was pondering the pivotal moments in Princess Pingyang Zhao's life. After all, Yu was a contract holder of two divine heroic spirits. He was already very familiar with them. The choice points that appeared during the simulation corresponded exactly to the crossroads in the heroic spirit's original lives. Choose correctly and soar to the heavens, choose wrongly and plunge into the deepest depths of hell. Or choose correctly to seize a golden opportunity, choose incorrectly to lead a life of mediocrity. After all, you couldn't possibly write out Li Xiaoning's entire history for his senior sister. So he had no choice but to focus on these pivotal moments. The historical records he wrote would primarily revolve around the key points of Li Xiaoning's life, interspersed with some seemingly trivial details that would later help his senior sister reconstruct history. Because he was a time traveler, the recorded history of Huaxia was imprinted in Yu's mind as if printed on his brain. Whenever he closed his eyes and recalled it, the vast, ocean-like historical texts of Huaxia would surge through his mind, soaring 1,000 zhang high. The blood, sweat, and tears of historians over hundreds of years transforming into dancing characters, with countless historians serving as Yu's golden finger. He focused his mind, and his pen moved as if guided by a divine hand. Swish, swish, swish. Half a page of historical records on Princess Pingyang was written in an instant. All done, senior sister. Here you go. Yu handed the page to Sukeshu with great satisfaction. In the historical account, he had interwoven events such as Princess Pingyang Zhao's defense of Ping Pass, her victory over the Sui general Chu Tutong, her joining forces with Li Shimen on the north bank of the Wei River, the capture of Chang'an, and her garrison at Nyangzi Pass. He also played a little trick. Since Sukeshu had already successfully formed a contract with Li Xiaoning, that meant she already achieved certain accomplishments during the simulation process. Therefore, regarding Li Xiaoning's early life, he'd written only a few brief lines, focusing instead on the later parts, that joining forces with Li Shimen and guarding Nyangzi Pass. This way, it's seamless. He knew his senior sister treated him well, and he certainly wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Still, it was always best to be a little cautious in all matters. Ha! So much, junior brother. Sukeshu stared at the half-page of historical records, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Even by exhausting all the resources of the Su family, she hadn't been able to uncover this much historical material on Li Xiaoning. Moreover, based on several of these entries, Sukeshu was absolutely certain that this was her heroic spirit. And there were even several more entries at the end that she hadn't simulated yet. Oh my goodness! This was practically like having the answers while taking the test. Awesome! Just awesome! Holding the page, Sukeshu jumped up excitedly, let out a joyful scream, and threw her arms around Yu's neck. This is amazing! Little junior brother! You're my savior! With all this historical material, I'll definitely have my dad reward you. This is so important, it means the world to me. Everyone knows that when people get excited, they want to kiss something. Especially when there's a member of the opposite sex you have a crush on right beside you. Fortunately, just 1/10,000th of a second before her lips were about to touch his, her common sense kicked in. After all, she had almost no contact with boys growing up. She attended private girls' schools her whole life. Deep down, she was still very conservative. Little junior, I'm going to run the simulation right now. Just wait, I definitely won't let you down. I'm definitely going to get that extra reward.
With that, Su Keshe dashed into her room. Part of the reason was to escape the current ambiguous atmosphere. After all, she just nearly kissed you. You stood where he was. The sensation of Su Keshe's soft skin still lingering around his neck. But there was only one question on his mind. Is this historical material too much? He'd already been very restrained.
Writing basically just an outline, and for most of the historical material, he'd written only a single sentence.
Yet Su Keshe actually said it was too much? But this did remind him. In the future, if he were to share historical material, he should try to condense it into a single, essential sentence, while adding mostly irrelevant details. Although he'd written a bit too much this time. The recipient was Su Keshe. They knew each other inside and out. She was his senior classmate, and they shared a close bond. She was, after all, the person he was closest to in this world aside from his parents. Besides, he'd laid the groundwork days ago. He'd claimed these historical records came from an ancient suit of armor he'd found at the Great Wall. So it all adds up, I suppose. But when it comes to others, I'll have to be a bit more cautious. Su Keshe went into the room to start the simulation. While you sat in the living room peeling an apple, leaning back on the sofa to take a break. Today was pretty exhausting. He decontracted his second mythic rank, Zhu, and inscribed 3 or 4 sections of the Annals of Xia. That old fool Zhu wouldn't dare enter the heroic spirit realm. And you would have to continue running his simulation later. Being a super genius isn't exactly a walk in the park. So he took this lull to catch his breath. You pulled out his phone, which he'd already silenced, and found his message feed completely flooded with 99+, along with dozens of missed calls. Very few people knew his phone number. So these dozens of missed calls were all from his parents. His father, Xia Hao, as the strongest guardian envoy and a member of the great Xia's upper echelons, had reliable sources of information. He had learned that Yu Qiming's activation of soul power had triggered celestial anomalies and that he had contracted a second mythical heroic spirit. As for the messages on WeChat, there were even more. After a day of speculation, news of him contracting a second mythic heroic spirit had already spread. Almost everyone in his contact list had sent him a message. You opened the chat with his parents first. His father, Xia Hao, probably figured he didn't have much time, so he hadn't sent anything. But his mother, Jiang Qingrong, had sent dozens of 60-second death messages. Sure enough, even in another world, he couldn't escape his mom's 60-second death. You expertly transcribed his mom's latest voice message into text. After skimming through it, setting aside the unnecessary praise and her boasts about her excellent genes and parenting skills, there was one important piece of information: her family's weapons company was opening a branch in the imperial capital. You paid close attention to this point. Expanding his business into the imperial capital could only be beneficial to him. He'd be able to score all kinds of gear for free anytime, without having to ask his mom to mail it from Sioux City anymore. After replying to a few of his mom's messages, you turned his attention to messages from people he was closer to. Zhou Sheng, bro you. That's so awesome. If there's any dirty or tedious work you need me to do, just let me know. Saluting. Counselor Li Baitao, you're doing great. Thumbs up. Li Qingzhou's contract partner Lin Mei, wow, you're so awesome, I'm in awe of you. Cute. Commander of the Slaughter Army, Lu Ji, way to go. Contracting 2 mythic heroic spirits, I bet it won't be long before you, little brother, you come to the Great Wall to be my boss. Role reversal, I love it so much, shiver shiver. Lu Qian, congratulations. Cute. Jaishui, little junior brother, you've contracted 2 mythic heroic spirits, that's so impressive. Want to go out and have some fun together tonight? Heart. There were too many messages on WeChat, so he didn't reply to each one individually. Instead, he opened Great Xia Contracted Spirits and entered Great Wall Guardians, reviewing all the recent conflicts between Great Xia and the Demon Clan to remind himself that this was still a dangerous world.
just as he was rubbing the corners of his tired eyes. Getting ready to take a shower and return to his room to continue Zhu Di's follow-up simulation. A surprised exclamation rang out from Su Keshe's room. It worked! Little junior brother, I've received an extra reward. Like a little girl tasting candy for the first time, Su Keshe ran barefoot into the living room. A smile spreading uncontrollably across her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with rainbow-colored light. With a mere thought, a dashing female soldier in golden armor and a red robe, holding a long tasseled banner, appeared before them. Look! Spirit Soldier, the Women's Army. The Women's Army was named after its commander, Princess Li Xiaoning. Its ranks were primarily made up of burly men. But according to popular legend, Li Xiaoning had a personal guard composed entirely of women all clad in golden armor and red robes, wielding long tassels, and proving that women are every bit as capable as men. This must be what they look like. Yu took a close look at them. Though not as formidable as his own brocade guard, they would certainly be a major asset on the battlefield. It's safe to say that Su Kesho's combat effectiveness skyrocketed instantly. Little junior brother, after obtaining the spirit troops, I feel like my soul power ceiling has increased as well. Su Kesho stood gracefully, her original long jeans having been replaced at some point with a pair of casual shorts, revealing her two stunningly long legs. After obtaining a spirit weapon, a spirit contractor must expend a vast amount of soul power to forge it. When you first awakened his soul power, he had spent nearly all of it just to forge a single brocade guard. However, anyone capable of obtaining a spirit weapon is among the elite of spirit contractors. Because spirit weapons are not only a major combat asset but can also raise one's soul power ceiling. For every weapon successfully forged, a spirit contractor's soul power increases slightly. This is also a method for rapidly cultivating soul power. Forging spirit weapons and increasing soul power go hand in hand. Rumor has it that the most powerful soul power practitioner in Great Xiaodao of the Great Grandmaster Realm possesses an army of 10,000 spirit weapons, the Great Qin Elite Warriors. This is the embodiment of a single person forming an entire army. Therefore, every spirit contractor who successfully obtains a spirit weapon will experience a significant increase in soul power. I feel like I'm about to break through to the 7th dan of the martial path. Su Kersen cheered excitedly. She had already been at the peak of the combat tier for half a year. And now that she had obtained her spirit weapon, the Women's Army, breaking through to the 7th dan of the martial path and entering the late stage of the martial path was only to be expected. Seeing her junior sister successfully complete the simulation and grow in strength, Yu was naturally happy for her and smiled, saying, "First off, congratulations, senior sister. You'll definitely make it onto the celestial rankings." Once Su Kersen reached the 7th rank of the martial path, combined with her spirit weapon, Zhai Shui really wouldn't stand a chance against her. You could already picture her senior sister strutting around with her tail in the air after defeating Zhai Shui. Su Keshu was equally delighted. Although she called Zhai Shui a useless waste every day and constantly brought up the fact that Zhai Shui didn't make it onto the heavenly rankings until her 5th year of college, Zhai Shui's strength was, after all, superior to hers. She must have been bottling up her frustration all this time. But now she was about to let it all out. Su Kesha laughed wildly in her heart, gazing up at the sky. A hee-hee-hee expression spread across her face. "Little junior brother, I'm not moving out just yet. Within this week I'll be moving into Building 35 in the Heavenly District and becoming your neighbor. Don't worry, I won't take your cultivation room, I'm just staying here." Su Keshu was extremely confident. If she couldn't defeat Zhai Shui even with a spirit weapon, she might as well find a toilet and jump in to drown herself. "Oh, right." Su Keshu waved her hand, and a piece of paper appeared, the very one you had just written the historical records on for her. With a gentle squeeze of her hand, the paper turned to ashes. "Little junior brother, you helped me obtain a spirit weapon that has something money can't measure. I'll go home tomorrow to discuss it with my dad. I'll definitely give you a huge gift in return. By the way, little junior brother, is there anything you want?" This question made Yu's heart skip a beat. As one of the four great families of the imperial capital, the Su family's business interests even extended into the neighboring Great Zhou Kingdom. Its scale and influence were completely incomparable to his own family, which was merely a local powerhouse in a small city.
Do you have any soul jade? Treasure grade or higher?
You had just browsed the marketplace in Great Xia contracted spirits and found that all soul jade rated fine or higher was completely sold out. Combined with the information from Great Wall Guardians, it seemed that the recent war between Great Xia and the Demon Clan had depleted their supplies on the front lines. But if you wanted to continue writing history, refine his soul power, expand his heroic spirit space, and contract a third heroic spirit, he would need to stock up on soul jade. After all, soul jade could be carried on his person and used at any time, and the soul power it contained was far purer than that found in soul pills or cultivation chambers, allowing him to refine his soul power faster and more effectively. Moreover, soul jade could significantly boost the combat power of his two mythic rank spirits in a short period of time.
The more of this stuff, the better.
Since the official channels for soul jade in Great Xia were no longer available, he would have to find other avenues. Besides, he wasn't short on ways to earn merit points right now. He made arrangements with old Master Zhang to exchange historical records at the Great Xia Historical Archives. And old Master Zhang would also apply for a merit point subsidy for his simulation of Zhu Di this morning.
Soul jade?
Su Kesho rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
That shouldn't be a problem. I'll ask my dad.
You smiled faintly.
Alright, thanks for your help.
I'm heading to the meditation room now to start the follow-up simulation of the heroic spirit.
Su Keshe gave a thumbs up.
I'll go see my dad tomorrow.
I'll definitely bring you some soul jade.
You nodded and smiled. On his way to the meditation room, he heard Su Keshe enter her room to make a phone call.
Hello? Dad.
Send me some money. I'm not tricking you, and I'm not in love. There is no room in my heart for any other man.
This is serious business. Get ready to welcome your precious daughter back tomorrow.
Inside the training room of Building 36 in the Sky District.
It was Yu's first time entering this room. After taking it in,
he estimated that the soul power here was roughly a quarter of what the school's Earth tier training rooms offered.
For him right now, it was better than nothing.
Aside from the first heroic spirit, the simulation processes for the remaining heroic spirits were quite soul power intensive. And since Yu was a bit short on resources right now, this free training room would have to do for the time being. Tomorrow, I'll go to the resource building to claim 5 vitality pills and 5 soul pills. Thanks to Xia's training program for him, at the martial path, 4th tier level, Yu was eligible to claim 5 vitality pills and 5 soul pills every month.
There's a loophole in this benefit.
If Yu is at the 4th rank of the martial path at the beginning of the month and claims these resources, but then breaks through to the 5th rank of the martial path within the same month, he can go claim the rewards for the 5th rank as well. That is exactly what he did yesterday. He first claimed the resources for the 3rd rank of the martial path, then broke through to the 4th rank with only a 1-day gap and was able to claim the resources for the 4th rank again.
With this in mind,
Yu sat down on the meditation cushion in the center of the cultivation chamber and summoned the book of cultivation from within his body. Since this was a simulation of Zhu Di's life, Zhu Di could not participate. So Zhu Di, who had been following Yu around constantly, finally vanished.
And Yu was finally left in peace.
He began to carefully consider Zhu Di's current situation as depicted in the simulation book.
Zhu Di has now successfully ascended the throne in Nanjing.
According to official history, he is next going to draw up a list of traitorous ministers and begin a purge of Jiang Wen's former officials. Zhu Di truly lives up to being old Zhu's son. His ruthless methods are in no way inferior to Zhu Yuanzhang's. According to the historical records,
Fang Xiaoru, 10 clans exterminated.
Shi Tai, executed by slow slicing. 3 clans exterminated.
Huang Zicheng, executed by slow slicing. 3 clans exterminated.
Fang Xiaoru's daughter, Shi Tai's wife, Huang Zicheng's sister, Tai Xian's wife, sentenced to serve as prostitutes in the Bureau of Entertainment. Just look, the success of one general is built upon the bones of 10,000.
But now that Yu has taken over,
Such things will certainly not happen. Zhu Di killed these people undoubtedly to consolidate his imperial throne. But what truly consolidates the throne? It is power. Under U.S. leadership, Beiping had become Zhu Di's stronghold more than 10 years ago, where he stationed troops, stockpiled grain, trained soldiers, and grew in strength. Historically, when Tai Xian defended Jinan, he was unable to withstand Zhu Di's artillery fire, so he ultimately hung spirit tablets of Zhu Yuanzhang on all four sides of the city walls, forcing Zhu Di to change course and retreat. But in U.S. simulation, Zhu Di's overwhelming military might sweep straight through Jinan, leaving him no chance to hang those spirit tablets. Strength is the root of everything. Moreover, the confidence he had cultivated in the western regions over a decade ago had also grown in power. The north was Zhu Di's birthplace, while the south, the western regions, Yunnan, and Shu were all under his control. There was absolutely no need to fear these civil officials causing trouble. Of course, you had another trump card up his sleeve. The western regions were his own territory. Finding Jiang Wen there would be no problem. He would track him down, force him to issue an edict of confession and abdicate. Then he would imprison him. Once that was done, who could possibly object? Zhu Di, acted in accordance with the late emperor's will to quell the rebellion, and now Jiang Wen has abdicated. Who dares say I am not the legitimate emperor? Next, you would assign all of Jiang Wen's former ministers to meaningless posts, stripping them of any influence and rendering them incapable of stirring up trouble. This is a lesson learned from Blue Star's thousands of years of history. Whomever holds the reins of power is the one the people will follow. The final masterstroke. You would launch a global expansion, propelling the Great Ming to rapid prosperity, after which no one would care about Jiang Wen's fate or that of his former ministers. The entire Great Ming would be swept up in the euphoria of the Age of Discovery and the Silk Road. Zhu Di would attain a status unmatched throughout history. After decades of planning, here we go. Zhu Di's Sim's life. Opening the simulation book. The life of Zhu Yuanzhang, the first. With this in mind, you looked at the three options. Option 1 was ruled out immediately. Purging Jiang Wen's former ministers and rewarding the heroes of the Jingnan campaign were necessary steps, but there was no need to rush. The methods could be handled more gently. As for option 2, order the leading scholar of the era to draft an imperial edict for you to pacify the people. This was a trap set for Qiling. It sounded great. Having the leading scholar draft an edict for him, who in the realm would dare to defy it? But the crux of the matter was, Feng Xiaoruo's integrity was legendary throughout history. The edict would directly state, the Yen bandit has usurped the throne. And he did defiantly shout, so what if you exterminate 10 generations of my clan? Anyone unfamiliar with this historical episode who chooses this option will find themselves in a world of trouble. As for option 3, mobilize the entire nation to search for Jiang Wen. This is another trap. Zhu Di had previously claimed that Jiang Wen was already dead, which is why he spared some lives and smoothly ascended the throne. Now, if he mobilizes the entire nation to search for Jiang Wen, isn't that just handing a pretext to those with ulterior motives? There are plenty of Jiang Wen's former ministers out there. And if they seize on this pretext, they could rally a massive army and cause trouble for Zhu Di. That is why, historically, Zhu Di knew this too. He could only claim that Jiang Wen was burned to death while secretly dispatching men to search for him. All the options are traps. The bonus reward isn't that easy to get. Fortunately, I know all of history. Cheating for a while is a blast. Cheating all the time is even better. You directly selected option 4, make my own decision. Pen, come forth. 1. Place Jiang Wen's former ministers under house arrest and reward the heroes of the Jingnan campaign. 2. Order Zhang He to spare no effort in searching for Jiang Wen. 3. Promote the cultivation of potatoes nationwide. 4. Order the reopening of the Han Dynasty's western regions trade routes. After all, you harbors the ultimate ideal of unlocking the global dungeon and leading the Great Ming into globalization. So there is quite a lot to accomplish. He wrote down a full 4 plans. The first two were meant to rectify Zhu Di's mistakes and consolidate his throne in the proper manner. You temporarily treated the former ministers of Emperor Jiangwen with cold indifference and turned your attention to lavishly rewarding the heroes of the Jingnan campaign. You restored the titles of feudal princes to those who had been deposed by Emperor Jiangwen, and reinstated all officials who had been dismissed by him to their original posts. As for the wealthy regions like Jiangnan, they've always been areas the imperial court prioritized. Fleeing there would be too conspicuous. If he were to escape, the best option would be to sail to the western seas, or flee to Yunnan, pass through Muing as fiefdom, and make a detour to the western seas. The author, a descendant of Muing, is once again making a living off the Zhu family. Jiangwen knows you're testing him. He avoids your gaze and whispers, "I've already taken monastic vows and have no desire to stir up conflict." When grandfather was alive, he held Uncle Four in high esteem. Now, the empire belongs to you as well. Imperial families are the most ruthless of all. How can one trust mere words? You order your attendants to bring paper and ink, toss them to Jiangwen. Now that he had done so, he was of no further use. But he could not be executed immediately. That would be too obvious. The reason Jiangwen's former ministers had not caused a major uproar was precisely because Jiangwen was still alive. If he were killed, it would inevitably spark another wave of bloodshed. Pen, please. Reinstate the Imperial Guard, establish a new organization to serve as the Emperor's eyes and ears, and announce to the entire nation the increase in last year's grain yield. This was the media mindset of later generations. Potatoes naturally had a high yield, and they had already been promoted throughout the Great Ming. The statistics showed that even after 3 months of warfare, the grain yield across the entire Ming dynasty in your first year on the throne had actually doubled compared to the previous year. From then on, wherever there was a well, the people hailed you as the enlightened Yangla. Within the imperial court, the voices of Jiangwen's former ministers gradually faded. However, Feng Xiaoru and others continued to insist that Jiangwen was the rightful ruler. Yet none knew of this. You had already ordered that Feng Xiaoru and his associates be stripped of their official positions, demoted to commoners, restricted from leaving the city, and prohibited from writing books or teaching. Their every move was reported to you by the Imperial Guard. You have successfully resolved the aftermath of the Jingnan campaign. Conquering the empire is easy, holding on to it is hard. Old Zhu conquered the empire by playing by the rules. To maintain his rule, he cracked down on his meritorious subjects with an iron fist, caused rivers of blood to flow, and leaving Jiangwen with no one left to rely on. In U.S. simulation, however, Zhu Di completed the Jingnan campaign and ascended the throne in just half a year. But to consolidate his throne and win the hearts of the people and to strip Feng Xiaoru and others of their influence, it took him nearly 2 full years to accomplish this. By this point, the timeline had reached 1402. In official history, Zhu Di was still in the midst of the Jingnan campaign. But in U.S. simulation, it was already the second year of the Yangla era. He had recaptured Jiangwen, imprisoned him right under his nose, stripped Feng Xiaoru and other die-hard loyalists of Jiangwen of their influence, successfully resolved the aftermath of the Jingnan campaign, and elevated the legitimacy of Zhu Di's throne to its peak. Now, I can finally focus on development. With the Jingnan rebellion resolved, you let out a long sigh of relief, watching as a new paragraph appeared in the simulation book. Congratulations! Your achievement has earned Zhu Di's strong approval. Do you wish to save the simulation and claim your bonus rewards? Just by resolving the Jingnan crisis, I've earned Zhu Di's strong approval? But come to think of it, in the official history, Zhu Di spent his entire life searching for Jiangwen, and later this time, his ambitions extended far beyond the southern hemisphere. The strongest carbon-based lifeform of the 15th century, Zhu Di. Activate. Claim rewards. Composing himself after a moment of excitement, you chose to save his progress and claim the extra simulation summary. After successfully suppressing the Jingnan rebellion and ascending the throne, you did not unleash a bloodbath. Instead, you wisely rallied Jiangwen's former ministers, stripped them of their influence, and ensured their voices could not leave their homes, influence the realm, or shake the people's loyalty. Your strategic vision was grand. You successfully used Zheng He upon you had sent to the western seas 20 years ago to capture Jiangwen. In dealing with Emperor Jiangwen, your intelligence once again prevailed. You successfully used him to legitimize your claim to the throne and appease his loyal ministers. To reassure the realm and the people following the recent upheaval, you tallied grain yields, made the figures public, and declared to the realm that this would be a stable Yunla era. In the end, the inevitable bloodshed did not occur, and you successfully averted a crisis that would otherwise have left a lasting stain on history. Without a doubt, your courage and wisdom surpassed those of everyone in this dynasty. You have successfully earned Zhu Di's strong approval. Simulation rating, A. You have received an additional reward, the spirit soldiers of the Dongchang Guard. The ancient simulation book stopped turning its pages, finally coming to a halt at this point. The moment the text froze, a flash of insight suddenly dawned on you. With a mere thought, as 1/4 of the soul power from his mental sphere was drawn off, an Eastern factory guard wearing a round cap, black boots, and a brown robe, with a soft, feminine face and a cold, menacing gaze appeared before you. He immediately knelt and said, "I pay my respects to the Spirit Lord." You sized him up from head to toe. Although he was a eunuch, his icy aura sent a chill down one's spine. You looked at the simulation book and flipped to the attribute page for the Eastern Factory Guard. Spirit Soldier Eastern Factory Guard. Quantity, 1. Title, The Emperor's Eyes and Ears. Strength, Peak 4th Dan of the Martial Path. Skills, Investigate and Arrest, Surveillance of the Masses, Persecute Dissenters, Imperial Prison Torture. The skills of these spirit soldiers, the Genie Way and the Eastern Factory, were one more sinister than the next. No wonder old Zhu had disbanded the Genie Way, and no wonder eunuchs held absolute power in the Eastern and Western factories during the late Ming Dynasty. Fortunately, they are U.S. spirit troops in this world. They cannot rebel or hold their master hostage. Otherwise, you would indeed be a bit hesitant to use them. However, the completely loyal Genie Wei and Dongchang guards are still very easy to command. And Yu is quite satisfied. The Genie Wei serve as his public bodyguards, while the Dongchang guards act as his secret enforcers. One for public display, one for behind the scenes. It's all set. Moreover, after acquiring more spirit soldiers, Yu's soul power had advanced further, and his heroic spirit space had expanded slightly as well. While writing the history of China in his mind, he continuously forged spirit soldiers, refining his soul power on 2 fronts simultaneously. Contracting a 3rd heroic spirit is just around the corner. You picked up the simulation book again and flipped through it, finding Zhu Di's attributes page. Heroic Spirit, Zhu Di. Rank, Mythic. Title, The Great Emperor Yongle, Ming Taizong, the Emperor who embodies heaven, promotes the Tao, possesses supreme wisdom, extends vast prosperity, exerts sacred martial might, achieves divine feats, and embodies pure benevolence and utmost filial piety. Strength, Peak 4th Dan of the Martial Path. Skills, Jingnan, Imperial Majesty, Art of Leading Men, Sovereign on Horseback. The skills of mythic rank heroic spirits are never lacking, and each has its own strengths. You took a few extra glances at the title, making sure it hadn't been altered by judging otherwise. Zhu Di would be furious. As you ended the simulation, Zhu Di reappeared by his side. Your Majesty. The Eastern Factory guards standing nearby immediately bowed respectfully. But Zhu Di paid them no mind, instead flipping through the simulation book to review the process on his own. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, Good, good, good. Thank goodness you, young spirit master, stopped here, otherwise, I'd be in for a world of trouble. When Zhu Yuanzhan was away, Zhu Di usually referred to himself as I. You asked in confusion, why would you be in trouble if I hadn't stopped here? I still have to build up my achievements. Won't old Zhu be even happier when he sees that? Zhu Di leaned close to you, gave him a look that said, we both know what this means, and whispered. Can we really just let that Jiangwen kid live? We'll have to find a way to get rid of him sooner or later, won't we? If my dad sees that, won't he beat me to death? Truly, he was born to be an emperor. Although Jiangwen had shaved his head to become a monk, as long as he remained alive, he would always be a threat. You had also planned to have him killed once the Führer had died down in a few years. He hadn't expected Zhu Di to be thinking the same thing. Holding the simulation book, Zhu Di immediately dove into the heroic spirit realm to prove himself to Zhu Yuanzhang. And he was feeling quite confident now. In U.S. simulation, he had found Zhang Wen, let him live, and hadn't executed Feng Xiaoru's 10 clans. But just a moment later, Zhu Di emerged with a livid expression on his face. You asked in surprise what had happened. And Zhu Di, his face dark with anger, glanced at the East factory guards and cursed. The old man says I'm relying too heavily on eunuchs. Well, that point certainly hit a nerve with Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di sighed. Never mind. My father's just looking for an excuse to pick a fight. He's been holding a grudge. Zhu Di understood clearly. The eunuchs were just a pretext. The real issue was the Jingnan campaign. Returning the simulation book to you, Zhu Di said, somewhat exasperated by U.S. lack of initiative. Why is your soul power so weak? If your soul power were even a little stronger, if you could expand your heroic spirit space and build a wall in the middle, I'd at least be able to hide from my father a bit, wouldn't I? As he spoke, he pulled a golden booklet from his sleeve and handed it to you. Practice hard and expand your heroic spirit realm as soon as possible. Mythic rank individuals all come with their own cultivation manuals. Zhu Yuanzhang's was the Ming Xinwu canon, which focused on cultivating concentration and enhancing combat power. But what Zhu Di was handing over now was an even rarer manual specifically designed to boost soul power. The Sacred Studies Manual. In the history of Huaxia, the Sacred Studies Manual was written by Zhu Di, and its content details the way of the emperor. Of course, Yu was well aware of Zhu Laoxi's literary abilities. Despite being a crown prince, his literary skills were even inferior to those of Zhu Yuanzhang, who was born a cowherd's son. You could count on him to wield a sword and cut someone down, but asking him to write a book would be a death sentence. So, this book reads, in my leisure, I have compiled the words of the sages. Yes, it's a hodgepodge of excerpts cobbled together from various sources. Of course, in today's world of immortals and demons, Zhu Di's Sacred Studies Manual is, in fact, a genuine mythic rank soul power cultivation method. This is precisely what you needs most. The historical texts in his mind are the very foundation of his existence in this world. Continuously refining his soul power and forming contracts with multiple mythic rank entities is the path he must take to reach the Tao of Ascension. So when he obtained the essence of sacred learning, you couldn't wait to rush headlong into the cultivation chamber. Because he is Zhu Di's spirit master, and because he had constructed the history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors within his mental sphere, his soul power had mutated and evolved. Consequently, he picked up the studies manual extremely quickly. In just 2 hours, Yu had refined his soul power to a level where he could step onto the 5th stage of the martial path at any moment. But he encountered a rather awkward problem: his soul power supply couldn't keep up. Beneath the celestial district lies a vast formation, designed to condense soul power, aiding in cultivation. The cultivation rooms within each villa in the celestial district provide a 24-hour supply of soul power equivalent to 1/4 of that in an earth-tier cultivation room. Don't think that's too little, it's a 24-hour, uninterrupted supply. A benefit granted to students on the celestial rankings. All told, students on the celestial rankings gain a significant amount of extra soul power each month, more than enough to support their cultivation. But for you, this was no longer sufficient. His soul power already triggered celestial phenomena, turning golden and radiant, as solid as iron. Moreover, his mental sphere with the chronicles of the 5 emperors sealed within was vast beyond measure. His heroic spirit space was also large enough to accommodate 2 heroic spirits. His demand for soul power was already far greater than that of ordinary people. And now, with the Sacred Studies Heart method added to the mix, his rate of absorbing and transforming soul power had become even more rapid. The concentration of soul power in the celestial zone simply couldn't satisfy him. In fact, it was actually hindering his cultivation. This can't go on. Strength is the foundation for establishing oneself in this world. And it's always frustrating to be limited by resources when there's an opportunity to grow stronger. Yu sighed and prepared to get up and return to his room to sleep. His soul power, having been drained by his recent intense absorption, wouldn't recover for quite some time, so there was no point in lingering here. Ding dong! Just as he stood up, his phone suddenly sent a notification. He picked it up to look. It was a message from Great Xia Contract Spirit user. Hello, you. 2 million merit points have been credited to your account. Please check your balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. You rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it. A full 2 million merit points. Immediately afterward, there was another ding-dong sound, and a WeChat notification appeared. Zhang Shishan has sent a friend request. Zhang Shishan, that was Old Master Zhang, the director of the Great Xia Historical Archives, who had been insisting earlier that morning on taking you as his mentor. You immediately tapped accept. But the chat bubble kept displaying, the other party is currently speaking. You waited patiently for 5 minutes. And Old Master Zhang sent a voice message about 10 seconds long. You, the historical materials that appeared during your simulation today are as valuable as an archaeological site. Here are the merit points the state is awarding you. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. A second voice message arrived. But don't worry, these 2 million merit points are just the base reward. Your historical records are still being catalogued one by one. Once everything is organized, we'll determine the exact value in merit points and provide you with the additional reward. You gradually came to realize that during his simulation of Zhu Di's life this morning, a vast amount of valuable historical material had emerged encompassing the imperial institutions of the Great Ming, the names and life stories of numerous civil and military officials, as well as battles, geography, and culture related to the northern steppes and the western seas. Earlier that morning, old Zhang had said he would go directly to the imperial court to have these historical records converted into merit points for him. You had originally thought he would have to wait a long time. After all, in this world, verifying and cataloging historical records is a top priority. Even official histories like the one from the simulation book that you possessed had to go through multiple procedures before they could be converted into merit points. Moreover, the issuance of merit points in the millions requires approval from multiple departments before they can be dispersed. Yet now, in less than a day, he had actually received 2 million merit points. Needless to say, Old Master Zhang must have pulled some strings. A few minutes later, Old Master Zhang sent a voice message. You, no need to be so polite, it's my pleasure. Come visit the Great Xia Historical Archives when you have time, I'm always here. After all, Old Master Zhang was a highly respected and influential academic giant. In everyday conversation, he would refer to himself as this old man. But when speaking with you, he consistently and affably used I. Moreover, judging by the speed at which he sent the voice message, you surmised that Old Master Zhang wasn't very adept at using a cell phone. So he replied by typing his messages himself, to make it easier for Old Master Zhang to read. Although Old Master Zhang had been lavishing praise on him, he was, after all, a senior luminary who had dedicated his entire life to Xia and was many times older than you. Naturally, you couldn't afford to be presumptuous. You knew that he had merely benefited from the centuries of hard work by countless historians of Huaxia in his mind. And Old Master Zhang was precisely that kind of historian in this world, a man of high moral standing who had devoted his entire life to history. After chatting with Old Master Zhang for a few more minutes, you finally went to bed. Because a large number of Great Wall Guards had recently been dispatched to intercept the demonic assassin, Demon Shadow, the official supply of soul jade had been completely depleted. You was sitting on a fortune with nowhere to spend it. So he could only wait until Su Kexia returned home to ask if her family had any high-grade soul jade, which he could then exchange for using his merit points. Early the next morning, when you woke up, Su Kexia had vanished without a trace. On the coffee table in the first-floor living room lay a note written in elegant handwriting, "Gone home for a bit. Haven T moved out. We'll be back the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, little junior brother." You smiled softly. After all, he had come from a distinguished family himself. So he understood the complexities within super clans like the Su family, whose business interests spanned multiple countries. Although Su Keshu was the daughter of the family head. In a super clan like this, the combined number of direct and collateral relatives could fill an entire soccer field. The family head merely held the most influence, he didn't have the final say on everything. Just how many interests were at stake here? So Su Keshu's father couldn't possibly funnel all resources toward her alone. Otherwise, her uncles and cousins would rise up in rebellion. In a super clan, the younger generation must prove their worth to secure preferential treatment. Last night, Su Keshu had just obtained a spirit weapon, which instantly elevated her status. Returning home now would ensure even more premium resources were directed her way. Yu was naturally happy for her, though his joy was mixed with anticipation about whether he himself might obtain a soul jade. He currently had over 2 million merit points. Enough to buy a soul jade. Even if he didn't get a soul jade, exchanging it for a few high-quality soul jades would still be a good deal. That would bring him one step closer to contracting his third heroic spirit. After putting the note away, Yu put on his coat, slung his sword case over his shoulder, and headed toward the school's artificial lake. He had agreed with Grandmaster Realm Ming yesterday to compose a poem for his weapon today. And it was a poem by Li Bai, the immortal poet. Early in the morning, the sun's rays still felt warm on his skin. As Yu walked down the street with his sword case on his back, he drew countless glances and whispered comments. Of course, it wasn't because of the Ju by US side. After practicing the sacred studies heart method last night, Yu had split his heroic spirit space in two. This ensured that Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di would never cross paths. That's how he managed to get Zhu Di inside. As for why everyone on the street was staring at him now, it was because the news of him contracting his second mythic rank yesterday had already spread like wildfire. It wasn't just the Shenwu Academy. The entire Great Xia was in an uproar. One mythic rank by Qi. He had become the pillar of the nation Dao who had safeguarded Great Xia for decades. And now, Yu had contracted no less than 2 mythic rank heroes. The entire Great Xia knew that the nation was on the verge of a resurgence. And the dawn of that resurgence rested upon Yu. When a super genius emerges in the nation, ordinary people are naturally overjoyed. Because this means that Great Xia will gain a super powerful figure in the future. It also means that battles between Great Xia and the Demon Clan will be greatly reduced, and neighboring nations will look upon Great Xia with awe and respect. Ordinary people's lives will become more stable, and their quality of life will improve. Of course, there are those who are panicking, the netizens who, relying on their ignorance and recklessness, had previously berated you. Although the internet is anonymous, and keyboard warriors usually get away with their foul mouths, Yu now carries the hopes of an entire nation. Even teacher Daijin, who has powerful connections, was locked up for a month or so after actively apologizing. Let alone these ordinary people. So the netizens who had previously insulted you couldn't sleep a wink last night. They stayed up all night writing apology letters online. Overnight, the hottest topic on the internet emerged: we all owe you an apology. The keyboard warriors who had insulted you wept bitterly in front of the cameras, holding up signs and kneeling to beg for forgiveness. Of course, Yu wasn't paying any attention to this at all. No matter how wildly the online clowns dance, it has never affected him in the slightest. In real life, wherever he goes, people call him Young Master Xia. A goddess beyond the reach of ordinary people, throwing herself at him. This is no lie. We mice will never know just how proactive the goddess in our eyes is toward you, so proactive you wouldn't believe it. Just like before the scandal between Zhang Jihua and CEO Lu came to light, how could we mice have imagined that a goddess could have this side to her? CEO Lu was too ruthless. I feel so bad for Zhang, and for the glass. Fan diary. Although you didn't care about these people's stares, having them constantly come up to strike up a conversation was still a bit of a time waster. So, after turning down a few requests from campus beauties to add him on WeChat, you quickened his pace toward the artificial lake. Shenwu Academy spans thousands of mu. And there are 3 artificial lakes alone. The largest of them is the go-to spot for students to take walks and go on dates after class every day. The second largest is the one adjacent to the residence of the Valkyrie Frost. A Grandmaster Realm residence, off-limits to outsiders. You had arranged to meet Ming here. The setting was secluded, and the concentration of soul power was high, making it ideal for composing poetry. In this world, there exists not only the martial path but also the wisdom path. The wisdom path cultivates poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Those with profound cultivation on the wisdom path can inscribe poems, inscriptions, or paintings onto weapons. Poems and paintings evoking different moods will grant weapons distinct effects. Those that warm the heart can help spirit contractors heal their wounds. Those brimming with boundless heroism can help spirit contractors enter a combat state. Of course, since this world is in chaos and the threat of demonic tribes is ever present, the wisdom path is mostly filled with poems brimming with killing intent, battle-ready verses, and paintings designed to break formations. You had come this time specifically to ask Ming to inscribe a poem filled with killing intent on his mid-grade Earth-tier longsword. Upon reaching the shore of the artificial lake, Ming, a Grandmaster Realm cultivator, was reclining on a willow tree branch. Seated on the thickest fork, his head resting against the main trunk. His left leg was bent, resting on the fork with his left hand resting on it, while his right leg dangled down. In his right hand, he held a wine gourd, clinking it against his lips as he downed half a gin in one go. Grandmaster Realm Zhang. You called out from below. You're here? Ming leaped down, landing lightly. His drunken body swayed a few times before regaining its balance. He was just as direct, holding out his hand, sword. You respectfully presented the sword scabbard with both hands. The Grandmaster Realm represented the pinnacle of combat power in this world, and Ming, being a top-tier Grandmaster Realm practitioner, was the sort of figure that ordinary people could brag about for a lifetime after just a single encounter. Since he was a senior who had even taken the initiative to compose a poem for you, you naturally had to observe proper etiquette. Ming gave it a light tap, and a simple, unadorned long sword flew out of the wooden scabbard. Ming gripped it, weighed it in his hand, nodded slightly, and then raised his arm to perform a graceful sword flourish. Not bad, not bad. Although it's only mid-tier Earth-grade quality, it's clear the blacksmith put a lot of thought into it. Not only did he incorporate restrictions that will strengthen as your power grows, but he also didn't add any special materials to the blade itself, leaving you room to reforge it later. You could say that once your power reaches the Grandmaster Realm, you can seek out a skilled craftsman, add new materials, and reforge it into a heaven-grade weapon. Ming was quite taken with it and examined it closely for a few more moments. Although this blacksmith's abilities are limited, his approach is excellent. This sword will grow with you a fine blade, indeed. As the sword god of Great Xia, Ming, who was skilled with weapons, understood them all the better. He was a true connoisseur of arms. Normally, for weapons at the Earth tier and above, blacksmiths would leave their own unique mark, but yours doesn't have one. Could you tell me who forged it? He has quite a talent. Since there was no need to hide this, you told him the truth. Morong Tuo? A blacksmith from the imperial capital? I don't seem to recall him. Ming, who had spent years in the imperial capital, had never heard of such a talented weaponsmith. You explained, he isn't very well known, and he is on his own. As an Earth-tier weaponsmith without the backing of a Grandmaster Realm Master, it's difficult for him to make a name for himself in the imperial capital. So, upon learning that I had become the Valkyrie's direct disciple, he came to forge a weapon for me and befriend me. Hearing this, Ming understood. The imperial capital was rife with parochialism. And for an outsider like Morong Tua, it wouldn't be easy to make a name for himself as a blacksmith. Morong Tua. Ming committed the name to memory. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention back to the matter at hand and asked you with a smile, "What poem would you like?" "I have plenty here." Without hesitation, you blurted out, "The Ballad of the Knight Errant." In 10 paces, he slays one man for 1,000 li, he leaves no trace. Li Bai's The Ballad of the Knight Errant. You had already decided on this choice before he arrived. Not only was this the poem with the most intense aura of violence by Li Bai, the poet immortal, but it also referenced numerous historical figures and events. In a world that places such great importance on history, the Ballad of the Knight Errant couldn't be more fitting. The Ballad of the Knight Errant? Ming, holding Yu's sword, paused for a moment, taken aback. Then he straightened up, shook his head, and smiled. Never mind, never mind. I'll write it for you. As he bellowed, bring me a brush. A golden-haired brush descended from the heavens into his hand, its tip already drenched in gold powder and ink. Ming reached for the wine gourd at his waist and downed half a gin of strong liquor in 3 gulps. His body swayed slightly as he struggled to keep his balance. He tossed his long sword upward and leaped into the air. With a stroke of the golden brush, characters suddenly materialized in the void. A Zhao warrior with a flowing hu tassel. As the first line took shape, a wine sword immortal appeared behind Ming clad in flowing white robes, a sword at his side and a wine gourd in hand, none other than the poet immortal Li Bai. The poet immortal, his intoxication spreading, took up the brush alongside Ming. When they reached 10 steps, 1 kill 1,000 li, no trace left behind, Yu's long sword vibrated, emitting a long, resonant cry. Hesitation is the way of the mediocre. The poet immortal wrote poetry with extreme flair and abandon, completing it in one fluid stroke, so fast that readers could not keep up with his pace. Even if the bones of a knight errant perish, they shall not be ashamed before the heroes of the world. Who can write for your excellency, the Taishan Jing, until my hair turns white? The poem was complete, and the golden characters floating in the air settled onto the long sword. With a flash of golden light, the originally ethereal golden script was directly imprinted upon it, leaving deep, etched marks. Li Bai, standing behind Ming, cast a deep glance at Yu after the poem was finished, smiled faintly, and then vanished once more. Here. Ming handed the sword to Yu and downed a few more gulps of wine. It seemed inscribing this poem had drained a great deal of his soul power, for Ming drank quite heavily this time, at least 1 gin. Given his drinking habits, it was easy to understand why, even as a top-tier Grandmaster realm cultivator, he was perpetually drunk. He even used wine to rinse his mouth when he woke up. However, Yu was only momentarily startled. He immediately accepted it with both hands. The instant he took it, he seemed to see a dashing, handsome swordsman riding a white horse with a silver saddle, who, even when facing thousands of soldiers, could cut them all down with a single stroke of his sword. The sword returned to its scabbard, and millions of enemies fell simultaneously. The swordsman lowered the brim of his hat, his heart completely unruffled, as he rode his white horse for 1,000 li. For some inexplicable reason, it felt as though an unseen force was pulling at him. Yu found himself instinctively performing a few sword techniques exquisitely graceful, capturing a hint of the swordsman's spirit from his mind's eye. You have good insight, Ming praised. Inscribing a poem on a weapon can greatly enhance the user's combat prowess. Moreover, the deeper the user's understanding of the poem's essence, the better the effect. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces, everyone interprets the same poem differently. However, judging from your opening moves just now, this poem has enhanced your attacks and given you a solid foundation in footwork. I want to say more on that. Everyone has their own path. I don't want to influence you. Perhaps because he'd been so absorbed in writing poetry, Ming took a swig of wine after every sentence he spoke. I can tell you're a bit rusty with the sword. You probably haven't studied any sword techniques. Didn't the Shenwu Academy grant you a spot for a heaven-tier cultivation technique? You could choose a sword manual and pair it with a movement technique to maximize the poem's effects. A spot designated by the Grandmaster realm is extremely hard to come by. What was even more rare was that Ming was offering personalized guidance based on Yu's own characteristics. Yu immediately thanked him. Ming smiled. All right, go back and let it sink in. I'll wait here for your master. With that, he leaped back onto the old willow tree. Yu was curious. Grandmaster Zhang, why aren't you waiting inside my master's residence? After all, he was a direct disciple of the Valkyrie. And now that his master was away, Ming had come to the Holy Martial Academy on his own business. It was only right that he should look after the guest on his master's behalf. "Can you enter Xiao Yi's residence?" Ming asked in surprise. Yu pulled out his ID card. "My ID card can bypass the restrictions on Master's residence." "Grandmaster Zhang, please follow me." Ming looked at Yu and remained silent for a long time. Then gave a feigned, carefree laugh. "Ha ha ha, I want to go in." The beautiful scenery of the flowing water outside, paired with strong liquor that is the true atmosphere. "Finally," he added, "your master asked me to visit his home before, but I never went." Ha ha ha. Yu let out an "oh" and took his leave from Ming. He thought to himself, no wonder he is Li Bai's contract partner, he really is carefree. Rather than going to the warm comfort of his own home, he did choose to stand outside in the cold wind on a tree. Poetic atmosphere. You thought that the living room at his master's house with its floor-to-ceiling windows stretching over 10 meters long, overlooking the artificial lake, offered a breathtaking view from the inside, one that was far more poetic. Out of U.S. sight. Ming fumbled around for a while, pulled out a push-button cell phone, and sent a text message. "Xiao Yi. Didn't you say you have a cleanliness obsession? You never let outsiders into your house?" With the poem inscribed by the poet immortal, U.S. combat effectiveness had increased by at least 50%. And that was without him having even begun to study sword techniques yet. If he followed Ming Grandmaster Relm's suggestion to learn a heaven-tier sword technique and a heaven-tier footwork style, paired with this earth-tier mid-grade long sword inscribed with the poet immortal's verse, his strength would surely skyrocket. Let us find some time to start preparing for the Earth Rank Challenge. All things considered, you had been enrolled for less than 2 weeks. Those who made it onto the Earth rankings were almost exclusively juniors and seniors. Even sophomores were still struggling to make it onto the human rankings, let alone freshmen for whom just making it onto the human rankings was enough to brag about for an entire semester. My current cultivation level is at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path, but my vital energy is more than 3 times that of an average martial artist at the same stage, and my soul power is more than 5 times as high. Combined with an Earth-tier long sword, 2 Heaven-tier martial arts techniques, and the Earth-tier defensive martial art fierce shield that my dad taught me earlier, that is more than enough to challenge most of the experts on the floor. You vaguely recalled that the person ranked 72nd on the Earth rankings was exactly at the 4th segment of the martial path, the same level as himself. If it weren't for the extra rewards, he'd almost look down on challenging the 72nd ranked fighter. Never mind. I'll just treat it as a chance to witness a heroic spirit in action. Anyone who becomes a spirit contractor has bound a heroic spirit to them. You also wanted to see what kind of presence those historical heroic spirits from Huaxia would have in this other world. Before that, I'll solidify my cultivation and learn the basics of 2 more heaven-tier martial arts. You had spent 2 months training at the Great Wall. Or he'd actually been on the battlefield. So he had real combat experience, even life and death experience fighting the Demon Clan. But on the battlefield, it was Zhu Yuanzhang who taught him the most. Old Zhu had also taught him sword techniques. Quite simple ones: chopping, slashing, and thrusting. Unadorned and straightforward, the focus was on 1 stroke to sever the head, 1 to pierce the heart, and 1 to cleave the body in 2. But using that on a classmate was a bit too brutal. My master said he'd teach me martial path cultivation tomorrow. I'll ask him then and choose 2 suitable martial arts. His master had returned to the Great Wall to meet with the marshal, his senior sister had gone home to find Soul Jade for herself, and his classmates were undergoing military training. You also turned down Zhai Shui's invitation to go out, and went alone to the Heavenly Tier cultivation chamber to study the Chronicles of Xia for 2 hours. He then returned to Building 36 in the Heavenly District to practice the Sacred Studies Heart Method, refining his soul power, expanding his heroic spirit space, and working toward contracting a 3rd heroic spirit. But to contract a heroic spirit, I need to open the heroic spirit pool. I'll ask my master about this in detail tomorrow. Unlocking the heroic spirit pool was incredibly costly. Even a colossus like Shenwu Academy would have to dig deep into its coffers. You certainly couldn't manage it on his own, unless he returned to Sioux City and drained his family's savings. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he focused on his cultivation. Early the next morning, a message arrived from his beautiful master: "Come to my residence." Yu sprang out of bed, washed up, and headed to the artificial lake. Walking along the bluestone path, Yu saw his beautiful master standing gracefully beneath a willow tree, clad in black. Her cascading black hair flowed freely in the breeze. "Master!" Yu called out from behind her. "You're here." Frost turned her head. As always, her stunning face was expressionless and completely free of makeup, radiating a natural, refreshing beauty that was a pleasure to behold. "Did Ming inscribe the Ballad of the Knight Errant for you yesterday?" "Yes. It seems he holds you in high regard." "He has never inscribed that poem for anyone else." "Never inscribed it for anyone else? What does that mean?" Yu asked, puzzled. Frost explained. "Poetry, calligraphy, and painting are all graded by rank. The better the poem, the greater the effect it produces. The Ballad of the Knight Errant is the world's premier poem of killing intent. And although the same person can inscribe the same poem for many people, only the very first inscription has the best effect, is most recognized by the rules of the Tao, and is naturally the most precious. You can think of it this way: the first time a poem is inscribed, it's the original, the rest are rubbings even if written by the same person." You finally understood. After all, he hadn't been practicing cultivation for very long. It had only been 3 months since he became a spirit contractor, and 2 weeks since school started. Plus, the school was still in military training, so classes hadn't even begun yet. No wonder Ming had said last night, never mind, I'll just give you this poem." So that was the method of bestowal. From now on, whenever anyone inscribed the Ballad of the Knight Errant on a weapon, its effect would be 1 rank lower than his. "But it's just as well that I'm giving this poem to you. No one else is worthy of it." A rare hint of a smile played across Frost's usually impassive face. "All right, come inside with me. I'll spend the entire day today guiding your cultivation." You followed Frost into the lakeside villa. "This is for you," Frost said, pointing to an extra pair of black slippers by the shoe rack in the entryway. After changing into the slippers, Frost lit a stick of dragoness saliva incense. The two sat facing each other in front of a single, floor-to-ceiling window stretching over 10 meters long. The villa overlooked the lake. Beyond the clear, dust-free glass lay the lake's center. Sitting here, one felt a sense of tranquility, as if floating above the water's surface. Behind them was an indoor pond with gently flowing water. The scent of dragoness saliva incense seeped into their chests, truly helping them settle their minds. The Valkyrie's calm and melodious voice rang out. "Having just embarked on the martial path, there is the combat tier. Stages 1, 2, and 3. These constitute the early stage of the martial path. During this period, you fill your acupoints and refine your vital energy and blood. It's a task that hones the mind and spirit, but poses little difficulty. Stages 4, 5, and 6. These constitute the middle stage of the martial path. During this period, you tear open the mental sphere, awaken soul power, construct a historical narrative within your mind, and stabilize your soul power. This requires some natural talent. Stages 7, 8, and 9. This is the late stage of the martial path. During this period, one must diffuse the soul power from the mental sphere throughout the entire body, connecting spirit and body. This stage requires extreme caution. A single misstep can render one a cripple. The 10th stage marks the pinnacle of the martial path. At this stage, one must forge one's own spiritual body. And once you fuse your spiritual body with your soul power, you will set foot in the Grandmaster realm. This is a matter of life and death. If the fusion fails, your spiritual and physical forms will be destroyed and there is no turning back. Frost spoke calmly. As a top-tier Grandmaster realm cultivator, she had narrowly escaped death countless times on her cultivation journey. You listened intently. After all, this concerned his own cultivation, his strength, and his future safety. Frost continued her explanation. You are currently at the 4th stage of the martial path, the mid-stage where your soul power is just beginning to manifest. This is the most crucial moment. At stages 4, 5, and 6, you can engrave characters onto the soul power figure within your mental sphere. Each character represents a divine ability. You can engrave these characters yourself, ask someone with powerful soul power to help you, or have a heroic spirit do it. Characters engraved by a spirit binder of great strength, or by a high-level heroic spirit, yield the best results. She looked into Yu's eyes. I originally thought that the character for your martial path, stage 4, should be engraved by your heroic spirit. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang is a top-tier mythic rank. No one is more suitable for this than him. As for the characters for martial path level 5 and combat tier, the martial and I would have engraved them for you. But now that you've contracted a second mythic rank, Zhu Di will engrave the characters for martial path level 5. The martial will engrave the characters for combat tier. For a general of the state to engrave characters for soul power, no one in this world has ever received such treatment. However, a thought crossed Yu's mind. After all, his horizons weren't limited to just 2 heroic spirits. Rebuilding history from the ground up had allowed Yu's soul power to grow and his heroic spirit space to expand rapidly. Contracting a third heroic spirit was just a matter of time. Master, what if I were to contract a third mythic rank heroic spirit? You spoke cautiously. After all, contracting 3 heroic spirits was far beyond the comprehension of anyone in this world. Frost paused slightly, then said solemnly, expanding the heroic spirit space is extremely difficult. You were able to contract a second heroic spirit thanks to the immense celestial phenomenon you caused when you activated your soul power, of phenomenon resulting from whatever history you constructed at that time. And expanding your heroic spirit realm to a size large enough to contract a third heroic spirit is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Because you must not only maintain the stability of the space that previously accommodated 2 heroic spirits, but also expand it outward. The larger the heroic spirit realm, the harder it is to maintain, and the harder it is to continue expanding. Binding the first heroic spirit required 1 point of effort, the second required 10 points, and binding a third might require 100 points. Unless you can bind a mythic rank heroic spirit every single time, and the history you construct within the mental sphere remains unbroken, it must be strictly passed down from generation to generation. Only then will it be possible to continue binding heroic spirits. The conditions Frost mentioned were no problem for you. Behind him stood countless Chinese historians. What if I succeed? You stared into Frost's rather beautiful eyes. Frost looked at Yu's supremely confident demeanor, momentarily lost in thought, but after a moment, she regained her Valkyrie composure. Her expression was solemn and serious. Once you've expanded your heroic spirit space enough to contract a third heroic spirit, the nation will open the heroic spirit pool for you a third time. The nation. Frost was referring to the nation, not the academy. And her tone was firm and resolute. You understood. A third heroic spirit was within reach. The Valkyrie had promised it. As long as you could expand his heroic spirit space enough to contract a third heroic spirit, the nation would open the heroic spirit pool for him free of charge. The words of his own beautiful master carried a lot of weight. A smile crept onto Yu's face. And he had even begun to imagine who this third heroic spirit might be. To be honest, he now looked down on anyone below mythic rank. However, to contract a third heroic spirit, he still had to face a practical problem: expanding the space to accommodate 3 heroic spirits. According to his master Frost, a normal spirit contractor's heroic spirit space can only hold 1 heroic spirit for their entire lifetime. Those who can expand it enough to contract a second heroic spirit are absolutely few and far between. And to expand it enough to contract a third heroic spirit, that's unheard of. This is because a heroic spirit space cannot simply be expanded indefinitely. It must be stabilized through a steady supply of soul power. If one wishes to contract a third heroic spirit, they must not only maintain the stability of the spaces for the first 2 heroic spirits but also divert soul power to expand the space for the third, doubling the difficulty. It's like dating. When you're dating one person, you only need to invest the energy and financial resources required to spend time with that one person. If you're dating two people, you not only have to maintain your relationship with the first one but also spend extra energy and money on the second, all while making sure neither of them breaks up with you. And if you want to date three people at the same time, it's like trying to cook 3 pots on a single stove. With each additional pot, the stove's heat output needs to increase by far more than just double. You listened quietly as his beautiful master explained. But a question popped into his mind: does his heroic spirit realm really only need to expand, without any maintenance, and remain stable on its own? You didn't know what other people's heroic spirit spaces were like. But his own heroic spirit space was exactly like this. He just needed to focus on expanding it. There was absolutely no instability or need to expend energy. Perhaps it's because I began constructing history starting with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Just as you tore open the mental sphere and activated his Qi soul power. His soul power had been like a soybean oil lamp flickering in the wind, on the verge of going out at any moment. But ever since he inscribed the annals of the 5 emperors within the mental sphere, not only did it trigger celestial and terrestrial phenomena, but the annals of the 5 emperors also stabilized the mental sphere, expanding it 100-fold. Moreover, the soul power figure, which had originally been as pale as water and as faint as a shadow, became as solid as cast gold. This is likely the reason behind the stability of US soul power and heroic spirit space. To put it simply, for an ordinary spirit contractor, creating a heroic spirit space is like an ordinary person falling in love. You need to get to know the other person, understand them, fall in love, gradually deepen your understanding, and work together to solidify and stabilize the relationship. And even after it's stable, you still have to put in effort to maintain it. As for you, he is just like Seat Song. Women swarm around him at all times. When he goes on a trip, he brings 8 girlfriends along, like a personal security detail. And he doesn't even need to maintain the relationship. He can't even shoo them away. This is my advantage. You realized his situation. However, he didn't immediately explain everything to his beautiful master. He simply said that his soul power and heroic spirit realm had become extremely robust due to that celestial phenomenon back then, making both maintenance and expansion much easier. This explanation earned Frost's approval. After all, she had used a full 10 pieces of the martial soul jade to help fuel the celestial phenomenon you had created back then. Come to think of it, when you awakened your soul power that day and triggered that celestial phenomenon, it's impossible that your own soul power didn't gain any benefits. I was just assuming. You can't judge him by ordinary standards. A look of delight spread across Frost's face. The more she observed her young apprentice, the more she grew to like her, and the deeper her understanding, the more pleasantly surprised she became. If you can truly contract a third heroic spirit, then it would be even more likely for her to grow into a being that transcends the great Grandmaster realm. By then, Great Xia will be able to reclaim the territories occupied by the Demon Clan. Frost's voice betrayed a hint of excitement, but he still maintained some of the dignity befitting a master. When your heroic spirit space expands enough to accommodate a third heroic spirit, let me know. I will personally inspect the stability of your soul power. Only after passing my inspection can you open the heroic spirit pool for the 3rd time. All right. You agreed without hesitation. He had every confidence in himself. Besides, he knew this was his lovely master's way of looking out for him. Anyone else wanting a Valkyrie to help inspect their soul power? They have to beg on their knees and still won't get it. After agreeing on the conditions for the next opening of the heroic spirit pool, Frost shifted the conversation to another topic. Great Xia has decided to form a spirit contractor squad centered around you. The members are all young geniuses from Great Xia around your age. Some are martial path prodigies, others are wisdom path prodigies. The specific candidates are still being selected and vetted, but rest assured those who meet the criteria all have top-tier epic rank contracts. They follow your every command. This was the 2nd time you had heard that Great Xia intended to assemble a squad for him. After all, the conflict between the human race and the demon race was a war between 2 races. No matter how powerful a single person may be, they can't possibly handle everything on their own. Naturally, you had no objections to this. Moreover, having lived 2 lifetimes, his perspective was far broader than that of a newly adult kid. He knew this was a group of trusted confidants the great Xia was providing him. After all, you had already been designated by the nation as the great Xia's new generation leader and Marshal Dao's successor. While he was still weak, it made sense to assemble a team of trusted confidants to grow alongside him. This would enhance the team's combat effectiveness and coordination in the future. After a brief pause, Frost suddenly asked, "What do you think of Su Keshu?" "My senior sister?" Yu replied without hesitation. "She is a great person, very caring toward me, loyal, and she obtained a spirit weapon yesterday." "Su Keshu obtained a spirit weapon?" Frost looked puzzled for a moment, then realized, "Did you help her?" Yu chuckled. "Back at the Great Wall, I came across some historical records about her heroic spirit. It was just a coincidence." Frost nodded. "You're her stroke of luck, after all." Although her heroic spirit isn't epic tier, now that she has a spirit weapon, she is on par with an ordinary epic. I'll add her to your squad. From his recent conversation with his master, you learned that even heroic spirits of the same rank are divided into different tiers. Just like his own father, Xiaohodun, who was only a lowest tier epic. Meanwhile, his master Qin Liangyu and Ming S. Li Bai were both top tier epics. Even among those of the same rank, there are still differences. And the people in his own squad were all hand-picked top tier epics. Yu was a bit curious, had his future teammates all contracted with those heroic spirits from Chinese history? "Don't tell her yet," Frost instructed Yu. "The Great Xia authorities will conduct a thorough investigation of every squad member. Only those who guarantee absolute integrity and loyalty will become your teammates." At the same time, they also joined the Great Wall Guardians. Frost was very serious. Yu nodded in agreement. Then, Frost handed Yu a special golden key. This was decided by the Marshal, Ming, and Heizi. The only sacred haven within the Shenwu Academy is now entrusted to you. Yu held the golden key, marked by the passage of time, feeling both delighted and surprised. Sacred haven? Frost looked at Yu with a gaze that conveyed both the gravity of the responsibility entrusted to him and a sense of solemnity. Yes. There are only 3 sacred havens within the Great Xia Empire, and this one is entrusted to you. The soul power here is abundant and dense, far surpassing that of a heaven-tier cultivation chamber, and it regenerates endlessly. It will never run dry. The concentration of soul power far exceeds that of a heaven-tier cultivation chamber, and it regenerates endlessly. It will never run dry. The concentration of soul power far exceeds that of a heaven-tier cultivation chamber, and it regenerates endlessly. It will never run dry. With a sacred haven, he would never have to worry about soul power again. Yu clutched the key, imbued with an ancient aura, with delight. There were only 3 sacred havens in all of Great Xia, and now, one of them belonged to him. Although Yu was a time traveler, he had now genuinely grown attached to Great Xia. From the day of his college entrance exams, when the Ministry of Education and the military department set up a Qi and blood formation for him, to the subsequent scramble among universities to recruit him, the Valkyries taking him as a disciple, gifting him Soul Jade, and promising to unlock his heroic spirit pool, to his later visit to the Great Wall, where City Lord Li Hu and Slaughter Army Commander Lu Ji looked after him. And upon arriving at Shenwu Academy, where the school repeatedly opened extra soul power reserves for him, and the director of the Great Xia Historical Archives personally exchanged merit points for him. And so on, and so on, and so on. Although those in power valued Yu's talent and potential, the people Yu encountered were all genuinely kind to him and steadfastly fought for the human race. This was also why Yu did not hesitate to reveal his talent. Otherwise, with so many people in Huaxia, why would they single him out for cultivation? Just because he is handsome? Yu clutched the golden key, falling into a brief silence as a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Just watch, Master. 3 mythic ranks at 1 TB long. Frost, too, wore a faint smile as he looked intently into Yu's eyes. Sunlight filtered through the willow trees, streamed through the glass, and fell upon the 2 of them. Frost smiled and nodded firmly, very well. I'll be waiting for you in the Grandmaster realm. With the support of 3 mythic rankers? It wouldn't be long before you stepped into the Grandmaster realm. For the rest of the time, the two engaged in a question and answer session, with Frost explaining to you the confusions he encountered during his cultivation. This guidance from a top-tier Grandmaster realm expert completely resolved all of US questions regarding cultivation at every martial path realm below the Grandmaster realm. You have excellent insight. It seems you fully grasped the cultivation of both the middle and late stages of the martial path. I'm returning to the Great Wall tomorrow. I'll come back to the Imperial Capital once a month. I'll let you know the date in advance, and I'll answer all your cultivation questions at that time each month. But before you break through the combat tier, you must let me know in advance. I'll rush back to guide you through it. By building a complete soul body, one can break through the combat tier. This stage involves the terror of life and death. And Frost made it clear that you could only break through if she was present. With her guidance, even if you strayed from the path, she wouldn't perish or lose her cultivation. Hearing this, a warm feeling welled up in US heart. He now understood what direct transmission meant, and what the bond between master and disciple truly was. After a day of instruction and time spent together, the bond between you and Frost had grown significantly stronger. As they watched the sky shift from daylight to dusk and then to darkness, the two finally stood up, though they were still reluctant to part. I've explained all the key points within the combat tier. I won't go into detail about the Grandmaster realm and beyond, so as not to disrupt your cultivation. I'll take you to the Sacred Haven now. Walking one in front of the other, the two left the lakeside villa. The Sacred Haven within Shinwu Academy was located on the quiet back mountain. Almost every university has a back mountain. Although it was dark and unlit or had only 1 or 2 dim, dilapidated streetlights, it was the place where upperclassmen loved to lure freshmen, both male and female, the most. After all, dark places are where shady things are most likely to happen. However, this back mountain at Shinwu Academy was strictly guarded. Not to mention students, even college-level administrators, aren't authorized to enter it. The path leading from Frost's residence to the back mountain was a restricted area of the campus, and there wasn't a single soul in sight. You and Frost walked side by side, neither of them speaking, and the atmosphere gradually grew a bit awkward. You felt a bit like he did in his past life when he and his college girlfriend would stroll across the sports field together, walking hand in hand toward a secluded spot. Ding! Just as you was wondering whether to speak up and break the silence, his phone in his pocket rang. Ever since he decontracted 2 mythic rank beings, he'd been receiving so many messages every day that he'd long since set his notifications to alert only for special contacts. Only messages from those he was particularly close to would trigger a notification. You pulled out his phone. It was a voice message from his senior classmate, Sukeshu. Sukeshu, little junior brother, my dad says there's some exceptionally high-grade soul jade. I'll pick you up tomorrow, come over to my place. You replied, okay. His beautiful master, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. The Su family has quite strong overall capabilities. You should get to know them better. Right now, the front lines are launching raids against the shadow demons, and official soul jade supplies are completely depleted. It's a good thing you can obtain it through other channels. After all, soul jade can be carried on your person and used at any time. It can also temporarily boost your heroic spirit level. If you've successfully formed your spirit body, soul jade will not only nourish it but also strengthen it in critical moments, boosting your combat power. The beautiful master was usually very quiet, sparing her words, and rarely showed any expression. Only when guiding you in his cultivation does she speak the most, going into immense detail. You nodded. His family ran a weapons company, so he had no shortage of resources like equipment. What he lacked most was soul power. His 2 mythic ranks, 2 spirit weapons, expanding his heroic spirit space, and writing history, all of these were money pits. High-tier combat resources like soul jade, the more, the better. However, UNT expected that his beautiful master would actually encourage him to interact with these major clans, especially since she always feared that the authorities would disapprove of members of his faction associating with them, worried they might be corrupted. Upon hearing US words, Frost actually laughed out loud, a rare occurrence. Strength is what truly matters. If you can secure resources from other sources, that's a testament to your ability. Besides, do you really think these major clans would even exist without the great Xia authorities? Frost looked at you with a hint of a smile. In her eyes, these so-called great clans were nothing more than resource suppliers. As for the 4 great clans, if Great Xia so desired, not a single clan would rise to prominence, or 40 great clans could emerge simultaneously. At the end of the day, this was, after all, a high martial arts world. Might makes right. You don't need to worry about being corrupted. If your strength isn't up to par, no one will even bother trying to corrupt you. You gradually came to understand, and her original curiosity about these so-called elite families naturally began to fade. Did you mark your senior sister as special attention? Frost suddenly blurted out. You paused for a moment before replying. Too many people contact me every day, so I've marked a few important ones as special attention. Frost nodded and said nothing. The two fell silent again, walking one in front of the other. They entered the densely wooded back mountain and followed a winding bluestone path straight to the summit. Following his master's instructions, you inserted the golden key into a spot on the ground and turned it slightly. Immediately, the scene before them shifted dramatically. A vast mountain cave, filled with the sound of flowing water, came into view. The lights within burned of their own accord, revealing the full panorama of the so-called sacred haven to the two of them. A simple bed, a straw mat, and within it, a pool of clear spring water. Next to the spring stood a small tree with dense, lush foliage so green it seemed to drip with vitality. It bore several small fruits, each about the size of an egg, all still green and unripe. You stepped inside. And immediately, every pore in his body opened wide. An incredibly dense surge of soul power rushed directly into his mental sphere without needing to be channeled. You had been deliberately holding back to avoid breaking through the 5th stage of the martial path. But now he found it increasingly difficult to contain. Frost remarked from the side. Break through to the 5th stage of the martial path right here today. Let your 2 mythical heroic spirits inscribe characters onto your soul power, and acquire 2 divine abilities. The 4th, 5th, and 6th stages constitute the mid-stage of the martial path. During this period, 1 character can be inscribed onto the soul power at each stage. 1 character represents 1 divine ability. For an ordinary spirit contractor, the first character is engraved by their own heroic spirit. The remaining 2 characters can either be engraved by the contractor themselves or, by spending resources, commissioned to someone more powerful than themselves. The Divine Martial Academy offers this service. Students can complete school assignments to earn credits and commission a professor to perform the engraving. This is one of the many benefits of being admitted to a top-tier academy. After all, for many people, the most formidable individuals they'll ever encounter in their lifetime are the Academy's professors. Spirit contractors outside the Academy simply cannot afford to hire powerhouses of this caliber to perform the engraving. Consequently, the overall strength of independent spirit contractors pales in comparison to that of Academy-trained spirit contractors. However, you didn't need to ask anyone else for help. Nothing could be better than his own 2 mythic rank spirits, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di. First, suppress your cultivation so you don't break through. After Zhu Yuanzhang finishes engraving the first character, you can then break through to the 5th stage of the martial path. Do it in one go, and let Zhu Di engrave the second character, his beautiful master reminded him from the side. You immediately steadied his mind. And summoned Zhu Yuanzhang alone. Old Zhu, I'm counting on you. Zhu Yuanzhang tapped his back with a jade rui, smiling broadly as he said, come on, I've been waiting for this day for ages. You sat cross-legged on the straw mat. And began practicing the mythic rank cultivation technique Sacred Studies. The dense blue soul power within Sacred Haven immediately gathered around him, forming a vortex. The faint golden soul power within his mental sphere instantly thickened. What had been merely a thin layer of mist was now a heavy, dark cloud that seemed as though it might drip with water. Release the soul power. Frost called out from the side. Without a moment's hesitation, you did as instructed. Within the mental sphere, a tiny golden figure identical in appearance to him immediately emerged from his brow and hovered before his forehead. Golden soul power? Frost, standing nearby, was deeply shaken. You was only at the 4th level of the martial path, how could his soul power be so dense? It's even comparable to the Grandmaster realm. At that moment, she finally realized that her young apprentice was even more powerful and extraordinary than she had ever imagined. Clothed in a dragon robe, his face bearing the features of a dragon, and likewise radiating golden light, Zhu Yuanzhang watched U.S. soul power and nodded in satisfaction. Then, using his finger as a brush, he pointed, inscribing into the void. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated not a moment. With a single flick of his finger, he completed the stroke in one fluid motion. A sweeping character for Slay was instantly formed. In the blink of an eye, the dense blue soul power within Sacred Haven, taking the character Slay in the void as its starting point, rapidly turned red. The blood-red soul power created a scene of overwhelming malevolence. I once faced a 1,000,000-strong army alone. I once fought 1,000,000 soldiers alone. I once slaughtered 1,000,000 enemy soldiers. The blood on my sword at my waist still reeks of slaughter. Until all the soul power within Sacred Haven had transformed into a blood-red hue. The entire summit of the rear mountain shone with a ruby-like, blood-red glow. The character kill written by Zhu Yuanzhang slowly descended onto the brow of the soul power figurine. The soul power figurine suddenly opened its eyes. The red soul power surrounding it trembled and surged madly into the soul power. The vision of a mountain of 1,000,000 corpses, formed by the red soul power, was also sucked into it. Until all the blood-red soul power had been completely absorbed. It seemed as though the three of them could still hear the cries and screams of 1,000,000 soldiers moments before their slaughter. Even Frost, standing nearby, was breathing somewhat heavily. It wasn't until the character kill was fully engraved into U.S. soul power that she let out a slight sigh of relief. She cast a deep look at Zhu Yuanzhang. This unpredictable old man, truly worthy of being the founding emperor, with a bloodthirstiness that rivaled even that of Marshal Bai Qi. You withdrew the blood-eyed soul power figure back into his mental sphere. In the brief moment it took, his soul power, which had been completely depleted, began to seep out once more from the spring beside him. However, the water level in the spring had visibly dropped. You channeled the Sacred Studies Heart method, swiftly transforming his soul power to consolidate his cultivation realm. Frost watched his progress closely from the side. When he reached a certain critical point, she called out softly, "Breakthrough." You focused his energy and began his push toward the 5th rank of the martial path. True to its reputation as a rare, surviving Sacred Haven, the newly replenished soul power remained exceptionally rich. Plop. With a soft sound like a drop of water falling into a lake, you successfully broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. The mid-stage of the martial path primarily involves strengthening the mental sphere and stabilizing soul power. And because U.S. mental sphere and soul power were imbued with the historical origins of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a legacy documented in ancient texts, they had already become as solid as cast gold. Immediately after breaking through, he swiftly absorbed and transformed his soul power, reaching the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path in one fell swoop. After solidifying his realm, you summoned Zhu Di once more. Zhu Di stood with his hands tucked into the jade sash at his waist, head held high, looking as if he were looking down on the entire world. But upon seeing another elderly man holding a jade rui, he immediately bowed low in deference. "Father, you're here?" Zhu Yuanzhang snorted disdainfully through his nose. "You'd rather I weren't here, wouldn't you?" No, Zhu Di drooped his eyebrows and eyes, his face growing darker the more he tried to explain. Zhu Yuanzhang, too, found him increasingly unbearable to look at, because in his own plans, the 4th son was simply not supposed to end up on the imperial throne. But that good-for-nothing ended up taking the throne anyway. How infuriating was that? Seeing Zhu Di's wretched expression, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger flared, and he snapped. "Just look at you, a sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked wretch. Take a look in the mirror. You don't have a shred of imperial bearing." His father, the man he feared most, unleashed a barrage of abuse, even resorting to personal insults by the end. But Zhu Di had no choice but to bow his head and endure it. But those words, why do they sound so familiar? I seem to have scolded the second son like that before. In the end, you had to step in to smooth things over after all. Zhu Di had been summoned for a serious matter. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang step aside, staring coldly at Zhu Di. Zhu Di felt uneasy under that gaze, but he had no choice but to steel himself and step forward. After all, the inscription on the soul power was of the utmost importance, directly affecting U.S. combat prowess. As heroic spirits who shared life and death with their spirit masters, they naturally wanted their spirit master to be as powerful as possible. You summoned the soul power according to the procedure they'd just gone through. The soul power was vastly different now. Though it remained a golden figure, it shimmered with a blinding red light. The blood energy emanating from it even sent a shiver down Zhu Di's spine. For he sensed within it the aura and ruthlessness of his own father. He couldn't help but recall the major scandals of the Hangu era, and how, shortly after he had taken up his fief in Beiping, he had heard that his father, in the capital, had whipped one of the founding heroes of the Ming dynasty to death. Zhu Di shuddered inexplicably, swallowed hard, and, steeled his resolve, raised his hand to inscribe the characters. The soul power within the sacred haven was instantly drawn upon by Zhu Di once more. And as he concentrated on inscribing the characters, he instantly shook off his fear of Zhu Laosi, regaining the majesty of the Yangla emperor, the one who watered his horses in the vast seas, subdued the wolf's lair, swept across the desert, and struck terror into the hearts of foreign tribes. With horizontal strokes, slanting strokes, vertical strokes, and finishing strokes, the character war was completed in a single fluid motion. The soul power filling the entire cave transformed once more from blue to a clear, crystalline hue. The sound of hooves, the clamor of battle, and the clanging of swords and armor suddenly rang in everyone's ears. That sensation instantly transported them to a battlefield filled with fire and blood. The acrid stench of blood rose to their noses, but what surged even more strongly was the fervor in their hearts. 10 years of drinking ice, yet their blood remains hot. It wasn't just you. Even Frost, standing nearby, was so moved that he felt an urge to draw a 3-chi sword, slay the enemy tribes, and achieve unparalleled glory. Hoist the sails to subdue the 8 directions of the EC, water the horses at Luchu to purge the 3 guards. In a daze, everyone present saw a heroic monarch on horseback. Though advanced in years, he led hundreds of thousands of troops across the deserts and grasslands, driving the foreign invaders who had been harassing the border folk back 100 li, slaughtering them until they dared not show their faces. I will secure 50 years of peace for the great Ming. Shall I first avoid his sharp edge? Fetch my sword. Even if I, an old man, am alone on horseback, I will never let the enemy set foot within half a step of the Great Wall. In 500 years, I am the only one who has ever fought my way this far. On horseback to slay enemies, dismounted to govern the nation through the ages, which emperor can compare to me? Zhu Di's character for war fused into the heart of U.S. soul power minion. And in an instant, a long sword materialized in the soul power figurine's hand. And Zhu Yuanzhang's character kill also took effect. Crimson blood began to ooze from the blade. Zhu Yuanzhang inscribed kill. Zhu Di inscribed war. With these 2 divine powers, what spirit contractor in the world could possibly outshine you? Soul power mutation. Frost moved slightly closer to you, carefully observing his soul power. The soul power figure, cast as if from gold, bore the character kill on its forehead and war in its heart. With blood-red eyes, it held a blood-stained blade and radiated a crimson glow. As a female war goddess of Great Xia, Frost had risen from the ranks, fought for many years, and earned her reputation through military achievements. She had witnessed countless soul powers. Soul power mutations are 1 in 10,000, a rare phenomenon. Once fully developed, such a soul power would have few rivals among peers of the same rank, and could even hold its own against opponents of higher ranks. However, these are typically minor mutations. This was the first time Frost had ever seen such a drastic soul power mutation as U.S. Once one enters the late stage of the martial path, soul power combat becomes a common tactic among spirit contractors. By then, his young apprentice would realize just how overwhelmingly powerful his soul power truly was. Others' soul power was as fragile as bare hands, faint and elusive, as if it might dissipate at any moment. U.S. soul power, however, was a golden form as solid as iron. If dropped on the ground, it could smash a hole right through it. Now he also possessed a pair of blood-red eyes and a blood-stained blade. How could anyone else's soul power compare? Hacking away at them would be just like slicing through a watermelon. Frost thought to himself that he'd need to remind you later to avoid sparring with his classmates if he wasn't careful, he might end up crippling the entire class. Meanwhile, over on US side. After Zhu Di finished inscribing the characters, he withdrew the soul power figure into his mental sphere. Although his soul power was dense and solid, he was, after all, still only at the 5th rank of the martial path, and keeping his soul power separate from his body for too long took its toll. Next, you absorbed some of the newly overflowing soul power from the sacred haven to replenish his mental sphere. He then looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di. Zhu Yuanzhang had naturally sensed the strange phenomenon that had occurred while Zhu Di was inscribing the characters. Looking at his 4th son who had swept across the desert during his own reign, he never imagined that his 4th son would die on a military campaign. Zhu Yuanzhang placed great importance on family ties. After all, his heart was made of flesh and blood. And the look he cast at Zhu Di grew a touch gentler. A thought flashed through Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, at least my 4th son didn't turn his blade on his own kin, did he? However, this thought was merely a fleeting one. He was the Hangwu Emperor. Naturally, he could not reveal even a hint of hesitation or weakness, especially not in front of his own son. As the saying goes, the ruler must act like a ruler, the minister like a minister, the father like a father, and the son like a son. To Zhu Di, he was a figure who embodied both imperial authority and paternal authority. For him to take the initiative to mend their relationship? Impossible. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at Zhu Di, then turned and returned to the heroic spirit realm on his own. Zhu Di, who had been watching him cautiously out of the corner of his eye, let out a long sigh upon seeing this. With his father gone, he felt much more at ease, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. This place is so comfortable. If I could stay here every day, my strength would skyrocket, Spirit Master. Zhu Di surveyed this sacred haven, then crouched by the spring, gazing at the small tree, its leaves a vibrant, almost dripping emerald green. Once these little fruits ripen, they'll be some real treasures. Zhu Di took a satisfied tour of the sacred haven, his bearing still carrying a hint of the former emperor's majesty. After finishing his tour, he returned to the heroic spirit realm on his own. Only then did Frost speak to you. You broke through to the peak of the 5th rank tonight. Spend the next couple of days building your history within the mental sphere and letting it settle. You nodded. Frost seemed to be in a good mood. Your performance was to be expected, but it far exceeded our expectations. That's good. The better you perform, the easier it will be for me to secure resources from higher-ups to invest in you. Keep up the hard work. There is no need to hold back. Great Xia is more than capable of letting you shine to your fullest. Frost couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Great Xia was the most powerful of the surrounding nations and had maintained a firm upper hand in the war against the Demon Clan for decades. Now, with the emergence of a world-class genius like you, there was absolutely no need to hold anything back. This was the grandeur of a great nation. Frost offered you a few more words of guidance, then turned to leave. Her reputation as a Valkyrie was no empty title. Hundreds of thousands of troops were waiting for her command at the Great Wall. Just as she was about to step through the door, Frost turned back and solemnly advised him. You can stay here to train, but don't get too absorbed in it. Go down the mountain more often to complete quests and climb the rankings. Great Xia doesn't need a powerful warrior who has only cultivation but no combat experience. Besides, as the new leader of Great Xia, it wouldn't look good if you couldn't even take first place on the celestial rankings. You nodded in agreement. Even if his handsome master hadn't said anything, he would have gone for the top spot anyway. After all, those were free resources. Oh, and don't challenge anyone at your own cultivation level, you might end up crippling them. Seeing a hint of disappointment in US expression, Frost added, challenging opponents of a higher cultivation level comes with extra rewards. At that, US eyes lit up again. After going over these important matters, Frost said casually, oh, and set me as a special contact in your contacts. Yu was taken aback for a moment. Frost shifted her gaze and cleared her throat. My schedule in the Imperial capital is irregular, so it'll be easier to reach you that way. Yu shook his phone. You've always been a special contact, Master. That's good then. Frost nodded, then lightly tapped his foot and swiftly departed. Yu was a bit puzzled. It seemed to him that the beautiful Master's retreating figure had a hint of escape about it. It's probably some kind of movement technique Master has mastered. Yu didn't dwell on it. Instead, sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion. Within the divine realm, the soul power which had already been depleted twice once again grew dense. He never fought a battle with such abundant resources before. Tonight, I'll engrave the entire Chronicles of Xia. As the stars shifted and the constellations turned, the first rays of sunlight fell upon the back mountain of the Shinwu Academy. Yu sat cross-legged within the celestial realm, breathing deeply. His chest rose and fell, and the soul power surging through his body moved in rhythm with his breath. Just as the warm morning light fell upon him, Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden gleam flashed from the depths of his gaze. The Chronicles of the Xia are complete. Yu was capable of reciting from memory all of Huaxia's recorded history. Previously, the difficulty in inscribing it stemmed from a lack of soul power. He had exhausted every last bit of it, what he earned himself, what the Academy had rewarded him with, and what his master had given him. He had even depleted the school's reserve soul power once. And by engraving history from scratch, Yu's soul power had grown so powerful that no one below the Grandmaster realm could match him. But this was also a massive drain on resources. No matter how much soul power he invested, it was enough to deplete his reserves entirely. Because the history stored in Yu's mind spanned 5,000 years. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there are another 8 books of chronicles, 10 tables, 8 books, 30 books of noble families, and 70 biographies. And it's not over yet. The Book of Han, the Book of the later Han, records of the 3 kingdoms, the Book of Jin, the Book of Song, the Book of the Southern Qi, the Book of Liang, the Book of Chen, the Book of Wei. And these are just the ones unearthed in ancient China before you travel through time. I've heard another 3,000 years worth have been unearthed since. Oh, my ancestor who loved to keep diaries. It's one thing to record his own life, but he also loved to record others. And these historical texts are interspersed with vast amounts of history from neighboring countries. Can you even handle that? Yu isn't worried at all that his soul power will stagnate with all this material left behind by his ancestor. He'll be lucky to live long enough to finish engraving it all. Right now, he is experiencing both pain and joy. The joy comes from knowing these historical texts will boost his strength, while the pain stems from the fact that just thinking about all that dense, intricate history makes his scalp tingle. Fortunately, once my soul power was sufficient, the engraving went quickly. It only took one night to finish engraving the annals of the Xia dynasty. As the complete annals of the Xia appeared in his mental sphere, Yu's soul power figure underwent another change. His originally golden body now had a corner of his forehead transformed into precious lapis lazuli. I wonder how many complete historical texts I'll need to inscribe before my entire body's soul power is transformed into precious lapis lazuli. Thanks to Frost's explanation yesterday, he already knew that ordinary people's soul power was pale blue, like a shadow, while golden soul power was something only the very best could possess. As for someone like you whose entire body was cast in gold, solid as iron, and as majestic as a sacred statue in the Great Xia, there was only one such person, Marshal Dao. So this newly appeared transformation into precious lapis lazuli must certainly be one rank higher than golden soul power. Aside from the changes in his soul power, Yu was even more concerned that his heroic spirit space had expanded significantly along with the complete Chronicles of Xia. Moreover, his heroic spirit space still showed no signs of the instability requiring maintenance that his beautiful master had mentioned. This served as clear confirmation that Yu only needed to focus on chronicling history. His heroic spirit space would continue to expand indefinitely. This meant, the 3 mythical heroic spirits weren't Yu's main priority either. Standing atop the mountain peak, Yu let out a long sigh. The rising sun fell upon him, and the Ming Shinwu cannon activated automatically, washing away the fatigue of the night. Just then, his phone rang, and he heard his junior sister's slightly excited voice. "Little junior brother, I'm back. Why aren't you in building 36? You and Sukesha had agreed last night to meet her father together today to trade for high-grade soul jade. But weren't they supposed to meet tonight? Why was she here so early in the morning? I just wanted to treat you to a meal first." Sukeshu, who is usually so generous, suddenly became a bit coy. "Ahem, just a meal to thank you for helping me obtain the spirit weapon." After agreeing, you told Sukeshu he was at the back mountain and would be right back. "Behind the mountain? Okay, don't move. I'll have the driver pick you up at the foot of the mountain." The entire area behind the mountain was off limits to the academy. Not just cars, but even people weren't allowed in. After walking down the mountain, you walked a bit further on his own. From a distance, he saw Sukeshu waving at him wearing an off-white dress, a pair of little white leather shoes, and her hair adorned with a sky-blue bow. This was the first time you had ever seen his senior sister wearing a skirt. She looked pretty good, especially her figure. Usually hidden under loose black training clothes that gave nothing away, at first glance today, she looked incredibly curvy. As he approached, behind Sukesha stood a business van worth tens of millions, expensive yet exceptionally understated in design, with a driver and bodyguard in a black suit and white gloves standing beside it. You sensed the strength of a martial path 7th Dan practitioner. Being able to hire a late-stage martial path expert as a bodyguard was a clear indication of her family's wealth and just how much her parents doted on her. "Little junior brother." Upon seeing you, Sukesha jumped up with joy, a huge smile lighting up her face. "Thanks to you for helping me contract a spirit weapon, those stingy old elders finally decided to invest resources in me. Come on, today I'm taking you to the most diverse, highest grade, and most expensive magical beast feast in the imperial capital." A large family means many people. And it's not just the younger generation who need resources, the family stewards and elders need them too. Since they're all family, how do they allocate resources? They fight over them, of course. Whoever has the highest potential gets the most resources. As the clan head's daughter, Sukeshu enjoyed the full range of perks and was naturally far stronger than her peers in the clan. However, certain scarce resources such as high-grade soul jade, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and equipment weren't that easy to come by. Moreover, there were peers within the clan who were even more talented than her, making those scarce resources even harder to obtain. But now that you had helped her obtain a spirit weapon, the clan's opinion of her had improved significantly. However, what puzzled Sukeshu was that several of the clan's old fogies had always been incredibly stingy. She even planned to bring her own father along on this trip to argue her case and secure more resources for herself. To her surprise, they turned out to be quite reasonable. And the resources they offered far exceeded her expectations. They also showed particular concern for her studies, going so far as to inquire about her life at school, something they'd never done before. They specifically asked how things were going with you. And Sukesha still remembers how one of the ancient matriarchs actually blurted out, "You're living together now, have you discussed a date for the marriage proposal?" I'm not trying to rush you young people, but it's just to set a date so the elders from both families can meet and get to know each other. It'll also let everyone know that you two are a couple. Sukeshu blushed bright red and spent ages explaining herself. But before they left, the I get it looks on the faces of all those elderly relatives made Sukeshu feel like they didn't get it at all. But none of that mattered. Seeing her junior brother was what mattered most. Now that she was stronger and her wallet was fuller, of course she had to share it all with him. Sukeshu grabbed Yu's hand and pulled him into the car. The driver beside them widened his eyes, looking as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly bent down to steady the car door, his hand shielding the roof. Once Sukeshu and Yu had both settled into the back seat, he chuckled at Yu and said, "Young Master Xia, it's been ages since our young lady laughed like that. By the way, this is the first time she has ever held a boy's hand. I swear. I've watched Xiao Shu grow up since she was a child. The driver held up 3 fingers on his right hand, clad in a white glove, and swore to the heavens.
Uncle Lou, what are you talking about? Sukeshu's face flushed bright red, contrasting beautifully with her milky white dress and sky blue hairclip.
A sense of that first love, pure as the moonlight, feeling washed over her.
Little Junior, don't listen to Uncle Lou's nonsense.
You smiled faintly. So, are you saying you've held other boys' hands before?
I haven't. Sukeshu denied it immediately.
That's not what I meant.
What I meant was,
one of the great joys of a 30-year-old man traveling back in time is teasing innocent college girls in their 20s. When Sukeshu argued with Jai Shui, her logic was always sharp, and she never lost a debate, leaving Jai Shui fuming every single time. But when it came to matters like this, she lost her words, commonly known as love brain. Uncle Lou watched the two young people banter, chuckling to himself as he closed the car door and walked around to the driver's seat. In the back seat, Sukeshu, who rarely wore skirts, chattered away to you about what had happened during her trip home.
It's so funny, Little Junior.
My great-grandmothers thought that just because we lived together, we're a couple.
Doesn't that mean we can't live together if we're not a couple? We're senior and junior classmates.
They even said we should introduce each other to our families so everyone knows we're set. Uncle Lou, who had been giggling foolishly at them in the rearview mirror from the front seat, chimed in.
Young Master Xia, don't worry.
You can set the date whenever you're ready, our family can wait. Drivers like him are usually the boss's right-hand men.
Uncle Lou was also Sukeshu's father's cousin. They'd grown up together and spent his entire life working for the Su family.
His relationship with the Su family was as close as family. His words came naturally. But Sukeshu, whose complexion had just regained its delicate pallor, flushed again, like a freshly washed red cherry still glistening with droplets of water.
Chatting and laughing all the way.
The minivan drove into the most luxurious district of the capital, then into the parking garage of the city's most exclusive commercial building. Shortly after, a staff member escorted them to the top floor, accessible only to members.
Little Junior brother, this is the capital's most exclusive magical beast restaurant.
If you're lucky, you might even get to taste the flesh of a commander-rank magical beast.
Sukeshu said from the side.
While two stunningly beautiful waitresses who, if working elsewhere, would surely command a 500,000 dowry stood slightly bowed behind the pair.
Miss Su, your private room is this way. Please follow me. May I ask what level of strength this gentleman possesses?
Please don't worry, we select ingredients based on our customers' strength. Weak spirit contractors who consume high-grade magical beast meat may experience uncontrollable surges of chi and blood. You replied calmly, peak 5th rank martial path.
Little Junior brother, you're already at 5th rank martial path? Wow.
Little Junior brother, you're at 5th rank martial path. That is so impressive, I like you even more now. The first to react in surprise was Sukeshu, followed by Jai Shui, who was wearing a purple, deep V, figure-hugging skirt. Sukeshu, who had been overjoyed and surprised, suddenly grew cold.
You old hag from the 5th year, what are you doing here?
Jai Shui rolled her eyes dramatically. Is it only the daughter of the Su family patriarch who gets to come here? Don't we, the collateral branches of other clans, count as people too? As she rolled her eyes back, she finally got a clear look at Sukeshu's outfit.
Wow! Sukeshu, you're actually wearing a skirt.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. Our little junior brother really is charming. He has even got this tomboy all flustered.
I never would have guessed you had so much going on under there, tomboy.
But why are you dressed like a schoolgirl?
How are you supposed to make a move on our little junior brother like this? Oh. Playing the innocent card. Tomboy, you're really something.
True to their status as arch rivals. The moment they opened their mouths, they were dancing right on each other's landmines.
Sukeshu was seething with anger.
But then she suddenly let it go, smiling lightly as she looked down on Jai Shui.
Laugh all you want. These are the only few days you'll ever get to laugh. With that, she haughtily dragged you away. Humph. My junior brother helped me get a spirit weapon.
As soon as I get back to school, I'll snatch your 35th spot on the heavenly rankings from you.
You can go share a room on the earthly rankings. That was the source of Sukeshu's haughty confidence. Just as they reached the door to the private room, Sukeshu, still holding Yu's hand, suddenly turned her head and said with contempt, "Oh, and he's my junior brother, not ours. Anyone who didn't know would think you were a Valkyrie disciple. Do you even deserve that?" With that, she yanked Yu's hand into the private room and shut the door. You! Zhai Shui's cheeks flushed instantly. Although she and Sukeshu had bickered before, Sukeshu had never been this confident after all. Her strength had always been inferior to Zhai Shui's. But today, Sukeshu was far too confident that look of contempt was genuine. Zhai Shui felt a chill run through her as anger welled up. "You bastard! Once I reach the 7th rank of the martial path, I'll definitely challenge you and rip every last strand of hair off your head." At the academy, students of the same rank could challenge one another. Those of different ranks could not. Shui, who was that handsome guy just now? Besides Zhai Shui, her best friend who had remained silent the whole time finally spoke up after seeing Sukeshu walk away. After all, both Zhai Shui and Sukeshu came from the 4 great families. Their argument was no big deal, they were representing the pride of their respective families, so neither was willing to back down. But her best friend came from a middle to wealthy family, so naturally she didn't dare get involved in the earlier confrontation. Zhai Shui glanced at her best friend. Although she wasn't as pretty as Zhai Shui, she was definitely a 90-point beauty, and her figure was actually even hotter than Zhai Shui's. "What? Little minx, are you interested? Don't waste your energy. He is a direct disciple of the Valkyrie and a contract holder of a mythical heroic spirit. Didn't you see how Li Shushu was groveling right next to him? Here you go, can you handle him? So he is you?" Her best friend's eyes lit up with surprise and delight, and she looked eager to give it a try. "No way. I'm definitely not good enough for him. If anyone is a match for him, it's you, Shui. Having a best friend who is slightly less attractive than you and comes from a less privileged family has its perks. She can play the supporting role to make you shine when it counts, and she provides emotional support on a daily basis." "Humph. Good to know you get it." Zhai Shui was pretty confident in herself after all. You hadn't turned her down yet, had he? Look how cocky Sukeshu is. All it'll take is a little effort on my part, and you will be head over heels for me. She'll be the one crying then. Zhai Shui had already figured out how to get back at Sukeshu. "I'll make out with you right in front of her." Her best friend chimed in cautiously. "Well then, Shui, could you pass US contact info along to me?" "Zhai Shui?" Her best friend laughed sheepishly. "I swear I won't get involved while you two are having your fun. I'll just have a sip of the leftovers when you're done." She shook Zhai Shui's arm. "We're best friends, right, Shui? Coming from a wealthy family, her best friend yearned for high society life. Someone like you was practically her dream husband. From a minor aristocratic family, personally trained by a Valkyrie, a mythic rank contract holder. His floor isn't low, and his ceiling is sky high. Plus he is handsome." Zhai Shui looked at her with some disgust and coldly brushed her hand away. "Best friend? Not anymore. What kind of person are you, trying to steal my man?" She shouted angrily and stomped off in her high heels. Her best friend, with a figure as alluring as a ripe peach, stood where she was, her expression shifting between light and shadow. She pulled out her phone and tapped away. "Humph. It's not like you're the only one with US contact info. Just you wait. Once I marry you, I'll make you beg me on your knees." After a night of cultivation, he broken through, acquired 2 divine abilities, and completed the engraving of the entire Chronicles of Xia. Now, he was enjoying a hearty meal with great ease and comfort. And since he was eating high-tier magical beast meat, his chi and blood surged through his body. It felt far better than a foot massage. After finishing the magical beast meat, Sukeshu earned 18,000 merit points. It was only noon. So the two of them went to see a movie.
The main themes of movies in this world were all pretty much the same: the story of an ordinary person who successfully contracts with a heroic spirit, slays the demonic tribes invading their homeland, and, at the brink of life and death, breaks through to the Grandmaster realm thanks to the power of friendship and love, becoming a great hero and finding romance. Yu, having experienced the massive cultural explosion of his past life, found himself dozing off. But Sukeshu, on the other hand, was watching with his blood boiling. After the movie ended, she even said some rather baffling things to Yu. "Little junior brother, I will definitely reach the Grandmaster realm. I won't fall too far behind you." Around the afternoon, Sukeshu took him to the 8th floor, where the shops were the most high-end and the most expensive in all of Imperial Capital, specializing in cultivation supplies. The largest shop among them was owned by the Su family. Sukeshu said with a smile, "Ever since you finished your college entrance exams, my dad has been wanting to meet you. But he never had the chance. When he heard you were looking for high-grade soul jade this time, my dad immediately went out of town himself to source some. He has just gotten back." Hearing this, you felt a bit curious. "He has been wanting to meet me ever since the college entrance exams ended? Who is your father?" Sukesha turned her head, her bright eyes and pearly white teeth revealing a truly lovely smile. "The heroic spirit my father has contracted is Shinwan-san." "Shinwan-san? The heroic spirit contracted by the head of the Chen family, the senior sister's father, is Shinwan-san?" Yu's expression grew slightly peculiar. His stride, which had been brisk as the wind, became somewhat hesitant. "Old Zhu, did he set up a package deal for them: confiscation of property, exile, and the execution of 4 sons? Hey, it really does seem that way." But Shinwan-san initially supported Zhang Shicheng in defending the city, and later even dared to shell out money to reward the entire army. "A merchant paying military wages? Come clean. What are you up to? Speak up. Are you planning a rebellion? One tea talk? 2 blows with a staff and you'll be one. Whether you are or not, you'll be one. All right, confiscation of property and exile." But Yu was only slightly surprised. Just as his beautiful Master Frost had said last night, strength is the only truth in this world full of danger. Noble families? If the Great Xia tolerates them, they're noble families. If the Great Xia doesn't tolerate them, they're nothing. Yu remained constantly vigilant in this dangerous world, yet he also knew his own worth and standing. A single noble family wasn't enough to worry him. Soon, driven by curiosity, he followed Sukeshu into the Su family cultivation resources shop. Inside, the space was laid out in a long, 2-story layout. The first floor was divided into 3 sections. The first section, closest to the entrance, sold cultivation resources for the early stages of the martial path. The second section held resources for the middle stages of the martial path. And the third section contained standard cultivation resources for the late stages of the martial path. The second floor served as the VIP reception area. Buyers making large one-time purchases, those requiring special supplies, or those wishing to sell special items were directed to the second floor. As Sukeshu and Yu entered the shop, the staff bowed in unison with smiles, saying, "Good afternoon, Mississippi. Good afternoon, young Master Xia." Shortly after, the female manager, a mature, curvaceous woman who moved with grace yet efficiency, escorted the 2 inside. Mr. Xia, the chairman has just arrived as well. Please follow me." She waved her hand toward the back, and 2 young men closed the main door. The manager led the way. And as they climbed the stairs, her black business skirt fully accentuated her mature femininity. Mr. Xia, we've arrived." The manager stood to the side, smiling as she extended her hand, her gaze toward Yu seeming to sparkle like stars. "Oh my, so this is Yu Xia's protege. I've heard so much about you." A voice with a thick Beijing accent rang out, and Su Jiaxiong, with a face resembling the laughing Buddha but a build even more imposing, stepped out from the next room. A person's profession and line of work inevitably imbue them with a certain aura over time, and that is the source of stereotypes. Su Jiaxiong was a prime example.